Ding check-in successful. Congratulations host, you have obtained the controllable nuclear fusion technology. The system's voice was clear and pleasant in his mind, yet Lin Tian's face showed no trace of joy. There was even a hint of desolation. 10 years ago he had transmigrated to this parallel world and awakened the black tech system believing he could finally rise above and make his mark. And what was the result? In the end, he was defeated by reality. So what if you claimed to master some cutting-edge high-tech? Who cared? The hottest trend back then was real estate speculation. Anyone with a bit of capital chose to speculate in property. After all, who wouldn't want their own song and dance troupe or their own small goals of 1 billion yuan and then continue with music and dancing? As for investing in technology, to those people what was technology worth? Rather than putting money into a so-called tech industry with a long return cycle and slow results, it was better to invest in finance and real estate. Thus Lin Tian hit walls everywhere he went. But he refused to be disheartened. As a transmigrator, he understood that technology was the ultimate shield for national defense and the economy. Without mastering these cutting-edge technologies, what did a booming economy matter? In the end, it was just making wedding dresses for others, being strangled at the neck just the same, and ultimately being forced to suffer passively. To that end, Lin Tian began to venture into multiple industries just to bring technology into reality, but lacking financial support, he could only resort to alternative methods. His cutting-edge carbon fiber technology could only be used to make fishing rods, but because some people always came home empty-handed, it was scorned by fishing enthusiasts. The high-strength steel cables were only used for hoisting ordinary goods. The country simply had no need for their specific type of cable. And the wave-absorbing stealth coating technology he mastered could only be degraded to ordinary car paint and oil, utterly lacking the demeanor of high technology. This was just a microcosm. More technologies were buried in obscurity, existing only in theory. But one must know that to develop these things he had invested heavily back then. Although he had the system's technical support, the research process and costs were still astronomical. For this reason, the tech company he had managed to establish was on the verge of bankruptcy. Now the entire company was living beyond its means, teetering on the edge of collapse at any moment. Looking at the rows of dust-covered steel cables in the dock and the sales reports from various subsidiaries, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. It's all over. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Yang Wenhua, who was nearby, felt his heart clench. As a comrade in arms of Lin Tian's late father and one of the company's founders, he had witnessed Lin Tian build the technology company from nothing. Only they knew how much hardship was in between. Now that the company was declining and on the verge of bankruptcy and liquidation, he couldn't help but feel deeply grieved. He felt he had let down Lin Tian's deceased parents. Xiao Tian, maybe we should just accept that foreign order. Take it first to keep the company alive. Hearing this, Lin Tian felt a stir in his heart. He understood what Uncle Yang meant. It was that foreign order which requested a batch of specially made steel cables with specifications matching exactly their own. The other party was offering a high price, $6,000 per cable. They could even increase the price, but the requirements were also harsh: transfer the entire production technology, and they were prohibited from manufacturing and selling it privately in the future. The offer was tempting, and one could say he could hardly refuse it. As long as he nodded in agreement, the company's financial situation would quickly improve, even achieve a qualitative leap, but Lin Tian was absolutely unwilling to consent. Not to mention whether the other party was sincerely seeking to buy, even if they were, he absolutely couldn't sell. Some things once sold might never be recovered. Lin Tian didn't want his country at some future moment to have no choice but to purchase a needed technology from abroad at a high price and endure various unequal treaties while domestic companies could only stand by helplessly. This was not what he wanted to see. Thinking about it, Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said, Uncle Yang, even if this technology rots, molds, and rusts, we must never sell it to those foreigners. That is the bottom line of my integrity. It's also the original intention of my founding Longxing company. Hearing these words, Yang Wenhua's eyes trembled, and then he looked at Lin Tian. In him, he felt as if he saw the backbone of a nation's future. As the saying goes, if the youth are strong, the country is strong. He had served in the military, so naturally he carried some of that fighting spirit. But that spirit had gradually diminished with age, drowned out by business over the years. But at this moment, hearing Lin Tian's words, that inner fighting spirit surged forth again. But he was ultimately past the age of youthful impulse. Looking at Lin Tian, he just sighed and said helplessly, In stubbornness you really resemble your father. Lin Tian just smiled faintly. Looking at the desolate scene in the factory, he couldn't help but sigh and say, Uncle Yang, although our factory is struggling, we must never delay the workers' wages. First use this savings, and he'll find a way to raise more funds. As he spoke, Lin Tian took out a bank card from his hand. It was the compensation money from the car accident that killed his parents. Seeing this, even a tough man like Yang Wenhua had tears glistening in his eyes. It's often said that a penny can baffle a hero. Sometimes it's truly so. Although Lin Tian also felt the pinch, the workers' wages must be paid. These were the people who had followed him through the initial entrepreneurial days, who had deep feelings for him and the factory. He couldn't let them down, and delaying wages wasn't his style. After saying that, Lin Tian turned around and drove towards the provincial bank. He had already visited all the local banks, and none were willing to help. Now he could only try going farther afield, although he knew the chances were slim. After all, someone like him who went against the times and was obsessed with high-tech was truly rare nowadays. It was important to know that back in the day, high-tech didn't represent high-tech and money-making. It was a niche industry with slow returns and even slower results. It could be said that it wasn't very popular, but Lin Tian still wanted to bet on it. Watching Lin Tian's figure, Yang Wenhua couldn't help but shake his head, and some astute employees also noticed the situation. When they heard what Lin Tian said, they couldn't help but sigh softly. In their eyes, Lin Tian's trip was likely to be in vain. In the brightly lit observation room, all data indicators were running intensively. A group of researchers in white coats gathered around a screen, staring intently at the data displayed before them. Below, two massive machines were slowly moving apart, and the steel cable between them began to crackle and snap. The steel cable is currently bearing 60 tons of force. 65 tons. The staff beside them recorded the experimental data. When the reading reached 65 tons, the entire cable began to crackle. Finally, at 67 tons, the cable tore apart with a sharp crack. Then a loud snap echoed through the laboratory. It struck deeply into Luo Heping's heart. Staring at the experimental data, his face turned extremely grim. As the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom responsible for aircraft carrier construction and one of the first professors to return from overseas studies, he naturally understood what such experimental data meant. Failed, we have completely failed. Although he had anticipated the difficulty of this task when he first accepted it. After all, building the Dragon Kingdom's own aircraft carrier was unprecedented. Once they actually started, they realized the immense technical challenges involved. Even just one arresting cable had already hindered them for a long time, yet they had no choice but to overcome it. An aircraft carrier without an arresting cable was nothing but a coffin at sea. For this reason, the scholars at the academy worked overtime day and night, calculating and researching tirelessly to master this technology, only to end up with this result. It could only withstand a 67-ton impact. Such an arresting cable was utterly useless. A single arresting cable needed to stop a 20-ton fighter diving from the sky, within 3 seconds, bearing an impact force of over 100 tons. Moreover, the cable had to withstand such stress hundreds of times, otherwise it failed to meet the standard. The consequence of failing to meet the standard was loss of aircraft and life. In other words, submitting such an arresting cable would be tantamount to murder. Watching this scene, the entire observation room fell into silence. This was not their first failed experiment. Even this failure was the best data they had ever obtained. The previous attempts were even worse. Dean Luo, maybe we should try again. A younger researcher behind him spoke softly, but regretted it immediately. Luo Heping fixed his eyes on him with a solemn gaze, and said in a heavy tone, try. How long do you think we can keep trying? A year? 2 years? I tell you, we have a month left before the first sea trial. Do you want the whole world to laugh at us? If we fail to meet the deadline, the carrier's sea trial will be a joke. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. Without a doubt, at this pace, they could not complete the carrier delivery on time. Even just one arresting cable had already delayed them for half a year, and they still hadn't cracked the technology, let alone the carrier's propulsion system. Were they really going to prove the Westerners right? Without our help, the Dragon Kingdom can never build a qualified aircraft carrier. They can't even make an arresting cable. Thinking of this, everyone frowned, and even Luo Heping's brows were tightly knitted. To become a great power, one must have their own aircraft carrier. It is a necessity. The Dragon Kingdom had suffered oppression from foreigners for too long. The 81192 incident, the hijacking of the cruise ship, these were like thorns in the hearts of every Dragon Kingdom citizen. It was precisely because they had no aircraft carrier and no strong technology that they were so oppressed. Now that they had finally decided to build a carrier, they were met with ridicule. The Eagle's defense minister even publicly declared that the Dragon Kingdom people were nothing but a bunch of dreamers. Every time they recalled these words, their hearts ached. This carrier project represented not only their own honor, but the honor of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yet now the West had imposed a technology blockade, and the bear was indifferent, even raising their prices at will, just waiting to see them fail. And they were helpless against it. The difficulty of developing this arresting cable had far exceeded their expectation. Thinking of this, everyone's faces turned gloomy. Suddenly a timid voice said, maybe we should conduct a broad industrial survey and release some technical indicators. In recent years, with the rapid development of the Dragon Kingdom, some private enterprises have also grown well. Maybe we should give it a try. Hearing this, everyone's hearts stirred, but their faces showed hesitation. After all, private enterprises were just private enterprises. Their R&D capabilities couldn't compete with military enterprises. But at this moment, there seemed to be no other choice. It was a desperate measure. They all looked at Luo Heping, the chief designer and builder. He thought for a moment, then sighed. Let's do it. After all, they had no other options. If they could get some inspiration from these private enterprises, it would be good. But even he didn't believe that turning to private enterprises would help. After all, military products were not something any random company could produce. At the entrance of Longqing Bank, the large signboard was eye-catching with the words Longqing Bank, looking very imposing. Entrepreneurs came and went, all beaming with joy, their eyes almost squinting into smiles. But none of this had anything to do with Lin Tian. He had come from the county town to seek a loan to keep his company running. However, he was met only with the cold faces of the staff and the contemptuous gaze of the bank manager. They had seen plenty of entrepreneurs like him on the verge of bankruptcy. A poor wretch with no assets, no collateral, and unable to repay the debt. Talking to such people was a waste of their time. Factory Director Lin, we have reviewed your application. Please take your leave. The bank manager didn't even spare him another glance, pushing aside the application form he had handed over. Then with a contemptuous look he turned his head and openly said in front of Lin Tian, "What era is it now? Still messing around with some outdated technology. Ridiculous. You call it high-tech potential. I see nothing but junk. If it's so great, why don't you just build an aircraft carrier? You're just a pauper trying to scam a loan. Can you even afford to pay it back?" Snickers erupted behind him. This was a private bank, not a charity. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could get a loan. They would only give money if you could bring them more money, otherwise forget it. Watching the contemptuous look, Lin Tian clenched his fists and then turned to leave. In his eyes, these bankers were nothing but bloodsuckers of society. They never thought about helping society or revitalizing industry. All they did was either little money in the pockets of ordinary people. Withdrawal limits requiring an appointment to withdraw large sums, then asking for all kinds of documents only to finally tell you it's still not possible. Or if someone dies in an accident, they still demand that the deceased come to the bank in person to prove it, and even direct relatives are useless, otherwise they won't allow the withdrawal. Such practices were utterly disgusting. If Lin Tian hadn't been desperate, he wouldn't have bothered with these people at all. But now his factory was desperately waiting for this lifeline. As he frowned again, a voice suddenly rang out. In response to the national development and construction requirements, a reward announcement is now open to all sectors of society. Anyone who can produce a special steel cable meeting the following parameters can contact us by phone. The reward is 60 million and specific requirements can be discussed in detail. Hearing the noise, Lin Tian instinctively turned his gaze toward the bank entrance where a crowd had gathered. The more I look at these parameters, the more absurd they seem. This can't be a joke, can it? Just look at the impact force required. Hundreds of tons. The demands on the steel are simply too extreme. Indeed, and what about the toughness test? Demanding both high strength and high toughness. What exactly is this cable meant for? No idea. By the way, old boy, aren't you always boasting that your plant is one of the top steel manufacturers in the province? Don't you feel tempted by the prize? Upon hearing this, Bai Chio's face flushed slightly. He folded his arms and said with a tone of irritation, "You think I don't want to claim the prize? But look at the steel cable parameters. This isn't a matter of wanting. It's a matter of being able to do it." With that, he pursed his lips contemptuously. Early that morning, they had been summoned by the president of Longqing Bank for a meeting, assuming it was about some fund allocation. But upon arrival, they found it was far more complicated. Every influential figure and steel mill owner in the province was present. Even officials from higher authorities had come, and the president of Longqing Bank could only sit on the sidelines. The task at hand was to develop a specialized steel cable. At first they thought, how hard could a steel cable be? Just a simple job, right? But after hearing the requirements, even these veteran steel manufacturers were left speechless. The initial impact force alone was hundreds of tons, not to mention the requirements for toughness, corrosion resistance, and high temperature tolerance. It wasn't just difficult, it was extraordinarily difficult. Yet the offered reward was so enticing that after the meeting they had gathered again at the bank entrance, studying the announcement and discussing strategies. Just as the crowd was pondering how on earth this cable could be manufactured, a young figure stepped into their view. Unlike the middle-aged balding men in their outdated suits, this young man had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a ruddy complexion, and a youthful, handsome face that stood in stark contrast to theirs. He was like a crane among chickens. Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, everyone present was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Who is this guy? No idea. So young. Probably runs a small broke factory with no money or technology. Why is he even looking at this? Bai Chio stepped forward, intending to say, "Young man, don't bother, this has nothing to do with you." But before he could speak, the other's words made him swallow his words. "I think I can make this cable." Lin Tian's casual remark struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, and everyone turned to stare at him. Even Bai Chio stepped closer. Having worked in the steel industry for years, he knew how outrageous the parameters were. They were far beyond what any normal steel cable could achieve. The impact force requirement alone would eliminate 99 of the manufacturers, let alone the other performance demands. Combined, as far as he knew, no steel plant in the country, including their own, could produce such a cable. If someone could, they would undoubtedly dethrone even the province's top steel mill, or even the nation's #1. That was why they all cared so much. Who wouldn't want the title of the nation's best? Young man, are you serious? You're young, but your tone is big. Even we veteran first-line factories can't meet these specs. How could you? It wasn't that they looked down on Lin Tian, but his age and appearance simply lacked credibility. Besides, if he truly possessed such advanced manufacturing skills, he would have been famous long ago, not applying for bankruptcy protection. They glanced at the loan application still clutched in Lin Tian's hand with the words, "Not approved," clearly visible. Seeing that a smirk flickered across their faces, Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to respond. Over the years, though he had earned a decent amount, he had poured even more into research and development. Even with the help of the system, technological RD was a money-devouring beast. He had no spare funds for publicity, so his reputation remained low. It was natural that no one recognized him, but that didn't matter. Staring at the announcement, Lin Tian's heart pounded. The more he examined the parameters, the more certain he became that his factory could produce this cable. In fact, they didn't even need to manufacture it. They already had over 200 such cables stockpiled in their warehouse, all produced on his previous orders. At the time, he had believed that such high-performance cables would attract massive demand, drawing crowds of buyers. But the result was bitterly disappointing. Apart from a few large domestic cruise ship manufacturers expressing interest in a small purchase, other factories showed no interest at all. Some even bluntly called the cables worthless, claiming no ship would ever need such specifications. That period had been the toughest for the factory. But now everything seemed to be turning around. Looking at the prize money, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with hope. If his company could secure this funding, it might truly revive from the brink of death. He would also have more capital to develop and research future technologies. With these thoughts, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed. Then he smiled and said, "I can indeed make this cable." The crowd stared at him stunned. Could this kid really have the skills? But it seemed too absurd. If even they couldn't do it, how could this young man possibly succeed? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, a familiar voice came from behind. A middle-aged man in a suit and glasses with a refined and gentle demeanor walked out of the bank, saying as he went, "Director Wong, please keep a close eye out. If any manufacturer meeting our construction requirements comes by, contact us immediately." Upon hearing this, Director Wong nodded and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Assistant Jiang. As soon as a suitable manufacturer appears, we'll get in touch with you right away. Supporting national construction is our duty too." With that, he gestured politely. Jiang Yisun merely smiled faintly. Recently, he had been traveling extensively for the industrial survey. This was the fourth city he had visited, and at each stop, he went straight to the largest local bank. Because more than others, these bankers held detailed information about manufacturers and understood the local business environment. They knew a city's industrial capabilities and the state of its factories better than anyone. However, despite the meetings and the announcements, the results were less than satisfactory. None of the local steel plants were capable of manufacturing the aircraft carriers or arresting cables. Thinking of his mentor's expectations and the increasingly tight development schedule, Jiang Yisun's brow furrowed. Was China really going to be a laughingstock to the world this time? At that moment, his mood was heavy. Then a voice beside him said, "Assistant Jiang, someone here claims they can build it." At some point, Bai Chiu had already arrived before Jiang Yisun, looking at Lin Tian with a mocking smile. In his view, this Lin Tian was simply too arrogant. A small factory on the verge of bankruptcy dared to speak so boldly before them. It was simply a stain on their business environment. They had to teach him a lesson. "Assistant Jiang, someone here claims they can manufacture it." He couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian in the crowd. Everyone else also tactfully turned their gazes toward Lin Tian. In their view, Lin Tian was just showing off his tongue. If he really had the skills, would he have gone bankrupt? Now confronted by their questioning, he must be feeling utterly ashamed. But to their surprise, Lin Tian stood tall, meeting Jiang Yisun's gaze, and said, "I can indeed manufacture this steel cable." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone present was stunned. Even Jiang Yisun stood frozen in place. After a long moment, he asked, "What? You say you can manufacture it? Do you know what you're saying?" Others might not know what this steel cable was for, but he certainly did. That was an aircraft carrier arresting cable, not some cheap rubber band. The technology involved was such that very few manufacturers across the entire Blue Star could produce it. Even his own mentor had researched it for over a year before attempting to make it, and yet still failed. It could be said that the technical difficulty was absolutely top-notch. Now this young man claims he can manufacture it. Who would believe that? Although age doesn't represent everything, judging by Lin Tian's attire and appearance, he was clearly just a small factory owner. How could he possibly master such high-end technology? For a moment, even Jiang Yisun felt a trace of doubt. He then turned his gaze to Manager Wang behind him, as if to ask if he knew this man. Manager Wang was also taken aback. In his memory, he couldn't have no recollection of a factory that mastered such high-end technology like Lin Tian's. After all, well-off steel manufacturers usually kept in touch with him and gave him some favors. He had no impression of this Lin Tian at all. The manager who was at the counter saw this scene and hurried over, then whispered to Lin Tian, "Director, don't listen to his nonsense. If he really had that technology, would his entire factory be so poor that it had to apply for bankruptcy protection, and would we be lending him money? I think he's just here to scam a loan." Hearing this, Jiang Yisun's brow furrowed. Although he also wanted to solve the arresting cable problem, he wasn't so desperate as to seek help from a small factory. "Brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak carelessly. Do you know our parameter requirements?" Lin Tian nodded, then said with utmost seriousness, "Our factory can fully produce the steel cable with these parameters. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to inspect." Hearing this, Jiang Yisun's expression changed. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Tian before him, then said, "Please wait a moment." With that, he couldn't help but take out his phone and report the news to his mentor. Back at the Dragon Kingdom Science and Technology Research Institute, staring at the latest experimental report, Luo Heping's brows had never relaxed. All the impact tests had failed. This arresting cable was like a noose around the neck of the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft carrier program, tightly binding them. It was ready to destroy their aircraft carrier endeavor at any moment. Is there really no solution? Looking at the experimental data before him, Luo Heping's face turned somewhat grim. Recently, the military had repeatedly applied for the aircraft carrier's sea trials, but all had been suppressed by him. Even so, he couldn't delay much longer. In at most 1 month, their aircraft carrier would undergo its first sea trial. By then, both domestic and international media would be watching the Dragon Kingdom's test. If what they presented was merely a semi-finished product, would there be any point in the test? Or could an aircraft carrier without an arresting cable truly be called an aircraft carrier? Thinking this, Luo Heping rubbed his temples. Just then, an assistant suddenly rushed in from outside, gasping for breath. Dean Luo's senior brother Jiang is on the phone. He says there's progress on the arresting cable. Hearing this, everyone in the institute looked up like groundhogs staring at the newcomer. Their faces were full of astonishment. Luo Heping was also stunned for a moment, then shot up from his seat. Without a word, he walked to the communication room. Picking up the phone, he asked, "Eason, what's this about the arresting cable?" Hearing his mentor's urgent tone, Jiang Eason was also startled. In his impression, his mentor had always been elegant and easygoing. When had he ever been so flustered? But thinking of this breakthrough, his heart also trembled. Jiang Eason lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, there's news about the arresting cable. Someone in Longqing City says they can manufacture the steel cable we need. Our aircraft carrier program is saved." Upon hearing this, Luo Heping was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. In fact, ever since the announcement was made, he had never held much hope. Reality was just as he had thought. The major steel mills simply couldn't produce the steel cable he wanted. After all, manufacturing an aircraft carrier arresting cable was one of the world's most difficult technologies. How could some private enterprises manage it? Thus, he had never placed any hope on this front. Yet now Jiang Eason was telling him that among private enterprises there truly was someone who could manufacture it. To him, this was simply unbelievable. Thinking this, he took a deep breath and said, "Are you sure he can really produce the arresting cable?" Although he was excited that someone in the country could produce the arresting cable, years of research mindset had made him a habit never take it seriously without seeing the final result. After all, it was still hard for him to believe that a private enterprise could manufacture an aircraft carrier arresting cable. Jiang Eason naturally understood his mentor's character. He glanced at Lin Tian and found that the other's eyes were shining as he looked at him without any evasion. Clearly, the other party was very confident in his own product. Thinking this, he said, "Teacher, I don't know the specifics, but he says he can produce it. He'll send you his address. You can come and inspect." Hearing this, Luo Heping pondered for a moment, then immediately agreed. After hanging up, he headed straight for the door without even taking off his lab coat. The soldiers at the gate were all startled to see Luo Heping leaving, and they all came forward to ask, "Dean Luo, where are you going?" "Longqing City Longqing Company." After simply stating the address, Luo Heping immediately ordered a car. In no time, the entire research institute began to move. Everyone knew well what Dean Luo had been troubled about lately. Could it be that the research had made new progress? No one dared to be negligent. They immediately drove to Longqing City. At the entrance of Longqing Company, Yang Wenhua was standing outside with his staff, having just received a call from Lin Tian instructing him to bring everyone to the entrance to welcome someone. Lin Tian hadn't specified whom they were to receive, but given the state of their factory, what else could it be? Wasn't it just to welcome the debtor? He wasn't the only one thinking this. All the employees shared the same thought. To be honest, the only reason they remained at the factory was out of loyalty to Lin Tian himself. Over the years, Lin Tian had treated them well, and they remembered it. If the factory were to be transferred later, they would choose to leave. Just as everyone was thinking this, a military green off-road jeep with camouflage paint and blank license plates appeared before them. Behind it followed 2 dark green military trucks heading straight toward them. Everyone was stunned at the sight. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be the debtor? Why are there military vehicles? Exactly, could it be that Boss Lin borrowed money from the military? Watching this scene unfold, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Wenhua was completely bewildered. Hadn't Lin Tian said he was going to find a way? Had he misunderstood Lin Tian's meaning? Or was this the solution, having the military take over their factory? As a team of researchers in white coats and a group of heavily armed soldiers stepped out of the vehicles, Yang Wenhua was utterly stunned. What exactly had Lin Tian done? The employees were so terrified they dared not even breathe. A small factory on the brink of bankruptcy, suddenly surrounded by a swarm of soldiers. How absurd could this get? A light cough sounded. An elderly scholar with graying temples stepped out of the jeep, frowning as he surveyed the surroundings. He turned to Jiang Eason behind him. "Is this the company you said could produce specialized steel cables?" Seeing the desolation inside, the rusted gate, the crumbling outer walls, Luo Heping's face showed a flicker of doubt. Jiang Eason behind him was also stunned. although Lin Tian had told him about the factory's dire straits and financial state during their previous visit. This situation was far worse than expected. Even his heart raced. Was this guy deceiving him? Behind them, bank manager Wang and Bai Chiu, who had driven their own cars, watched the dilapidated factory with barely concealed smirks. Mr. Lin, is this your company? Looking at the crumbling scene before him, Bai Chiu couldn't help but laugh. As the steel magnate of the entire province, he had insisted on coming to see for himself. What kind of person could produce a steel cable that even his own factory couldn't manufacture? He refused to believe that this younger man truly possessed such skill. If he did, then the reputation of his province's top steel factory would be nothing but a joke. Bank manager Wang's motives were even simpler. As the banking representative of Dragon City, he had repeatedly proclaimed his support for government policies to boost high-tech industries, all to expand his influence. As a result, he had received considerable favor from higher-ups along with special subsidies and had even been named an outstanding banker. But now Lin Tian's situation was a direct slap in his face. So he too had to come and investigate. Upon seeing Lin Tian's factory, the unease in his heart began to dissipate. Boss Lin, where is your steel cable? Hearing this, Lin Tian said nothing, merely looked at Yang Wenhua and said, Uncle Yang, go to production line 21. Over the years, all their funds had been poured into R&D and equipment maintenance, leaving nothing for exterior repairs. Thus the factory looked rather dilapidated, but that didn't hinder their research. At Lin Tian's words, Yang Wenhua snapped out of his daze. Though still unclear about the situation and the purpose of this visit, he knew one thing: this inspection would likely determine the company's survival. Taking a deep breath, he said, follow me. Leading the way, they soon arrived at a shabby-looking workshop. With a loud bang, the door was flung open. Inside, rows of steel machinery stood arranged. Yang Wenhua introduced enthusiastically, this is a stamping press. This is a large hinge. As Yang Wenhua spoke, Luo Heping's eyes grew brighter. As an aircraft carrier research expert, he knew precisely what processes were required to manufacture a qualified carrier arresting cable. The deeper he explored, the more astonished he became by the capabilities of Lin Tian's factory. Finally, when Yang Wenhua presented a completed section of steel wire rope, Luo Heping's entire body trembled. His speech faltered. Let me see it. He snatched the cable from the other's hand, and the moment he touched it, an electric jolt ran through him. He immediately examined the specifications attached to it. Impact force directly reaches 120 tons. Toughness fully meets standards. Corrosion resistance and other parameters also conform. With each parameter that met the requirements, Luo Heping's heart trembled more violently, and the surging emotions within him grew stronger. His eyes grew moist. The researchers behind him gasped in unison, for they realized that Lin Tian's factory had not only produced a cable that met their requirements, but had even exceeded them in some parameters. It was simply incredible. Luo Heping continued reading the remaining parameters, his eyes growing more teary with each line. For so many years they had dreamed of Dragon Nation possessing its own aircraft carrier, the only way for the nation to truly stand tall. To this end, they had willingly left their homes and endured loneliness, dedicating themselves to the nation's carrier construction industry. Yet now, while most of the carrier's construction was complete, a single arresting cable remained an insurmountable obstacle, as hopeless as the Milky Way. Western embargoes, allies, sabotage. They had even been forced to study a broken, discarded section of an arresting cable. Only they knew how much hardship had been endured, all in pursuit of perfecting this technology. Despite this, the research remained despairingly difficult. They had experimented 100 times and failed 100 times. Even Luo Heping had felt despondent and resigned, believing the great power dream had shattered. But now the very cable he had dreamed of day and night lay before him. Looking at this steel rope, he could almost see the Dragon Nation's carriers sailing the oceans. He could also see the foreigners a month later shedding their arrogant expressions and finally regarding them with true respect. His breath grew hot with emotion. Gazing at the cold steel rope in his hand, his heart burned with fervor. They had spent so long researching this, yet Lin Tian had already conquered it, and its performance far exceeded expectations. What would have happened if they had announced the parameters earlier? A wry smile crossed his face, but then his brow furrowed. Though the technical issue was resolved, the arresting cable was a consumable item. A single carrier typically required 4 cables replaced every 100 landings, meaning a major training exercise would necessitate a full replacement. And the sea trial was imminent. Did Lin Tian have enough stock? If the machinery were started, what would the production capacity be? Looking at the idle machines and the empty workshop, Luo Heping's brow furrowed slightly. There was no doubt that Lin Tian had already proven to them that they possessed the capability to manufacture arresting wires for aircraft carriers. However, Luo Heping's expression remained somber. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the steel cable data didn't meet the standards? But that shouldn't be the case. He had reviewed their requirements, and their data seemed to align perfectly. As if afraid Lin Tian might misunderstand, Luo Heping hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. Boss Lin, how much more of this steel cable do you have in stock? Or rather, can you guarantee a stable supply in the future? To be honest, this entire procurement will be used for military purposes. The prototype is for aircraft carrier arresting wires, and we need a large batch urgently. Can you start production right away? Hearing these words by Chiu behind him was completely stunned. The words aircraft carrier arresting wires were pounding against his nerves. No wonder the parameters for these cables were so demanding. They were for carrier arresting gear. He had previously doubted their capabilities and even accused them of being young and arrogant. But now, he was the fool. Lin Tian with a factory like this could produce arresting wires for carriers, but what about them? Despite holding vast resources, they couldn't produce a single thing. Thinking of this, he felt so ashamed he wished he could crawl into a hole. However, Lin Tian was truly extraordinary. A private enterprise taking on military work. Thinking about this by Chiu and the other veteran steel mill owners were left speechless. But they quickly resolved to go back and reprimand their RD departments. Look at them, then look at Lin Tian. Aren't they ashamed? They should all take a pay cut and reflect on their failures. At this moment, Lin Tian was unaware of his peers' thoughts. He simply looked at Luo Heping, and upon hearing the hesitant tone he frowned and asked, "Exactly how many do you need?" Luo Heping glanced at Jiang Yisin behind him, hesitated for a moment, and then held up 8 fingers. 8,000. Lin Tian said with some uncertainty. Honestly, given their current machine speed and inventory, 8,000 custom steel cables would be quite a challenge. However, if the funds were in place and the workers put in overtime, they could probably finish within a month. Hearing the number Lin Tian stated, Luo Heping was taken aback. 8,000. That's insane. These are aircraft carrier arresting wires, not children's toys. Were they so cheap and easy to produce? He quickly shook his head and said, "It's 800 and we need delivery within a month." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian with some trepidation. Asking them to restart the production line and deliver 800 arresting wires in a month was indeed asking a lot. But from the carrier's initial testing to subsequent onboard trials and a month of sea trials, a large number of arresting wires were needed to be prepared. Their RD had hit a wall, and their only hope was Lin Tian's factory. If he was unwilling, they'd have no choice but to lower their demands to 600 wires. With this in mind, he looked at Lin Tian, who remained silent, staring back at him with a peculiar expression. Luo Heping's brow furrowed slightly. Was the production too difficult, or had they lost too many workers? Honestly, he could completely understand their predicament. The process of making an arresting wire from material selection to final production was incredibly intricate. The technical requirements were also high, something they had learned during their own RD. If Lin Tian refused, they wouldn't be surprised, but their subsequent tests would certainly suffer. Just as everyone was speculating, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and said, "Only 800. Don't you want more?" Hearing this, Luo Heping and Jiang Yisin froze in place, their pupils contracting as they stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Only 800. Wasn't 800 already a lot? They couldn't even produce a single one after hundreds of attempts, yet Lin Tian made it sound so simple. Luo Heping took a deep breath and with a slightly trembling voice asked, "How many do you have in stock?" Lin Tian thought carefully and then said seriously, "If I remember correctly, there should be over 1,000 tons of steel cable in the warehouse, probably around 2,000 pieces. If that's not enough, I can have the workers start overtime production immediately. We already have a smooth production line running. And most of the workers are still here. Producing 200 to 300 a day is no problem." Hearing this, Luo Heping couldn't help but gasp, his body shivering slightly. Blessing for Dragon Country. Having you is truly a blessing for the nation. Undoubtedly, Lin Tian's words meant that from now on the Dragon Country would completely break free from its dependence on other nations for arresting wires, achieving true self-sufficiency. How many other countries in the world could claim the same? Even the Gauls and the John Bulls couldn't manage this, could they? Thinking this, he immediately asked Lin Tian to lead the way. When the warehouse doors were opened, even with prior preparation, Luo Heping was stunned by the sight before him. Neatly stacked bundles of pristine packaged steel cables lay quietly in the warehouse, as if waiting for something. The dust on them revealed the fate these national treasures had suffered. Heroes with no place to serve. Or perhaps they just lacked a discerning eye to discover them. If they had launched the industrial survey earlier, would things have been different? If they had started the industrial survey earlier, would they have overcome their challenges sooner? Why had they been struggling so hard, causing themselves such misery? What was an insurmountable problem for them was nearly scrap metal to Lin Tian. Looking at the stacks of cables before him, the corner of Luo Heping's mouth twitched involuntarily. Then his face flushed with excitement, and a fire lit up in his eyes. Why was such a capable manufacturer left unrecognized? By all logic, shouldn't this unit be a key focus for the provincial capital? How could this have happened? They couldn't even get a loan for bankruptcy protection. He remembered that the Dragon Country had special funding allocated for high-tech enterprises. Had it been misappropriated or held up? With this thought, he turned his gaze to President Wang behind him. Seeing everyone looking at him, President Wang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He had indeed told his manager to ignore those so-called high-tech enterprises and divert the funds first. As for their bankruptcy, what did that have to do with them? In the past, this had been a foolproof way to profit, but who would have thought they'd run into this today? Who could have imagined that a small factory on the verge of bankruptcy was producing military-grade arresting wires for carriers? And who would have thought that Lin Tian's factory would attract such high-level attention? Looking at Jiang Yisun and the others, President Wang was cursing his subordinate out in his mind. Damn it, even when you don't give out loans, you should at least look at who you're dealing with. They've already developed carrier arresting wires, and you're still holding back the funds. It's just inexcusably stupid. Director Wang, can you explain what's going on here? Was the funds allocated by the higher-ups meant for you to do this? Is this what you call boosting industry? By the last few words, even the usually mild-tempered Luo Heping was visibly angered, his tone heavy. Honestly, he didn't want to throw his weight around, but this time the other party had crossed the line. If they hadn't conducted this industrial survey, wouldn't enterprises like Lin Tian's have faded into obscurity, facing bankruptcy and liquidation, with their high-tech knowledge vanishing with them? If that had happened, it would not only be a tragedy for Lin Tian, but for the entire national defense industry of Dragon Country. It would be like cutting off one's own arms. Moreover, these people weren't short on funds. The higher-ups had allocated special funds, but they kept them idle, even embezzling them. Utterly despicable. Indeed, bankers are all the same, quicker than anyone when it comes to grabbing money, but when asked to part with it, they find it worse than death, even if the money isn't theirs in the first place. With that thought, Luo Heping frowned deeply, his cold gaze fixed on Director Wang. Under that piercing stare, Director Wang swallowed, nervously, his heart pounding. Turning to Lin Tian, he forced a smile more bitter than a cry. Elder Luo, please calm down. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. It was the subordinates who were negligent. I had told them to actively respond to the national development strategy and respect every entrepreneur, but they didn't listen. Elder Luo, rest assured, once I return, I guarantee I'll fire that person. Recalling that fool who had caused him such embarrassment, he seethed with anger. Damn him for not even choosing who to reject. He turned to smile at Luo Heping and Jiang Yisun, but they remained expressionless. Seeing this, cold sweat trickled down Director Wang's back. These two, though not in his line of business, held high positions and were military personnel. He definitely couldn't afford to offend them, or his bank would be in trouble. With a resolute clench of his teeth, he said to Lin Tian, President Lin, rest assured, from now on, if you need any related matters handled, we won't hesitate. We'll lend you as much as you need at the lowest market interest rate, okay? And I'm personally willing to give up some assets. Consider it a boost to industry. Hearing this, Bai Qiu and the others looked at Lin Tian with envy, unable to imagine getting such low-interest loans. Lin Tian was slightly surprised as well. Though the company's immediate survival was now secured, besides steel technology, many of its high-tech ventures were still dormant. With this injection of capital, his road to recovery could be faster and steadier. Drones seemed to be a money-burning field, and nuclear energy was another, both waiting for him to explore. At that thought, Lin Tian smiled slightly and said, Then I thank Director Wang in advance. Director Wang immediately waved his hand. No, don't mention it. But his heart was bleeding. He resolved to deduct this expense from his employees' wages, especially that stupid manager. Head deduct heavily. That clueless fool. Seeing Lin Tian accept, Luo Heping said no more. Undoubtedly, this industrial survey had resolved a major problem for them. Next, he couldn't wait to start his own research, but before that he had to discuss the matter of the arresting cables with Lin Tian. Now that the other party had the goods and the production line, they couldn't let it go to waste. That would be a terrible waste of resources. With that thought, he said, Shaolin, rest assured, I'll report the bonus to the higher-ups immediately. As for the arresting cables, how about we settle at $1 million USD per cable? We'll have a long-term partnership. You supply monthly, we purchase steadily, and we'll also exempt various taxes. How about that? Hearing this offer and these conditions, Bai Qiu and the others were nearly weeping with envy. A dedicated procurement, stable and reliable, who wouldn't want that? And most importantly, the tax exemption. Those were benefits only given to military enterprises, even though it wasn't explicitly stated. But everyone knew that from now on Longxing Company would be a military factory. After all, which private enterprise could build aircraft carrier arresting cables? In all of Dragon Country, they were the only one. So although Lin Tian's company was nominally private, it already enjoyed military treatment. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Why couldn't they be in his shoes? Luo Heping and the others, however, felt that the terms were still too harsh for Lin Tian. Despite the high price they offered, arresting cables were inherently priceless. A country with this industry is completely different from one without it. That's why the Eagle Country had dared to ask for 10 million USD per cable. They took advantage of the fact that you didn't have it. If you needed it, you had to buy from them. And the Bear Country simply refused to sell it all. Moreover, if not for Lin Tian's intervention, their aircraft carrier construction would still be stuck at the arresting cable stage. So their offer wasn't particularly generous. Lin Tian, for his part, didn't mind much, because when they had dealt with foreigners before, the terms had been even harsher. Besides, it was clear the other party had no good intentions. A single arresting cable now had a market price of about $1.2 million US, and even then they weren't willing to sell. They'd add a bunch of unequal clauses and so on. And that person who had earlier shown interest in purchasing their technology definitely knew the value of these steel cables, yet had tried to take their goods, even the core technology, for a mere $6 million USD per cable. Truly malicious intent. With that thought, Lin Tian let out a long sigh and said, no problem. As long as the funds are in place, the arresting cables won't be an issue. With that, both men laughed. They then began discussing the specifics. After concluding, Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "Rest assured, I'll have these cables shipped by sea to you right away." Undoubtedly, closing this deal was a huge boost for Lin Tian's company. Just this capital injection alone was enough to restart a series of projects, such as nuclear fusion R&D and drone development, all of which were his future directions. It could be said that this funding brought his entire factory back to life, and the subsequent military enterprise treatment gave him wings. This achievement was akin to a phoenix reborn. His factory was about to undergo a true baptism of fire. Thinking of this, Lin Tian looked ahead, his fists clenched slightly, his eyes gleaming with light. Inside the Ministry of National Defense of the Dragon Nation, the spacious conference room was filled to capacity. Every military officer sat upright, the golden stars on their shoulders attesting to their ranks. Documents were laid out on the long central table. Suddenly, the general at the head of the table rose, slammed his palms flat on the surface, took a deep breath, and glared at the assembled crowd. "Take a good look. How many times has this happened now? How many times this year? Another merchant ship seized? When will we finally have our own aircraft carrier? When will we have our own surface combat strength? Are we the great dragon nation destined to be confined to a corner of the world?" With these final words, Long Zhangwo pounded the table violently. The entire table rattled under his blows, and everyone held their breath. In recent days, the Eagle Nation's warships had frequently intruded upon their waters, and had even unjustly detained their merchant ships on the high seas. These were indisputable facts, all because they did not possess a single aircraft carrier of their own. At the thought of this, everyone present clenched their fists. They had endured so much hardship over the years for the sake of development, yet the so-called aircraft carrier remained an unattainable dream. The grand dream of the nations surging eastward seemed as distant as ever. After speaking, Long Zhangwo closed his eyes, fury blazing within, yet he felt utterly helpless. The Dragon Nation was unlike the Eagle Nation, which was surrounded by weak neighbors and could develop in peace. The Dragon Nation had been forged through fire since its inception, and even after its founding it faced endless crises and blockades. Even the land of the rising sun dared to trample on them, and the dispute over those islands had always been a point of contention. But without a powerful navy, without their own maritime force, they could only watch helplessly. And how many people back home still naively believed that by clinging to the Eagle Nation, they could secure a life of peace? How could that possibly be true? Would the other side let them live in peace? They didn't before, and they want now. The Dragon Nation must surge eastward. The great Dragon Nation will never be subjugated. However, the sword for that eastward surge was still nowhere in sight. Thinking of the carrier's construction, Long Zhangwo gritted his teeth and spoke with suppressed anger. "Has the Academy of Sciences still not delivered news on the carrier's arresting gear? Must we continue to wait?" At this, everyone's gaze fell upon the Academy's representative Li Ji. He and Luo Heping were both heads of the Dragon Nation's carrier project, one handling practical operations, the other researching resources, and serving as the Academy's representative to the military. Hearing Long Zhangwo's words, Li Ji's heart sank with distress. Honestly, it wasn't that they didn't want to speed things up, but the carrier was an immensely complex undertaking. Their research had started from scratch. Of course, he understood Long Zhangwo's frustration, but carrier development wasn't something that could be rushed into existence. Moreover, the research hadn't been without breakthroughs. Recalling the message Luo Heping had sent him, he paused for a moment before speaking. "General Long, in fact, the carrier's development has recently achieved a major breakthrough. The arresting gear technology has been solved." Hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned, then rose to their feet. They all understood the significance of those words. The carrier's construction was already 80% complete. Once the arresting gear was installed, the entire vessel would essentially meet its initial operational requirements. At least it wouldn't be, as foreign media claimed, that the Dragon Nation's carrier was merely a coffin at sea. But when had this research succeeded? Why hadn't they heard about it from Luo Heping? Hadn't he said just recently that the arresting gear was only 70% complete? How had it been suddenly finished? They were eager, but not so desperate as to believe everything they heard. Long Zhangwo frowned, his tone skeptical. "You're saying the arresting gear is already developed?" Li Ji swallowed hard. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, based on his recent conversations with Luo Heping, the arresting gear should indeed be complete. However, the method of its completion was quite unexpected. It wasn't a sudden stroke of genius or a technological explosion at the Academy that cracked the problem. It had been purchased from a private enterprise on the verge of bankruptcy. After a moment's deliberation, Li Ji nodded and said, "That's correct, the arresting gear is complete. But it wasn't developed by us. It was procured from a private company." The moment he finished speaking, the room fell into absolute silence. Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment, as if they couldn't grasp the meaning of his words. Even Long Zhangwo's mind went blank for a moment before he stammered, "A private company." In their minds, private companies were just small-time merchants and peddlers. How could they have developed carrier arresting gear, and with greater speed and efficiency than the Dragon Nation's Academy of Sciences? It was utterly absurd. Seeing Long Zhangwo's gaze upon him, Li Ji's face flushed with embarrassment. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the truth was that the arresting gear technology had indeed been provided by a private enterprise. And according to Luo Heping, when he discovered it, they had already stockpiled over 1,000 tons of the material. In other words, while they were still struggling to develop the arresting gear, the other side had already perfected it and left it gathering dust in a warehouse. At the thought, his face twitched in frustration. What a damn mess. But if it meant completing the carrier, what was a little embarrassment compared to that? If the other side had more technologies like this, he'd gladly throw away his pride entirely. With his head lifting slightly, he nodded with conviction and said, "That's right, a private company. And today they're shipping a massive order. Hey Race, their shipping manifest and the cable specifications." He pushed an order form across the table. It showed a purchase order for carrier arresting gear, over 1,000 tons in total, with a commitment to stable supply in the future. As Long Jiangwo looked at the specifications and the reliable source, a storm of emotions surged within him. The arresting gear technology that had choked the Dragon Nation for so long had finally been conquered. This was not just their victory, it was a victory for the entire nation. This breakthrough signified that the Dragon Nation's carrier program was entering a new era. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, they would truly possess a carrier of their own. If they had only dreamed of it before today, looking at this order, they could finally rest easy. Let's go. We're heading to the shipyard to see this shipment. And to see just who this mysterious boss is. With that, Long Jiangwo rolled up the order form and headed straight for the shipyard without another word. The shipment was due to arrive in the afternoon. The generals in the conference room, seeing Long Jiangwo leave, quickly followed suit. The Jiangnan River Basin, one of the busiest waterways within the Dragon Kingdom. This route was the customary passage for major merchant vessels, with an endless stream of ships traversing it. Numerous cargo ships of every kind could be seen, yet when faced with Lin Tian's merchant vessel, all of them could not help but halt and observe. Then they marveled in astonishment, not because they were unacquainted with grand sights, but because Lin Tian's ship was exceptionally dazzling. The colossal hull sailed across the sea like a monstrous beast, with goods neatly stacked upon it, making the entire vessel resemble an aircraft carrier. Their own ships seemed as insignificant as fishing boats in comparison, a sight that left one speechless. Some foreign tourists, upon seeing Lin Tian's ship, were utterly stunned. Oh my god, the Dragon Kingdom actually has such a massive cargo vessel. Is this really a cargo ship? I feel like with some modifications it could serve as an aircraft carrier. By the way, are all Dragon Kingdom's merchant ships this enormous? They snapped photos frantically. Lin Tian paid no heed to these remarks. Truth be told, this cargo vessel was indeed a merchant ship, a product of his earlier acquisition of nuclear fission technology. Since its development, it had been stored away in the warehouse, gathering dust like those steel cables. If not for the sheer volume and weight of this shipment, he might never have thought to take this ship out. After all, its appearance was indeed too conspicuous, but at this point he could no longer afford to worry about that. As long as this batch of goods was delivered, the client's funds would be fully transferred, enabling him to fully activate those sealed technologies. With this thought, Lin Tian's eyes blazed with determination. Having been known for his poverty ever since his transmigration, now, with substantial capital, it was indeed time to phase out some businesses. For instance, those carbon fiber fishing rods, which were constantly complained about for yielding no catch, were essentially operating at a loss. Pondering this, Lin Tian unconsciously stroked his chin, his gaze thoughtful as he looked ahead. At the entrance of the Jiangnan shipyard, Luo Heping and Long Jiangwo stood on the embankment, gazing at the sea before them. This aircraft carrier arresting cable was a matter of the Dragon Kingdom's national pride and the future of its carrier program. Hence it demanded utmost attention. Yet the more Luo Heping spoke, the more peculiar Long Jiangwo's expression became. You're saying this private enterprise developed arresting cable technology years ago and has stockpiled over 1,000 tons. Hearing this, Luo Heping's face flushed slightly, and he nodded. Yes, not only that, they've even established a complete production line. Before that, it said that foreign orders also approached them, but they were declined. As he listened, a flicker of doubt crossed Long Jiangwo's face. Foreign orders. Being a military man, he had an innate sensitivity. If everything was truly as Luo Heping claimed, then this arresting cable might not be used solely by them. After all, Luo Heping had already shown him the parameters of the arresting cable crafted by Lin Tian, which were exceedingly formidable. The impact force alone could withstand hundreds of tons. Ordinary merchant ships had no need for such steel cables. Could it be that the Eagle Kingdom's arresting cables were also purchased from here? The thought struck Long Jiangwo, and his expression became extremely vivid. It was well known that the Eagle Kingdom sold them a single arresting cable for tens of millions of US dollars, accompanied by a slew of restrictive clauses. In the end, if they had to import from this very source, then Lin Tian was someone he truly had to meet. He turned his gaze toward the sea, which remained as calm as still water, devoid of any sign of a merchant ship. Seeing the dead silence of the ocean, even Luo Heping furrowed his brows slightly. What was going on? Hadn't they made an appointment earlier? Why was there no movement? Just as everyone was bewildered, a soldier came running over, shouting as he approached. General Long, radar signals indicate a massive object heading our way. It looks like an aircraft carrier. Aircraft carrier. Hearing this, Long Zhangwo raised an eyebrow, frozen in place. The Jiangnan shipyard was a key defense facility, so a missile unit had been stationed there to protect it. Its radar operated around the clock, monitoring all suspicious objects. Now to be told that an aircraft carrier had been detected on the waters within Dragon Kingdom's territory was absurd. The only conventionally powered carrier they had was still docked in port. Where would a new one come from? Could the Eagle Kingdom have barged in after drinking fake liquor? But that was impossible. He was utterly baffled. Luo Heping beside him was equally astonished. In the Dragon Kingdom, besides them, was anyone else researching aircraft carriers? These were national treasures requiring countless technologies to master. This was only for conventional carriers. Nuclear-powered ones were even more unimaginable. How had the Eagle Kingdom dominated the seas for so many years? Precisely through its powerful nuclear-powered carrier fleet. Now, before they had even succeeded in their research, someone within the country had managed to do so. Wasn't that a joke? For a moment, the port descended into chaos. But then Luo Heping suddenly realized something. He remembered that Lin Tian had said he would send the steel cables by sea at this time. Could this be his ship? With this thought, he snatched a telescope from a nearby worker, used for monitoring merchant ships, and peered out to sea. A colossal sea behemoth flying the Dragon Kingdom's flag and painted red on its hull appeared before his eyes. The ship was approaching at a remarkably swift pace, slicing through the water like a giant shark on the horizon, its agility rivaling that of a warship. Far surpassing ordinary merchant vessels. Luo Heping was utterly stunned by the sight. Just how many secrets was Lin Tian keeping from him? Meanwhile, Long Zhangwo also noticed the vessel on the sea, the so-called aircraft carrier. Its massive bulk blotted out the sky, dwarfing ordinary ships like mere toys. Even more terrifying was its surging power. Carrying thousands of tons of cargo, its propulsion was still so formidable, the ship gliding across the sea like a serpent. There was no trace of clumsiness. It was more agile than many warships. Based on his experience, this merchant vessel, if refitted for wartime, could potentially serve as an aircraft carrier. Honestly, if not for the merchant ship logo on the bow, he might have truly believed an aircraft carrier was charging toward them. Watching the ship cleave through the waves, Long Zhangwo drew a sharp breath. Then he stiffly turned his head to look at Luo Heping and said, "This company is really just a private enterprise, right?" Yet gazing at the scene before him, Luo Heping also hesitated. Was Lin Tian's registration truly just a private enterprise? With a thunderous groan, the colossal vessel finally eased against the dock, its massive anchor a sight to behold. Gazing at the Leviathan before him, Luo Heping couldn't help but swallow nervously. He knew that while merchant ships weren't as complex as warships, their engineering was no small feat. The larger the merchant vessel, the greater the construction challenge. A ship like Lin Tian's likely required a monumental effort just for its propulsion system, given its sheer size. It was akin to building an aircraft carrier. He inwardly cursed Lin Tian as a freak of nature, then hurried his team toward the harbor. As soon as Lin Tian stepped ashore, he saw Luo Heping approaching with a group, followed by stern-faced military officers. Yang Wenhua, trailing behind, was taken aback upon seeing their ranks. This was unmistakably a 4-star general. Such high-ranking officers were usually far beyond the reach of ordinary civilians, yet here they were converging in force. Before Luo Heping could introduce him, the general stepped forward and spoke. "Hello, I am Long Zhangwo. Thank you for contributing to our nation's aircraft carrier industry." Gazing at the ship laden with steel cables, Long Zhangwo understood that their carrier program would no longer be held hostage by foreign powers. Their carrier-based aircraft plans would proceed far more smoothly. He was a man of few airs, willing to do anything to bolster the nation's defense. His gratitude was genuine, devoid of any pretense. Yang Wenhua, observing the scene, was slightly startled. In his eyes, these generals were elusive figures rarely seen in person. To see one personally receive their order was perhaps a first for the entire nation. His gaze towards Lin Tian shifted subtly. Lin Tian, for his part, was taken aback by the general's thanks, feeling that his actions were simply his duty. As a citizen of this nation, who wouldn't wish for its growing strength? If he could support the domestic carrier program, he wouldn't hesitate. "General, you flatter me. I am merely a businessman doing what any citizen should. I don't deserve such thanks." Hearing this, Long Zhangwo laughed heartily. Here was a young man, neither servile nor overbearing, always maintaining humility. With such youth, how could the nation's rejuvenation be in doubt? He sighed with deep emotion. "Well said. If every businessman in this country were like you, how wonderful that would be." He shook his head, then looked around, hoping Luo Heping would add something. But the man who had been beside him was nowhere to be seen. His entire team had dispersed, crouching along the embankment, chattering animatedly while staring at the giant vessel. "Look at the draft on this thing. Must be at least 16 meters deep. And check out that outlet. Preliminary guess is a displacement of over 10,000 tons, bigger than some carriers. But how did this freighter with its own weight and cargo move so fast just now? It defies logic. To achieve that speed, a normal ship would need its hull doubled in size just to house the gas turbines. If it were oil-powered, the fuel tanks look way too small to be effective." Overhearing these remarks, Long Zhangwo's brow arched slightly. He had also noticed the peculiarities of Lin Tian's freighter. It wasn't just its immense size, but its agile and powerful speed, something no ordinary merchant ship engine could accomplish. Even their own warships might not match the ease with which Lin Tian had maneuvered his vessel. Could Lin Tian's ship have a fundamentally different engine? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Luo Heping, having heard his subordinates' reports, also began to scrutinize the merchant ship seriously. They were currently building an aircraft carrier, and the arresting gear and propulsion system were their constant sources of agony. The arresting gear problem had been solved thanks to Lin Tian, but the propulsion system remained a persistent headache. Engines had always been a weak point for the nation, not only due to a weak industrial base, but also because high-tech advancements were monopolized by the Eagle Nation and others. The Bear Nation had the technology, but wouldn't share it, and their carrier propulsion was mediocre anyway, belching black smoke and moving like an asthmatic old woman, sluggish and weary. The nation's carriers absolutely couldn't be like that, but saying it was easy, the true difficulty of achieving it was known only to them. They had struggled for ages just with conventional power and had only recently completed a preliminary version. With sea trials looming, they had no time for refinements. They had to make do, but the performance was indeed lacking. Now seeing Lin Tian's merchant ship, his interest was piqued, or perhaps it was more accurate to say his professional instinct had kicked in. Indeed, this ship's displacement is at least 25000 tons. Look at this outlet. Luo Heping pointed with his pen at an opening on the ship's side. Then his gaze shifted to the hull, scrutinizing it with a frown. And this hull? It's hard to believe this is a merchant ship, but if I may say so, there are some design flaws. It's this fuel tank location. For long voyages, it would likely run out of steam. As they were speaking, Lin Tian and Long Zhengwo walked over. Seeing them, Luo Heping stepped forward, grabbed Lin Tian's hand, and said, "Mr. Lin, don't you think there's a problem with your ship's design? I'm not just nitpicking, but the overall structure doesn't conform to standard specifications. These fuel tanks are far too small. With this ship's draft, it can't travel far at all. It would need to stop for refueling after every single trip." Hearing the word refueling, Lin Tian shot a strange look at Yang Wenhua behind him, then said slowly, "Uncle Yang, didn't you tell Mr. Luo that our ship is nuclear-powered?" The moment the words left his mouth, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Only the cries of seagulls echoed in the distance, and the relentless waves crashed against the embankment, as if pounding on their very hearts. Finally, the silence was shattered by a long, low "you" from a distant horn. Luo Heping stumbled back 2 steps, his black pen slipping from his hand. He stared at Lin Tian in utter disbelief. And nuclear-powered. Beside him, Long Zhengwo, the naval commanders, and all the senior officers present drew in sharp collective breaths. They looked at the merchant ship as if they had just seen a ghost, then turned their stunned gazes back to Lin Tian, their faces etched with shock. Long Zhengwo's mouth hung open, words failing him. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier they dreamed of day and night was still a mere fantasy, yet Lin Tian had already sailed in on a nuclear-powered merchant ship. And this very ship was now docked right in front of him, overwhelming him with a profound sense of awe. Lin Tian, looking at their astonished expressions, wore a face of pure innocence, as if to say, "You mean you don't?" Looking at Lin Tian's expression, Luo Heping's graying hair trembled. This was a nuclear-powered merchant ship, and despite being a mere merchant vessel, its operating principles and structure were entirely nuclear-based. No wonder Lin Tian's ship had such a small fuel tank, yet such powerful propulsion. So it was nuclear-powered. At this realization, the crowd was rendered speechless. What kind of world was this? Their aircraft carriers were still stuck on steam power, the so-called conventional carriers. Nuclear power was something they dared not even dream of, and yet Lin Tian. He had already embraced nuclear power outright. It was utterly disheartening. Gazing at the merchant ship before them, everyone present wore a complex expression. Those who had earned the right to join the Academy of Sciences to participate in the Dragon Nation's carrier development were all exceptional talents, the chosen elite. Yet today, facing this cargo vessel, they all felt a profound sense of defeat. Who was the real Academy of Sciences here? While they had failed over 100 times in developing arresting gear technology, Lin Tian had already stockpiled over 1,000 tons of the material, and was even worried about where to store it. While they were still struggling with steam power, Lin Tian had taken it upon himself to adopt nuclear propulsion. The contrast in their standings made them feel like beggars, and a wave of complex emotions washed over their faces. Even Zhang Yisin was taken aback by the technology Lin Tian had revealed. Just what kind of monster had this comprehensive industrial survey unearthed? Meanwhile, Long Zhengwo looked at Lin Tian with utter astonishment. He had thought the arresting gear was already impressive enough, but the next technology Lin Tian revealed was even more unfathomable. Nuclear power directly, and applied to a merchant ship. Their own warships still relied on steam power. For a moment, he even forgot that Lin Tian was from a private enterprise. The way he looked at Lin Tian changed. His gaze was like that of a man spotting a beautiful woman. It startled Lin Tian, who instinctively stepped back and muttered, "Everyone, if there's nothing urgent, I'll be on my way." Hearing this, Luo Heping was jolted and hastily said, "Leave. Where would you go, President Lin? A man like you should stay longer at the Academy of Sciences. Let's exchange some technical ideas." Long Zhengwo quickly chimed in. "Indeed, we should communicate more." "No way. Lin Tian was someone who possessed nuclear power systems. How could they let him walk away? If their carriers could master this technology, the Dragon Nation would have nothing to fear from the Eagle Nation's carriers on the seas. There was no way they were letting Lin Tian leave so soon. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Lin Tian found it hard to decline. He asked Uncle Yang to oversee the unloading of the cargo, then followed the group deep into the Jiangnan shipyard. As one of the 4 most famous shipyards on the planet, this enterprise was naturally a military contractor, and much of what was inside was normally off-limits to visitors. Yet now Luo Heping made no attempt to stop him, leading him straight to the berth where the carrier was under construction. The ship's keel was already laid and various equipment was being installed, but in the power system section, there was a conspicuous emptiness, as if a powerful heart was missing. Long Jiangwo followed behind without saying much. Given Lin Tian's technological prowess, there was little left to conceal. The nuclear technology alone already outpaced their current science by several folds. Along the way, the workers were astonished to see an outsider like Lin Tian in the shipyard, a place that was a military-restricted zone, especially the carrier construction area. Ordinary people could never get in. Yet Lin Tian had not only entered, but his age and attire suggested he was not a professional in the field. Curiosity piqued, but upon seeing Long Jiangwo behind him, they averted their eyes. After the tour, Luo Heping stood before a window gazing solemnly at the carrier below and said in a heavy tone, "So what do you think?" Lin Tian carefully surveyed the vessel below. The technology was rudimentary, the development weak. It was clear the carrier's current state was not promising, and it would likely require significant repairs and modifications down the line. But limited by its power and hull structure, its ceiling was fixed. His brow furrowed slightly as he said slowly, "It's not very optimistic." Luo Heping let out a bitter laugh, then his face turned grave. "But we're going to take this carrier to sea trials in front of the whole world. Those Westerners always say we Dragon people can't build carriers, that we can't master high-tech, that we can't even forge an arresting cable. Today we'll show them. Dragon people are no worse than anyone else." Hearing these words, Lin Tian felt a tremor run through his body. As a Dragon citizen, he had always held immense respect for these military engineers. They gave up lucrative overseas salaries, gave up their personal lives, and devoted themselves to the nation for a lifetime. Such a spirit was not something anyone could achieve. Seeing Lin Tian's reaction, Luo Heping exchanged a glance with Long Jiangwo. Clenching their jaws, they said together, "President Lin, today we have an impertinent request, and we're not sure if you'd be willing to accept it." With that, they both fixed their eyes on Lin Tian. What they were about to ask was for Lin Tian to transfer his nuclear power technology, a request that was by any measure excessive. The research and application of nuclear energy required overcoming countless technical hurdles. It was something that could not be measured in mere money. A mature nuclear application technology was worth no less than an aircraft carrier. It was even more precious, a top-tier secret in every nation. Currently, the only country in the world to fully master and stably apply nuclear power was the Eagle Nation, whose dozen or so nuclear-powered carriers dominated the globe. Even the Gallic Rooster's nuclear carrier relied on Eagle Nation technology. That deal had come with numerous unequal clauses. Now asking Lin Tian to transfer his entire technology suite was something unprecedented worldwide. But they had to ask. This was crucial to the future of the Dragon Nation's carriers. Even if it meant bearing scorn, they had to try. The workers around them watched in stunned silence as Luo Heping and Long Jiangwo both bowed deeply to Lin Tian. They too looked up at him. Seeing these two men, Lin Tian's expression turned serious. He could guess what they were about to ask. Luo Heping stepped forward and said, "President Lin, we hope you can transfer your nuclear power system to us. Name your price, and we can negotiate. We only ask that you share the technology." As he spoke, he raised his graying head, his eyes filled with earnest hope. Long Jiangwo straightened his uniform and looked at Lin Tian with equally intense focus. As a soldier, he was not a man of many words. But this matter concerned the future of the entire Dragon Nation, and he had to swallow his pride, even at the cost of his personal dignity. "We beg of you." Seeing these two white-haired elders willing to fight so hard for the future of their nation, Lin Tian's heart was deeply moved. He was no sage, but he had a patriotic heart. Looking at them, he took a deep breath. Then he stepped forward and said, "Elder Long, Elder Luo, please rise. I am willing to transfer the nuclear power technology for the price of 1 yuan. Furthermore, I'm also willing to assist with the carrier's future upgrades and modifications. 1 yuan. And follow-up aircraft carrier modifications." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Heping's heart churned with overwhelming shock. As the chief designer of Dragon Nation's aircraft carriers, he naturally understood just how extraordinary this gesture was. Not only was Lin Tian gifting them a complete nuclear propulsion technology package, he was also willing to assist with the subsequent carrier construction. Building an aircraft carrier was no trivial matter, and even they lacked extensive experience. Moreover, constructing a nuclear-powered carrier was an even greater challenge. If Lin Tian was willing to share his expertise, it would be a heavenly blessing for the Dragon Nation. The mature nuclear propulsion technology he spoke of was something money alone could not buy. The Eagle Nation had spent over 2 decades and gathered countless brilliant minds to develop their nuclear-powered carrier. And after achieving it, they had guarded the technology, fiercely revealing not a single detail. Forget about buying it. Even if you begged them, they wouldn't give you the time of day. Such cutting-edge technology was a top-tier military secret in any nation. Who would sell it? And even if someone were willing, what price could you possibly offer? 10 billion, 20 billion. A single arresting wire on a conventional carrier could fetch 10 million US dollars, let alone the core nuclear propulsion technology. The knowledge contained within was beyond monetary measure. Each individual technology, if made public, would shake the world, and the integrated system, as a whole, could directly elevate a nation's defense capabilities. Long Zhangguo was well aware of this. As the Minister of Defense for the Dragon Nation, he understood all too well what possessing a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier would mean for his country. Although the numbers wouldn't match the Eagle Nation's fleet, the very existence of such a carrier would carry immense significance. How many nations in the world could independently master nuclear-powered shipbuilding technology? Only the Eagle Nation, perhaps. Others either had half-finished products or couldn't develop it at all. If the Dragon Nation could master this technology and build its first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, it would be a milestone of extraordinary importance for the entire nation. The world would be shaken. And now Lin Tian was willing to transfer this technology for just 1 yuan. To Long Zhangguo, this act was almost beyond description. It was something he had never dared to imagine. This was nuclear propulsion technology, not some cheap commodity like cabbages in a market. If Lin Tian truly wanted to profit from this, he could simply take it to the international market for auction and fetch an astronomical sum. But he didn't do that. He didn't demand an exorbitant price. Instead, he sold it for a single yuan, practically giving it away for free. Long Zhangguo didn't know how to express his gratitude for such a magnanimous act. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian as he rendered a standard military salute with the utmost respect. It was the highest honor he could conceive of to convey his thanks. Luo Heping's eyes welled with tears upon hearing Lin Tian's words. For years they had toiled to develop the Dragon Nation's first domestically built aircraft carrier, striving to ensure the nation could venture into open waters without hesitation. How much had they sacrificed? All for the Dragon Nation to flourish and thrive. Countless scientists had fought on the front lines, dedicating their minds and bodies to this cause, some even passing away with the fervent hope that the Dragon Nation would one day build its own carrier and stand tall in the world. The hardships and sorrows were known only to them. Yet now Lin Tian's act not only fulfilled their long-cherished dream, but also signaled that the Dragon Nation would not just stand. It would stand at the forefront of global carrier technology. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, the white-haired old dean burst into tears. President Lin, I thank you on behalf of my departed comrades. I thank you on behalf of Dragon Nation's scientific research community. With that, Luo Heping began to bow deeply toward Lin Tian, prompting the startled young man to quickly rush forward and stop the esteemed academician. Elder Luo, please get up. I can't accept such a bow from you. What would people think of me if you did this? Lin Tian said, glancing around. Every worker present was staring at him with stunned expressions, their breath seeming to freeze in the air. What had they just witnessed? A general saluting, an academician bowing. Who was this man? Even a head of state might not receive such treatment. And how could the recipient of such reverence be so young? But Luo Heping harbored no such reservations. What was a mere bow compared to this? If more entrepreneurs like Lin Tian existed in the Dragon Nation, what did it matter if he bowed until his head broke? This was nuclear propulsion technology, something countless people could only dream of. Yet Lin Tian was giving it away voluntarily. Who could truly understand the depth of this sentiment? Straightening his back, he declared loudly, what's wrong with this? If everyone in the Dragon Nation had your heart, how could our nation not prosper? And who would dare to criticize? His face flushed with emotion as he spoke. Standing nearby, Long Zhangguo fully understood the old man's feelings. The Dragon Nation had endured too much humiliation over the years. The bombing of its embassy, the hijacking of its cargo ships. These were eternal wounds for its people. If they had mastered this technology earlier, such tragedies might never have occurred. But now they finally had the capital to fight back. Gazing at the carrier before them, it was clear that its emergence would astound the world. The Dragon Nation would no longer be what it once was. Stepping forward to steady Elder Luo, Long Zhangguo waited until the old man's emotions had settled before beginning discussions on the next steps. The subsequent discussions revolved around commercial orders and the technology transfer for the carrier. There were also technical inquiries, questions about the nuclear reactor's temperature, nuclear fission reactions, and more. Lin Tian had thoroughly absorbed all this knowledge after completing his system check-ins, and if the other party wished to delve deeper, he could even explain nuclear fusion technology in detail, as the system had already provided him with the blueprints and information. Given enough time, developing nuclear fusion would not be a distant dream. However, he didn't volunteer this information, simply responding to their questions as they arose. Even so, Long Zhangguo was secretly astonished. Although he wasn't an expert in nuclear energy, he could grasp the depth of the knowledge being exchanged between Lin Tian and Elder Luo. Some of the topics touched on advanced concepts in the nuclear field, yet Lin Tian answered them all with effortless fluency. Watching the young man speak with such confidence and ease, Long Zhangwo began to question his identity. Using nuclear-powered ships for cargo transport, possessing the world-class arresting wire technology, was Lin Tian's company really just a private enterprise? Or perhaps he was hiding even more technology? For a moment, even he couldn't figure it out. But one thing was certain: this industrial survey had hit the jackpot. This wasn't just a survey. They had struck the main artery. Recalling the humiliations of the past and the arrogant postures of foreign media, Long Zhangwo's eyes narrowed with determination. When the nuclear-powered carrier emerged during this sea trial, it would blind the eyes of those petty detractors. Crack! A crisp, sharp sound echoed clearly in everyone's ears. On the table, a report about the latest progress of the Eagle Empire's fleet was flung far away, then abruptly stopped in the middle of the table. On the platform, Long Zhangwo pointed at the report and said coldly, "Look, take a good look. This is the true face of those foreigners." Hearing this, the generals present hurriedly stood up and crowded around. As soon as they opened it, they saw an illustration. In it, Henry, the admiral of the Eagle Empire, was pointing ahead with disdain, with the Black House in the background. The caption read, "Without our help, the Dragon Kingdom cannot even build an arresting wire in 20 years. Their aircraft carrier is nothing but a coffin at sea." Then it went on to enumerate various weaknesses of the Dragon Kingdom, ending with the remark, "The Dragon Kingdom is simply an agricultural nation. Instead of developing its military, it might be more talented at farming." Hearing this, the generals' faces flushed with anger. Li Zhanhao, the hot-tempered army commander, cursed outright. "What agricultural nation? What's wrong with an agricultural nation? Have they forgotten how they were driven away by us mud-legged soldiers back then? Damn it, they just know how to boast in the newspapers. If they have the guts, bring an army to land and have a real fight. They'll beat them to a pulp. They're so full of themselves." As he spoke, Li Zhanhao slammed the table. The Dragon Kingdom had come this far not by cowering or bowing. Back then, with millet and rifles, they had never feared the enemy. Oh, would they fear them now? Absolutely not. He clenched his fist. Long Zhangwo, seeing Li Zhanhao like this, was taken aback, then said with a hint of reproach, "Take your hand off the table. As an army commander, is this how you behave? And you want to bring them to a land battle? What era are we in now? Haven't we learned from the Desert Storm operation back then? Now is the era of aircraft carriers and sea power. Our goal is to firmly pin any invaders outside the Dragon Kingdom, not to fight them on land." After saying this, Long Zhangwo rubbed his temples and leaned back in his chair, looking tired. Undoubtedly, those words were a blatant provocation. They clearly looked down on the Dragon Kingdom. But what could they do? Times had changed. Compared to land warfare, the sea was indeed one of their weaknesses. Otherwise, they wouldn't tolerate the little islands making a fuss. Thinking of this, Long Zhangwo felt heavy-hearted. The Dragon Kingdom, facing the threat of enemy warships, could only defend itself. But to become a great power, they had no choice but to sail eastward into the deep sea. Only then could they truly rise. At the thought of that moment, Long Zhangwo's eyes filled with longing. If the Dragon Kingdom could really achieve that day, he would gladly give his life. But when would that day come? He let out a heavy sigh. Hearing that sigh, everyone felt helpless. Li Zhanhao felt particularly stifled. With his fiery temper, he couldn't stand any offense, and seeing such provocation made his blood boil. Remembering that Luo Heping had been silent for so long, he couldn't help but curse. Why hasn't Lao Luo finished that aircraft carrier yet? How many days have passed? They're about to ride on our faces, and we still have no news. Hearing this, everyone sighed. Building an aircraft carrier was no easy task. Just an arresting wire had held them back for years. If it weren't for Lin Tian's technology, they would still be struggling with experiments. Moreover, this time they were building an entire carrier, and even with Lin Tian's help, they felt it was unlikely. Not that they looked down on their own engineers, but this was a nuclear-powered carrier. The Eagle Empire had spent 20 years developing theirs. How could it be that simple? However, Lin Tian's company was extraordinary. Remembering how he had sailed a nuclear-powered merchant ship, everyone couldn't help but smirk. Maybe this guy could really pull it off. But then they were amused by their own unrealistic thoughts. How could that be? Even if Lin Tian had the skills and the willingness to help. An aircraft carrier was still an aircraft carrier, and nuclear-powered at that. Lin Tian's technology might not be applicable. After all, he was from a private enterprise. They shook their heads. Just as the meeting fell into dead silence, a crisp knock suddenly sounded in the room. Before they could say enter, the door was pushed open forcefully. A man rushed in with excitement, striding to Long Zhangwo's side and shouting, "General Long, latest news from Jiangnan shipyard, carrier No. 1 has succeeded." Hearing this, Long Zhangwo frowned, as if he hadn't processed it yet, but then a thought struck him. His pupils contracted, and he abruptly turned around, swallowing hard as he shouted, "Succeeded. Our carrier has finally been developed." The adjutant beside him nodded heavily. For a moment, everyone's faces flushed with excitement, and their eyes burned with fervor. "Great success. Ha ha ha, great success." Li Zhanhao stood up and laughed heartily, but as he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. How many years had the Dragon Kingdom waited for this moment? Whether army or navy, who didn't want the Dragon Kingdom to grow stronger? If they had had their own nuclear-powered carrier back, then would the embassy have been bombed? Would the cargo ship have been seized? Thinking of this, Li Zhanhao kept patting Shun Qingyang on the back. Old Shun, this time you absolutely have to treat me to a meal. Of course, tonight he'll treat everyone to a big feast. The Navy commander Shin Qingyang was beaming with pride. For years the Dragon Kingdom's navy had been weak, and they often suffered ridicule abroad. They were called a bunch of landlubbers sailing nothing but fishing boats. They had endured so much humiliation and hardship. Even the first Navy commander had to inspect overseas islands on a fishing boat. Yet now not long after they had their own warships. And they were aircraft carriers. It was something he had never dared to dream of before. Without carriers they couldn't stand tall, without carriers the Dragon Kingdom couldn't develop. This pent-up frustration had been lodged in the hearts of the Navy for years. Now hearing that they were about to have carriers, the relief was beyond words. The Dragon Kingdom's navy has finally stood up. Shin Qingyang said each word with emphasis. Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Even Long Jiangwo was deeply moved. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. Today let's see what our country's first aircraft carrier looks like." With that he threw on his coat and hurried toward the shipyard. Beside the expansive dry dock, numerous workers moved along the towers on either side. The colossal gantry crane began to move slowly. Clear the area, move the gantry crane away, and the steel cables on the embankment, remove them all. The water flow at the intake is in place. Hearing these commands, Luo Heping's eyes couldn't help but grow moist. We've finally succeeded. After years of effort, they finally possessed their first aircraft carrier, and it was nuclear-powered. Even now it felt surreal to him. He stared in awe at the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier resting silently in the dock, fully prepared for departure. From the initial research and development of the carrier to the subsequent issues with the arresting cables, there were countless times they had nearly given up, even believing it was impossible to build a nuclear-powered carrier. So much so that now that they had actually developed it, he himself could hardly believe what was before his eyes. This was the first domestically researched nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Dragon Nation. Which other country in the world possessed the strength to independently build their own nuclear-powered carrier? Even the Bear Nation couldn't do it. The Rooster and John Bull had only managed to create half-finished products. But the carrier they had developed this time was a true, fully domestically produced supercarrier with its own nuclear-power technology. With its towering hull, its full load displacement was a full 2,000 tons. That was nearly 1,000 tons more than the most advanced nuclear-powered carrier of the Eagle Nation. Its speed was also higher, cruising at 40 knots and reaching a top speed of 50 knots, making it as swift as the wind. Even at its standard cruising speed, it was 10 knots faster than any other carrier in the world. One shouldn't underestimate this extra speed. Speed is of the essence in war. An increase in a carrier's speed means that if starting from the same distance, their carrier could reach the target area half a day earlier than others. In war, that half day is precious time to seize the initiative. Moreover, being nuclear-powered, it could maintain this speed indefinitely, a feat that already outclassed the vast majority of nations. And who else could achieve this? Gazing upon the carrier, Luo Heping felt a surge of pride, a feeling no one else could truly comprehend. It was the pride of watching one's nation grow strong and prosperous, all made possible by Lin Tian's involvement. He looked at Lin Tian with sincere admiration. Below, once the deck and all equipment on both sides of the dock were cleared, Luo Heping took a deep breath, picked up a communicator, and shouted down, "Open the gates. Flood the dock." This was to test the carrier's stability and to observe its condition during its first launch into the sea. As the command was given, a thunderous roar erupted below. Long Jiangwo and the others at the entrance heard the commotion, were momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up, and they hurried towards the testing tower. The soldiers on guard saw the generals rushing towards the tower and were utterly bewildered. Had something happened inside? But Long Jiangwo and the others paid no heed, heading straight for the tower. The next test was for the Dragon Nation's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Missing such a historic sight would be a regret for a lifetime. They quickly ascended the external stairs of the tower. Outside, the roar was incessant, with the sound of surging water rising and falling. Yet the carrier in the dock remained as immovable as a mountain. Through the tower's glass, Long Jiangwo saw Luo Heping shouting into the communicator, "Ignite the boilers." Hearing this, Long Jiangwo and the other officers turned to look at the dock. Understanding this was the nuclear-powered boiler ignition test, the first roar of the Dragon Nation's maiden carrier. A deafening boom began to echo, starting low and subtle before rising into a powerful, stirring crescendo. It culminated in a thunderclap that shook everyone's spirits, and the entire carrier seemed to come alive. The ship's island began to glow with lights, and various data readings climbed steadily. The rumbling sound pulsed with the strength of a human heartbeat. Even from hundreds of meters away, Long Jiangwo could feel the vibration. The sheer power and sound were completely different from steam power. And this was their carrier, a nuclear-powered one. Watching the colossal vessel resting steadily in the dock, its engines roaring, Long Jiangwo couldn't help but slam his hands onto the railing beside him. His hands turned red from the impact, yet he felt nothing, only smiling as he said, "Good. Excellent. I've waited decades to hear this sound." Behind him, Naval Commander Shin Qingyang was visibly moved. Undoubtedly from this day forward, a new chapter in the history of the Dragon Nation's navy would begin. Simultaneously, the Dragon Nation's military was entering a new era. Looking at the nuclear-powered carrier as stable as Mount Tai amidst the waves, everyone present felt their hearts surge with excitement. From now on, they were no longer the landlubbers others mocked, nor a nation with weak maritime power that could be bullied at will. Now they had the strength to defend their nation's maritime rights and interests. With these thoughts, Long Zhangwo's gaze grew more resolute. This carrier would elevate the Dragon Nation's military to new heights and silence those who looked down upon them during the upcoming sea trials. However, even the best equipment requires capable personnel. Looking at the nuclear-powered carrier, Long Zhangwo gripped the railing tightly, then turned to Shun Qingyang and said solemnly, "Shun Qingyang, I order you to immediately select a new fleet crew from our forces. If you need carrier-based aircraft personnel, I'll provide them. I have only one requirement before the sea trials: train a first-class carrier fleet that is in no way inferior to any other nation's." Yes. Shun Qingyang straightened up and shouted in response. Undoubtedly, Long Zhangwo's order was the greatest support for naval construction. Of course, it also placed immense pressure on them. During the upcoming sea trials, the world's attention would be on the Dragon Nation, and this fleet would represent the overall spirit of the Dragon Nation's military. If they failed, it would not only disgrace the Navy, but also bring shame to the entire nation. Thinking of this, Shun Qingyang gritted his teeth, but he was not afraid. For years, the entire Navy had been holding their breath, having previously lacked a fleet to confront enemies or the means to fight at sea. But things were different now. Gazing at the massive warship gleaming under the sun, Shun Qingyang's eyes shone with brilliance. This time, if the enemy dared to come, they would be met with the full force of their might. At the Carrier Aircraft Training Base. As one of the 4 major training bases in the entire Dragon Nation, its mission was to train carrier-based aircraft pilots. Every day, they had to perform thousands of takeoffs and landings on this concrete carrier, all in preparation for eventual deployment on a real vessel. Yet some individuals trained here until retirement without ever achieving a single takeoff or landing on an actual aircraft carrier. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Chengkong's heart felt heavy. When will we finally have our own aircraft carrier? Gazing at the concrete carrier in the distance, Zhao Chengkong's eyes trembled slightly before he tightly followed the person ahead towards the parade ground. It was still 9 a.m., a time when they would typically have already begun their daily training, but today they were informed that training was suspended and everyone was to assemble at the parade ground. Before long, a large crowd had gathered on the parade ground. Not only were the latest cohort of carrier pilots present, but also those from previous cohorts. The numbers kept growing. It seemed not just their squadron had halted flight training, but all pilots at the base had done so. Seeing this, Zhao Chengkong was greatly astonished. Spotting an acquaintance, he grabbed him and urgently asked, "Old Tao, what's going on? Why is everyone rushing to the parade ground?" He and Tao Yi were trainees of the same cohort, and being in the same squadron, they shared a good relationship. Seeing his question, the other man replied while running, "Old Zhao, haven't you heard? This time they're selecting pilots for aircraft carriers." "What? We have an aircraft carrier?" Zhao Chengkong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tao Yi. Honestly, despite their carrier training, none of them ever imagined they would actually take off from a real carrier. During each training session, they could only try their best to imagine the stationary concrete carrier as a real one. They had lost count of how long they had endured this routine. Even though they were angered by recent foreign provocations, they still felt powerless as they indeed had no aircraft carriers. Although rumors circulated that they had already built an aircraft carrier, even a nuclear-powered one, they remained skeptical, as such rumors had surfaced before. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yet looking at these people before him, now Zhao Chengkong couldn't help but feel a shiver of excitement. Could it be that they were truly getting their own aircraft carrier this time? With this thought, he scrambled towards the parade ground. The area was now packed with people of all ranks, all looking up at Shun Qingyang on the platform. He surveyed the crowd. His purpose in coming to this naval base was to select the most elite pilots. Only the best of the best were worthy of becoming members of the Dragon Nation's first aircraft carrier strike group. Looking at the assembled crowd, Shun Qingyang took a deep breath and shouted, "Comrades, I have come here today for one purpose only, to select carrier-based aircraft pilots. I'm sure you've all heard the recent talk. Many say the Dragon Nation can't produce an aircraft carrier that were destined to stay grounded. But I'm telling you, we will not only have our own carrier strike group, but we will also sail from the shallow blue waters to the deep blue." Hearing these words, every soldier present was deeply moved. Some of the old instructors, upon hearing this, secretly wiped away tears. They were the older generation of carrier pilots. To be ready to form combat capability at any moment, they practiced day and night on that concrete slab. Yet they never managed to board a ship. Despite this, they held no regrets, for even if they couldn't, their disciples could. As long as the Dragon Nation had its own carrier, even a steam-powered one, that was enough. After all, they had heard long ago from Academician Luo that they were researching the Dragon Nation's steam-powered carrier. Zhao Chengkong, standing below, felt his spirit surge upon hearing this speech. Clenching his fists, he said, "We finally have our own aircraft carrier. I just wonder what kind of power it uses." Hearing this, Taoyi beside him curled his lips and whispered, "What else could it be? It must be steam-powered. Wasn't that established long ago? Don't tell me it's nuclear-powered. As far as I know, only the Eagle Nation has that technology. Even though there was talk of a private company contributing, I think it's just a rumor. What could a private company possibly do?" Zhao Chongkong couldn't help but nod. Recently, some among them had suggested the new carrier might be nuclear-powered, claiming a private enterprise had solved the carrier's challenges. But such news was just idle talk. Nuclear propulsion technology was hardly that simple. One must eat a meal one bite at a time and walk a journey one step at a time. With this thought, he looked up at Shen Xingyang. The latter waved his hand and shouted, "I have called you all here for one reason only, to select the members for the carrier-based aircraft squadron. I want only the best of the best. Now do you have any questions?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called out, "May I ask if this aircraft carrier is steam-powered?" Immediately an instructor scolded, "What kind of question is that? If not steam, do you expect nuclear? Before you complained endlessly when there was no carrier to fly from. Now that we have one, you're getting picky. Exactly what's wrong with a steam carrier?" Another instructor chimed in. Hearing this, a wave of laughter rippled through the crowd, lightening the atmosphere. In truth, how could they possibly complain? For them, regardless of whether it was nuclear-powered or not, they cherished this opportunity. Flying from an aircraft carrier deck had always been their dream. No matter where they took off from, as long as they could sortie, they were filled with immense excitement. An army is trained for 1,000 days to be used for a single moment, and for some it had been far more than 1,000 days. With this thought, blazing flames of determination burned in everyone's eyes. Even Zhao Chongkong raised his head, his gaze resolute. Seeing the fierce fighting spirit of the pilots below, Shen Xingyang on the platform couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. He had definitely come to the right place. However, he still had a question to address. Turning to the soldier who had just spoken, Shen Xingyang said, "That comrade asked a very good question." Upon receiving this recognition, the man stood up straighter, a smile playing on his lips. But Shen Xingyang's next words nearly made his jaw drop. With a smile, he stated, "Indeed, we pondered this question for a long time. But now I can tell you clearly. This aircraft carrier is a nuclear-powered carrier." In an instant, the entire parade ground fell into dead silence. Everyone gasped in shock, and the man's expression froze. A smug smile still lingered on his face, but now there was only sheer astonishment. His breathing even slowed. Some of the old instructors who had been turned away from the platform spun around abruptly at the words nuclear-powered carrier, their eyes wide with disbelief. The only sound in the entire field was the howling of the wind. Nuclear power. At that moment, these three words struck the crowd like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone staring ahead in disbelief. If they didn't know the true weight of these words, who would? To better understand aircraft carriers, they studied carrier-specific knowledge daily, and they knew well that steam power and nuclear power were fundamentally different. It wasn't that one was inferior to the other. After all, not everyone could afford to operate an aircraft carrier. But nuclear power undeniably surpassed steam power in terms of propulsion and endurance. Moreover, how many nations in the world truly mastered nuclear propulsion technology? Only the Eagle. They had waited so long hoping to see a warship that could rival theirs. Now, hearing the words nuclear power, an overwhelming sense of pride filled their hearts. Who said their navy couldn't operate an aircraft carrier? Who said they could only fly from a slab of concrete? Today they would prove they could not only fly from a carrier, they would fly from a nuclear-powered one. With that thought, the crowd roared, "Let's do this. I want to fly off a nuclear carrier too." The sudden outburst snapped Zhao Chongkong back to reality, and he exclaimed in shock, "Damn, so the rumors were true. We actually built a nuclear-powered carrier. That company is incredible." Even some of the instructors were just now processing it. They had heard that a private enterprise had offered nuclear propulsion technology, but they had dismissed it as a joke. After all, how could a private company develop such technology? If it were that easy, why did the Eagle take over 2 decades to build its own nuclear-powered carrier? Yet to their astonishment, it was all real. This is nothing short of a miracle. At Shen Xingyang's words, all the instructors began to buzz with excitement. They genuinely felt joy for the flight trainees, knowing that the hardships they endured in their generation would not be repeated by those who came after. A nuclear-powered carrier meant Dragon Nation would possess its own advanced carrier, a testament to its rise. With these thoughts, everyone present was swept up in fervor. Zhao Chongkong and the others clenched their fists, eyes blazing as they stared ahead. At that moment, they had only one goal: pass the test, and then crush those who dared to provoke them. Let the Dragon Nation's carriers finally break free from the shackles of the island chain. Eastward, eastward. The nation's development could only proceed by breaking through the island chain and reaching out to the world. This was their shared conviction and long-held aspiration. Now the entire training ground echoed with the chant of eastward. Hearing the resounding cries, Shen Xingyang felt a flame of determination ignite within him. For the Dragon Nation to rise, it had to expand toward the oceans. The fleet had to sail east. This carrier sea trial was their first step, and the most crucial one, because it would prove to the world that the Dragon Nation had the capability to go east. And all of this transformation began with encountering Lin Tian. Thinking of the technology he had provided Shen Xingyang was filled with a flood of emotions. If only we had more private enterprises like this. He let out a soft sigh, but his eyes quickly sparkled again. Even with just one such enterprise, they had already reaped immense benefits. At the thought of the carrier resting in the dry dock, a smile tugged at the corners of Shen Xingyang's mouth. This time it was time to show the world what they were capable of. Turning to the assembled crowd, he announced, "The test begins now. Only those with the most exceptional carrier aviation skills will be qualified to sail east with us." At these words, the fighting spirit of everyone present surged. They had all trained specifically for carrier-based aircraft. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone silently resolved to give their all. After all, who wouldn't want the honor of being among the Dragon Nation's first batch of carrier pilots? Soon the test requirements were handed out. When they saw the parameters, everyone was taken aback. "Are you kidding me? Look at this. Take off at a sailing speed of 40 knots. What's that about?" "Yeah, I remember the Eagle's carrier only has a max speed of 32 knots. And that's at full power. A normal cruising speed of 40 knots. Are they messing with us? And this one, mastering 8 different types of carrier-based aircraft. Damn, I've only trained on 5. Staring at the listed requirements, especially the takeoff capability at such high speeds, Zhao Changkong couldn't help but be astounded. Beside him, Tao Yi was complaining bitterly, having only practiced takeoffs at 30 knots. Have the higher-ups lost their minds? Is this takeoff speed even realistic? Even for nuclear power, isn't this way too fast? What kind of ship would need to go that fast? Could this nuclear-powered carrier be different from the Eagles? Everyone was baffled by these parameters, but the test pressed on. Unsurprisingly, the first 2 criteria alone were enough to weed out the majority. Yet the test continued under these strict standards. On the concrete deck, fighter jets swooped down from the sky, one after another, attempting landing stops. But because the bar was set so high, many were forced to execute go-rounds, effectively eliminating themselves. Under normal circumstances, these pilots would have had no trouble at all. It was just that these test parameters were absurdly demanding. However, Shen Xingyang showed no intention of easing the standards. He simply sat on the sidelines watching calmly, as if these extreme figures were only natural. More and more candidates were weeded out. Watching them leave, Zhao Changkong felt a sense of shock. These people weren't eliminated because they lacked skill. The test was simply designed to push carrier pilots to their absolute limits. Although they had never taken off from an actual carrier before, they had studied the subject extensively. They knew about displacement, launch angles, and speed requirements. But this test completely overturned everything they had learned. Every single parameter exceeded their knowledge, even surpassing those of the Eagle's carrier, which boasted a full load displacement of 12000 tons. It was utterly mind-boggling. That carrier was widely regarded as the most advanced in the world, and yet even its training standards didn't match up to this. What on earth were the higher-ups planning? It wasn't just Zhao Changkong. Tao Yi and the other trainees were all thoroughly confused. These numbers were completely at odds with what they had been taught in class. But Shen Xingyang offered no explanation. He simply glanced at the remaining candidates, then turned to the recorder. "You may announce the selection list." The recorder nodded, stepped forward, scanned the crowd, and began reading from the list. Zhao Changkong, Li Erniu, Tao Yi. After calling out dozens of names, the recorder finally stopped. This test had drawn from the entire airbase's talent pool at least 4,000 candidates. Those who made it into the Dragon Nation's 4 major airbases were already the cream of the crop. Yet this selection process drew directly from such an elite group, and with fewer than 100 spots available, the requirements were nothing short of astronomical. But it wasn't over yet. As soon as the list was read, Shen Xingyang shot up from his seat, his piercing gaze sweeping over them as he declared coldly, "Those who remain will follow me shortly. You will undergo the final test, an actual live trial aboard the carrier. Only by passing this will you truly be inducted. And after that, the whole world will be your judge." At these words, everyone present was filled with profound respect. Walking through the shipyard, everyone's heart was pounding with anticipation. This time, they would follow Shen Xingyang to the shipyard to learn about the Dragon Nation's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier and to prepare for the actual carrier-based aircraft operations. Gazing at the colossal machines before him, Tao Yi's heart swelled with fervor. Even he found it incredible that he had passed this test given its stringent requirements. But what was the purpose of such an arduous examination? Was it merely to filter out the majority? Pondering this, Tao Yi murmured, "Old Zhao, what do you think the performance of our nuclear-powered carrier will be like? It's not just about stacking up parameter standards to make things difficult for us, is it? I mean, even the Eagle Nation's test standards weren't this demanding." Clearly, Tao Yi was still hung up on the previous test, as such high standards would have disqualified him if not for his exceptional performance on the spot. Zhao Changkong also couldn't help but stroke his chin. Indeed, the test parameters this time were absurdly difficult, harder than any they had faced before. If not for his own superior skills, he too might have failed. Surely it wasn't just to test their technical prowess. Could it be a requirement for the new carrier? The thought startled even Zhao Changkong. A speed of 40 knots, and judging by the tilt angle of the test deck, the carrier's displacement must be substantial. If such a carrier were built, what would it be like, and what kind of engine could possibly drive it? His eyes grew more puzzled, but a voice soon broke his reverie. Hello, I'm Jiang Yisun. They'll be briefing you on the carrier-based operational protocols and the specific details of this carrier. Ahead, a researcher in a white lab coat was waiting for them. It was Jiang Yisun from the Academy of Sciences who had been transferred there from another post after the discovery of Lin Tian. Looking at these pilots, Jiang Yisun's heart also swelled with pride. He had contributed to the construction of this carrier. It was truly beyond their wildest imagination with its immense displacement and surging power. During construction, they had been astonished to find that the nuclear propulsion technology provided by Lin Tian far exceeded their expectations. This had led to the creation of this behemoth, granting it a unique status. It was no exaggeration to call it the most powerful carrier on the entire Blue Star. Feeling immense pride, he stepped forward and waved for the group to come closer. As they turned a corner, a colossal vessel loomed before them, towering like a small mountain. Its massive form blotted out the sky, casting a shadow vast enough to cover their entire group several times over. Is this our carrier? Staring at the giant warship, Zhao Changkong and the others couldn't believe their eyes, standing frozen in place. Their mouths hung open wide enough to swallow a goose egg, their bodies as still as if under a spell. Seeing their reaction, Jiang Yisun merely smiled and continued, "This carrier will be your future maritime combat platform. It has a length of 400 meters, a beam of 60 meters, a draft of 14 meters, and a full load displacement of 2.0 tons. Its maximum speed is 50 knots, and it can maintain a cruising speed of over 40 knots. Hearing this series of impressive figures, everyone present exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with shock. Now they finally understood why the test had been so demanding, why they had to practice takeoffs and landings against a 40-knot wind. So that was the reason. Maintaining a cruising speed of 40 knots would give their carrier an inherent advantage in combat. After all, the most advanced Eagle Nation carrier could only reach 32 knots, and that was its maximum speed. The subsequent data was even more staggering. The immense beam meant it could carry a greater number of combat aircraft. This would undoubtedly be a huge asset for mission execution, and the terrifying kinetic energy and displacement filled them with awe. This was the Dragon Nation's carrier. Just this one vessel was enough to give them dominance across all of Asia. And they would be serving on such a behemoth in the future. At this thought, everyone present was thrilled. As members of the Dragon Nation's carrier air wing, they had long yearned to engage foreign warships and aircraft. 10 years of forging this single vessel, and today was the day. Gazing at the massive warship before them, the long-dormant fire in the hearts of all the carrier pilots was reignited. Inside the Eagle Nation's Department of Defense, a file lay on Milhouse's desk displaying images of the Dragon Nation's carrier and its aircraft during training. However, due to interference, the images weren't very clear and some details were indiscernible. Yet the silhouette of an aircraft carrier was still visible. Looking at the images, Milhouse's brow furrowed slightly. As the Secretary of Defense's duty was to uphold their status as the world's #1 power, firmly suppressing the development of other nations and striking down any country that dared to challenge their authority. This goal was precisely why they kept such a close watch on the Dragon Nation. Although he personally held the Dragon Nation in contempt, dismissing them as a developing country that couldn't even produce an arresting cable hardly worth such attention. But their recent actions had begun to worry him. "Gentlemen, what do you make of this photograph?" he asked, pointing at the carrier. A young Major General Patrick sitting to the side smirked and stood up without waiting for others to speak. "General Milhouse, in my view, this is just the Dragon Nation putting on a circus act. Look at how they were before all tough talk about building their own carrier. And what happened? They couldn't even make an arresting cable. In the end, they had to bow their heads and beg us to buy one. Now they're making a big show of training pilots and pretending to have built a carrier. I see it as nothing but a bluff to save face when they inevitably back down." Patrick slapped his hand down hard on the photo. "The Dragon Nation's aircraft will only ever take off from concrete. It'll take them another 20 years to develop a carrier. This one is probably just an empty shell, maybe not even fitted with an arresting cable." He burst into laughter, his eyes full of disdain. In his view, this sea trial was just a grandstanding stunt, a play for attention. A nation that couldn't even figure out an arresting cable wasn't worth their consideration. The other generals present also broke into smug grins. "Indeed, I agree with Major General Patrick. The Dragon Nation can never build a complete carrier. How could a weak agrarian nation possibly produce the crown jewel of industry? I say they should just go back to their little fishing boats." The room erupted in laughter again. From the moment the announcement was made, no one believed the Dragon Nation could build a real carrier. This was just a facade fooling no one but themselves. In their minds, the Dragon Nation remained a backwards agrarian country, fighting with rifles and millet. Their past failure was just a fluke. The rules of warfare had changed. Naval dominance was the true path to power. And when it came to naval warfare, they had never lost. No nation on Blue Star could defeat them at sea, not even the seafaring John Bull. So how could the Dragon Nation, a country that couldn't even produce an arresting cable and had to train its pilots on concrete, ever hope to compete? Believing they could build a carrier was as absurd as believing in the second coming of God. And even if they did build one, it would be a relic powered by steam utterly incomparable to their most advanced nuclear-powered carriers. The more they thought about it, the more brazen their expressions became. Even Milhouse couldn't help but smirk. As the strongest navy on Blue Star, they had every right to look down on all rivals. But since the Dragon Nation was so boldly announcing a sea trial, they shouldn't blame him for striking back hard. Notify Admiral Henry. Have him lead his carrier strike group to the eastern seas and contact their friends there. Tell them we'll help them take the islands. This time they would teach the Dragon Nation a lesson and make it clear who ruled the waves. At the harbor shore of Jiangnan shipyard, the sunlight was still hazy and a salty breeze drifted across the coast. The early morning sea air was chilly, but Gao Jie's heart burned with fervor. Today was the day Longhua announced the sea trial of its new aircraft carrier, and crowds of military enthusiasts and passionate citizens had gathered at the shore since dawn, setting up their cameras and binoculars to witness the carrier's departure. Television reporters had also arrived. One reporter holding a microphone said with excitement, "Dear viewers, I am now at the Jiangnan shipyard port. Today is the day our Longhua Navy's aircraft carrier sets sail. Let us all wait and see." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the port with anticipation. Yet there were always those who watched the event with ulterior motives. A group of dark-skinned foreigners dressed in hip-hop clothing held up their phones, smirking at the nearby port. They spoke contemptuously, "Hey, international brothers, I'm right here by the embankment of Longhua's carrier launch. You wanted to see the carrier, right? Now let's take a good look, okay?" He struck a pose he thought was cool, while his white companion, wearing a nose ring, stepped forward and sneered, "Yeah, let's see what these Longhua people can come up with." They both snickered. The live chat was filled with foreign netizens eager to mock Longhua. Oh, like sharks catching the scent of blood, they rushed to comment. "Yeah, right. Sometimes we need to appreciate the backward technology of underdeveloped countries. Yes, on Blue Star our Eagle's shipbuilding technology is unmatched. Who can beat us? Longhua. That country that can't even build an arresting cable. Oh my god, that's terrible. How will they launch and recover their carrier aircraft? With the nose gear, haha. A country that can't even make an arresting cable claims to be sea trailing a carrier. What a joke. I bet their carrier aircraft will just tremble on the deck and dare not take off. Longhua people brought this on themselves. Look at us, John Bull, we're different. We're tight with the Eagle, so we just buy what we need. Right, they can't develop anything anyway." The screen was flooded with such comments. Watching his livestream followers and tips rise, Tom's thick lips curled into a smug smile. He shouted toward the port with wild excitement, "Come on, baby, show us your carrier. Or is it stuck?" Huh. He shook his dreadlocks. In their eyes, Longhua could never develop its own carrier. This sea trial was nothing but a farce. Gao Jie, witnessing the foreigner's arrogance, turned pale, with rage his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. They spoke in English, assuming no one understood. But Gao Jie, with his CET 8-level English, caught every word. Fury blazed in his eyes. For years, military enthusiasts like him had endured such humiliation, yet they never gave up. Because they firmly believed that one day Longhua would awaken. But how long the road would be, no one knew. They were willing to wait. Yet this sea trial, which should have been a cause for celebration, seemed to touch a nerve in some people. In recent days, foreigners had been posting mockery of Longhua. What was worse, some ignorant domestic netizens joined in the ridicule, priding themselves on their supposed insight. Such people were utterly detestable. Longhua's weapons, however outdated, were meant to protect its people, while foreign weapons, no matter how advanced, were aimed at them. Thinking of this, Gao Jie clenched his teeth and muttered, "A bunch of scumbags." His companion Sun Daping tugged his arm and whispered, "Forget it, we've endured years. Why confront them now?" He sighed. As a Longhua citizen, how could he not be angry? But was anger useful? The reality remained unchanged. Longhua's carrier technology indeed lagged behind. Take the arresting cable, for instance. It had been under development for ages without success. In the end, a private enterprise had to step in, and even then success was uncertain. He nervously looked toward the port, his heart uneasy. Had they truly developed a carrier? Even a steam-powered one would be better than nothing. He raised his binoculars and stared at the port. But there was still no sign of the carrier. Puzzled, Sun Daping checked his watch. Did I get the time wrong? Gao Jie shook his head. They couldn't be mistaken. The official announcement had clearly stated the time. How could such an important date be wrong? Could the carrier have encountered a problem? As they stared at the closed gates, everyone held their breath, their expressions grim. Tom and his livestream assistant looked at the port with disdain, laughing. "Brothers, it seems Longhua's carrier is too scared to come out. It must realize it can't compare with our advanced nuclear-powered carriers." The chat erupted in mockery again. "I knew it. How could a backward country develop a carrier? They can't even make an arresting cable." "Exactly, I was so hopeful, but they're useless." "Develop? What could they develop? Even the carrier they bought is an outdated antique. Be grateful that technology is in our Eagle's hands. We are the most advanced nation on Blue Star. Only we and the Bear can make arresting cables." The screen was filled with jeers. Waves crashed against the embankment with a rhythmic slap. Then a low rumble echoed from afar. Everyone looked around, searching for the source. On the horizon, a formation of warplanes appeared in full view. "What is that?" As everyone turned their gaze toward the dark silhouette on the horizon, they beheld a 5-aircraft formation soaring through the sky. The thunderous roar eclipsed any ceremonial salute, the jet engines growling like a tiger, descending a mountain, their deafening drone resonating through the very bones of all who stood below. Witnessing this spectacle, Gao Jie and the others felt their faces flush with excitement. The colossal roar of the warplanes blanketed the entire dam, and at that very moment, with a resounding crash, the gates of the Jiangnan shipyard burst open. There, a colossal warship cleaving the waves before it against the rising sun slowly emerged into full view. The sight of the vessel ignited an uproar on the shore. Sun Dapeng, overcome with fervor, slapped Gao Jie on the back and bellowed, "Old Gao, an aircraft carrier. It's our aircraft carrier." Even without knowing what lay ahead, the mere sight of this carrier stirred profound excitement. Moreover, its sheer scale defied all expectations, its immense frame dwarfing every existing carrier in the world. What was even more breathtaking was its awe-inspiring debut. It had fighters taking off to lead the way. In an instant, the entire crowd leapt to their feet in jubilation, and even the television reporter shouted with unbridled enthusiasm. "Viewers at home, what you see now is Carrier No. 1, independently developed by our Dragon Nation." Hearing this, the crowd's fervor reached a crescendo. After all this waiting, their carrier had finally arrived. Even Tom and his cohorts were momentarily taken aback by the carrier's size and dramatic entrance, but quickly regained their composure, sneering coldly. "What's the big deal? Go ahead and show off now. Let's see how you land without an arresting cable." "Exactly, what's the use of just flying around? Let's see you land. Without our arresting cables, what are they going to do? It's nothing but a floating coffin. If they need cables, they should just come and beg to buy them. It's not like they're the only ones who can't make them. Who are they trying to impress? Right? Even our buddy John can't manufacture these arresting cables, and neither can the Gallic Rooster. Who does the Dragon Nation think they are?" The live chat was flooded with such comments, unable to accept the Dragon Nation's grand display. And this carrier looked impossibly huge, seemingly even larger than the Eagle's nuclear-powered carriers, which they found utterly intolerable. "This carrier is definitely just for show. I refuse to believe it has real carrier capabilities." As the Dragon Nation's carrier slowly departed the harbor, some foreigners present, anticipating a failure, shouted in discontent. Gao Jie and the others simply furrowed their brows, turning their gaze towards the warplanes in the sky. Indeed, there had been rumors that the Dragon Nation, unable to develop their own arresting cables, had sought help from the Bear Nation, only to be rebuffed. Given the short time had they truly managed to conquer the technology for arresting cables. It was well known that a carrier without arresting cables was essentially a coffin at sea. Any forced use would drastically reduce its combat effectiveness. Take the John Bull's carrier, for instance, which for a long time, unable to procure arresting cables, had to rely on vertical takeoff and landing operations. But such a compromise severely diminished the carrier's operational efficiency and turned it into an international laughingstock. These thoughts weighed on Gao Jie's mind as he swallowed hard, raising his binoculars to scrutinize the distant carrier. The distance was too vast to discern whether it was equipped with arresting cables. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on the horizon. The warplanes, after circling 3 times, began to form a landing pattern. Seeing this formation, a collective jolt went through the crowd. Had they truly cracked the arresting cable technology in such a short span? Tom was also stunned. Are these Dragon Nation people actually going through with this? Where did they get the technology? The live chat was equally bewildered. Their previous mockery was rooted in the conviction that the Dragon Nation couldn't possibly develop their own arresting cables or technology. They were just waiting to see the joke unfold, expecting the planes to retreat in humiliation. But instead, the enemy was presenting a combat landing formation. Seeing this, some began to grow uneasy. How is this possible? Where did the Dragon Nation get this technology? Didn't they say that if we didn't provide it, they'd never be able to develop it? Did the Bear Nation give it to them? Impossible. Didn't the Bear Nation publicly declare they wouldn't cooperate with the Dragon Nation? Could they have developed it themselves? Weren't they just complaining about being choked off? Watching the warplanes prepare to land in a combat formation, everyone watching was filled with doubt. In the sky, the 5 fighters had begun their low-altitude dive, entering their designated approach paths. Zhao Chongkong had rehearsed this maneuver countless times before, but now they would perform it before the eyes of the world, landing and taking off from their own domestically built carrier. And this would not be their last. From now on, the Dragon Nation would break through the ocean's blockade and sail into the deep blue. Gazing at the carrier deck ahead, Zhao Chongkong took a deep breath and commanded, "Descend." In an instant, the 5 fighters moved as one, circling with thunderous roar, maintaining their distance. Then the lead fighter, piloted by Zhao Chongkong, broke formation, hurtling towards the deck. The tailhook was already deployed. The crowd on the dam held their breath, watching the scene unfold. The impact force of a landing jet is formidable. If the arresting cable technology was flawed, it would spell disaster, ending in only one outcome: the destruction of the aircraft and the death of its pilot. No one dared to speak, as if even the slightest sound might disturb the delicate operation. The fighter in the sky plummeted towards the carrier deck, then like a runaway stallion raced across its surface. Just as everyone feared it would overshoot the deck, the fighter came to an abrupt halt, then began to taxi calmly across the deck. Immediately after, another fighter swooped down from the circling pattern, followed by a third. All 5 jets landed safely, one after another. Witnessing this, Gao Jia was rendered speechless with emotion. They had done it. They had truly succeeded. From this day forward, they would become the 3rd nation on the planet after the bear and the eagle to manufacture arresting cables, and their development timeline seemed even shorter. Despite being a seemingly simple steel cable, countless nations had failed to produce it. This was a true strategic asset. In times of war, if your supply were cut off, what good would a carrier be? The Gallic Rooster and John Bull were prime examples. With these thoughts, the crowd erupted in cheers. We did it. We finally did it. This is the Dragon Nation. Let those who said we couldn't make arresting cables or carriers step forward now. They'll knock their heads off. Hearing these words, Tom's face turned ashen, his dark complexion paling visibly, his expression one of utter disbelief. Has the Dragon Nation truly built a fully functional aircraft carrier? On the vast sea, the colossal aircraft carrier advanced through towering waves like a monstrous beast, broad sprays of foam crashing against its hull. The vessel stood unshaken as fighter jets descended and rose steadily upon its deck. Witnessing this spectacle, Tom was filled with utter disbelief. They had come originally to see the Dragon Nation make a fool of itself. Who would have thought that the clowns were actually themselves? And for a moment their faces were utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, the foreign netizens in the live stream, watching the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier appear so majestic and the fighter jets land and take off so steadily, completely lost their composure. Especially the John Bulls and the Gauls, who had always prided themselves as developed nations. In their eyes, the Dragon Nation was nothing more than a backward agricultural country. Yet at this very moment, this backward nation had actually produced an aircraft carrier arresting cable that even their own countries couldn't manufacture, and the carrier was even larger than theirs. For a time, their hearts felt as if a vinegar shop had been overturned. How is this possible? Didn't they say the Dragon Nation couldn't develop it? How do they have an arresting cable too? Shit. Even we in the Gallic Empire couldn't make an arresting cable like this. Why can the Dragon Nation make it? Aren't they just an agricultural country? Where did they get the technology? I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that the arresting cable our country bought from the Eagle isn't as appealing anymore. Why can't we John Bulls make it? I refuse to accept this. Is our country's military industry inferior to the backward Dragon Nation? Hey, the guy above your country probably really can't make it. Right now, across the entire Blue Star, only the Dragon Nation, the Eagle, and a bear can make it. As for you old John Bull gentlemen, you truly can't make it. Hearing this, the John Bulls were completely shattered. They had always prided themselves as developed nations, as the capital of freedom and art, but now, their research and development capabilities were actually inferior to a developing nation like the Dragon Nation. At this thought, these old gentlemen's faces flushed red with indignation. The Eagle's netizens were even more stunned. Just a few months ago, the Dragon Nation had seemed to request purchasing arresting cables from them, and now how much time had passed. They had already built one themselves. Even Jesus couldn't hold it together. Moreover, didn't they watch the live stream precisely to see the Dragon Nation's backwardness and satisfy their own self-confidence as a superior nation? Well, as it turned out, the clowns were themselves. This must be fake. The Dragon Nation must have stolen our technology. Exactly. Without us, how could the Dragon Nation possibly build something this advanced? They must have plagiarized us. I see their carrier is just an empty shell. What use is being big? If a real fight breaks out, I bet it can't even run. Exactly. Even if they developed the arresting cable, so what? We've never lost when it comes to competing in aircraft carriers. Besides, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the Dragon Nation's carrier originally a steam-powered carrier? At this, the live stream became lively again. Seeing his broadcast stabilize, the vitality returned to Tom's eyes. His expression returned to normal once more. Pointing at the carrier before him with an air of self-importance, he said with disdain, "Everyone, this is the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier. Although it's big, it's merely a steam-powered carrier with no real technological substance. The arresting cable is just a tiny gadget on the carrier. When it comes to true technology, it has to be our nuclear power." As he spoke, his face couldn't help but light up. Hearing his words, Gao Jia couldn't help but curl his lips. He truly didn't know where these foreign guys got their sense of superiority. Despite being steam-powered on the real battlefield, it would still crush their nuclear-powered carriers. With this thought, he turned away indignantly. However, old Sun at this moment didn't share the same thought. He was foolishly holding a photo in his hand, staring at it intently, as if he had discovered an alien spacecraft. Motionless. Seeing his close friend in this state, Gao Jia couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at? Even if it's steam-powered, we're not afraid of them, all right. However, Sun Daping ignored him. After carefully examining it for a long time, he slowly handed the photo to Gao Jia and pointed at the carrier in the photo, saying repeatedly, "Lao Gao, look at our carrier, take a good look. Look at its bridge and the position of its ventilation openings. Look carefully." Gao Jia's expression turned somewhat puzzled. What was there to see about these two positions? Generally, the bridge of a steam-powered carrier, that protruding tower-shaped structure, would be smaller than that of a nuclear-powered carrier. Because this area didn't need to accommodate the nuclear reactor's control systems, it wasn't as complicated. As for the ventilation openings and smokestack, there was nothing special. After all, every steam-powered carrier had them, otherwise how could they vent exhaust and steam? But when he looked at these 2 points, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This carrier simply had no external features of a smokestack or ventilation openings at all. Even if the resolution wasn't high, the obvious features of a smokestack should still be discernible. But this carrier had none. Not a single feature. Moreover, the bridge appeared to be even larger than the Eagle's 1.0-ton carrier, since they had carefully studied it before. At this realization, Gao Jie's hands trembled uncontrollably, just like someone with Parkinson's disease unable to suppress the shaking. His mouth stuttered. A nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Looking at the photo taken in the image, Gao Jie simply couldn't believe his eyes. One should know how difficult it was to build a nuclear-powered carrier. Even an established industrial power like the Gauls had struggled for decades and only produced a half-finished nuclear-powered carrier. The Eagle had also researched nuclear power for over 20 years. The Dragon Nation had only taken this much time, yet they had already built nuclear power. This was simply too absurd. For a moment, they didn't even dare to believe what was happening before their eyes. But the features in the photo were unequivocally the framework of a nuclear-powered carrier, not the external layout of a steam-powered one. Could it be that they truly had mastered nuclear power technology? Thinking this, the two wanted to verify it further, but when they looked up, the Dragon Nation's carrier had already sailed far into the distance. Even if they used a high-definition camera, now they wouldn't be able to capture it. Staring at the photo in their hands, Gao Jie and Sun Daping stood on the embankment looking at each other with mouths agape, unable to say a word. In the end, they could only gaze with fervent eyes toward the direction where the carrier had departed. The great waves below began to crash with a splashing roar, and the sun had fully risen, its reflection shimmering on the sea with a dazzling 7-colored radiance. A gentle breeze brushed past their bodies, carrying a slight chill, but at this moment their hearts were burning hot, and their bodies were filled with warmth. The Dragon Nation this time. I'm afraid it's truly going to stand up. Looking at the photo in their hands, the two men's eyes sparkled with brilliant radiance. Inside the Eagle Country's Defense Department, Milhouse sat in his chair smiling as he addressed Patrick. Patrick, how goes the negotiation with the Bear Country over the arresting wires? They had been in talks with the Bear Country for days, their goal being to completely choke off the Dragon Country and slow its development. Only by doing so could they maximize their own interests and show other nations the price of defying them. Patrick smirked, placed his folder on the desk with a soft thud, and said, "General, rest assured. The Bear Country has confirmed they will not help. As long as we in the Bear Country hold back, they can rack their brains until they crack, and they'll never develop an aircraft carrier arresting wire. All we have to do is wait and watch their humiliation." He burst into laughter. If he recalled correctly, today was the day the Dragon Country was to announce its carrier sea trial. Imagining them pitifully dragging out a carrier that couldn't even afford arresting wires, a smug grin spread across his face. For a nation with such a weak industrial base to attempt building such a thing was simply laughable. Milhouse also smiled with satisfaction, pulling a cigar from the edge of the desk and lighting it slowly. "Well done. It's time they learn the gap between us. They want arresting wires. Let them beg for it. If they dare to ask again, we won't let them off easy. We'll make them open more of their markets and airspace to us. Otherwise, they can watch their precious carrier become a suicide platform at sea." By the end, a glint of amusement appeared in Milhouse's eyes. In his view, the Dragon Country was still the same, a nation with a weak industry that struggled to even make a car. So what if they managed to build a carrier? It was still just a hollow shell. And developing arresting wires. Years ago, John Bull had talked about self-development too. And look at them now, reduced to pawns. But what kind of industrial system did John Bull have back then, and what does the Dragon Country have now? A developing nation trying to build its own tech. A pipe dream. He took a deep drag from his cigar and slowly exhaled the smoke. All he was waiting for now was the news of the Dragon Country's failure to reach his office, and then he would extort them when they came begging. As he was thinking this, a hurried footstep echoed from outside, and before he could ask what was happening, his adjutant Miller rushed in, clutching a large stack of documents. The first words out of his mouth were, "General, breaking news. The Dragon Country's carrier has successfully completed its sea trial. All 5 of their carrier-based aircraft have successfully taken off and landed on the deck." "What a—" Milhouse shot up from his chair, choking on his cigar smoke. Patrick stared in disbelief, his blue pupils contracting sharply. "Are you joking? Where did the Dragon Country get arresting wires? Did the Bear Country sell them?" In his mind, that was the only possibility, a betrayal by the Bear Country. But Miller shook his head. No, it wasn't the Bear Country. The Dragon Country developed it themselves. Patrick gasped, then turned his head in disbelief. Developed it themselves, eh? He knew that even they had needed a collective effort from their top scientists to crack this technology, and it had taken them years. How long had it taken the Dragon Country from project initiation to success? Less than a year. And this wasn't something just anyone could create. The Bear Country was living off its old laurels. Even powerful nations like John Bull and the Rooster were unable to do it. How on earth did the Dragon Country manage it? And in such a short time. It was simply insane. Milhouse, who clearly understood the gravity of this, sat stunned for a moment before picking up the documents to examine them closely. The documents contained photographs of the Dragon Country's carrier aircraft successfully landing and taking off. Judging by the sequence, they had indeed mastered the technology. His face grew increasingly grim. For them, a weak Dragon Country was the only safe option. It allowed them to slowly drain the country's resources and economy. Their previous plan had been to use this technology to extract significant concessions from the Dragon Country. Now, without a doubt, that plan was in ruins. Milhouse's face turned ashen and his eyes hardened with menace. If the soft approach failed, then they would use force. They would show the Dragon Country who the real boss was. They had never lost in the realm of aircraft carriers. Milhouse pointed a finger at his adjutant. Notify Admiral Henry immediately. Tell him to get his carrier group stationed near the island country to sail at full speed to the Dragon Country's eastern waters. Assist the island country with their island defense. Once we control that sea area, we'll see what the Dragon Country can do. He crushed his cigar in his hand, staring coldly ahead. So what if the Dragon Country had developed a fully functional carrier? They would still be forced to submit. They needed to crush this arrogance, or how would they maintain their dominance on the planet? A cold, sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. After all, no matter how impressive the Dragon Country's carrier was, it was still just conventionally powered. He refused to believe they could build a nuclear-powered one. Even with their formidable shipbuilding capabilities and scientific prowess, it had taken them over 20 years to develop their first nuclear-powered carrier. And that was a relatively basic model. It still took 20 years. A technologically backward nation like the Dragon Country couldn't possibly jump straight to nuclear power. And without nuclear power, they were destined to lose this contest. After all, the main advantages of nuclear power are superior strength and endurance. How could the Dragon Country's massive, cumbersome steam-powered carrier compare to their power? Building it big doesn't mean building it well. With its huge hull and weak steam power system, the Dragon Country's carrier would likely be left helpless if they discovered their fleet. It simply couldn't get up to speed. It was clear they were too inexperienced in shipbuilding, resulting in such a bloated, useless monstrosity. This contest for the sea zone was all about speed. As long as they deployed first, and with the island country's self-defense forces, they could hold their position. The Dragon Country's carrier would be forced to chug along, slowly watching their deployment and retreating in shame. It would show the world that even among carriers there were significant differences. He lifted his chin, a look of arrogance on his face as he stared at the documents on the Dragon Country's carrier. Let's see how your steam-powered carrier can match my power and carrier capabilities. Inside the Dragon Nation's War Council chamber, rows of officers filed in with grim expressions. The moment they took their seats, Long Jangwo spoke. I believe you all know the latest news. What are your proposals this time? At his words, everyone in the room wore heavy looks, their eyes fixed on the battle map before them. The sea trial had concluded flawlessly, sparking joy among all, for its significance transcended national borders. It marked the Dragon Nation's first bold stride from the continent into the deep blue. Yet immediately after, the Defense Department issued a combat alert, the highest level. On the eastern waters, a massive carrier strike group was quietly amassing, its crimson markers glaring ominously on the display. Everyone, this sudden gathering is the Eagle Nation's first carrier strike group, accompanied by the island nation's self-defense forces. They completed their assembly since the early hours of this morning. They are now steaming at full speed toward our eastern waters, having already gone radio silent. I believe you all understand their intentions. He paused, scanning the room. For years their focus had been on land, with little attention paid to the offshore islands. Yet neglect did not mean indifference. The enemy's swift approach, dragging a cohort of island nation forces on a 1,000-mile strike, was blatant. Their objective was clearly to seize the islands. If they occupied them first, reclaiming them would become a Herculean task. His words had barely faded when Li Zhanhao rose. What else could this rabble accomplish? Back when our naval might was weak, they grabbed numerous islands. Now these two bastards teaming up can't possibly produce anything good. They're most likely eyeing our islands. I say we just go straight at them. Before, without carriers, we had to swallow our pride. But now we have them. So let's make their lives hell. If they want to take our islands, they'd better have the guts to back it up. His hatred for those islanders ran deep. The old grudges were far from forgotten. And yet they dared to provoke again. In recent years, emboldened by the Eagle Nation's backing, they had been teetering on the brink of disaster, seizing over a dozen of their islands, and even shamelessly proclaiming these lands as theirs since ancient times. By that twisted logic, the island nation's own islands had been the Dragon Nation's chamber pot since antiquity. Were it not for the current international climate and their own naval weakness, which forced restraint, the island nation would have been the first to be annihilated. Beside him, Shen Xingyang's gaze hardened. In the past, he would have chosen to endure. Back then, their naval strength was severely lacking, and they had no real control over many islands. Enemy vessels would ram their ships and blast them with water cannons, exploiting their absence of large surface combatants and naval power. With the Eagle Nation's backing in recent years, they had grown even more arrogant. Previously facing such a formidable Eagle Island lineup, their navy could only seethe in helpless fury. But now everything was different. They possessed their own carrier. nuclear-powered with performance and tonnage far surpassing their adversaries. If those islanders dared to provoke alongside the Eagle Nation, they would crush them outright and show them who truly rules the eastern seas. With this resolve, Shen Qingyang spoke firmly. My proposal is to send the fleet eastward. For years the Island Nation and the Eagle Nation have stirred up trouble in our eastern waters. Our navy was too weak back then, but today is the day we teach them a lesson. If the Eagle Nation dares to interfere this time, we'll hit them both. I refuse to believe we'll lose to them again. Recalling the nuclear propulsion technology and large-scale shipbuilding expertise provided by Lin Tian, the officers' eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. In the past, their inferior strength and lack of large vessels had crippled their naval might, but now they were a force transformed. Even the Eagle Nation would need to think twice against a nuclear-powered carrier. Moreover, their carrier's performance parameters were not just comparable, they were superior. This sudden enemy assault was nothing but an attempted blitzkrieg. They wanted to use their nuclear advantage to reach the eastern waters first and set up defenses. Well, this time they'd see whose power truly reigned supreme, whose carrier-based aircraft were more numerous. With this thought, Long Jiangwo drew a deep breath, his gaze locked on the map. Their carrier was clearly farther from the eastern islands. But at full speed the advantage would still be theirs. This time they'd show them the Dragon Nation's velocity. He suddenly rose, his voice thundering. Then we fight. Notify the first carrier fleet to proceed at full speed with radio silence to the operational area and complete strategic deployment ahead of schedule. If they dare to enter our eastern waters, they'll leave with far more than they bargained for. Undoubtedly, this island dispute was a declaration to all neighboring nations the Dragon Nation was no longer what it used to be. These waters were now their domain, and these islands were theirs. No power would ever be allowed to lay a finger on them. Within moments of the order, the Dragon Nation's carrier strike group was racing at full speed toward the eastern waters. Wave after wave of carrier-based aircraft were launched, and the flight deck was soon packed with an astonishing 125 of their jets. Witnessing the spectacle, Zhao Chongkong and the others were electrified with excitement. They knew exactly who their adversary was, yet no one felt an ounce of fear. After all, in terms of carrier power and aircraft numbers, they held a decisive edge over the Eagle Nation. Feeling the surging might of their 50-knot speed, Zhao Chongkong and his comrades exchanged gleaming looks of anticipation. Once they completed their deployment ahead of schedule, any Eagle incursion would be like trapping a turtle in a jar. 2 days after the sea trial, however, a video exploded across the internet with lightning speed. Its view count shattered 10 million, igniting a fervor across the Dragon Nation. The footage showed a fisherman steering his boat toward the eastern waters while his young grandson held up a phone, gleefully recording the journey. Suddenly, a massive pitch-black silhouette loomed behind them, followed by a vessel emblazoned with a rising sun flag racing toward them. A voice shouted from the ship, "Get out of the way, Dragon Nation people." Then a procession of warships filled the screen, and even an Eagle Nation carrier appeared in the frame. The moment it was uploaded, the video ignited a storm across the web, drawing comments from international audiences as well. The Dragon Nation's public opinion erupted. This was nothing less than blatant provocation and retaliation. What is happening? Why are the US and Japan appearing in our waters? Exactly, that sea area is not ours. What are those Japanese doing here? And the US, what the hell does it mean? Trying to back up Japan. Damn, they come to our territory and act so arrogantly. Do they really think Long Gua has no one? Watching the arrogant foreign warships in the video, the people were furious. After all, the islands in the Eastern Sea had been part of Long Gua since ancient times. Now by doing this, they clearly show contempt for us. And this sudden attack is obviously meant to seize these islands first, then station troops and later claim them as their own. But even though they understood the enemy's strategy at this moment, they were helpless. After all, the enemy chose this moment to land, clearly intending to take a big chunk off Long Gua's map, while its aircraft carrier was still in its early stages and not yet firmly established. But even if they understood, what could they do? Could their carrier arrive in time? The enemy's carrier was nuclear-powered and one of the world's most advanced. It would surely arrive first to set up defenses on the islands. What should they do then? At the thought, everyone's faces turned grim. There was no doubt that Long Gua's carrier, just starting out, could not be nuclear-powered. It must be conventionally powered, coupled with its massive size. For a moment, everyone felt a chill down their spines. Damn, this US is utterly shameless. Shame. Would they have detained our people if they had shame? Would they have bombed foreign embassies? Truth lies within the range of cannon's dignity, only on the edge of the sword. If our motherland needs us this time, I will surely return. Yes, if there is war, I will answer the call. For a moment, the crowd was stirred. There was no doubt that the US was about to draw its blade against Long Gua. This was absolutely intolerable. But watching the appearance of US warships in the video, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. If the time of the ship's appearance in the video was to be calculated, the US ships would probably arrive today, right? Would Long Gua make it in time? For a moment, all eyes were fixed on the Eastern Sea. And streamers like Tom, who made a living by slandering Long Gua, were now rushing to Long Gua's Eastern Sea one by one. Having failed in their last selection of material, they were determined this time to capture the scene of Long Gua's fleet's defeat. He called for his assistant to drive, while shouting, Brothers, next we will head to Longgua's Eastern Sea, where we will enjoy Longgua's newest aircraft carrier. Okay. On the word carrier, Tom deliberately stressed it heavily. The sarcasm was obvious. Hearing this, the foreign netizens in the live stream all burst into laughter. Tom, you've really learned the essence of Longgua's speech. The newest carrier. I think it's just a live target made of scrap steel. Have you seen the massive size of Longgua's carrier? I bet it's still crawling on the sea like a turtle. Exactly, compared to our US nuclear-powered carrier, Longgua's carrier is too backward. Weren't they just showing off before? Now, let's see how they show off. In this world, when it comes to carriers, we've never lost. Meanwhile, on the foreign internet, netizens from various countries were watching Longgua's predicament, especially Japan, which was like a hunting dog unleashed, howling madly. Thank you, Daddy US, for the carrier. Daddy is so domineering, huh? This is the pride of our Yamato nation. Who says Japan is inferior to Longgua? We have the US's carrier. What does Longgua have? It's just a newly commissioned steam-powered carrier built so big. Now let's see how you compete with us. Exactly. What carrier? In front of our Daddy US's nuclear-powered carrier, it's all trash. Our US's carrier is invincible. Even India jumped in. Longgua's carrier is indeed no good. If we were to build one, we would definitely start with nuclear power. Right? What's the use of building such a large deck? Steam power, and so big, what will propel the whole carrier? Reading these comments one by one, Gao Jie and Sun Daping couldn't help but frown deeply. Although they had known earlier that Longgua's carrier might also be nuclear-powered. But after all, this was Longgua's first aircraft carrier, and no one knew the specific figures and conditions. Moreover, even among nuclear-powered carriers there were differences. Just like the carrier of France, although also nuclear-powered, it only had a speed of 27 knots, and thus became a joke among all carriers on the planet. But this time the contest was about speed. Now, from the size, their carrier was clearly larger than the US's largest nuclear-powered carrier. If it really sailed to the Eastern Sea, it might not be able to catch up. Moreover, from the sea chart, their distance was also longer. It could be said that all kinds of unfavorable factors intertwined, causing even a military enthusiast like Gao Jie to feel worried. Could Longgua really push back this time? Just as he was thinking this, his phone suddenly rang loudly, and then a message popped up in their military fan group. Everyone, Longgua's official authorities have responded. Look at what the official website says. On seeing this, Gao Jie raised an eyebrow. To be honest, they knew all too well what Longgua's official website was like. It was mostly condemnations, rarely a direct response. That had always been their diplomatic style. Although appropriate in the eyes of the major powers on the planet, they thought the words were too light and too subtle. Frowning at the thought, he opened the screenshot sent by the other. But this time, as soon as he opened it, he was completely stunned. It read, "The Eastern Sea has been part of Longgua since ancient times. No one and no force can separate it. Not a single piece of Longgua's territory can be lost. We advise certain countries not to continue provoking trouble. Do not say we were not forewarned." Hearing this resolute reply, even Gao Jie couldn't help but gasp. Previously, Longgua's statements had been all severe condemnations, but this time the response was so decisive and tough. There was no room for negotiation. Could there really be a glimmer of hope in this matter? After all, once this announcement was issued, Longgua would have no room to maneuver. Either defeat the enemy and defend its dignity, or become an international joke. From then on, whatever Longgua said would be considered worthless. At this thought, Gao Jie's expression and breathing became heavy. This will be the battle that establishes Longgua's standing. Inside the frontline command center of the Dragon Nation. In the corridors, clerical staff hurriedly shuttled back and forth, clutching stacks of documents. A cacophony of bustling activity echoed from the communications rooms and radar monitoring stations. In the main operations room, Long Jiangwo's expression was grim. Gazing at the first fleet of the Dragon Nation, which had already arrived in the Eastern Sea, he immediately informed the first fleet to maximize use of the islands to evade radar detection. All vessels are to maintain complete radio silence. No one is to attack without my command. Yes, sir. The officer who received the order quickly headed to the communications room, while Long Jiangwo continued to stare solemnly at the Eastern Sea on the screen. He had ordered the fleet to conceal itself to catch the enemy off guard. The Eastern Sea was their territory. They were more familiar with the sea conditions, though once the enemy entered, their aircraft carriers would struggle to exert their full strength. If they prepositioned their firing points, they could annihilate any force that came their way. His thoughts then turned to Li Zhanhao. How are the shore-based missile units and the rapid reaction forces progressing? Li Zhanhao grinned slightly before replying. They have begun entering their staging areas and are ready to provide land-based support at a moment's notice. The rapid reaction forces are also being urgently mobilized, all converging on their designated positions. Long Jiangwo nodded. These missile units were primarily for deterrence. Their true purpose was to force the enemy's retreat. To instill fear in the island nation, they needed to defeat them in naval warfare, their supposed area of strength. That was the real objective. The Dragon Nation could not remain confined to these waters forever. This battle was a chance for the Navy to establish its might. On the highway, a convoy of dark green military trucks began heading towards the eastern coastline. Behind them, missile launcher vehicles followed in a long line. Inside, the troop transport's fully armed soldiers sat with gleaming eyes, their demeanor fierce and battle-ready. Yang Shangren, stuck in traffic in his private car, watched this procession with a flicker of surprise. What's going on? As a veteran of the Dragon Nation's armed forces, he had never witnessed such a mobilization during his service. So many units were being deployed, and judging by their insignias, it wasn't just one branch. Even the rapid reaction and missile forces were involved. Was war imminent? He watched the endless stream of military vehicles pass by, utterly bewildered. Outside his car, many other drivers had gotten out, staring at the convoy and murmuring amongst themselves. What is this? Are they preparing for war? Haven't you heard? The Eagle Nation and the Island Nation said today they're going to take our islands. It's all over the internet. Even the Dragon Nation's television is broadcasting the situation in the Eastern Sea. Apparently, the Eagle Nation has deployed its most advanced 1-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and the Island Nation has also mobilized its self-defense forces. Damn, what does this mean? Are they actually going to fight us? If it comes to a fight, count me in. The Dragon Nation has never backed down from them. Yang Shangren's chest burned with fervor at these words. As a retired soldier, a fire always burned within him. And he wasn't alone. Across the city, on the big screens and shopping plazas, the usual glamorous advertisements had been replaced. The screens now showed a live broadcast from the Dragon Nation's central station. The image displayed Eagle Nation fleet vessels already entering their waters, with the Island Nation's fleet aggressively following behind. Watching the arrogant Eagle Nation fleet and the detestable presence of the Island Nation's ships, a heavy weight settled on everyone's hearts. People stood frozen on the streets, their eyes fixed on the screens. Some drivers pulled over to watch. The entire square seemed to fall into an eerie stillness, so intense that nearby foreigners dared not speak. What's wrong with these Dragon Nation people? It's just a news report, isn't it? What's the big deal? To Emily, such news was commonplace in her country. Stories about new warships or aircraft carriers. But they never paid attention to it. No one around her cared either. They were indifferent when asked about international affairs. In their view, even the president was a subject for jokes, and the flag could be used as underwear. Caring about such things seemed absurd. Seeing all the Dragon Nation people holding their breath, their faces grave as they watched the broadcast, Emily was baffled. In all the countries she had visited, she had never seen a populace so invested in matters of national importance. She simply couldn't comprehend it. But Martha, who had lived in the Dragon Nation for over a decade, understood. The greatest difference between the people here and those of other nations was their profound sense of national consciousness. It wasn't just a country, it was a civilization. For people like Emily, if their country disappeared, they could just get a new one or submit to a stronger power. It wasn't a shameful thing. But it was different for the Dragon Nation people. They might seem timid or self-preserving in daily life, but when faced with a national crisis, even an ordinary person could unleash immense strength. They were extremely united in times of disaster like earthquakes, which was rare in other countries. They also had a positive reaction to the sounds of military or police vehicles. In her country, people would hide when they heard a siren and avoid military trucks at all costs. But it was different here. The people had an inexplicable affinity and trust for their soldiers. Even she couldn't fully grasp this concept. Watching the people standing still looking up at the screen, Martha took a deep breath and shook her head, saying, "You can think of it as an expression of their patriotism." Hearing this, Emily frowned, looking at her friend with confusion and disbelief. Patriotism? Honestly, she didn't understand the answer at all. The concept was too abstract for her. She had never felt what patriotism truly meant. So this answer left her completely puzzled. I can't understand it. Emily had nothing more to say as she looked at the silent square. Meanwhile, on the screen, foreign vessels were charging straight into the depths of the Eastern Sea. Watching this, even Martha, a foreigner, could feel the tension in the air. She too found herself drawn to the broadcast. Within the Eastern Sea territory, it was supposed to be the bustling fishing season, yet not a single fishing vessel could be seen on the surface. All the fishing boats had been driven away by the warships of the Island Nation. Watching these fishermen, Yamamoto Ichiro directly ordered, "Drive these Dragon Country fishermen away. From now on, this place belongs to us." Gazing at the several islands not far away, a flicker of greed couldn't help but pass through Yamamoto Ichiro's eyes. As the captain of a self-defense force vessel, they had long coveted these islands of the Dragon Country. The abundant mineral resources and fisheries beneath the sea were things they had dreamed of. If they could seize these islands, their maritime rights and interests would be greatly expanded. However, in recent years, with the increasing strength of the Dragon Country, they felt this dream slipping further away. Especially when they heard that the Dragon Country had developed an aircraft carrier, it struck them like a thunderbolt. This meant they would never again have the chance to confront the Dragon Country at sea. But who would have thought that the Eagle Country would be willing to back them in seizing the islands? Thinking of this, Yamamoto's mouth nearly split from ear to ear with joy. What is national fortune? This is national fortune. Seizing the islands while the Dragon Country was still unsteady, then slowly developing, was simply perfect. But at the thought of the Dragon Country's aircraft carrier, a trace of fear flashed in Yamamoto's eyes. "Admiral Henry, are you certain their aircraft carrier really can't make it here this time?" Hearing Yamamoto's words, Henry, who was observing the sea conditions, curled his lips slightly. The sea ahead was clear and calm with no signs of any vessels moving on the surface. Everything was just as Admiral Milhouse had predicted. The Dragon Country's carrier was merely a half-finished product. With such a massive hull, could its steam power alone sustain long-duration, high-speed navigation? He grinned, then said with utmost contempt, "What are you worried we can't handle a newly established Dragon Country Navy? Or have you been scared witless by those so-called announcements from the Dragon Country?" The surrounding Eagle Country officers burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. What announcements? Not a single inch of territory shall be lost. Do they even have the capability? Exactly. In our eyes, there is no such thing as cannot. If they want to defend, they should show their strength, not just talk. And we will take necessary measures. I'm so scared. Let's see if their aircraft carrier is as tough as their mouths, haha. Looking at the utterly calm sea, their faces were nearly contorted with laughter. Even if the Dragon Country had an aircraft carrier, so what? These islands were theirs for the taking. Was there anything the Dragon Country could do about it? By the time things were set in stone and their battle formations were deployed, the Dragon Country's carrier would be useless, left to watch helplessly. Imagining the Dragon Country's fleeing defeat, a playful smile curled on Henry's lips. Order the fleet to enter the Eastern Sea immediately and deploy to optimal attack positions. Upon hearing this, the officers behind him straightened up, ready to execute the command. However, the adjutant beside him frowned deeply, stepped forward, and said in a low voice, "General, perhaps we should first send a reconnaissance fleet to survey the skies above the area." For some reason, looking at the eerily calm sea, his brow kept twitching. It was too quiet here, almost unnaturally so. Moreover, the Dragon Country's actions were unusual. Since they had entered the Eastern Sea, all information about their fleet had completely vanished. This was truly unsettling. Seeing his adjutant like this, Henry shook his head and chuckled lightly. "Robert, do you know what the biggest difference between you and me is?" Robert frowned, slightly puzzled. "It's that you take the Dragon Country too seriously. Didn't you see their carrier's sea trial? With that massive, clumsy hull, do you think their weak steam power can bring it all the way here? As for nuclear power, I think the Dragon Country will need another 20 years to research it." He turned with a laugh and ordered fleet move into battle formation. Instantly, the vessels of the entire fleet began to disperse, heading towards the cover of the various islands and reefs in the Eastern Sea. Such places were ideal for ambushes, also offering maximum concealment from radar detection. As for Yamamoto, Ichiro, watching the Eagle Country ships split up, his eyes burned with fervor. As long as they drove the Dragon Country away, these islands would be theirs to take over. Then Yamamoto would surely be considered a hero in the history of the island nation. He would be revered by countless people. As for the Dragon Country, what could they do? They could only watch helplessly. Could they possibly come out and challenge the Eagle Country's fleet now? He looked at the Eagle Country ships, his gaze growing more and more reverential. Who said there's no good life following the Eagle Country? Look, isn't life pretty good right now? As for the Dragon Country, what do they gain from opposing the Eagle Country? Greed glinted in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the foreign internet, as warships entered the Dragon Country's Eastern Sea, everyone was buzzing with ridicule. Tisk tisk, is this the Dragon Country's necessary measures? How laughable. Yeah, so what if they developed an aircraft carrier? They'll still be crushed by us. When it comes to high-tech, it's our Eagle Country that's the best. What does the Dragon Country know about carriers? I bet their carrier is just a showpiece. Back in the Dragon Country, Tom and his associates were also smirking, lying by a breakwater, watching the massive carrier battle group enter the Eastern Sea. After watching, he shook his head and said, "Folks, it's proven. The Dragon Country's warning was just a joke." Hearing this, the chat comments exploded. "I knew this would happen. The Dragon people should learn to face reality. There's a difference between aircraft carriers." For a moment, this was the only sentiment. Meanwhile, on the big screens in shopping malls, as everyone saw the Eagle Country's fleet entering with the island nation, the hearts of all Dragon people clenched tightly. Were they really going to lose their land? They remembered the past grievances over maritime disputes, fishing boats driven away by the islanders, merchant ships forcibly detained by the Eagle Country's fleets. Now that they had an aircraft carrier, were they still to endure such humiliation? Staring at the big screen, everyone recalled the injustices suffered before their eyes, dim with despair. This oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a giant hammer. Seeing this, Emily couldn't help but swallow hard. Even she could feel the pain of a nation and its people. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. Her fists clenched involuntarily. Just as everyone assumed the Eagle Country would succeed, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, and an aircraft carrier appeared before everyone's eyes. The bright red flag upon it shone upon everyone like the rising sun. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Dragon Country's aircraft carrier, everyone present stopped thinking for a moment, and then a tremendous uproar exploded. "An aircraft carrier, it's our aircraft carrier. Our aircraft carrier has finally appeared." The moment that crimson red flag came into view, a wave of emotion stirred in everyone's hearts for reasons none could articulate. No one questioned how this carrier had materialized, nor did anyone ponder the journey it had taken to arrive. Merely catching sight of that crimson hue was enough to make the crowd feel as though they had found their organization their pillar of support. Listening to the cheers of the Dragon Nation citizens present, Emily was utterly astonished. In her memory, only the appearance of a superstar could ever elicit such a commotion. Yet when she witnessed the fervent and sincere gazes of everyone present, even her own heart couldn't help but tremble. It felt as if a warm current was surging within her chest, though she couldn't quite grasp the nature of this sentiment. This feeling, however, was silently moving her in a way she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, online Gao Jie and others found themselves moved to tears upon seeing the aircraft carrier. For they understood this was the Dragon Nation's carrier, and moreover, it was nuclear-powered. The Dragon Nation had truly developed nuclear propulsion. The only explanation for arriving this quickly and even beating the other side to the punch was that their carrier was also nuclear-powered and its engines were even more formidable. After all, how many countries in the world possess aircraft carriers? You could count them on one hand, and those with nuclear power were even rarer. Up until now, only the Eagle Nation and the Gallic Rooster had achieved this. No other country on Earth had successfully developed a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. And now the Dragon Nation had joined their ranks. Gazing at the carrier before him, Gao Jie's teeth were chattering slightly. Online, the moment the Dragon Nation's carrier appeared, the entire internet erupted in frenzy. All you naysayers who claimed we couldn't build a carrier, that our carriers were useless, step the hell up. What is this? I'm asking you, what is this? There's no doubt about it, this is nuclear-powered, alright. At that moment, everyone finally understood why the Dragon Nation's officials had spoken with such firmness. They had secretly been building a nuclear-powered carrier all along. Only nuclear power could have allowed them to reach the Eastern Sea so swiftly, deploy in time, and complete their strategic positioning. Everyone had thought that the Dragon Nation building a steam-powered carrier was already impressive given it was their first attempt, and they needed to gain experience. Even conventional power would have been acceptable, as the Eagle Nation had also started with steam-powered carriers. But to go straight to nuclear power. They say you should cross the river by feeling the stones, but at this rate the Eagle Nation would be stripped bare before they could build something like this. After all, it took the Eagle Nation over 20 years to build their first nuclear-powered carrier. Even now, their 1,200-ton nuclear carrier represents decades of technological achievement. Yet the Dragon Nation's carrier from the very start was like a resounding slap across their faces. If they remembered correctly, this carrier of theirs was even larger than the others. With this thought, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Indeed, there are differences between carriers. So that's what that saying meant. I finally get it now. Compared to the Dragon Nation's carrier, the Eagle Nation's does indeed fall short. Previously, countless people online had boasted about the strength of the Eagle Nation's carriers, concluding that their own were inferior. Such rhetoric had been rampant, but at this moment it had completely vanished into thin air. Tom, who had been preparing to film the Dragon Nation's carrier arriving breathlessly only to be soundly beaten by the joint fleet, now wore a face of utter disbelief. His assistant was frantically scrolling through the live broadcast feed, then whispered, "This is bad, the Dragon Nation's carrier just appeared out of nowhere." Upon hearing this, Tom was stunned. He lowered his voice and asked, "Appeared? How is that possible? Aren't their carriers steam-powered?" His assistant quickly shook his head and pulled up the newly updated official Dragon Nation website, where a new piece of data had just been posted. It read, "Celebrating the commissioning of the Dragon Nation's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier." Below it there was even an English translation, just in case anyone couldn't understand. Seeing this sudden update, a flush of red crept across Tom's dark-skinned face. This Dragon Nation official was such a sly dog, not releasing the data beforehand, and choosing this exact moment to announce it. They were the slyest of the sly. He couldn't help but curse in frustration. Shit, how does the Dragon Nation have its own nuclear power? Meanwhile, some eagle-eyed foreign viewers in the live stream had already spotted the official English translation from the Dragon Nation. They cried out in shock. What the hell? How could the Dragon Nation have developed their own nuclear-powered carrier? Fuck, is this a joke? Nuclear power? We in John Bull's land don't even have one ourselves. Holy shit, if I recall correctly, doesn't the Dragon Nation's nuclear carrier seem even bigger than the Eagle Nation's 1,200-ton one? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The nuclear-powered carrier is the industrial jewel of our Eagle Nation's history. How could the Dragon Nation possibly master it? Then you explain how their carrier arrived in the Eastern Sea ahead of time. Don't even mention it, we white elephants don't even have our own steam-powered carrier yet. This is a nightmare for our land of the rising sun. Dang. In an instant, the entire livestream chat was in complete disarray. The Eagle Nation's netizens in particular stared at the scene before them in utter disbelief. They had always prided themselves on being a high-tech developed nation. They looked down on the technology and military equipment of other countries, but now seeing the Dragon Nation's nuclear-powered carrier, they were rendered speechless. What's going on here? It took us 20 years to build a nuclear carrier. How did the Dragon Nation just whip one up like that? And it looks even more impressive than ours. They call this military backwardness. I've been deceived by my own country's trashy newspapers. Damn it. Exactly. They used to say the Dragon Nation couldn't even build a car, and now they've gone and built a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Is this the same Dragon Nation I knew? Unfamiliar, so unfamiliar. Everyone had thought they were in for an easy show at the Dragon Nation's expense, but it turned out this wasn't a show at all, it was a landmine. The fact that their carrier was nuclear-powered was too much to handle, especially for the netizens of the Basin country. They had thought that by following the Eagle Nation, they'd be on easy street. But now it seemed there was no future in that. The Dragon Nation had gone straight to nuclear-powered carriers. Would there be any good days left for them? With that thought, everyone was utterly dejected. But the one who felt even worse than anyone else was Henry, the commander of this fleet. He listened as the reports from his crew came in one after another, each one announcing the sighting of Dragon Nation vessels. Henry couldn't help but gasp sharply. How can a Dragon Nation carrier be here? Aren't they conventionally powered? Fuck. In his panic, he even let out a curse. He stared at the Dragon Nation aircraft carrier directly ahead, his jaw clenching tightly. Report Destroyer 1 has spotted Dragon Nation vessels. Report Destroyer 2 has spotted Dragon Nation vessels. Report. Almost in an instant, a cascade of reports flooded in, each declaring encounters with Dragon Nation ships. The officers on every vessel were stunned. Following orders to disperse, they had been sailing straight towards the rear of the island chain. But when their destroyers and frigates turned, the scene before them made them gasp sharply. There the Dragon Nation's destroyers had all their gun barrels trained on them, their bows pointing directly at their front. Had the enemy opened fire as they entered, they wouldn't have known what hit them. The terrifying part was just when they thought the Dragon Nation had only sent small escorts, an aircraft carrier loomed into view. The sight of the Dragon Nation carrier left everyone dumbfounded. Their original plan had been to waltz in and seize the island without a hitch. Moreover, they had been sailing under strict radio silence with all communications off, and even their destroyers' gun ports were sealed, missile launchers unadjusted. Now facing this situation, they were completely stunned. FK, how can a Dragon Nation carrier be here? Didn't Admiral Henry say theirs was only conventionally powered? The Dragon Nation fleet had not only arrived before them, but was also lying in wait at the ambush point. It felt like a wolf that thought it was hunting a sheep only to realize it was the sheep all along. The sheer shock was unbearable. Some Eagle soldiers were having a mental breakdown. SHD, this isn't conventionally powered. How could a conventional carrier beat us here? Oh my god, we've been deceived by our own people. I don't want to die here. How could the Dragon Nation also develop nuclear power? FK. In a frenzy, all the Eagle officers and soldiers scrambled to their posts as the battle alarm blared. Panicked footsteps thundered across the decks. Go, move it. Activate the air defense radar. Take the canvas off the naval guns. All ships retreat immediately. Do not advance further. The Eagles had completely lost their former swagger, now scrambling in sheer panic. Watching the chaotic state of the Eagle carrier group and hearing the piercing sirens, Yamamoto was utterly bewildered. What's going on? What happened? Weren't we supposed to ambush the Dragon Nation's warships together? Why is everyone retreating? As he watched the Eagle ships pulling back from behind the islands, Yamamoto was completely baffled. Their ships, being smaller in tonnage, could only trail behind the Eagle carrier. With radio silence still in effect, they had no idea what was unfolding ahead. They could only watch as the Eagle ships inexplicably withdrew from the various bays. Some of the smaller foot chicken boats were capsized by the retreating Eagle vessels, flipping over entirely. Their soldiers floundered in the water, crying out in their native tongue. Asakite, help me. Seeing Henry emerge from the command center, they clung to him like a lifeline, their eyes gleaming with hope. General Henry, save us. But Henry didn't even glance their way. He walked straight to the bow, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing Dragon Nation carrier. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The Dragon Nation carrier appeared larger in tonnage and displacement. Judging by its design, it was unmistakably a formidable attack carrier. Its vast flight deck and lengthy runway provided ample space for its fighter jets. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. An Eagle officer beside him, pale with fear at the sight of the carrier, muttered about the Dragon Nation's rapid mastery of carrier technology. His brow furrowed in irritation at the splashing cries of the men overboard. Shut up. FK. Hearing this, the floundering foot chicken soldiers were stunned, staring at their so-called allies in disbelief, their eyes filled with despair. They were eventually rescued by their own self-defense force vessels. Once aboard, they trembled uncontrollably, muttering, "It's terrifying, this trip is terrifying. I want to go home. I want to go home." The memory of the Eagle carrier's massive stern as it retreated, and the harsh words they'd heard, left them shaking. They deeply regretted ever coming with the fleet. If they could, they would leave this instant. Yamamoto's face was grim. He couldn't understand what had gotten into the previously aggressive Eagles. Why was their entire fleet retreating in a frenzy? But when he saw the massive Dragon Nation carrier ahead, he too gasped. A carrier? How does the Dragon Nation have a carrier here? How did they manage this? A sudden thought struck him, making him shiver, his pupils contracting sharply. Could it be a nuclear-powered carrier? Looking at Henry's grave expression and the retreating Eagle ships, Yamamoto swallowed hard, his suspicion growing stronger. Why else would the Eagles be so wary? Staring at the imposing hull of the Dragon Nation vessel, Yamamoto's face turned ashen. A nuclear-powered carrier as their first. It was unprecedented on the planet, and its speed was clearly superior to theirs. The Eagle's own carrier boasted a displacement of 120 tons and a top speed of 32 knots, which was already considered the limit. How could the Dragon Nation's carrier be faster? The only explanation was that their carrier's performance was superior, and the thought made Yamamoto's eyes tremble. At that moment, even he felt the urge to retreat. On the flight deck, Henry's face was livid. This was almost a close-quarters ambush in such a narrow strait that they had no time to react. Their main guns and missiles were virtually useless. Their ships were packed together like dumplings in a boiling pot, with only meters between them. Their guns couldn't be brought to bear. A few missiles now would doom this so-called strongest carrier fleet on the planet. All because he hadn't anticipated the Dragon Nation's carrier group arriving before them. Their carrier was supposed to be one of the best in the world, its specifications eclipsing any in history. Yet compared to this Dragon Nation behemoth, it seemed utterly inferior. But even if their ship was outclassed, they still had their carrier-based aircraft. Notify all Lightning II pilots, prepare for immediate takeoff. If they could get airborne, he could still turn the tide. As a senior Eagle commander, he wouldn't be intimidated by this so-called Dragon Nation carrier. Looking at the Dragon Nation carrier's bare flight deck, a smirk played on his lips. They must have left their aircraft behind to make speed. Why else would the deck be empty? It seems the Dragon Nation's carrier is all show and no substance. Henry pointed at the Dragon Nation carrier's deck, laughing with smug satisfaction. Before the screens, everyone gazing at the Eastern Sea couldn't help but redden their eyes. The once arrogant Eagle warships were now in utter chaos, crammed together without an inch to move. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier like a war god slowly emerged from the harbor, advancing step by step. Such a sight was beyond their wildest dreams. Previously, as military enthusiasts, they could only look up to and envy the enemy's carrier strike group. But now they too possessed their own carrier group. At this thought, everyone clenched their fists tightly, their eyes glued to the screen before them. This is our aircraft carrier. On the square, all passers-by halted in their tracks, staring at the giant screen in front of them, all their eyes blazing. The Dragon Nation's carrier continued its advance, and a resounding voice echoed from its broadcast. You have entered the waters of the Dragon Nation. Leave immediately, or we reserve the right to expel you. Then came an English translation. In that moment, the phrase, you have entered the waters of the Dragon Nation, reverberated across the sea and echoed through the square. Every Dragon citizen watched this scene unfold. How many years had it been since they were the ones humiliated by the other side? Now at last they could stand tall and shout back, screw you. This is our turf, get the hell out. With that thought, they continued watching, and even in restaurants people lifted their heads to gaze at the television. On the roadside, cars had come to a halt. Hearing the broadcast proclaiming, you have entered the waters of the Dragon Nation, their hearts surged with emotion. Would the Eagle back down? In the square, on the streets, and by the roadside, people stepped forward to watch the live broadcast. As Emily watched these Dragon citizens spontaneously gather to stare at the mall's big screen, she felt as if an electric current ran through her, raising goosebumps all over. Beside her, Martha unconsciously gripped her friend's hand. Even they were moved by the spirit of this nation's people. More and more people began to gather in the square, their very breaths turning feverish. On foreign forums, netizens from various countries were stunned by the scene. Damn, actually ordering the Eagle's carrier fleet out of the waters. Few countries on the entire blue planet would dare do that. Right? The Eagle boasts the strongest navy, claiming freedom of navigation everywhere. Is freedom about to become unfree? Before they could finish, Eagle netizens immediately fired back. Are you kidding? Our navy is invincible. This is just a minor skirmish. If it comes to carriers, can the Dragon Nation match us? Exactly. That was just carelessness. They set a trap by being cunning and lying in ambush. Otherwise, how could they be our match? And carrier strength isn't about size. It's about the carrier-based aircraft. Look at the Dragon's carrier. It probably stripped its aircraft to get here in time. The deck looks bare, nothing but sheer size. No threat at all. Hearing this, everyone noticed that indeed there were few aircraft on the Dragon's carrier deck, looking empty, posing no menace aside from its bulk. In contrast, the Eagle's carrier deck was packed with dozens of fighter jets, including over 20 Lightning II fighters. These were the true fifth-generation aircraft admired across the entire blue planet. Recognizing this gap, Eagle netizens seemed to have found a new lease on confidence. What good is a big carrier? Once our jets take off, I'd like to see how the Dragon copes. Indeed, their deck is all show, no substance. They probably cleared the aircraft to rush here. I think so too. A carrier has limited power. Carrying so many fighters would slow it down. As it stands, the Dragon's carrier is nothing special. A carrier without aircraft is useless, and they dare to tell us to leave. What a joke. A storm of debate raged online. Meanwhile, inside the Eagle Defense Department, Milhouse was pacing back and forth with a grim face. On his desk lay the battle report submitted by Henry. As he paced, he muttered, Henry, that idiot. How could he let our carriers fall into such a perilous situation? Why didn't he send out carrier-based aircraft to scout beforehand? And the Dragon Nation, where did they get the technology to build a nuclear-powered carrier? And faster than us. The more he spoke, the darker Milhouse's expression grew. The operation was codenamed Thunder precisely because they had assessed the dragon's carrier capabilities, allowing them to boldly enter their waters. But now not only had they failed, they had brought trouble upon themselves. An entire carrier fleet was trapped inside, broadcast live to the world. At that thought, Milhouse rubbed his brow in frustration. Beside him, Patrick was equally astonished, unable to believe his ears when he heard the dragon's carrier was also nuclear-powered. How long had it been since they announced the construction of a carrier? And now it was completed and nuclear-powered at that. Even they couldn't have imagined that. Yet regardless, retreat was not an option. To retreat would make them the laughingstock of the world. Besides, he had spotted a fatal flaw in the dragon's carrier. Henry's report clearly stated that the dragon carrier's deck had scarce aircraft. This indicated that from its design the carrier had significant shortcomings. To maintain high speed over long distances, it could only carry a limited number of fighters, greatly reducing its combat effectiveness. A smile crept onto his face. Admiral Milhouse, I believe the dragon's carrier might not be as terrifying as we thought. Look at Henry's report. Carrier-based aircraft are their weakness. For long voyages, they must limit the number of fighters, or they lack power. Now both carriers are in the bay with neither side able to launch aircraft. This is our opportunity. Hearing this, Milhouse's lips curled slightly. As the defense secretary, he understood Patrick's implication. The dragon carrier to reach the area early must have stripped its deck of aircraft. Otherwise, how could they have such momentum to arrive at the Eastern Sea ahead of time? Did they think that as long as both fleets stayed in the bay, no aircraft could take off? They forgot. They had Lightning II fifth-generation fighters capable of vertical takeoff and landing. His lips curled further. Once the jets took off, the situation would be completely in their favor, crushing superiority. Indeed, the advantage still lay with them. Smiling, Milhouse immediately ordered, notify Henry to launch the Lightning II fighters immediately. Simultaneously issue a statement, if the dragon ships don't back down, we won't hesitate to take action. A fifth-generation fighter against a carrier with no aircraft. How could they lose? The more he thought, the more his smile widened. Soon he would become the first defense secretary in Eagle history to defeat the dragon militarily, a distinction not even General MacArthur had achieved. With that thought, he leisurely lit a cigar, reclined in his leather chair, and awaited the report of the dragon's collapse from the front lines. On the Eagle Nation's official website, the moment Gao Jia opened it, a message popped up. It read, this voyage of ours is to exercise the freedom of navigation and to maintain the stability and balance of the region. We advise the Dragon Nation not to obstruct our exercise of rights, lest you undermine regional justice and peace. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The accompanying image was a Lightning II fifth-generation fighter soaring through the sky. The threat was palpable. The moment the announcement was made, military enthusiasts across the Dragon Nation, including Sun Daping, erupted in fury. What is the meaning of this? At a time of confrontation, what are they playing at? They barge into someone else's doorstep with a knife in hand, and then accuse others of undermining regional justice and peace. Have they no shame at all? Every chat group exploded in outrage. These Eagles are far too arrogant. Do they really think their fifth-generation fighters make them invincible? They intrude into our waters and call us the disruptors of peace. Freedom of navigation. Is your freedom of navigation meant to be exercised in someone else's home? Exactly, it's utterly shameless. I wish the day would come when our carriers could sail freely in their waters. Upon seeing this last remark, everyone in the group fell silent. Although the Eagles were malicious, no one had ever called them weak. The Dragon Nation had long endured their humiliation simply because its technological development lagged behind. Whether the Dragon Nation could win this confrontation remained uncertain. A heavy weight settled on everyone's hearts. Even Gao Jia's expression was grim. Though their fleet currently held the advantage, it was only because the enemy's carrier-based aircraft could not take off. However, this time the enemy was equipped with the most advanced fifth-generation fighters capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Once those aircraft were airborne, the situation would reverse in an instant. As for the Dragon Nation's carrier, which had rushed to the scene, it was likely that its deck had been stripped of its aircraft to gain speed. How else could it have arrived so much earlier? Gao Jia's brow furrowed deeper with these thoughts. Inside the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, reports of Eagle Nation vessels being discovered in the eastern seas and forced into island harbors arrived from the front lines. Gazing at the map before him, Long Jiangwo did not appear particularly pleased. After a moment's deliberation, he asked the intelligence officer before him, are the Eagle Nation and the Island Nation's ships still in the harbor? Although they held a significant advantage this time on the international stage, restraint was key. This ambush had exceeded his expectations. The nuclear propulsion provided by Lin Tian was far more formidable than they had imagined. Even at full load, the carrier could maintain a high speed of 50 knots. This was unprecedented in the history of aircraft carriers. However, they understood the wisdom of not pursuing a cornered foe. As major nations, they had to accord each other a basic level of respect. They had deliberately left an opening in this ambush, allowing the enemy to withdraw at any time if they so chose. This was not an act of submission, but a calculated concession based on the realities of the situation. Hearing Long Jiangwo's question, Xin Xingyang and Li Zhanhao turned their gazes to the intelligence officer. The officer suddenly felt an immense pressure, his face flushing red. Li Zhanhao shouted impatiently, "Just say what you see." Startled, the intelligence officer trembled, then quickly retrieved an official announcement from the Eagle Nation and said, "Report." The Eagle Nation posted an official statement this afternoon declaring they will absolutely not retreat. From the tone of it, they seem intent on fighting us to the bitter end. Everyone was stunned by this news, and they snatched the intelligence reports to examine them closely. When they saw the Lightning II fighter jet used as the accompanying image and read the arrogant words, a surge of anger welled up within them. "Fight! I say we annihilate these shameless bastards this time. They don't appreciate the respect we've shown them. They have fighters, but don't we?" Li Zhanhao was the first to lose his composure. In the past, without carriers, we couldn't support such a confrontation. But now we have nuclear-powered carriers. Whoever cowers is a coward. Besides, what was the meaning of them posting that image? Wasn't it to signal their intention to launch fifth-generation fighters during the standoff? But would they be given the chance? The carriers they had sent to the eastern seas were fully loaded, and their aircraft had already taken off and were on standby in the sky. If the enemy refused to see reason, they wouldn't hesitate to teach them a lesson. Vertical takeoff and landing. That's only possible if they can actually get their fighters off the ground. Shen Xingyang, standing nearby, initially wanted to counsel restraint. "Old Li, can't you change your temperament? We must maintain a basic level of respect in this confrontation, you see." But when he caught sight of the line, "We advise the Dragon Nation not to obstruct our exercise of rights. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." A flash of anger ignited in his eyes. "I think it's time we taught the Eagle Nation a proper lesson. Do they truly believe the Dragon Nation's navy is defenseless? We must make them remember that the Dragon Nation of today is not what it used to be." Hearing these words, a glint of killing intent appeared in Long Zhangwo's eyes. As the Minister of Defense, he naturally had to consider the welfare of the Dragon Nation's people. No action could be too excessive. But since the enemy had thrown away all pretense of decency, they couldn't be blamed for what came next. This time, they would show the Eagle Nation and the Island Nation the fear of being dominated by a Dragon Nation carrier. "Contact the fighter pilots who took off earlier and tell them to prepare. This time I want their fighters to be pinned to the ground, unable to take off at all." Long Zhangwo's face was filled with killing intent. While a hot war was out of the question since the enemy was so clueless, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson in respect. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, over 100 Dragon Nation fighters were poised for action. After following the carrier to this bay, they had immediately taken off to this altitude, flying in complete radio silence. Their purpose was to guard against the Eagle Nation's carrier-based aircraft. As long as the enemy didn't make a move, they would pretend nothing was happening. But upon receiving the order, Zhao Chongkong and the others all grinned. "Brothers, we've got work." As they looked down at the Eagle Nation's fighters preparing for vertical takeoff, all the Dragon Nation pilots chuckled. Then their expressions turned cold. With a sharp roll, they began to descend, diving towards the sea. Fifth-generation fighters. Even the best aircraft requires a balance of runway and airflow to take off. And would they be given that chance? One after another, the fighters roared as they swooped downward. "Logistics unit, move up now. Go." All Lightning II fighter pilots report to the flight deck immediately. "Landing gear is cleared for takeoff. Engines are running normally, cleared for takeoff." On the carrier's flight deck, Eagle soldiers were urgently inspecting all the Lightning II fighters. Inside the carrier's bridge, Henry watched the scene unfold with a faint smile curling at his lips. Turning to his adjutant, he asked with a chuckle, "Robert, what's the situation with the Dragon Nation?" Robert furrowed his brow. "General, the Dragon Nation remains silent. The fighters on their carrier deck are still unmoving." Hearing this, Henry wore an expression of "just as I thought." He raised an eyebrow, gazing forward nonchalantly with his hands clasped behind his back. "I figured they'd have no reaction." What reaction could they possibly have? The officers behind him also wore smiles. They had initially believed they'd walked into an ambush and were doomed, but now it seemed the Dragon Nation was simply courting disaster. Haha, General Henry is right. Those Dragon Nation folks can only stand by and watch helplessly this time. Exactly. Sacrificing combat capability for speed on a carrier is sheer stupidity. In my view, these Dragon Nation people are vastly overestimating themselves. It's not like the old days. We rely on technology. Our carriers can project power across thousands of miles. Can theirs? Even if they got here first, what's the use if their carrier-based aircraft can't keep up? I bet they're scrambling to deploy them right now. As they spoke, smug smiles spread across their faces. Just then a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared. At the sound of the air raid siren, everyone in the bridge instinctively ducked, staring around in bewilderment. What's going on? Why is the air raid siren sounding? Henry was stunned. Hadn't the Dragon Nation's fighters not even taken off yet? How could there be an air raid warning? Even the Eagle soldier monitoring the radar was dumbfounded. The radar system, which had been normal moments ago, suddenly displayed over 100 red blips on the screen. "Sir, detecting a large number of Dragon Nation aircraft at 800 meters altitude, heading straight for us." Dragon Nation aircraft? Henry was so shocked he began to wonder if the radar was malfunctioning. How could there be Dragon Nation aircraft here? Their deck hasn't launched any fighters. As he uttered the word, launched, realization dawned. His eyes widened as he stared at the empty flight deck of the Dragon Nation carrier ahead. A chill shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and a wave of terror surged from his heart. Damn it! The Dragon Nation carrier arrived here fully loaded with aircraft. In an instant, everything became clear, and that clarity made the fear all the more visceral. All his life, he had been taught that they possessed the world's mightiest navy and unmatched technology. But the appearance of the Dragon Nation's carrier had shattered his fundamental beliefs. They cracked the arrestor wire technology in half a year and successfully built a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier on their first attempt. This nation is terrifyingly formidable. For a moment, he felt that opposing the Dragon Nation was a foolish decision. He shouted, "Notify all Lightning II fighter pilots immediately, get airborne now." But before he could finish issuing the order, the radar operator yelled, "Too late, General. The Dragon Nation aircraft are already diving to just 100 meters above us." On the flight deck, Eagle fighter pilots were unaware of what was happening. Some Lightning IIs had already adjusted their vectoring nozzles. Just as they were about to take off, a deafening roar tore through the sky. The thunderous hum rattled every pilot to their core. Then a dark silhouette streaked overhead. The powerful downdraft it generated violently buffeted the Lightning IIs, tossing them around like flimsy children's toys. The pilots inside turned pale with terror, gripping their control sticks with white-knuckled desperation, screaming, "Fuck, save me." Shit. At that moment, all thoughts of the mission vanished. One mistake meant certain death. One by one, the Raptors wobbled and swayed violently, their pilots' nerves rattled. Some pilots, stubbornly refusing to give up, attempted another takeoff. But moments after lifting off, another aircraft screamed past just meters above their heads. The turbulent wake nearly sent him and his fighter plummeting into the ocean depths. What shocked him even more was the pilot of that aircraft. It was a Dragon Nation pilot. It was a Dragon Nation fighter jet. Staring at the swarm of dark aircraft blotting out the sky, the Eagle soldiers on the deck turned ashen, dropping to the deck in terror and clutching their helmets. Dragon Nation fighter jets swept over the deck like apocalyptic beasts, while their Lightning IIs were buffeted helplessly by the low-altitude passes. They were reduced to pitiful grounded chickens, looking utterly pathetic. The soldiers of the Legume Island Nation behind them watched the Eagles' floundering helplessness, and their last vestiges of belief in their heavenly soldiers shattered completely. This is the world's strongest. The cherry blossoms are blooming back home. I want to go home. We don't want this island anymore. Just let us go home. This is a nightmare. They wailed in despair, their eyes hollow and lifeless. Yet a few officers shouted, "Don't retreat. Trust your allies. Everyone relax. We have a treaty with the Eagles. The Dragon Nation wouldn't dare attack. The Eagles will protect us. Snap out of it. You all look like you've lost your spirit." Hearing these words, the soldiers managed to somewhat steady their frayed nerves. Back in the bridge, Henry's face was ashen as he watched the overwhelming swarm of Dragon Nation aircraft. His eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and awe. Listening to the roar of the engines overhead, Henry cursed inwardly. The Lightning IIs on the deck, once their pride and hope, were now scattered, haphazardly pinned down. They couldn't take off at all. Henry's face twitched in frustration. Fuck. These damn Dragon Nation bastards fight dirty. He flinched as another Dragon Nation jet screamed past just above the deck. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight back. They simply had no chance. Their fighters were neutralized by the Dragon Nation's already airborne aircraft, completely losing air superiority. All their ships were clustered together, unable to mount an effective defense. And all of this was because of that one carrier. Who could have imagined that nuclear-powered carrier would be traveling at full speed with a full air wing? Their own carriers could carry at most around 90 aircraft. Yet there were at least 100 in the sky right now. Even he felt a tremor of fear at the thought. What kind of monster has the Dragon Nation created? They have a nuclear carrier too. Why is there such a huge difference? Henry shuddered at the sight of the densely packed aircraft overhead. He then decisively opened the hatch, intending to step out and steady the troops' morale. After all, the Dragon Nation's aircraft couldn't harass them indefinitely. Once they finished, it would be their turn to launch and counterattack. With that resolve, he gritted his teeth and opened the hatch. But just then, several Dragon Nation fighters streaked across the sky, and a rain of dark objects scattered down from above. What is this? Reaching up to touch the viscous liquid on his face, Henry's eyes betrayed a flicker of confusion. He then brought the dark substance to his nose, but the moment he caught its scent, his expression drastically shifted. Shit, this is aviation fuel. His eyes widened as he shot a glance towards the sky. More and more Dragon Nation fighter jets streaked overhead, their thunderous roar akin to a dragon's cry as trails of fuel fell like black snow upon them below. Gazing at the warplanes on the horizon, Henry trembled involuntarily. He snatched a steel helmet and clapped it onto his head, then quickly retreated to the bridge. "Give me the Defense Department on the line immediately. I'm requesting an evacuation." Fuck, to defeat the Dragon Nation, God himself would have to command an aircraft carrier. This was no longer a battle, it was a slaughter. Their carrier had fallen behind from the very start and lagged in every aspect thereafter. From kinetic energy to the number of embarked aircraft, once lost, the advantage was nearly impossible to reclaim. Staring at the Dragon Nation carrier steadfast, and unmoving before him, a shiver ran through Henry's gaze. He knew aviation fuel was hard to ignite, but if the enemy fired a stray shot, or one of their own VTOL aircraft vectored its exhaust nozzles towards the deck, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was indeed unafraid of death, but he did not wish to die so ignobly. With this thought, he gripped the communicator tightly. As soon as the call connected, Milhouse's calm voice came through. "Henry, trust me, the Dragon Nation wouldn't dare do anything to us. Even if their ships surround us, so what? Once our carrier-based aircraft are in the air, the Dragon Nation's carrier will be left with no choice but to await its doom." Hearing the composed voice over the phone, Henry looked at the Eagle Nation soldiers on the deck, drenched in fuel, and his mouth twitched. Still, he tried to maintain his composure and said, "General Milhouse, I must respectfully refuse this mission. Carrier Strike Group 1 has lost its combat capability. I request an immediate withdrawal from this area." Upon hearing this, Milhouse was frozen in place, standing there dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. "What? The first carrier has lost its combat capability?" Hearing this, Milhouse's voice shot up an octave. He had envisioned this battle making his name in the annals of history, but this was not the script he had anticipated. Hadn't they said the Dragon Nation's carrier couldn't carry extra aircraft? How had it lost its combat capability? The previous intelligence reports didn't mention this. Looking at the report that claimed they could dominate in terms of carrier-based aircraft, Milhouse couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. However, when Henry finished reporting the full situation, Milhouse couldn't help but gasp. "What? The Dragon Nation carrier has hundreds of aircraft waiting for you. How is that possible? Even our carriers can't travel at high speed to this sea area with hundreds of aircraft. Could their propulsion be more powerful than ours?" He knew their most powerful nuclear-powered carriers were at their limit, carrying 90 aircraft. The Dragon Nation's carrier was not only larger in size, it carried more aircraft, and had still managed to arrive at the designated waters and set up a defense in advance. Just how powerful was that carrier's propulsion system? At this thought, even Milhouse's eyes betrayed a glimmer of terror. The Dragon Nation's carrier construction technology was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. How did they manage this? Is there someone backing them? With these thoughts, Milhouse's expression turned grim. If they ever found out who was aiding the Dragon Nation, they would surely impose severe sanctions. On the Dragon Nation's internet, when people saw the sudden appearance of fighter jets streaking across the sky over the enemy carrier like a dark cloud, many were moved to tears staring at their screens, and even veteran military enthusiasts like Gao Jie could hardly contain their excitement. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. They had never imagined their warplanes would one day fly over an Eagle Nation aircraft carrier. They knew that in international practice, when a foreign nation's warplanes fly over your carrier, it signifies they possess the capability to destroy you. Previously, the Eagle Nation was always the one playing that role. Now, seeing the Eagle Nation's carrier cowering, while their own carriers stood tall and proud with wave after wave of jets emerging from the clouds. As they drove the enemy away, the crowd erupted in excited cheers. In the past, their cargo ships could be stopped and detained because they lacked a powerful navy. All they could do back then was protest in vain and endure it passively, but things were different now. The Eagle Nation had aircraft carriers, and so did they, and theirs were superior. So this is what the Eagle Nation meant by suffer the consequences. Seems nothing more than that. Where's all that arrogance they showed in their posts before? What fifth-generation fighter? Looks more like a ground-strutting chicken to me. Didn't they say our carriers were inferior? Look who's inferior now. Haha, that's devastatingly ironic. Just as everyone was chatting, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey everyone, look. That post on the Eagle Nation's official page is gone." Hearing this, Gao Jie was startled. He quickly opened the Eagle Nation's official website. Sure enough, the official post that had previously read "Suffer the consequences" accompanied by a Lightning II fighter jet image had vanished. Seeing this, even Gao Jie raised an eyebrow. No way did they delete their post overnight because of this. That's a bit much, isn't it? And on the Eagle Nation's official page, Dragon Nation netizens were storming the comments section. Why did you delete the post? Don't delete it. Keep it up. We still want to see how you plan to make us suffer the consequences. Exactly. Where's all that previous arrogance? Here, let me show you a little taste of the consequences. With that, they sent a picture showing the Eagle Nation's carrier drenched in black aviation fuel. The black fuel was spreading across the deck, and the aircraft on it were in complete disarray. Some aircraft were entirely soaked in the black fuel, their stealth coatings likely ruined beyond repair. The moment the picture was posted, it shot to the top of the trending comments. Some Eagle Nation netizens, looking at the pitiful state of their own carrier, were completely devastated. Oh my god, is that our carrier? What on earth happened? Shit, what is the military doing? I'm going to report them. Isn't our navy supposed to be the strongest on the entire blue planet? How could this happen? Did the Dragon Nation do this? How is that possible? Looking at the tragic state of their carrier, all the Eagle Nation netizens felt a shiver run down their spines. In the Eastern Sea, Henry's eyes flickered with resentment as he watched the fleet of Dragon Country warships closing in. When had they, the world's hegemon, ever been forced into such a humiliating position? Yet as he stared at the approaching vessels, his expression darkened further. Inside the bay, all the Dragon Country warships began advancing at a slow, deliberate pace. A voice echoed repeatedly from the ships. This is the territorial waters of the Dragon Country. Leave immediately, or we will be forced to take measures to expel you. The message was then repeated in English. At the sound of it, the entire Eagle Country fleet fell into a deathly silence, the dark fuel oil on their ships glaringly conspicuous. All the members of the self-defense force stared intently at the Eagle Country vessels, their eyes shifting uneasily. For them, as long as the Eagle Country remained, there was still hope. Everyone, don't panic. I refuse to believe the Dragon Country would dare do anything to us. Exactly. We hold the title of the mightiest navy. We will not retreat so easily. The Eastern Sea belongs to us. If we hold our ground, what can they possibly do? Yamamoto, looking at the Eagle Country warships before him, couldn't help but reveal a hint of madness on his face. He simply refused to believe that the Dragon Country would risk a direct confrontation with the Eagle Country. Just as he was thinking this, a thunderous roar erupted before them. A massive column of water dozens of meters high shot into the sky, sending up towering waves. A Dragon Country fighter jet appeared on the horizon, and a voice blared from it. This is the Dragon Country Navy. You have entered our territorial waters. Leave immediately. Another deafening sound followed. This time a Dragon Country aircraft carrier directly shoved an Eagle Country vessel aside. Yamamoto's pupils constricted at the sight. Nanny, have these Dragon Country people gone mad? Live fire warning. What about the Eagle Country? What are they doing? He instinctively looked towards Henry's nuclear-powered carrier, only to see it reversing hastily. Ships bumped and scraped against each other as they scrambled out of the bay, and no one wanted to linger any longer. Of course not. Their carriers were loaded with fuel. One direct hit would lead to catastrophic consequences. Some soldiers, hearing the roar of the shells, turned pale with fear. Retreat. Henry uttered the word with great difficulty, watching the Dragon Country carriers steadily advancing. For years they had been the ones to expel others and sail freely in foreign waters. But now, seeing the immense Dragon Country carrier and the fighter jets loaded with live ammunition, even Henry felt a pang of dread. On the foreign internet, people watching the live stream from the Dragon Country were stunned by what they saw. The Eagle Country is actually retreating. Damn, in all my years online, this is the first time I've seen their ships back down. Are these Dragon Country people insane? Live fire deterrence, holy crap. For some reason I can't help but feel a bit envious of these Dragon Country folks. Yamamoto, witnessing everything unfold, was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Seeing their pathetic retreat, he recalled their earlier smug demeanor. Weren't they supposed to have their backs? Why did they just run? Yamamoto was dumbfounded, and the netizens of the Chicken Country watching the standoff were equally stunned. This isn't what we agreed upon. Why did the Eagle Country run? Whoa, why is the Dragon Country's aircraft carrier so massive? What do we do now? If the Eagle Country bailed, should we too? No. As members of the Amaterasu race, I recommend the captain honor the ship with his life. Glorious death. Yes, if we show our resolve, the Eagle Country will surely reconsider their stance. After all, they promised to protect us. However, what happened next completely shattered these netizens. The Eagle Country ships retreated one after another, paying no heed to the Chicken Country's fate. Some Eagle officers even rammed through the Chicken vessels, blocking their path. FCK, get out of my way. They showed no regard for their lives. Watching the screen, netizens from all over the world were highly amused. It just goes to show, when push comes to shove, your Eagle daddy knows whether to save itself or its pet. So this is the Eagle Country. How endearing. Hearing these remarks, the Chicken Country netizens were utterly devastated, their faces looking worse than if they had swallowed rat poison. All their previous arrogance was gone. It's over. The Eagle Country has abandoned us. What about the protection they promised? Is this how they protect us? I don't know why, but I'm starting to envy the Dragon Country. Their education had always been to obey the Eagle Country. The Eagle Country's navy was invincible, the strongest in the world, and they took pride in being a developed nation. But now, watching the Eagle Country's retreat and seeing their own ships look so fragile and insignificant before the Dragon Country's carrier, they were thoroughly disheartened. Meanwhile, Yamamoto on the scene felt his heart tremble as he looked at the Dragon Country carrier. The officers beside him were now completely consumed by fear. Maybe we should retreat too. Faced with the ever closer Dragon Country ships, some Chicken officers could no longer bear it. Inside the bay, the Eagle Country ships were already ignoring their fate entirely. If they didn't leave now, they might never get the chance. Yet some Chicken officers remained grim-faced. Commander Yamamoto, I believe we cannot retreat. If we hold our ground here and defend from the island, I refuse to believe the Dragon Country would dare touch us. If they forcefully expel us, they would be violating international conventions. Exactly. Besides, if we stand firm, perhaps the Eagle Country will be moved by our spirit and change their minds. Hearing this, those present felt a glimmer of hope. For years they had used this shameless persistence to occupy several of the Dragon Country's islands. It had proven effective, as the Dragon Country's carriers couldn't be permanently stationed near those islands. If they held out waiting for the Eagle Country's aid and a shift in public opinion, they could secure their foothold. At this thought, even Yamamoto cracked a slight smile. Drop anchor. Today we will hold our position. Hearing this, the eyes of the chicken military men lit up as if they had found a winning strategy. At that moment, Long Jiangwo was coldly observing these chicken forces through the battle screen in front of him. Previously, they had allowed them to be because they lacked large surface vessels, their tonnage was inferior, and the Eagle country was backing them. But now things were different. The Eagle country had retreated, they had their own aircraft carrier, and these chicken forces were simply courting death by persisting. Moreover, they had long devised a strategy to deal with such defaulters. Tell the first carrier fleet, if the chicken forces dare to hold their ground, blast them with high-pressure water cannons. I've said it before, not an inch of the dragon country's territory shall be lost. Whatever they've taken before, they will now have to spit it all back. Back in the Dragon Nation, even Gao Jie's face twisted with disgust at the shameless display of the island chickens. This is a people who fear power but know no gratitude. Show them the slightest kindness, and they will turn and bite the hand that feeds. Now, even being granted time to withdraw, they still put on airs. They're just asking for death. Watching the island chickens drop their anchors, Gao Jie and the other military enthusiasts' eyes turned sharp. Over the years, emboldened by the Eagle Nation's carrier strike group, the island chickens had been making endless provocations. They had seized islands, detained Dragon Nation fishermen, and driven away their fishing boats. It was utterly despicable. Dropping their anchors now was clearly an attempt to mimic that certain monkey, using sunken ships as markers to claim territory, then controlling the surrounding islands under the pretext of resupply. If they followed through with this plan, the Dragon Nation would find it hard to deal with them for a while. This only deepened his disgust. It truly proves the old saying, a mirror needs polishing to shine, and the island chickens need a beating to learn. Beside him, Sun Doping nodded in agreement, though the Dragon Nation's current handling of the situation was something they found noteworthy. A single misstep could easily backfire in the court of public opinion, especially with the entire Blue Planet watching this expulsion operation. Moreover, the Eagle Nation's ships hadn't sailed far. If the operation faltered, they might just turn around for a counterattack. Out in the eastern sea, the island chickens' warships were sinking their anchors into the seabed, shouting with each splash, "Long live the Empire." Watching his soldiers display such valor, a smug smile spread across Yamamoto's face. Good, that's the spirit. Then, glancing at the observing Eagle Nation fleet in the distance, a glimmer of confidence returned to his expression. This scene stirred a memory of a story his father once told him. It was about their battles against the Bear Nation, where soldiers would charge forward screaming "Banzai." Many were mowed down, but the fighting spirit was undeniable. His father's soldiers were truly fearless in the face of death. Now, replicating his father's tactics, he could see it was working wonders. An officer nearby chuckled, "This time no one will be able to drive us from these waters. As long as we hold our ground, the Eagle Nation will see our resolve." Looking at the Eagle Nation ships, which were now cleaning their decks, and lingering, a smile crept back onto the island chickens' faces. Back on the Dragon Nation's deck, all the soldiers were baffled that the island chickens were not only staying, but also dropping anchor. Don't they know the Eagle Nation has already submitted their port departure request to us? No idea. Whatever, crank up the water cannon pressure. Since they don't want to leave, they can stay forever. Watching the island chickens' ships remain in the bay, the Dragon Nation soldiers all flashed benevolent smiles. A silvery column of water suddenly shot into view. Seeing it, the island chicken officers curled their lips in disdain. Is this it? Surely the Dragon Nation doesn't think these little streams will make us leave. Even a few more of these splashes wouldn't bother me, ha. Yamamoto smiled faintly too, watching the thin streams of water strike their hulls with a look of contempt. The Dragon Nation's loudspeaker announcement continued, "This is the Dragon Nation Navy." But Yamamoto dismissed it. "Don't be scared, it's just a bit of water. Victory belongs to." Before he could finish, the water jets suddenly intensified. The ship's mast groaned and bent under the pressure. Then every Dragon Nation vessel unleashed a torrent of powerful water cannons. The columns, like silver dragons, surged towards them. These were specially modified by Lin Tian for this very escalation. Plenty of power, more than enough. In an instant, all the island chicken ships were being tossed about violently. Report. Ship 1's mast has snapped. Engine damaged. Report. Ship 2 is hit by a massive current listing 30 degrees, requesting immediate retreat. Ship 3 has completely lost propulsion, requesting support. Yamamoto's pupils contracted at each desperate report, then he shouted, "Hold on. The Eagle Nation won't just abandon us." The moment he spoke, a voice crackled over the comms, "Sir, the Eagle Nation fleet. They've run." What? At that, Yamamoto's last shred of hope evaporated. In the distance, the Eagle Nation's ships were already turning around, preparing to flee. It was clear they had been sold out, used as a decoy to draw the Dragon Nation Navy's attention. Bastards. His mind went blank, then the realization hit him. Retreat. Retreat now. If the Eagle Nation had fled, staying put was suicide. Gazing at the Dragon Nation's massive carrier, and the carrier-based aircraft overhead, he knew that once they retreated, they might never have the chance to return. But if they didn't retreat now, the Dragon Nation might truly annihilate them. Their ships were already dented and listing at 40 degrees. Continuing would mean certain destruction and death. Most importantly, with the Eagle Nation gone, they were just sitting ducks. Just as they prepared to leave, a panicked shout came. "The anchors are down." ITLL, take a minute to haul them back up. Yamamoto's mouth twitched at the news. Idiots. Who told you to drop the anchors so deep? Everyone present's face darkened. Wasn't he the one who gave that order? But then again, who could have predicted the Dragon Nation's water cannons would be this powerful? These were warships, not fishing boats. Yet under the combined assault of the Dragon Nation carriers' water cannons and the surrounding escort ships, their mighty warships were reduced to little more than fishing boats. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Yamamoto roared, his voice hoarse as he dragged his crippled fleet away. He looked back at the Dragon Nation ships, his face a mask of unwillingness, but when his eyes fell upon the lead nuclear-powered carrier, a shiver ran down his spine. A flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. The Dragon Nation is a truly terrifying country. In the Eastern Sea, warships of the Dragon Kingdom sailed proudly across the ocean waves. Bereft of the Eagle's protection, the island-occupying chickens scattered like startled birds. Those who lingered were met with water cannons, shown no courtesy whatsoever. The Eagle's vessels could only watch from afar, powerless, as the Dragon Kingdom's carrier fleet stood tall upon the seas. Witnessing this awe-inspiring sight, netizens of the Dragon Kingdom erupted. How many years had they endured such humiliation? When the first commander of the Dragon Kingdom's navy set foot on those islands aboard a humble fishing boat, could he have ever envisioned such glory today? His words, that he would never rest in peace if the Dragon Kingdom lacked an aircraft carrier, had lingered like a thorn in their hearts. Now at last the Dragon Kingdom had risen, developing its own nuclear-powered carriers. To expel the barbarians and defend the Dragon Kingdom is our mission today. Driving back the Eagle and striking the chickens was once beyond our wildest dreams, yet today it has become reality. Eagle, here I stand. Do you see how little we resemble our former selves? Not a single inch of the Dragon Kingdom's territory shall be lost. Gazing upon the warships before them, every citizen's eyes burned with fervor. The humiliations of the past had to be endured. The suffering of those days would never be forgotten. Now all of that had drifted away with the wind. The people of the Dragon Kingdom had risen. Their carrier strike groups could finally say no to the Eagle. Seeing the vivid crimson hue of the carrier on their screens, every netizen's eyes glistened with emotion. In the shopping mall, as the Dragon Kingdom's carrier emerged from the harbor with its red flags snapping in the wind, and the vessels of the Eagle and chickens retreated, a fire ignited deep within every onlooker's heart. The Dragon Kingdom, a nation oppressed for a century, risen from nothing to prosperity. Only its people knew the trials endured along the way. To hold a successful parade, their fighter jets had twice soared over the square. To secure the right to survive, they had once stood alone against 17 factions. Not a single person retreated, all for the strength and prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. Now they had finally risen. On the soil of the Dragon Kingdom, no one could lord over them any longer. Watching the carrier on the mall's massive screen, braving the waves with banners fluttering, a gleam of determination shone in every eye. In that moment, time seemed frozen. The entire venue fell silent, broken only by the voice of the Dragon Kingdom's broadcaster. Ladies and gentlemen, having endured countless trials and a century of vicissitudes, the Dragon Kingdom has once again taken its place on the world stage. This time it possesses the right to say no. A single soft note, yet it struck like thunder. Then from somewhere a gentle melody drifted forth. Everyone present paused, then rose to their feet. Even the children stood as if summoned by an unseen force. Witnessing the strange behavior of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, Emily was baffled. Martha, what's wrong with these people? Martha shook her head in confusion. As they pondered, someone suddenly began to sing. The red flags flutter in the wind. The song of victory resounds so bright. The voice was thin and fragile, scattered by the breeze. But then they witnessed a startling sight. Everyone, old and young alike, rose and joined in. The red flags flutter in the wind. Street vendors and shoppers alike stood and sang in unison. 10,000 people, unorganized, unrehearsed, complete strangers to one another. Yet they all stood and sang this song with fervor. As if the melody held some enchantment, the voices swelled wave upon wave. In an instant, Emily felt her entire body tremble, her very soul cleansed. Oh my God, what is happening? 10,000 people singing in unison. How on earth do they do it? Oh my God, I feel my soul burning. God, is this the Dragon Kingdom? Oh my God. She covered her mouth, utterly speechless. Even Martha was stunned by the scene. No conductor, no coercion, purely voluntary. Yet the square had gathered waves of Dragon Kingdom citizens, from the elderly to children, all able to hum along. Even she had never witnessed such a thing, and her heart quivered with emotion. As for Emily, she had seen groups singing before back home, but those were at celebrity concerts requiring a conductor. And this? No conductor, purely spontaneous, sung with such devotion, such fervent eyes. It seemed utterly incredible to her. Furthermore, the song itself was unlike anything she had heard in her homeland. The melody sent chills down her spine. Unconsciously, she felt her eyes grow hot, and moist goosebumps rising across her skin. In that instant, she was filled with immense admiration for this nation. How wonderful it would be to live here. Martha, I don't want to go back. So this is the Dragon Kingdom, and these are its people. Oh my God, it's completely different from what I imagined. I love this country. I envy the people here. I've never encountered anything like this before. Do you understand? Never before has any nation's people moved me so deeply. After pouring out these words, Emila's throat felt parched, yet her heart still raced with overwhelming emotion at the scene before her. This memory would become the most precious of her life, one she would cherish forever. Meanwhile, Yang Shangren, stuck in traffic on the highway, heard the radio broadcast and saw on his phone that the people of the Dragon Kingdom had risen. His heart swelled with indescribable excitement. He grabbed the red flag from his hand and stepped out to place it on his car. But the moment he stepped outside, the sight before him left him deeply awestruck. The sky had dimmed and every driver had switched on their headlights with national flags planted on both sides of their vehicles, all in perfect unison. Even his own car had a red flag placed on it by someone. As the headlights blazed to life, the entire stretch of highway transformed into a river of crimson. The flag snapped proudly in the wind. Gazing at this sea of red, Zhao Shangren was overwhelmed with awe. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. This is the Dragon Kingdom, these are its people. In that moment, a surge of pride welled up from within him. He had thought that after retiring from the military he would never again feel such pure devotion. But now, looking at the red flags before him and listening to the impassioned broadcast from his car, he knew with certainty that the Dragon Kingdom would prosper once more. Pure devotion offered solely to the inside the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense. Watching the Eagle Nation's warships retreat in disgrace, everyone present couldn't help but break into joyful smiles. Comrades, we have won. This is the first time, since the founding of our military, that we have driven back the Eagle Nation on the open seas. How many nations in the world could accomplish such a feat? Li Zhanhao waved his hand exuberantly as he laughed with delight. Even Shun Xingyang, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile and say, what a relief. I can't even remember the last time we won such a decisive victory. When was the last time? Decades ago, wasn't it? Huh. This battle has truly demonstrated the might of our Dragon Nation's armed forces. Hearing these words, even Long Jiangwo's face showed a rare hint of a smile. Gazing at the Eagle Nation's ships retreating in disarray, he remarked with deep emotion, had it not been for this aircraft carrier, we might have lost these eastern islands this time. Those words drew approving nods from everyone present. Indeed, had Lin Tian not assisted this time, what would the outcome of this standoff have been? What could they have used to counter the enemy's nuclear-powered carrier? It was all an unknown. What troubled them, however, was the realization that such a company existed within the Dragon Nation without their knowledge. Had it not been for this thorough investigation, they would never have known that their own country boasted an enterprise with such advanced technological capabilities. Recalling the image of Lin Tian piloting the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier complete with over 1,000 tons of arresting gear, everyone's lips twitched involuntarily. He's absolutely extraordinary, but this time we owe him a great deal. Otherwise we certainly wouldn't have won so smoothly. At that, everyone nodded in agreement, then their expressions turned curious. Do you suppose Lin Tian's company might be hiding something else? The question caught them all off guard. No way more. Wasn't what had already revealed absurd enough? But recalling Lin Tian's previous actions, Long Jiangwo drew a deep breath. We should find an opportunity to pay his company a proper visit. Everyone nodded in assent. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation's Department of Defense, watching the Dragon Nation's warships parade their might on screen, Milhouse ground his teeth in fury. As the strongest force on Blue Star, when had they ever suffered such a crushing humiliation? Having fuel oil poured over their ship's decks, it was utterly unbearable. Damn it. How dare these Dragon Nation people? Who gave them this technology? Find out immediately. Staring at the footage of the Dragon Nation's carrier flaunting its power, Milhouse was beside himself with rage. This failure was a complete disgrace. The world's most powerful navy chased out like rats. How could he possibly explain this to his superiors? A blunder of this magnitude was unprecedented in the entire history of the Eagle Nation's navy. He had effectively become the laughingstock of every naval officer. At that thought, his face twisted with fury. Just then a sudden ringtone pierced the silence. Even Milhouse's expression shifted, for that particular ring could mean only one thing: an urgent call from the president. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to leave, then walked to his desk and picked up the phone. The moment the line connected, President Joseph's furious voice erupted. Milhouse, have you lost your mind? Is this the Eagle Nation fleet you command? We are the world's superpower. My God, you have deeply disappointed me, humiliating us in front of the entire Blue Star. Do you have any idea how much damage your actions have caused? Oh my God, my votes this year are probably ruined because of you. Joseph continued to fume. To be honest, he had originally believed this naval standoff would provide excellent momentum for his upcoming election campaign. That was why he had tacitly approved the operation. But what happened? Instead of achieving anything beneficial, they had handed him a catastrophic failure. Had his political capital not been so deep, he would have been impeached over this alone. Listening to the torrent of abuse pouring through the phone, Milhouse's fists clenched tightly. Rage burned in his eyes, yet he dared not utter a word in protest. In the past, he would never have stood there passively enduring such a reprimand. But under these circumstances, without Joseph's protection, he would be purged from office before long. Then he would truly become a laughingstock. Gritting his teeth he spoke, Mr. President, please give me another chance. This time I will crush the Dragon Nation. I will prove to the world once again that the Eagle Nation is invincible. Hearing this, Joseph's interest was piqued. After all, Milhouse's success or failure would directly determine his own electoral prospects. What do you plan to do? At that, a sly smile crept across Milhouse's lips. I believe we should impose an all-encompassing comprehensive technological blockade on the Dragon Nation. Lock down their access to advanced technology completely, while simultaneously maintaining relentless military pressure. Sell Lightning II fighter jets to Japan and dispatch a squadron of fifth-generation fighters to be stationed there. Thoroughly fortify the first island chain. Strangle the Dragon Nation's development in its cradle. Imagining the day when the Dragon Nation would come begging for the blockade to be lifted, a cruel glint flashed in Milhouse's eyes. This failure was merely an accident, as the undisputed supreme power of Blue Star, their technology and military might were far beyond anything the Dragon Nation could match. All they needed to do was wait for the Dragon Nation to surrender. Still, the matter of the aircraft carrier nagged at him. Who exactly had the capability to develop nuclear propulsion technology superior to theirs? As far as he knew, no military factory in the Dragon Nation had managed to break through their technological embargo. Could it have been a fluke? Regardless, once the technology blockade was in place, the Dragon Nation could only tread water, no matter how hard they developed. A sinister smile spread across Milhouse's face. On the other end of the line, Joseph was silent for a moment after hearing his proposal, then promptly replied, Milhouse, sometimes I think you'd make a better politician than an admiral. With that, he hung up abruptly, then immediately issued a directive: notify all departments. Launch an all-around, no-holds-barred technological blockade against the Dragon Nation. Also dispatch additional fighter squadrons to Japan immediately. The fortification of the first island chain must be completed without delay. This time we will strangle the Dragon Nation in its cradle. Following the ban imposed by the Eagle Nation, Long Zhangwo immediately convened a grand assembly. The meeting was attended by the most elite scientists in the nation, each a veritable national treasure. For years, the nation's scientific advancement had been driven by these individuals. They were the pillars of its research enterprise. Now their faces were etched with gravity. Even Luo Heping wore a deep frown, his countenance devoid of any trace of previous triumph. Gentlemen, time is of the essence, so I shall be brief, Long Zhangwo declared as soon as all were present. I have summoned you here today to address the Eagle Nation's technological blockade. Furthermore, I must inquire about the Zero Project. The Zero Project was the nation's fifth-generation fighter jet development program, a plan set in motion over a decade ago. It had been conducted in utmost secrecy, ranking among the nation's most closely guarded secrets. Raising this matter now was undoubtedly a direct response to the technological blockade. A wave of gazes turned towards Zhang Mingrue, the head of the Longfei Science and Technology Department. While the blockade posed a significant challenge to other industries, they could potentially be overcome. But for Zhang Mingrue, the stakes were different. The development of a fifth-generation fighter was a comprehensive undertaking. A single misstep in any component could doom the entire project to failure. There was no room for error. Zhang Mingrue was acutely aware of this. As the overseer of fighter materials and a participant in the aircraft's engineering, he possessed the deepest understanding of the fifth-generation fighter's intricacies. Yet it was precisely this understanding that underscored the immense difficulty. A technological blockade might have little impact on the average person, but for those in the cutting-edge technology sector, it was an unmitigated disaster. After all, a fighter jet comprises over 1 million individual components. Many of these parts are made from materials that are difficult to source, and under a blockade, one would be forced to fabricate them from scratch. The technical hurdles involved were as formidable as a mountain. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. The development of all aircraft systems is complete, and we can now mass-produce every component domestically. However, there is one significant problem that plagues us: the carbon fiber composite technology. Although we can produce this material, we cannot manufacture it on an industrial scale. It relies on skilled manual labor, and our annual output is less than 100 tons. In the past, we relied on imports, but now... Zhang Mingrue's voice trailed off into silence. On the Blue Planet today, the only nations capable of producing this material were the Eagle Nation and the Island Nation. Before the blockade, acquiring it had been difficult, but it was possible with a substantial financial outlay. Now, however, they wouldn't sell it for any amount of money. It was a true seller's market with no supply. Yet carbon fiber composites are utterly indispensable for the construction of a fifth-generation fighter. Consider that a single such aircraft weighs approximately 17 tons, with 70 of that weight being carbon fiber composite. At their current production rate, it would take an eternity to build a single fighter. Long Zhangwo's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. There was no doubt that the Eagle Nation's deployment of additional fighters to the Island Nation, coupled with this technological blockade, was a deliberate attempt to cripple the nation's technological advancement and keep it shackled. To counter this, they had to develop their own fifth-generation fighter. Only by doing so could they avoid falling behind in air superiority. This would allow them to leverage their existing naval and air advantages to break through the blockade. The crux of the matter, however, lay with the fifth-generation fighter itself. Lost in thought, Long Zhangwo frowned and asked, "Is there no substitute for this material?" Zhang Mingrui shook his head somberly. "Unfortunately, there isn't. For a fifth-generation fighter, weight is a critical factor that must be meticulously controlled. If we were to use existing alternative materials, the aircraft's net weight would increase by more than threefold, reaching a staggering 60 tons. This would essentially spell the end of the fighter program. Furthermore, these alternatives lack the corrosion resistance and heat tolerance of carbon fiber composites. This material is virtually irreplaceable." After speaking, Zhang Mingrui let out a sigh. The Eagle Nation's blockade had truly struck at the nation's vital artery. In reality, the situation was even more dire than he had described. Not only was there a shortage of construction materials, but research on stealth materials had also ground to a halt. These two problems weighed down on him like mountains, making it hard to breathe. A heavy silence fell over the meeting room following Zhang Mingrui's report. No one had anticipated that the development of a fifth-generation fighter would be so arduous, with a single material presenting so many intricate challenges and constraints. Just then a voice slowly broke the silence. "Perhaps we should consult the private sector. See if Lin Tian has any ideas." As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes turned to Luo Heping. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Mingrui's face. "Lin Tian, are you referring to the private entrepreneur who provided us with the arresting gear technology?" He had heard about Lin Tian's contributions from Luo Heping, but had never had the chance to meet him. To be honest, Zhang Mingrui held no disdain for private enterprises. He simply found the idea unrealistic. While Lin Tian had made significant contributions to the nation's shipbuilding industry, that was the extent of it. He had already commissioned numerous military-industrial enterprises to develop this composite material, and all of them had declared it impossible. What use was there in asking a private company now? Could he really manufacture the composite material they needed? At the thought, Zhang Mingrui almost found it amusing. After all, carbon fiber composite technology was among the most advanced in the world, and its manufacturing difficulty was no less than that of an aircraft carrier's arresting gear. Luo Heping was well aware that his suggestion was a long shot. Their previous success might have been an exception. But what if? What if Lin Tian actually had a solution? For some reason, he could never quite get a read on Lin Tian, always feeling that the man was holding something back. Perhaps he was wrong this time. No matter how skilled Lin Tian was, he was ultimately just a private entrepreneur and the head of a heavy industry company at that. How could he possibly have such deep expertise in this field? He was about to shake his head when a voice suddenly rang out. "I also believe we should pay Lin Tian a visit. Perhaps he truly does have a solution." At these words, not only was Luo Heping startled, but Zhang Mingrui also looked on in astonishment, staring dumbfounded at Long Zhangwo. "Did I hear that correctly?" Long Zhangwo actually agreed. Seeing Long Zhangwo's stern expression as he uttered those words, Zhang Mingrui felt as though he must be hearing things. However, the next word struck him like a physical blow. "Let's go. We depart for Longxing Corporation immediately." Zhang Mingrui. "Good news. For customers who were previously dissatisfied with Longxing fishing gear, we promise a full refund. All fishing gear is being recalled. Thank you for your understanding, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." At the entrance of the Longxing company, several loudspeakers were blaring these announcements while the company was simultaneously contacting various fishing gear shops to discuss the recall process. Soon a large crowd of anglers gathered at the company's entrance, carrying large bags and bundles of fishing gear. Seeing the long line before him, Yang Wenhua felt a wave of apprehension. He turned to Lin Tian behind him and said, "Xiao Tian, do you really think we should go through with this? Isn't it a bit foolish?" Lin Tian simply shook his head and replied, "Uncle Yang, honesty is the foundation of business. Our fishing gear indeed had many design flaws from the start, so recalling it now is only right. Integrity is the root of our business. Besides, this recall serves as a farewell to our past ventures and also acts as great publicity for our future products. It's a win-win situation." A slight smile appeared in Lin Tian's eyes as he spoke, for this recall was a product of his careful deliberation. With the powerful injection of capital his company had recently received, many of its operations had already begun to flourish. However, these were mostly basic-level services which were vast and numerous. Yet as the times continued to evolve, they needed to find ways to venture into high-tech fields to avoid being left behind. This meant the entire company had to undergo a transformation which required a strong foundation of public support. After all, even the most exquisite product needs users, and people naturally gravitate towards companies they trust when making choices. If everyone harbored resentment and hostility towards a company, that company would surely not last long. Lin Tian took a deep breath, gazing at the scene before him. Another reason for this recall was that he had recently acquired a new technology from the system. Ultra-long-distance drone control technology, capable of point-to-point delivery and high-speed patrol functions. If this technology could be applied to the courier industry, their company might reach a new starting point. However, even though the technical blueprints were provided, developing it would still take time. The financial investment during this period would be substantial, so they had to streamline the company and tighten their belts, otherwise they would end up spreading their resources thin again. As a result, the company had nearly gone bankrupt before. Just as he was envisioning the company's future, the sound of a car engine roared in the distance. Looking up, he saw Long Jiangwo and the others driving a civilian black SUV towards them. They were not in military uniform, but in ordinary civilian clothes. They probably didn't want to attract too much attention. As soon as they got out of the car, Long Jiangwo frowned and asked Mr. Lin, what's going on here? Along the way, they had seen ordinary citizens carrying all sorts of fishing rods of various sizes to the Longshan Company's entrance, seemingly waiting for something. The roadside was also adorned with banners bearing phrases like original price recall. It was all quite baffling. Lin Tian felt a bit embarrassed about this, as it was one of their company's less glorious chapters. Back then, in a rush to capture the market, they had produced these items. Who knew they wouldn't suit the taste of fishing enthusiasts, leading to severe operational losses and quite a few bad debts. If it hadn't been for the capital support from the earlier steel cable sales, their company might have been crushed under the weight of this business. Just as Lin Tian was about to explain, an old man stepped forward and said with a smile, "Folks, I see you've just arrived and don't know what's happening. Let me tell you, today is the day Mr. Lin announced the recall of his fishing gear. If you have any of his gear at home, you can bring it out too. You get a full refund." Truly a conscientious merchant. He gave a thumbs up, then shook his head with a sigh. "It's a pity though. The stuff is good, but it's just not made right. In our fishing lingo, it has no soul. You're bound to catch nothing. Look at the material, it's some kind of carbon fiber. The material is decent, and it feels great when you whack someone with it, but it's useless for fishing. I caught nothing day after day, which is why I'm returning it." Hearing this, everyone present chuckled, but Zhang Mingruo's eyes widened in surprise, as if a thought had struck him. He quickly leaned in and asked, "Sir, are you saying this fishing rod is made of carbon fiber?" Seeing Zhang Mingruo's reaction, the old man was taken aback, not knowing what was wrong with him. He simply assumed the man was also interested in the rod. After thinking for a moment, he said, "That's right. I remember Mr. Lin did say it was made with some carbon fiber composite material. He said you'd never get skunked with it, and that the rod was top-notch. Why else would I have bought it? It cost me 200 yuan. Let me tell you, if you're thinking of buying this, you should be careful." He glanced at Lin Tian as he spoke. Everyone thought Lin Tian had no temper, or else the old man wouldn't have dared to say this right in front of him. Zhang Mingruo, however, was utterly stunned. 200 yuan. Carbon fiber composite technology. Expensive. Hearing the price, the corner of Zhang Mingruo's mouth twitched involuntarily. Internationally, there was a blockade on the Dragon Kingdom, and a ton of carbon fiber composite material was already being traded at over 800 yuan on the black market. That worked out to nearly 4,000 yuan for just 500 grams. And even then, they couldn't always get their hands on it. Now getting a finished carbon fiber fishing rod for 200 yuan was simply unbelievable. Thinking about the fishing rod, Zhang Mingruo abruptly turned to the old man and said, "Sir, could I take a look at your rod?" The old man nodded. The moment he touched it, Zhang Mingruo couldn't help but gasp. The weight and the texture. As the person in charge of fighter jet materials, he was intimately familiar with this material. This weight, it's unmistakable. This is the material I need. The feel, the hardness, and the flexibility. It's perfect for the Air Force. Hearing this, the old man beside him looked utterly confused. Was there someone in the world who actually wanted to catch nothing? He thought for a moment and said, "Well, it is good for the Air Force. I used it and caught nothing every single day." Zhang Mingruo couldn't be bothered to explain. He just stared at Lin Tian with burning intensity. He had only come here to relax and perhaps meet this legendary Lin Tian to see if he was really as impressive as old Luo had made him out to be. Now it was clear the man lived up to his reputation. Examining the rod in his hands, Zhang Mingruo's eyes were blazing with fervor. He was certain that what he held was the carbon fiber composite technology he needed. However, he'd have to take it back and conduct a thorough verification of its specific specifications. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such a pleasant surprise just by visiting this factory. Upon hearing Zhang Mingruo's words, Luo Heping's gaze turned vacant as well. "This thing is actually made of carbon fiber composite material. Are you sure?" Staring at the ink-black fishing gear before him, Luo Heping couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Carbon fiber composite materials were a formidable challenge on a global scale, one that even Bear Country couldn't mass-produce. Only Eagle Country and the island nation had the capability for industrialization. And now he was being told that the fishing rod in their eyes was also crafted from this very material. Who would believe that? Zhang Mingruo didn't believe it either, but the moment he held the fishing rod produced by Lin Tian, he was convinced. This is definitely made using carbon fiber composite technology, and judging by its flexibility and strength, it meets the T300 technical requirements. As he spoke, he couldn't help but test the rod's body with his hands. It was stiff yet resilient, with no white marks, and the surface remained smooth. T300. Hearing this key term, Luo Heping was stunned. Although he wasn't very familiar with carbon fiber materials, he was aware of some of the benchmarks. The so-called T300 refers to the performance index of carbon fiber materials. It requires a fiber diameter of 7 micrometers, a third of a human hair. The tensile strength must reach 35-39 MPa, equivalent to 7 times the strength of steel. The tensile modulus must also reach 230 GPa, Oh, only by meeting these criteria could it be considered up to standard. Previously, Zhang Mingrui had confided in him about his frustration over being unable to develop materials meeting these specifications, let alone mass-produce them. Who would have thought that Lin Tian had already been using this technology and even sold the rods for a measly 200 yuan each? At this thought, even Luo Heping was at a loss for words. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Lin Tian was utterly confused. He had stopped this fishing rod business long ago, he was just recycling them now. Why all this surprise? Besides, was this technology really that difficult? As he looked around at those present, he met the confusion in Lin Tian's eyes. Zhang Mingru's heart clenched painfully. He thought of himself still toiling away in the lab with no progress on carbon fiber composite technology. While the international community was hitting walls everywhere trying to procure it, Lin Tian had already applied this technology to a fishing rod, selling it off cheaply for 200 yuan. He wished he could slap himself twice. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Long Jiangwo, standing nearby, didn't understand the specifics of T300, but seeing everyone's expressions, he knew this fishing rod was extraordinary. He stepped forward, took Lin Tian's hand, and said, "Thank you for everything you've done for the Dragon Country Air Force, Boss Lin. On behalf of all personnel in the Dragon Country Air Force, I thank you." With that, he gave a salute. The old man nearby was getting a headache from all the talk. T300, T400, what was it all for? This was just a broken fishing rod. What use could it be? Honestly, a bamboo pole would be better for fishing. But when he saw Long Jiangwo salute and mention the Dragon Country Air Force, he was utterly shocked. He pointed at Zhang Mingrui, then at Long Jiangwo, his mouth agape, unable to speak. Finally, he took a sharp breath and shouted, "Damn! You guys really are from the Air Force." Hearing this, everyone around raised their fishing rods and shouted, "What Air Force? We're definitely not going home empty-handed." "Yeah, watch your words, old Li. Who are you calling empty-handed?" Hearing these retorts, old Li's face flushed red. He had only come to return a fishing rod. Who would have thought had encountered such a situation? The Dragon Country Air Force was here asking Lin Tian for fishing rods. Who the hell would believe that? He tried to explain, but Lin Tian had already led the group away, leaving the old man standing alone in the wind, utterly bewildered. Back in the office at Longxing Company, Zhang Mingrui was also full of embarrassment. Who could have imagined the Dragon Country Air Force ever being associated with fishing rods? Before this, he wouldn't have dared to believe it, let alone that Lin Tian possessed such technology. But now, looking at the fishing gear in his hands, Zhang Mingrui had to believe it. Lin Tian, meanwhile, still didn't understand what was happening. Seeing Zhang Mingrui gripping the rod tightly, a strange look flashed in his eyes. But having gone through the previous events, he knew they must have come for a reason. He took the initiative to speak. "Luo, is there something you needed me for today?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Heping raised an eyebrow, coughed lightly, and then said, "Actually, our original intention today was to ask if you knew any merchants specializing in carbon fiber technology, and also to thank you for your last contribution to the Dragon Country. If it weren't for your assistance last time, the Dragon Country would have been in grave danger." Luo Heping's expression turned serious. "Boss Lin, to be honest, we also have one more request. Could you share the manufacturing technology of this fishing rod with us? It's of utmost importance. We're not asking for the T300 technology for free. We can buy it. Name your price." Zhang Mingrui looked at Lin Tian with excitement. This was carbon fiber composite technology. Mastering it was like holding the key to building fifth-generation fighters. It was also the only path to becoming a formidable air power. It could be said that Lin Tian's attitude would determine the Dragon Country's global standing for decades to come. Yet Lin Tian now wore a conflicted expression, as if hesitating. Seeing his expression, Long Jiangwo took a deep breath and said, "Is there a problem with the T300 manufacturing, or are there other requirements? If so, feel free to tell us. I will do everything in my power to resolve it." Hearing this, Lin Tian gave a wry smile, and then spoke. "There are no requirements, really. It's just that one unfortunate thing is that the T300 production line has already been dismantled by us. It would be quite difficult to restore it now." At these words, the atmosphere in the room turned heavy. Zhang Mingru's eyes dimmed with despair. They had thought Lin Tian was their breakthrough, only to find out he had dismantled the production line. If it needed to be reassembled, when would that even be possible? The machinery and equipment would all need to be repurchased and the blueprints redrawn. It would be no less difficult than starting the research from scratch. Is there really no way? Zhang Mingrui sighed in resignation. Seeing everyone's downcast expressions, Lin Tian pursed his lips and muttered quietly, "Even though the T300 production line is gone, the T1000 production line is still intact. If you think that's acceptable, we can start right away." In an instant, the entire reception room fell into dead silence, so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. "What did you say? T1000? Upon hearing what Lin Tian had just said, Zhang Mingru's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. After all, in the current international market, even the Eagle Nation's parameters only reached T800, and they refused to sell that technology. Even when they did sell, they attached numerous clauses, such as prohibiting its use in military construction. Their own research was even worse, struggling to make progress, even with T300 technology. As for T1000, they had never even dared to think about it. Though both bore the letter T in actual research, they were no longer the same thing. Whether in strength or high-temperature resistance, the two were not on the same magnitude, and T1000 was even lighter. If their fighter jets were built with such technology, there was no doubt the performance of the entire aircraft would be vastly improved. Even surpassing the Eagle Nation's fifth-generation fighters was not out of the question. At the thought, Zhang Mingrui couldn't help but swallow hard, then immediately said, "Lin Tian, have you truly mastered T1000 technology?" Even Luo Heping looked at him with deep concern. After all, the emergence of this technology would not only shatter the Eagle Nation's plan to contain them, but also propel the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force development to new heights. In response, Lin Tian said nothing more and directly led the group to the factory's production workshop. "Look, this is our production workshop. These products are our latest fishing rods." The entire workshop was filled with massive machines standing in silence, covered with layers of dust from long disuse. Some finished fishing rods lay scattered haphazardly on the floor. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes dimmed slightly. He had originally planned to use these to save the entire factory, having invested great effort into the industry and given the fishing rod business a major upgrade. Who would have thought that plans would change faster than they could be executed? Their fishing rods suddenly became unsellable. And it was precisely at this point that the company's finances fell into a major hole. In fact, this business was the very burden that dragged down Lin Tian's entire company. If anyone could take over this business, he would be more than willing. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingrui, standing beside him, twitched involuntarily at the sight of the abandoned factory. Every machine, there seemed like a giant hand slapping his face. The technology he had devoted his entire life to researching was here, in someone else's place, considered obsolete and discarded. This was simply a joke. And others had even already developed T1000 technology, even applying it to fishing rods. For a moment, Zhang Mingrui felt like strangling himself. This isn't a chokehold, it's like wearing a sweater inside out. Looking at the unsold fishing rods piled in the corner, Zhang Mingrui recalled his days and nights in the laboratory and his desperate attempts to purchase carbon fiber. His expression was utterly complex. If he had known such technology existed domestically, why would they have gone to such lengths to obtain it from abroad? They had even paid high prices for inferior carbon fiber materials from the Eagle Nation and the Island Nation. Wasn't that self-inflicted? With that thought, he stepped forward and said, "President Lin, I'd like to take some materials back first. Is that possible? If tests prove satisfactory, from now on our Air Force RD department will take all the carbon fiber materials from your factory." Looking at the factory full of machines, Zhang Mingrui's eyes burned with fervor. If what Lin Tian had said was true, then this factory would become the strongest backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets. Their warplanes would also lead the world, because the mass production of T1000 material meant that the Dragon Kingdom's future fighter jets would no longer need to beg others for raw materials. Lin Tian, hearing Zhang Mingrui's words, was taken aback. Take all. He knew that their factory could produce 10,000 tons of carbon fiber material annually, and if not processed into fishing rods, the output could double. After all, when it was originally built, it was equipped with fully intelligent equipment capable of running 24 hours a day without stopping. He then said, "If it's a full takeover, we can start production immediately. If no processing is needed, we can stably produce 20,000 tons per year." Is that enough? 20,000 tons. T1000. Upon hearing these words, everyone present drew a sharp breath. Zhang Mingrui was so excited he couldn't speak. As far as he knew, even the Eagle Nation, constrained by resources, could not produce such a vast amount of carbon fiber material annually. Moreover, to control market variables and maintain high pricing power, they often resorted to hunger marketing. Countries around the world had long complained bitterly. If Lin Tian now went into full production, not only would it be enough for their own research, it would likely be sufficient for export as well. It would be a hammer blow to the existing market. With that thought, Zhang Mingrui took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and said, "Yes, I want all of it. As long as the material is fine, I'll take everything." At that moment, he had none of his former professorial air, looking instead like a little old man who had just found a bargain. Now he truly experienced the feeling Luo Heping had earlier. What technology blockade? What cutting-edge technology? In front of him, they meant nothing. Still trying to choke us. With an annual output of 20,000 tons, how can you choke us? Looking at Lin Tian's factory, Zhang Mingrui felt that his views on private enterprises would have to change. What is private enterprise? This is private enterprise. One company lifting an entire nation. From imports to exports. With this thought, his eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Tian, however, only smiled slightly. For him, being able to revive a business that was about to be phased out was not a bad choice. Moreover, with these two large sums of money, the research and production of drones could also be accelerated. At the thought, Lin Tian smiled slightly, and at that moment the system's notification sounded again. Detected that the host has completed a large order. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cloud map link technology. Please check your rewards. Hearing this, Lin Tian was also stunned. Cloud map link. That is intelligent computing devices. If this technology could be integrated into drones, wouldn't they be able to self-search and self-deliver in the future? Even controlling thousands of drones with a single person would no longer be a dream. As he thought about it, the light in Lin Tian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the Longfei Technology Materials Research Laboratory, a group of white-haired veteran researchers gathered together, frowning at the carbon fiber material before them. Still not working. Could the compression process be flawed? It snaps at the slightest pull. As he spoke, he yanked hard at the carbon fiber cloth in his hands. The entire piece tore apart with a sharp rip, revealing the flocculent interior, devoid of any flexibility. Seeing the torn carbon fiber cloth, Han Danyang couldn't help but curse. Old Chow, take it easy. This is our hard-earned T300, and you just tore it apart with one pull. Do you have any idea how many days and nights we spent developing this? Chow Fanghua, who was scolded, retorted, are you joking? Calling this carbon fiber T300? If this were used on a fighter jet, it would be a disaster. Everyone frowned at the torn fabric. As the core RD team for the nation's fifth-generation fighter jet, they had been plagued by this problem for days. Each attempt to develop new carbon fiber technology and achieve mass production had ended in failure, leaving them feeling frustrated. While they had anticipated difficulty in industrializing carbon fiber composites, they hadn't expected it to be this challenging. If T300 was this hard to develop, how much more difficult would higher-grade materials like T500 or even T700 be? The thought darkened their expressions. Only by advancing and mass-producing carbon fiber technology could the nation's fifth-generation fighter truly soar without limits. Yet the material issues stood before them like an insurmountable mountain. No matter how they tried to overcome it, they felt like Sisyphus, forever pushing the boulder back to the starting point. They sighed in unison. Just then a voice came from behind. I found the material we need for the fighter jet. Everyone turned to see Zhang Mingrui striding towards them, holding up a collapsible fishing rod. Their eyes widened in confusion at his peculiar appearance. Old Zhang, weren't you at the conference? Why are you back with a fishing rod? And this is the material you're talking about? Are you kidding? Even if we're desperate, we can't just use a fishing rod. Zhang Mingrui, realizing how odd he looked in his lab coat, with a fishing rod in hand, paid them no mind. He thrust the rod forward and said urgently, this is no ordinary fishing rod. It's the carbon fiber composite we need for the fighter jet, T-1000. Han Danyang raised an eyebrow, his expression screaming, have you lost your mind? Old Zhang, are you hallucinating from exhaustion? This is just a common fishing rod. T-1000. Even the globally leading eagle country and island country might not have cracked that technology. As Han Danyang was about to call his claim absurd, Zhang Mingrui handed him the rod. The moment he took it, Han Danyang gasped. As a materials expert and a developer of the 5th-gen fighter, they knew carbon fiber composites like the back of their hand. This rod was clearly made with carbon fiber technology. It was incredibly light, even lighter than the imported T500 composites they had. Those imports were the best they could acquire before the blockade. But compared to the technology on this rod, they were leagues behind. The rod's surface was flawlessly smooth and seamless with no signs of layering. This was the ideal material for building their fighter jets. Holding the rod, Han Danyang's breath hitched. He stared at Zhang Mingrui with wide eyes. Old Zhang, where did you get this? Chow Fanghua and the others froze. What's going on? Old Han, is there a problem with the rod? No. There's nothing wrong with this rod. The problem is with me. Han Danyang stood up. The carbon fiber technology on this rod was far beyond his understanding. If anything, it was his judgment that was flawed. The rod was absolutely perfect. If they could use this material for their fighter jets, the performance of their 5th-gen aircraft would lead the entire Blue Star. But why was such incredible material being used to make fishing gear? The others now understood the significance and stared in awe. Is this rod really made of T-1000? Zhang Mingrui shook his head. The material hasn't been tested yet, so I can't be certain. But if this product is as Longshin Company's Lin Tian claimed, then we'll have a stable supply of 200 tons of T-1000 carbon fiber composite every year. 200 tons of T-1000. The sheer number left everyone looking like country bumpkins seeing the big city for the first time. Their entire country's annual production was a mere 100 tons, and 20 of that was rejected for failing to meet their standards, leaving less than 80 tons for actual fighter jet production. What could they do with 80 tons a year? A single 5th-gen fighter weighed 17 tons, with carbon fiber accounting for 70 of that weight. At this rate, they could only produce 7 or 8 jets a year, and that was assuming the technology was already mature. In reality, the annual RD and upgrades alone consumed more carbon fiber than that, and the technology used was nowhere near T-1000's strength. This fishing rod was quite literally the lifeline for the nation's 5th-gen fighter jets and all future aircraft. Realizing this, everyone's gaze on the rod shifted, their breathing growing hot. Run the tests immediately. The experts rushed to the testing station with the rod. Along the way, staff members were stunned to see the white-haired researchers sprinting past, holding a fishing rod. What's going on? Is the Air Force lab researching how to become the Air Force? No idea. Zhang Mingrui ignored them all. Reaching the test bench, he declared, start the carbon fiber strength test right now. The staff stared blankly at the fishing rod, unsure of what to do. But seeing the fervent look in the old researcher's eyes, one of them shouted, "Fire up the machine. Pause the analysis on the island country's carbon fiber. Begin the carbon fiber strength test immediately." In an instant, the entire laboratory buzzed into action. On the gleaming large screen, streams of numbers were dancing. All the staff present looked up at the displayed figures, while Chao Fenghua and the others stood rooted to the spot, staring intently at the digital display before them. Increase the pressure. Simultaneously begin stretching the material. Watching the surging numbers, everyone swallowed hard. The staff member reporting beside them also fixed their gaze on the screen. The current tensile strength of this carbon fiber is 3,530 MPa. Tensile modulus 230 GPa. Elongation at break 1. 5. Undoubtedly, by these figures, the quality of this carbon fiber had reached the T300 standard. Had this been before, they would have felt a surge of excitement. After all, never before had any military enterprise achieved such figures with carbon fiber materials, let alone achieved mass production. But now, looking at these numbers, the team felt it was still not enough. Continue. With that, they quietly watched the large screen. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, broken only by the low hum of the machinery below, and everyone's heartbeat synchronized with the sound of the equipment. The tensile strength of the carbon fiber has now reached 4,900 MPa. Tensile modulus 294 GPa. Elongation at break 2. 0. Hearing these figures, a vein pulsed at Chao Fenghua's temple, and his breathing became heated. A tensile strength of 4,900 MPa minute met the requirements of the T700 grade. This was a pinnacle achievement in the global carbon fiber technology arena. Even the carbon fiber research results published by the Eagle Nation only reached T700. The Toray Corporation in the island nation was slightly ahead, with their latest product being T800, but that was still experimental. The international market was primarily dominated by T700 technology. Previously, these two nations had leveraged their technological superiority to suppress and pressure them, selling at exorbitant prices while they were forced to endure their provocations. Now, having reached this level, they could finally be free from that oppressive treatment. At this thought, Chao Fenghua couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Well done. Our fighter jets finally have hope." Everyone present nodded in agreement, then resumed their intense focus on the screen. Reaching this benchmark meant their fifth-generation fighter development had completely broken free from the Eagle Nation's constraints. The future development of their aircraft would no longer be hampered by other nations. In one fell swoop, the Dragon Nation's carbon fiber composite technology had ascended to world-class status. But on the screen, the stretching values hadn't stopped, they continued to climb higher. Witnessing this spectacle, even Chao Fenghua couldn't help but swallow nervously. Could this material really reach the T1000 level? He knew that the highest strength carbon fiber material ever seen on Blue Star was the T800 product recently announced by a company in the island nation. That was still in the experimental stage, not yet in mass production, and they were not selling it. If the Dragon Nation could achieve the T1000 level with their existing production capacity, who would be strangling whose neck remained to be seen. Realizing this, everyone present became excited. If they could mass-produce T1000, their carbon fiber technology would instantly become the best on Blue Star. Contemplating this, Chao Fenghua murmured, "Old Han, do you think we can succeed? What would it mean for our fifth-generation fighters to use such material?" Han Dongyang adjusted his glasses and replied, "The thrusto-weight ratio could increase by at least 40, airframe strength could at least double, and the weight would be significantly reduced." Without a doubt, with such high-strength carbon fiber material as a foundation, the development of their fifth-generation fighters would proceed much smoother. And their performance would definitely not lose to any other fighter jet. This was the confidence of their military-industrial personnel. At the same time, the Dragon Nation would completely shatter the foreign technological blockade on carbon fiber. With this thought, everyone turned to look at the large screen where the numbers were still steadily rising. Watching the figures, everyone's hearts involuntarily twitched. The numbers quickly reached 5880 MPa, which was the value published by the island nation, yet the experiment continued. When the numbers finally settled at 6,300 MPa, everyone present drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Then Chao Fenghua suddenly stepped forward and burst into laughter. "T1000. It's actually T1000. With this, our fighters will never be controlled by others in terms of materials again." Looking at the figures, even Zhang Mingru's eyes were filled with shock. Lin Tian really hadn't lied to him. The material used in this fishing rod was actually T1000. Thinking of the production capacity Lin Tian had mentioned earlier, even his gaze turned fervent. It is a blessing for the Dragon Nation to have such an enterprise. Behind him, Han Dongyang was also full of astonishment. There was actually a domestic enterprise capable of manufacturing carbon fiber material of this strength. But why hadn't they found any record of this during their previous surveys of domestic military enterprises? Thinking about it, he stepped forward and asked, "Old Zhang, where did you get this fishing rod?" Yes, the specifications on this rod could only be produced by a military enterprise, right? Why didn't we notice it during our checks? And this design, why would T1000 material be used to make a fishing rod? They were still agonizing over materials for fifth-generation fighters, even resorting to seeking purchases overseas. Yet here they were imagining people back home casually swinging fishing rods made of T-1000 material, and everyone's expressions turned strange. It was simply too absurd. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhang Mingruo's mouth twitched, and he sighed saying, "I got this rod today while accompanying old Luo on a visit to Longshan Company. Their boss Lin Tian gave it to us. A private enterprise." They had heard about Lin Tian's Longshan Company recently. Such a big event couldn't have escaped their notice. They had heard claims about a private company making significant contributions, but they had just dismissed it as amusing. Military research and development was incredibly difficult, and it was hard for a typical private enterprise to compete with military research institutions. They had considered Lin Tian's previous incident to be a mere stroke of luck. But now hearing Zhang Mingruo's words, their perspectives began to shift. "Are you saying they made this rod too?" Yes, according to Lin Tian, they had already overcome this technology and achieved mass production applying it to their fishing gear. If I hadn't visited last time, they were even planning to phase out this business line, probably thinking it was too outdated. Hearing the words too outdated, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Something they had desperately sought after was considered a nearly obsolete product by someone else. It was even facing elimination. At this thought, everyone present felt a wave of immense psychological shock. However, recalling the technology old Luo had obtained from Lin Tian previously, and now seeing the fishing rod Chao Fenghua and the others, couldn't help but shiver. How could a private enterprise master so many core technologies? This was nearly on par with specialized military research institutions. With a heartfelt sigh, he said, "Thank goodness an enterprise like this is in the Dragon Nation." In the White House press briefing room, a massive bald eagle emblem hung imposingly overhead. The star-spangled banners representing the Eagle Nation were neatly arrayed behind the podium. Joseph, the incumbent president, narrowed his eyes as he fielded questions from the media. "Mr. President, do you believe the technological blockade against the Dragon Nation is effective and necessary? Do you have any comments regarding the recent incident involving the First Fleet? And what about the deployment status of the Lightning II fighter jets? Any remarks on that?" Listening to the barrage of questions, Joseph continued to squint, and only after a long pause did he respond. "First, you must understand that the Dragon Nation cannot possibly break through our technological blockade. The previous incident was merely a minor accident. We were caught off guard and fell victim to their treacherous schemes. This time we must administer a harsh lesson to the Dragon Nation. We must make them understand that without our high-tech supplies like carbon fiber, they couldn't even build a single fighter jet or an aircraft carrier." As he spoke, Joseph couldn't help but sneer, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "In fact, I highly suspect that the Dragon Nation is struggling just to replace the outer shell of a fighter jet." A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The most stringent part of this export control was the regulation of carbon fiber technology. He had even ordered the island nation, without his express command, not to sell a single piece of carbon fiber material to the Dragon Nation. He refused to believe they could withstand their blockade, and would eventually come crawling back to beg for mercy. This slow, torturous approach was his preferred method of operation. At the thought, his graying eyebrows perked up in satisfaction. Just then a reporter suddenly thrust a document forward and declared loudly, "But Mr. President, according to the latest market research, the Dragon Nation has already developed its own carbon fiber technology. Moreover, their production efficiency surpasses ours. Our carbon fiber market is now in complete turmoil. Countless carbon fiber composite materials are facing unsold inventory." Hearing this, Joseph's weary eyes flew wide open, his brows furrowing deeply. "Unsold?" He turned instinctively to look at his assistant, seeking some confirmation in the man's eyes. However, the assistant was equally bewildered. How could carbon fiber composites be unsold? They and the island nation were the only ones capable of large-scale production and sales on the entire Blue Star. These products were always in high demand with limited supply. It was impossible for them to be unsold. He quickly fished out the day's intelligence report from his briefcase and scurried over to Joseph, opening the Defense Department's computer. The moment it booted up, the contents nearly gave him a heart attack. The first headline was an official announcement from the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation has achieved independent production of carbon fiber composites, and they have successfully mastered the T-1000 material technology. He then checked the stock prices of domestic carbon fiber companies, only to see them plummeting with market pricing in complete chaos. Many nations were returning their orders. "Sorry, Eagle Nation, it's not that we can't afford your goods, but the Dragon Nation offers better value. After careful consideration, we the Camel Nation have decided to cancel our order." The Rooster Nation even bluntly stated, "Let's cease contact from now on, Eagle Nation. We're afraid the Dragon Nation might misunderstand." Seeing these cancellation notices, Joseph's heart trembled. Each one of these orders was worth billions of dollars. They were long-term contracts, and now most of them were gone. This was a blow not only to the Eagle Nation's prestige, but also to his own pockets, as he received a cut from each deal. His face darkened considerably upon seeing the news, especially the revelation that the Dragon Nation had developed T-1000 carbon fiber composites. Their own 5th-generation fighters only used materials around the T-800 grade, and even those were supplied in limited quantities by the island nation. Now the Dragon Nation had not only overtaken them, but was also strangling their supply chain. The thought nearly made him vomit blood. Fuck! How is this possible? He stormed away from the podium, his face flushed with rage, while reporters behind him tried to press for more questions. Mr. President, stop. This press conference is over. Joseph spread his arms, his face contorted with humiliation. Recalling his earlier boasts, he felt like a complete fool. The moment he returned to the Oval Office, someone immediately called out, Mr. President, the island nation's Prime Minister Fujita Kazuki is on the line for you. Put him through. He jammed the earpiece in, and a genial chuckle from Fujita greeted him. President Joseph, great news. Our Toray Industries has achieved a major breakthrough. T-800 technology is now fully mass-produced. And we've made significant progress on T-900. I'm confident we will soon completely crush the Dragon Nation. Fujita let out a light laugh, as if seeking praise. He owed his position as Prime Minister entirely to Joseph's covert support. Without it, his credentials would never have sufficed to hold power in the island nation. Thus, he always followed Joseph's lead on every major issue to prove his worth. However, contrary to Fujita's expectations of a celebratory conversation, Joseph erupted through the phone. You idiot. The Dragon Nation has already developed T-1000, and you're bragging about T-800. Fuck. And to think I supported you all this time. With a sharp click, he slammed down the phone, leaving Fujita Kazuki staring blankly at the receiver, utterly incredulous. What? The Dragon Nation has already developed T-1000. Carbon fiber technology was a cornerstone of his nation's economy, having generated immense wealth for them across the Blue Star for years. Now with the Dragon Nation butting in and mastering T-1000, it was a catastrophic blow. The Dragon Nation lacked nothing, especially manpower. Once they scaled up production, what market share would be left for them? Furthermore, with the Dragon Nation achieving T-1000 first, didn't that mean their T-800 was obsolete the moment it was developed? Realizing this, Fujita Kazuki's face contorted with disgust. Bastards. He could only manage a helpless roar of frustration. Meanwhile, Joseph wasn't idle after hanging up. He immediately barked, "Get me Milhouse on the line. Tell him to assemble a 5th-generation fighter squadron and deploy them to the base in the island nation immediately. In 2 months, I want our jets flying in the airspace controlled by the Dragon Nation. This time we must prove to the world that we are still the strongest nation. I refuse to believe the Dragon Nation can develop a 5th-generation fighter to counter us." A cruel smile crept across Joseph's face at the thought. So what if they had mastered carbon fiber technology? It could only be applied to 4th-generation aircraft. A 5th-gen fighter against a 4th-gen one would be a walk in the park. He leaned back in his presidential chair, convinced he would go down as the greatest president of the Eagle Nation. Defeating the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation would shine brilliantly under his leadership. Inside the Longfei Air Force Research Laboratory. During this period, thanks to the supply of materials from Lin Tian, the development of fighter jets had made significant progress. It was not too far from the final prototype. However, as research deepened, another major issue emerged: the stealth capability of the aircraft. In the modern world, 5th-generation fighters, whether it's the Eagle Nation's Lightning II or the Bear Nation's Su-57, must meet 2 requirements. One is supersonic cruise capability, and the other is stealth capability. You could have deficiencies in these areas, but you couldn't lack them entirely, otherwise it would only be considered a 4th-and-a-half generation. Gazing at the radar test before him, Chao Fenghua couldn't help but furrow his brows. How is it? Does the performance meet the standards? Zhang Mingrue shook his head, then pointed at the radar detection waveband diagram. This part is clearly inadequate. You know, the Eagle Nation's 5th-generation fighter has a radar cross-section the size of a sparrow. Look at this waveband diagram. This is almost as big as a buffalo. Do you expect the Eagle Nation's soldiers to believe there's a flying buffalo in the... Hearing this, everyone's brows raised. Han Dongyang propped his chin and said, "The Eagle Nation's fighters have such excellent stealth performance entirely because of their stealth coating. If we also had the same coating, perhaps." Just as he spoke, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the laboratory. Hearing the noise, Zhang Mingrue and the others turned to look. Long Zhangwo was leading a group of people as they entered, saying as they walked, "Academician Zhang, I apologize for the intrusion. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." He hurried over in 3 steps, then asked directly, "How is the Zero project progressing?" His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at Zhang Mingrue. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Mingrue replied, "The development of the 5th-generation fighter is going smoothly, but we are facing a major problem with stealth." Before he could finish, Long Zhangwo interrupted him. "How long will it take to succeed?" Seeing Long Zhangwo's anxious demeanor, Zhang Mingrue and the others exchanged puzzled glances. In the past, Long Zhangwo had always impressed them with his calm and steady manner. Why was he suddenly so impatient? Realizing he had lost his composure, Long Zhangwo took a deep breath, then pointed at a military satellite tablet on the table. "Take a look." Rubbing his temples, he waited as Zhang Mingrue, Chao Fenghua, and the others leaned in to watch the video. In the video, the Eagle Nation's Defense Secretary Admiral Mills stood before a crowd of media speaking arrogantly. To address the escalating regional crisis, we have decided to deploy a Lightning II squadron to the Chicken's base in 2 months. This time we will not back down. We will present ourselves to the world in the most powerful posture to express our determination to safeguard peace in the Asia-Pacific. He raised his fist full of provocative intent. Watching the video, even the researchers like Zhang Mingrui who were not well-versed in military affairs understood it was a declaration of war. Deploying fighter jets to a base. Wasn't that a threat to the Dragon Nation that if they acted rashly they could be bombed and decapitated? And that phrase about safeguarding peace in the Asia-Pacific was merely a pretext. The real intention was to completely lock down the Dragon Nation's eastward aspirations. Arrogant. Even the researchers couldn't help but feel indignant. In the past, the Dragon Nation's technology was weak and its airspace was frequently violated by the Eagle Nation. How many years had passed? Did they still think it was the old days? Did they really believe the Dragon Nation had no one? For a moment, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. You've seen the situation. I only want to ask one thing: can you develop our 5th-generation fighter in 2 months? Long Jiangwo's expression turned grave. Since the enemy was deploying 5th-generation fighters to the Chicken's base, the only countermeasure was to respond with a 5th-generation fighter of their own. Among pilots, there was a widely accepted truth. If 2 fighters of the same generation had performance gaps, those could be compensated by the pilot's skill or aircraft numbers. But a gap of 1 generation could never be bridged. The Dragon Nation currently only had 4th-generation fighters and in insufficient numbers. Now that the enemy had issued a challenge, could they accept it? And how would they respond? Long Jiangwo frowned and said, 2 months. Can we develop a 5th-generation fighter? 2 months. Impossible. Zhang Mingrui blurted out almost instinctively. Then he realized he had spoken too decisively, but he stood by his opinion. It's impossible to develop a 5th-generation fighter in 2 months. Our current progress is already far ahead of the Eagle Nation. It can't be faster. Even the Eagle Nation took 6 years to develop their stealth coding technology. 2 months. Absolutely impossible. To be honest, Long Jiangwo was not surprised by this answer. He had prepared for failure before coming, but he still held a glimmer of hope. He hoped Zhang Mingrui could give a satisfactory answer because a 1-generation gap between fighters would cost pilots their lives to close. They couldn't refuse this provocation, but what would be the cost? Long Jiangwo's expression turned somber. Just then a phone rang. Hearing it, Long Jiangwo immediately pulled out his phone and answered. What happened? On the other end, the assistant responsible for managing the transport of Lin Tian's carbon fiber composite materials spoke urgently. General Lin Tian's factory recently announced a sudden halt in production, citing a violation of production regulations. They are to be rectified and penalized. Even the factory's business license might be revoked. Hearing this, Long Jiangwo's brow shot up. What? The factory is to halt production for rectification. Zhang Mingrui and the others stiffened, then immediately turned to stare at Long Jiangwo. The materials for their fighter jets were still supplied by Lin Tian. If Lin Tian halted production, it would undoubtedly severely hinder the progress of fighter development. Understanding this, everyone anxiously looked at Long Jiangwo. Long Jiangwo also knew this well. After all, Lin Tian's company was not only involved in the 5th-generation fighter, but also provided the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier technology. How could they allow the company to face the fate of having its license revoked? That would be a significant loss for the entire Dragon Nation. Tell Li Zhanhao to immediately contact the National Security Bureau and say there's a major incident requiring their involvement. And the rest of you come with me to the scene. The military couldn't intervene directly in such matters, but the National Security Bureau could. After giving his instructions, Long Jiangwo headed straight for Lin Tian's company with Zhang Mingrui and the others hesitating briefly before following. At the entrance of Longxing Company, police cars of various sizes were parked. Red and blue flashing lights flickered intensely. Captain Liu, according to the informant's description, the manufacturer of this illegal paint, is right here. Liu Fei furrowed his brow as he looked at the scene before him. A dilapidated area with unkempt walls, clearly the industrial site of a shady business. Longxing Company, I've had quite a hunt for you. If all factories in our city were like this, we'd be doomed. He let out a cold laugh and strode straight in. Early this morning, their city's traffic police brigade received a tip-off call from a citizen reporting that a factory was illegally developing an unknown type of automotive paint. Moreover, it had helped numerous vehicles evade speeding tickets illegally. After receiving this report, their city's traffic police brigade immediately launched an investigation. What they discovered was shocking. At just one highway intersection in Longxing City, over 40 vehicles were caught in a single day using this paint to illegally dodge speeding penalties. Considering Longxing City's role as a major transportation hub, this was just one of many intersections. And this was only the tally for a single day. Preliminary estimates suggested that nearly 1,000 vehicles had used this paint to evade speeding fines in just that one day. The severity of the situation was staggering. Consequently, not only the city's traffic police brigade, but also the provincial brigade took this matter seriously, issuing orders for a dedicated investigation and demanding the harshest penalties. The mastermind behind this operation had to be rooted out. After extensive investigation and interrogation, they had preliminarily determined that all the paint originated from an industry under this private company Longxing. Lost in thought, he frowned and walked into the lobby. The moment he entered, Yang Wenhua immediately rushed forward to greet him. Since early morning, he had noticed police cars everywhere outside, and even personnel from the legal department were present. He had no idea what was happening. "Officers, may I ask?" Before he could finish, Lu Fei waved his hand, and two officers immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves on either side of Yang Wenhua, clearly to prevent any escape. Then Lu Fei shook out the documents in his hand. "Is this the automotive paint from your company?" A color photo was prominently attached to the blueprint showing an opened can of Longxing automotive paint. Seeing this, Yang Wenhua couldn't help but nod. Indeed, in the early days of Longxing's core business, automotive paint had been one of their ventures, as they had just started out with limited funds. Therefore, Lin Tian had suggested developing a new automotive paint to accumulate some capital. But back then their intention was merely to create a high-quality, affordable product to make money. They had never considered doing anything illegal. After all, he and Lin Tian simply wanted to use their technical skills to expand the company's production and build capital for an industrial transformation. They were nowhere near desperate enough to resort to illegal activities. Besides, with the company currently flourishing, there was no need for such actions. So they weren't really in the know about these matters. They had only vaguely heard from some customers that their paint was quite unique. Apparently, it could evade radar and such, sometimes even causing strange phenomena. But they hadn't delved into the specifics, treating it as a joke. After all, who wouldn't be happy that their own product was competitive in the market? But now being told it was illegal, who would believe that? "Officer, I think you might be mistaken about something." Hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief, and he said angrily, "Mistaken? Do you want to see what your company has actually done? Helping car owners dodge speeding penalties, what is that? That's illegal. At this point, fines alone won't cut it. Your factory must cease production immediately for rectification. And both you and your company's boss need to come to the station for questioning." It was only then that Yang Wenhua realized the gravity of the situation. He had initially thought they could just pay a fine and make corrections within the stipulated period. If that were the case, they could simply abandon the paint business. After all, they were undergoing an industrial transformation, and some outdated operations did need to be phased out. But now, judging by the tone, it seemed that the entire Longxing company was facing a suspension of operations. The implications of this for a private enterprise in its growth phase were self-evident. Furthermore, their enterprise was no longer just a simple private company. So many things were interconnected, a single change could affect the whole system. With growing anxiety, he said, "Comrade, can we discuss an alternative penalty? Well, fully accept any fine, but we absolutely cannot halt production. This involves matters of great importance. Even national security." Bound by confidentiality agreements, he couldn't say much more. Lu Fei, hearing Yang Wenhua's words, felt his jaw tighten, his stubble trembling. As a veteran officer, he had seen all sorts of scenes and heard every kind of excuse over the years. Some claimed they had an 80-year-old mother and a 5-year-old child to support to avoid punishment, and some even brazenly attempted bribery on the spot. But this was the first time he had heard such a reason, threatening national security. Having served in the military himself, he felt insulted by such a claim and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. National security. You are just a private enterprise. Do you think you're building aircraft carriers? Or is your factory producing fighter jets and cannons? And now you're talking about national security. If all companies in this country were like yours, what a disaster that would be. I'm telling you, you'll halt production today whether you like it or not, and neither you nor your boss is going anywhere. Even if the emperor himself showed up, I'd still shut you down." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Tian, who was emerging from the carbon fiber production workshop. According to the file, this young man was the chairman of Longxing Company. Looking at the youthful face, Lu Fei didn't give him a friendly reception. Just as he was about to take him away, he saw his subordinate hurrying over from the entrance. The subordinate glanced at Lin Tian, then quickly leaned in and whispered to Lu Fei, "Captain Lu, several special vehicles have just arrived outside. They claim to be from state security. They have official red-headed documents and directives from our provincial bureau saying we must fully cooperate with their investigation this time. And the military region has also sent people over saying they want to rediscuss this case with us." Hearing this, Lu Fei was stunned for a moment, his mind going blank. State security? The military region? As a retired veteran, he understood the weight of those words. What level of criminal would typically warrant the involvement of such departments domestically? He looked at Lin Tian with a bewildered expression, puzzled by the man's thin, amiable appearance. Could this guy be a hidden terrorist? Or perhaps a spy from the Eagle Nation? But he didn't seem like it. For a moment, all the visiting officers were completely baffled, their gazes towards Lin Tian shifting subtly. Before long, the area outside was filled with vigilant soldiers as Long Zhengwo strode in with resolute steps. Behind him, the head of the National Security Bureau led a group of men in black suits. Having already understood Lin Tian's importance through prior discussions, they had dispatched personnel immediately to assist Long Zhengwo and his team. Seeing the men in black and the military rank on Long Zhengwo's shoulders, Lu Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath and mutter under his breath, "How did this manage to alert a general?" He then turned his head and glared fiercely at Lin Tian, and the others. Stay put and don't move. At this moment, it was clear to Lu Fei that the crimes committed by these two were far more severe than he had imagined, otherwise there would be no need to summon so many important figures. He began to walk forward with a forced smile, but before he could get close, a man in black from the National Security Bureau stepped forward, extending a hand to stop him and signaling for him to halt. Sensing the strength emanating from the man, even Lu Fei was secretly taken aback. Though he was just a traffic cop, his physical training was among the best in the team, and he had never slackened off even after retiring from the military. His strength was far above that of an average person, yet against this man in black, he couldn't move an inch. He swallowed hard at the thought. What's going on here? Long Zhengwo waved his hand, signaling the man in black to stand down, then glanced at Lin Tian and Yang Wenhua, as if asking them. Lu Fei, standing nearby, quickly spoke up. Sir, the company run by these two suspects has been illegally producing car paint, causing considerable trouble for society. Therefore, we have decided to impose severe penalties on them. Of course, if you have any further questions, we are fully prepared to cooperate. By now, Lu Fei had begun referring to Lin Tian and Yang Wenhua as suspects, his eyes filled with caution. Undoubtedly, anyone who could attract the attention of the National Security Bureau couldn't be a good person. Who knew what hidden secrets this case might hold? If he could offer any assistance, he would. After retiring from the military, he had originally wanted to become a detective, having grown up fascinated by mystery films and TV shows. But fate had led him to become a traffic cop instead. It wasn't that the job was bad, but it was far from the image of the brilliant detective he had envisioned. Now, with the case involving Lin Tian and Yang Wenhua before him, he felt a surge of excitement. Could Lin Tian be a terrorist? Or a spy? Just as he was thinking this, Long Zhengwo frowned and asked, car paint, illegal and non-compliant. Looking at Lin Tian, he couldn't fathom why the man would do such a thing. Even if the paint were illegal, it would only warrant a fine or a rectification order at most. Why had it escalated to such a massive scale? He was deeply puzzled. Although Lin Tian was definitely someone to protect, he needed to understand what the man had actually done first. Yang Wenhua, clearly understanding this, quickly spoke up. Indeed, the paint was produced by us, but initially it was intended for ordinary commercial use. What happened afterward was the choice of the car owners themselves. Hearing this, Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. Ordinary commercial use. Does your ordinary commercial paint dodge speed cameras and radar? This isn't the first time, and I'm telling you, if everyone were like you, traffic would be in chaos. Besides, who knows what else you've done with this technology behind closed doors? At this, Yang Wenhua was left speechless. But Zhang Mingrui, standing behind them, had his eyes light up. Dodge speed radar. Although military radar differs from civilian radar, the gap is only in functionality and performance. The core working principle remains the same. Both emit radar waves for detection. If Lin Tian's paint could evade civilian radar, wouldn't it also evade military radar? Could this be a breakthrough for stealth technology for fifth-generation fighters? At this thought, Zhang Mingrui's expression towards Lin Tian changed, and Long Zhengwo, clearly realizing the same thing, couldn't help but gasp. He quickly asked, do you have any actual test videos? Seeing everyone's reaction, Lu Fei felt a surge of glee. He knew things weren't so simple. Like a detective finding a crucial piece of evidence, he said triumphantly, yes. This is their evidence of guilt with solid facts and reliable proof. He then turned to his assistant and said, quick, bring the video footage from the highway. Pointing at the screen, he continued, on the left is the vehicle illegally sprayed with their paint, and on the right is the radar data from that day's test. I strongly suspect these two were premeditated in their actions. Perhaps they're endangering our nation's traffic safety. Lu Fei said, staring at the surveillance footage with excitement. In the video, a white sedan sped through the highway speed check zone. It was traveling at what looked like 140 km/h, yet the nearby detector didn't react at all. It's important to note that the stealth capability of a fifth-generation fighter isn't solely due to its stealth coating. Factors like the aircraft's shape design also play a significant role. For instance, using carbon fiber composites for smooth surfaces and minimizing sharp edges in the design. A series of countermeasures contributes to perfect stealth. In essence, it's about making the object as smooth as possible to achieve optimal invisibility. Now, what about this car? It uses the most ordinary manufacturing processes, has no edge-minimizing design, and is an older boxy sedan model. No one would believe this car could be stealth. Yet there it was, driving straight past the radar without triggering any response. Remember, this is launching a major hub city where the radar speed detection equipment on main roads is far from basic. Some of its performance even rivals certain military equipment. Seeing this, Zhang Mingrui couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is unbelievable. This effect might be even better than the stealth coating used by the Eagle country. Staring at the unresponsive radar, everyone swallowed hard. Lu Fei then played several more videos. All showed similar results. The speed radar didn't react at all, while over a dozen other vehicles passing by at the same time were all clearly detected. Looking at the evidence, Lu Fei exclaimed excitedly, this is their crime. These are the vehicles we've identified, and we've questioned all the owners. They all said they repainted their cars with paint produced by their company. Now that we have both witnesses and physical evidence, how can they deny it? Lu Fei narrated while playing the videos, then glanced at Lin Tian and the others with a glint in his eyes. Undoubtedly, it was now clear that this car paint was the key to cracking the case and solid evidence to apprehend these social dangers. He never imagined that a single dispatch would allow him to eliminate traitors for the nation. The feeling was immensely satisfying. Meanwhile, Long Jiangwo and his team stared at the scene, their breaths nearly stopping. Zhang Mingrui and the others were utterly stunned. Wasn't this the stealth coding they had been dreaming of? They had always imagined developing their stealth coding through various means, but never in their wildest dreams did they think it would come about this way, in car paint of all things. Their expressions were a mix of shock and disbelief. Yang Wenhua, seeing everyone fixated on the video, felt the last shred of hope drain away. Honestly, he had heard rumors about their car paint's capabilities. It had sold out immediately upon release, snapped up by businesses and car owners alike. They all touted it as speed trap-proof paint. At the time, he was somewhat excited, thinking it would boost their product's competitiveness. But who would have thought it would now become the very thing that could destroy their company? His eyes dimmed with despair. It's over. If only we hadn't produced that paint in the first place. Lin Tian furrowed his brow as well. When the paint was developed, the company was still in its early stages, and they created it for survival and growth. The goal was to have a strong product to make a name for themselves. To that end, he had incorporated many elements into it. And indeed, they succeeded. The paint received rave reviews upon launch, and the company grew because of it. Even now, this business remained one of the few flagship products of Lin Tian's company. However, as his focus shifted to high-tech fields, he had entrusted this operation to Uncle Yang. He never expected it to lead to such severe consequences today, and he sighed at the thought. Seeing the dejected look on Lin Tian and Yang Wenhua's faces, Lu Fei smiled slightly and added, "The crimes of these two dangerous individuals don't stop here. Their car paint also has another bizarre feature." At this, Zhang Mingrui and the others widened their eyes. "There's more." Given what the paint had already demonstrated, they were already extremely intrigued. Did it have yet another function? Everyone turned to look at Lin Tian and the others. Yang Wenhua, however, was completely deflated. This time it's truly over. Gazing at Lin Tian and the others, Lu Fei's eyes gleamed with a brilliant light. This is the evidence of their crimes. He then opened the video, which, unlike the previous ones, was eerily abnormal and even somewhat unsettling. In the footage, a figure was moving at an incredibly high speed, a terrifying sight to behold. In the following segment of surveillance, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The flying figure, after coming to a halt, began to reveal the outline of a car beside it. As time passed, the car's true shape and appearance gradually emerged. It was an Atasha decorated with anime girls, its vibrant colors starkly contrasting with its previously transparent form. Everyone present was utterly stunned by the surreal spectacle on the monitor. Zhang Mingrui and his team were completely dumbfounded, unable to speak. He knew exactly what this was. Optical stealth technology. Undoubtedly, what the video had just demonstrated was optical stealth technology. This technology was first proposed by a scholar from the Jonbul nation, and many had since worked on refining it. Yet no country had ever succeeded in mastering it on the international stage. Even the Eagle Nation had nearly abandoned the endeavor, as what is called optical stealth is essentially invisibility to the naked eye. Achieving this is nearly impossible, as the environment is in constant flux and the human eye is highly perceptive. It could be said that this technology was widely considered an unattainable dream in the entire stealth industry. Yet here they were witnessing an optical stealth coating on a car that even the Eagle Nation hadn't cracked, while their own fighter jets were still grappling with achieving perfect stealth. At this thought, Zhang Mingrui's face twitched. How could they, the Academy of Sciences, hold their heads up? Who would have thought Lin Tian could be so monstrous? Using fighter jet stealth coating as cheap car paint and carbon fiber technology for fishing rods. Thinking about this, everyone stroked their chins, speechless. Seeing their expressions, Yang Wenhua had completely given up hope. It's over. Dodging radar before was serious enough, but now we're adding a hidden car body to the mix. If all these crimes are combined. At this thought, Yang Wenhua's face turned grim. This might no longer be a problem solved by fines and rectification. They'd probably end up in prison, right? Even Long Jiangwo might not be willing to protect them. Thinking this, Yang Wenhua felt a pang of panic. Hearing these words, Lin Tian's brow furrowed deeply. He had initially developed this optical stealth coating purely to serve a niche group of Atasha enthusiasts. They had said their cars were too flashy and attracted too much attention, causing family disapproval. But they didn't want to give it up, so they had asked Lin Tian for help. Driven by the simple principle that where there is market demand, there is a manufacturer's solution, Lin Tian immediately worked overtime to develop this new coating, which had even better stealth capabilities than the previous version. It was also more expensive, serving a specific clientele. It was precisely these two product lines that had allowed Longxing to establish a firm foothold. He never expected them to become a noose around his neck now, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of helplessness. Meanwhile, Long Jiangwo, upon seeing all this, had already made a firm decision in his heart. I must protect Lin Tian today. Not to mention his previous contributions to the Dragon Nation, but the dual electronic and optical stealth coating technology he had just displayed was enough to warrant protection. What was this? This was all black technology. If this stealth technology could be applied to their fighter jets, tanks, and other equipment, their combat effectiveness on the battlefield would increase exponentially. Moreover, with the development of the 5th-generation fighter imminent, having such stealth coating materials would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon. With this in mind, he looked at Lin Tian with the fervent gaze of a mother hen protecting her chick, his face burning with enthusiasm. He muttered under his breath, "For this kid to be born in the Dragon Nation is truly a national blessing." Meanwhile, Lu Fei, standing nearby, now looked at Lin Tian as if he were a dead man. With this evidence, it was more than enough to arrest him. The state security comrades hadn't acted before, probably because they lacked concrete evidence, but now that they had provided a pretext, wouldn't it be easy to make them talk? Besides, they had indeed committed crimes. A smile crept onto his lips. At this point, what do you have to say for yourselves? Let me tell you, the thing I hate most in my life is those who threaten national security. If the Dragon Nation were full of people like you, what would become of us? Long Jiangwo was momentarily stunned by Lu Fei's words, his eyes full of confusion. Threatening national security. Zhang Mingrui also looked at him in astonishment. Lin Tian threatening national security. Officer, have you got the wrong person? Of all the enterprises in the Dragon Nation, anyone could pose a threat to national security, but not Lin Tian. Look at the technology he's provided: nuclear power arresting cables and materials for fighter jet construction. And now optical stealth materials. Which one of these isn't an area where foreigners hold the Dragon Nation by the throat? In the end, it was Lin Tian who provided the technology. If he were a threat to national security, then no one would believe it. Their expressions towards Lu Fei changed, and Lu Fei, hearing their words, was also taken aback. Isn't this what my superiors meant by assisting you in the investigation? He gestured first at Yang Wenhua, then at himself. Yang Wenhua, however, had no mind to listen to him. With such a major problem in the company, he as the manager in charge was inexcusable. Hearing them talk about national security, he felt utterly numb. He had thought this was just an economic case, at most a social one. How had it escalated to national security? His face contorted into a mask of agony. Lin Tian, hearing the conversation, was also taken aback. Had his car paint business really gotten so complicated? He gritted his teeth and said, "Long Jiang, we admit to the economic crimes this time. We'll pay whatever fine is imposed, but we will not bear the label of endangering national security. If our car paint truly has such a huge problem, then we will cease production of these products from now on." Before Lin Tian could finish, Long Jiangwo, as if he had stepped on a cat's tail, immediately shouted, "Cease production. Crank up the production. They'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." To think he would suggest halting production of such advanced technology. What was this? This was a severe threat to the national security of the Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Lu Fei was dumbfounded, his body stiffening. Wait, aren't they terrorists? He looked at Lin Tian with a face full of suspicion and question marks. He was utterly bewildered now. Setting aside their previous crimes, the mere fact that state security and the general military region had been mobilized told him these two were no ordinary people. But hadn't his superiors said he was to cooperate with the state security investigation? Could it be that cooperate in the investigation didn't mean what he thought? He stared at Lin Tian in utter shock. Seeing Lu Fei's expression, Long Jiangwo realized the man might have misunderstood something. Stepping forward with a smile, he said, "Comrade, I believe you've got the wrong idea. Lin Tian is an outstanding entrepreneur of our nation. He's a distinguished partner of our military industries, having made remarkable contributions to our national defense. How could he possibly be the terrorist you speak of?" As he spoke, an agent from state security produced a red-headed official document which read, "It is hereby awarded to Lin Tian the Individual Advanced Model Award and the title of Outstanding Scientific Research Enterprise." Then came another document from the Provincial Traffic Police Bureau conveying a similar message, instructing him to hand the matter over to state security and to assist in their investigation into who had reported Lin Tian. The document stated that such actions severely hindered and jeopardized the nation's security and technological development. Reading the contents, Lu Fei's face filled with disbelief. His mouth hung agape as he looked from Lin Tian to Yang Wenhua. These two, an individual advanced model and an outstanding enterprise. Remembering the crumbling walls and the unweeded courtyard had seen upon entering, he couldn't fathom how this place could be an outstanding scientific research enterprise. If he didn't know better, he'd think it was some shady sweatshop. Yet they had earned the title. In previous years, only advanced military enterprises, those that had built satellites and made major contributions, had received such accolades. What had Lin Tian done to deserve this? And jeopardizing national security over a mere report. Was that really necessary? Could it be? He turned to look at Lin Tian, his heart trembling instinctively. He quickly said, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." By now he'd have to be a fool not to understand. The state security and military personnel had clearly come here to protect Lin Tian. But this was just a private enterprise, not military, not a key state-supported enterprise. For a private company to receive such treatment with state security showing up and the military providing guarantees, what could they possibly have done? Thinking of the nation's recent explosive technological growth, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn on him. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Those words from Sherlock Holmes fit his situation perfectly. Damn, I nearly became a threat to national security. Realizing what Lin Tian's enterprise represented, Lu Fei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Without a doubt, Lin Tian's company had earned this level of attention by accomplishing something extraordinary. He recalled the rumors about an aircraft carrier being developed with the help of a private enterprise. Lu Fei's heart clenched. So those rumors were true after all. And given the level of regard shown by state security and Long Zhengwo, Lin Tian had likely done far more than that. He remembered Yang Wenhua's words about how shutting down the factory could jeopardize national security. He had thought it was a joke and exaggeration. He hadn't believed a word. But now he did. He had no choice but to believe. A man in black approached, led him aside, flashed a badge, and asked, "Who made that phone call reporting Longxing Company? We have reason to suspect this person is attempting to disrupt our nation's scientific research development. We need to summon them for questioning. We hope you'll cooperate with our investigation." The man fixed his gaze on Lu Fei, looking at the fully armed special forces squad behind him. Lu Fei swallowed hard, then immediately told them everything he knew. After listening, the man in black gave his hand a firm shake and said calmly, "Thank you for your cooperation. We'll take over from here. All case files related to this matter will be confiscated and destroyed. Please continue to cooperate with our work." Two more men in black stepped forward to accompany him to the police station to retrieve the files. Meanwhile, the Special Forces squad had received their mission objective and immediately began to mobilize. Watching the scene unfold, Lu Fei's mouth twitched. He silently mourned for the boss who had filed the report. Just one phone call, and now state security was at the door with Special Forces deployed. Even he couldn't help but shiver at the thought. What a damn tragedy. In a luxurious villa in Longxing, Qiantai lounged on a genuine leather sofa, a cigar dangling from his lips. The crystal chandelier cast bright light across the hall. Holding a phone in one hand, his gold tooth gleamed as he smiled. "Xiaohu, how's that report on Longxing Company coming along?" A sleazy chuckle came through the phone. "Boss, don't worry. When have I ever let you down? I put a lot of effort into gathering this material. Once I submit it, they're finished. And even if they dodge this one, they can't dodge the next. With constant reports, how long can Longxing hold out before collapsing?" He let out a low, sinister laugh. A smug expression crept across Qiantai's face. As the regional distributor for a foreign automaker in Longxing, he knew the best way to control the market was to eliminate competitors and limit consumer choice. To that end, he had aggressively acquired local car dealerships, crippled their supply chains, and forced them to either exit the market or sell to him at rock-bottom prices. He stopped at nothing, yet there were always a few companies that managed to weather his attacks and keep competing. That puzzled him. After investigating, he discovered these companies survived because Longxing was supplying them behind the scenes. Their paint seemed to be quite popular with the locals. After digging deeper, he uncovered the secret behind their paint and immediately filed a report. He'd wait for them to be crushed, then swoop in for a cheap acquisition. It was a tactic Head used many times before. Whether or not they'd actually done anything wrong, He'd report them first and ask questions later. Countless companies had been brought down and acquired this way. He flashed his gold tooth with a grin. "This time, let's see what Longxing can do against me. Refuse to be acquired, and the only path is death." He blew a leisurely smoke ring. Filing reports was a tried and true method for him. It never failed. Even if he got caught, He'd just have one of his underlings take the fall while he remained free and clear. Even if all his dirty tricks were exposed, he could always flee to the U.S. His citizenship was already changed. What could the police do to him then? Just as he hung up and reached for the red wine on the table to celebrate, a deafening crash came from the large glass window. The glass shattered and a squad of soldiers in black tactical gear rappelled down from the sky into the villa. They raised their rifles, aiming directly at him. The front door burst open with a thunderous bang. A team of men in black suits and pants stormed in. "Hands up. State security operation." In an instant, the spacious hall was flooded with people, countless dark gun barrels trained on him. Staring at the people before him, Qiantai was completely stunned. In that split second, he ran through every wrong thing He'd ever done in his life. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall anything that would warrant the nation's special forces coming to arrest him. Seeing their loaded weapons and uniform military gear, Qiantai's mouth twitched. The cigar remained clamped between his lips as he stood frozen in place. "May I ask, who are you?" he finally managed after a long pause. A man in black stepped forward from the group. "Hello, we're from the State Security Bureau. You're suspected of involvement in a case concerning national security. Please cooperate with our investigation." With a sharp click, handcuffs snapped around his wrists. Hearing this, Qiantai's face turned ashen. His eyes widened in utter disbelief as he stared at the man, his voice trembling. "Endangering national security. No, comrade, you must have the wrong person. We're honest businessmen. How could we possibly endanger national security?" Faced with this scene, Qiantai was genuinely terrified. His gold tooth chattered in his mouth. He might act tough in his daily dealings, but before the state apparatus he was nothing. And endangering national security, that was no small charge. He could end up in a prison cell where everyone's a character and the conversations are entertaining. The classic iron window tier scenario. Panic seized him as he cried out, "Comrade! No, brother. Are you sure you've got the right guy? Endangering national security. Me? Check again." His business tactics might be shady and underhanded, but at most that was economic crime. How could it possibly escalate to endangering national security? For a moment, he even wondered if these people were imposters. But seeing the soldiers' matching uniforms and weapons, that doubt vanished instantly. Yet what on earth had he done? The man in black gave him a cold look, then raised his phone and said, "Did you order that report against Longxing Company?" Qian Tai nodded instinctively. "Then that's correct." With a wave of his hand, the special forces behind him immediately seized Qian Tai's arms. Qian Tai stood there utterly bewildered, nearly petrified. Correct? What the hell was correct about that? He just made a phone call to report Longxing. How did that escalate to endangering national security? And they sent special forces to arrest him. Was this really necessary? All he did was file a report on Longxing. His investigation report said it was a private enterprise on the verge of bankruptcy. Could the intel have been wrong? Even reporting a military company wouldn't warrant this treatment, would it? State security at the door, special forces deployed. Just what kind of company was Longxing? Qian Tai's mind went completely numb. His only thought now was that he never should have reported Longxing. Why couldn't he just run his business properly? Why did he have to go poking at Longxing, a monster of a company? Staring at the black police vehicles before him, Qian Tai trembled all over. His eyes brimmed with nothing but regret. Who could have predicted that his foolproof tactic would fail this time? Not only had it failed, but he might end up behind bars. And he knew his business dealings over the years had been far from clean. He wanted to plead and beg, but seeing the cold, hard look in their eyes, his face crumpled like a twisted pretzel. It's over. It's all over. His heart sank into despair. Had thought he was dealing with a minnow, but it turned out to be a shark. And not just any shark, a massive megalodon. Looking at the armed special forces and the black-clad state security agents surrounding him, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Internally, he cursed the informant 100 times over. This was supposed to be a private enterprise. This was supposed to be nothing. Lin Tian and the others were unaware of the special forces deployment. They only felt a sudden shift as the situation took such a dramatic turn. After all, their car paint had been illegal before, but now it suddenly became legal and compliant. Even Yang Wenhua was somewhat bewildered. Is it over? To be honest, he had just thought that their car paint had caused some great disaster in society, and that Long Zhangwo and the others had come to hold them accountable. Although they had cooperated with the other party before, after all, they were just a private enterprise, and it remained to be seen whether the other party would be willing to vouch for them. After all, if such matters were not handled properly, they could easily lead to social conflicts. But now, seeing the situation, he realized that everything had finally come to an end and their factory was safe. Letting out a long sigh of relief, he was about to step forward to express his gratitude when another voice suddenly rang out. "Mr. Lin, is your car paint still on sale?" Zhang Mingrue stepped forward, looking at Lin Tian with hopeful eyes. Long Zhangwo also looked over with concern. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lin Tian was taken aback, then replied cautiously, "Of course we have it, but why are you asking?" After all, they had nearly been forced to shut down for rectification because of this car paint before, so they had to be cautious this time. If something happened again because of the car paint, they probably couldn't bear it. Seeing Lin Tian's wary expression, a trace of embarrassment flashed in Zhang Mingrue's eyes, and the nerve of a researcher deep inside him twitched involuntarily. As one of the most outstanding military industry professionals in Longhua, who wouldn't have some pride? Yet now that pride was utterly shattered before Lin Tian and his factory. Logically speaking, they possessed superior R&D resources in Longhua, and their research environment far surpassed Lin Tian's private factory, so their scientific capabilities should have far exceeded his. But from the arresting cable to the current stealth coding, it was always Lin Tian who stepped up at critical moments. What frustrated them even more was his utilization of technology. Damn carbon fiber used for fishing rods and stealth coating used as car paint. They had invested so much effort and funds to overcome these two technologies. To this day, they had made no progress, yet Lin Tian had already conquered the technology long ago. Now he was using the coating as car paint, and even domestic decorated cars were using car paint with optical stealth technology. Meanwhile, their fifth-generation fighter was still desperately waiting for its own stealth coating. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Mingrue's mouth twitched. He stepped forward and said, "Mr. Lin, please take us to your workshop for a look. If possible, we'd also like to conduct a test. If the test goes well, we'll be willing to purchase your company's car paint at a high price in the future." When he said the two words, car paint, Zhang Mingrue's expression turned somewhat strange. The world's most advanced stealth coating technology was being used as car paint. This was such a waste, even the most extravagant spender wouldn't do this. His eyelids twitched, but his expression was full of fervor. If judged solely by previous performance, the stealth effect was definitely not bad, but the specifics could only be determined after testing. After all, the stealth technology of a fifth-generation fighter is the core of the entire aircraft, and there can be no carelessness. Only through testing would they know whether Lin Tian's stealth car paint was truly viable. Seeing the fervent look in their eyes, Lin Tian knew he probably couldn't refuse, especially since they had just helped him. Moreover, if they really did purchase the product, it would give this business of theirs a proper foothold. In that way he could focus on developing the drone business. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Alright, I'll take you there right now. As soon as they entered the factory, Zhang Mingrui was shocked by what he saw. It wasn't the intelligence that shocked him, but the simplicity. There was none of the sophisticated and intelligent technology they had imagined, nor any temperature-controlled monitoring rooms. There was only an ordinary environment, ordinary automotive equipment, and rows of car bodies being painted on the mechanical production line. It looked no different from a typical car manufacturer. By the way, can this really become invisible? Chao Fenghua, who was following behind, looked at the production line with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The next scene made his jaw drop even further. Lin Tian led the group to the end of the production line and pointed to the car bodies parked outside the warehouse, saying, "Those are the finished products with the paint applied. If you want to test them, you can pick from those." Following Lin Tian's finger, everyone saw rows of car bodies exposed openly outside. They didn't look high-tech at all. Even Long Jiangwo furrowed his brows slightly. Can this thing really evade electronic radar? Isn't this just an ordinary car body? If not for the surveillance video from before, he would never have believed that this thing could evade radar detection. At this moment, he wasn't the only one with doubts. Even Zhang Mingrui knitted his brows tightly. It was known that among existing fifth-generation fighters, only the US's Lightning II could achieve true electronic stealth. And that stealth coating was extremely precious, requiring frequent maintenance. Every mission required over 20 hours of maintenance time. Moreover, its maintenance costs were staggering. A single maintenance could cost up to 30 million Longwei yuan, equivalent to losing several top-tier supercars in one go. And normally, it could only be parked in a temperature-controlled room, otherwise the stealth effect would be compromised. Lin Tian's car paint was just left out in the open like this with no protection at all, like radishes and cabbages. Could it really still be stealthy? Is this stealth coating so cheap? Looking at the scene before them, even Zhang Mingrui couldn't help but doubt his earlier judgment. But now they had no better option regarding the stealth coating, so they could only give it a try. Lin Tian had already asked people to move the painted car bodies to an empty area outside the factory. At that moment, an air defense radar vehicle was parked steadily ahead. Looking at the radar vehicle, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. What does this mean, General Long? Aren't we testing product performance? Why is a radar vehicle here? He couldn't help but look at Long Jiangwo. From the beginning, he had felt that Long Jiangwo and the others were hiding something from him. Although he didn't know what it was, judging by the importance they attached to the car paint, it was clearly unusual. Now they've brought a radar vehicle. What do they plan to do? Long Jiangwo felt there was no need to hide it anymore, so he directly told Lin Tian the purpose of their visit. However, he still didn't mention the fifth-generation fighter, only saying that their Air Force was in urgent need of a new stealth coating. Air Force. Stealth coating. Hearing that his technology would be used for the Air Force, Lin Tian's eyebrows slightly rose. Although he had confidence in the technology he had developed facing professional military equipment testing, now he didn't know how its stealth performance would fare. After all, their original purpose in developing it was just for car paint. He couldn't help but sigh. When Long Jiangwo heard the sigh, the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn, why was this kid sighing? For this test, they had deployed the most advanced air defense radar in Longhua. This was a phased array radar specially developed against the US fifth-generation fighters, and now it was being used to illuminate car shells. If this got out, people would think he had gone mad. He thought this while looking at the test site. All the experimental equipment had been set up, and Zhang Mingrui and the others also wore slightly furrowed brows. Whether this test could succeed. Unconsciously, everyone had already come to regard this test as the stealth coating test for Longwo's fifth-generation fighter. The experiment officially begins. As the words faded, a low hum filled the air, the sound of the radar unit echoing across the open ground. Being a targeted test, the radar's power was far greater than in previous trials, and the frequency of its wave emissions was notably higher. Before them, the car shell stood like a piece of discarded scrap metal, silently rooted in place. Gazing at the frame, Han Dongyang couldn't help but adjust the spectacles perched on his nose. Old Chow, do you think this will actually work? Something feels a bit off here. Looking at the bare, unadorned car shell, a sense of unease settled over the group. If the surveillance footage had sparked a flicker of hope earlier, this test was quickly dimming their expectations. After all, the shell looked far too crude, bearing little resemblance to the stealth coating of a fifth-generation fighter they had envisioned. The radar vehicle continued its operation, the soldier at the controls staring intently at the monitor with a grave expression. However, their concern wasn't directed at the test object, but at their own equipment. Oldly, do you think this rig of ours might be broken? Look at this echo rate and this radar cross-section. Something's not adding up. What? Don't talk nonsense. An experienced radar operator stepped forward. This was their most advanced air defense radar vehicle, equipped with a system ranking among the world's best. Testing a mere car shell was trivial. Under directed scrutiny, even a stealth fighter would leave a trace. Now to use it on an automaker's shell, even on Long Jiangwo's orders, felt like overkill, a sledgehammer cracking a nut. Curious, he leaned in, but a single glance at the screen left him frozen in place. A radar cross-section of 0.028 square meters. That's impossible. This was just an ordinary car shell, and they were using the most powerful radar equipment in the Long Kingdom. Yet it read 0. 0.28 square meters. This was absurd, even as a joke. The Eagle Nation's Lightning II fighter had a publicly known radar cross-section of 0.038. A car shell with a smaller signature than a fifth-generation fighter. Who would believe that? Keep testing. Increase the bandwidth frequency and expand the scan range. Also check if all the vehicle's systems are functioning properly. At this moment, he was genuinely rattled. This wasn't about the test anymore. It was a question of whether their radar was malfunctioning. A normal car shell should be vividly clear on their radar, but this one, it had dropped to 0.028, was smaller than a basketball, while the massive shell sat right before them, leaving the two men utterly speechless. Just as they were wrestling with the dilemma, Long Jiangwo and the others noticed the commotion and walked over. What's all the fuss about? As he approached, the veteran soldier snapped to attention, saluted, and shouted. Sir, reporting. The test shows the car shell has a radar cross-section of only 0.028 square meters. We will immediately conduct a full inspection of the radar vehicle to ensure the accuracy of the experiment. 0.028 square meters, are you sure? Before he could finish, Zhang Mingrue stepped forward from behind. He understood the weight of that number better than anyone. 0.028 square meters. Even smaller than the signature of the Eagle Nation's most advanced Lightning II. What mattered more was the difference in the coatings. Lin Tian's creation was treated like a neglected stepchild left to weather outside the workshop with nothing but washing to clear the dust. The Lightning II's stealth coating, by contrast, received the utmost care. The maintenance costs were worlds apart, and in wartime that gap would widen even further. War was a battle of resources, and such exorbitant upkeep would strain any nation's budget, a headache for every country. And Lin Tian had solved that very problem. His eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought. The Long Kingdom's fifth-generation fighter finally has hope. Undoubtedly, this data was astonishing, almost bewildering in its implications. Who would have imagined that while they were still wrestling with fifth-generation fighter challenges, they'd suddenly stumble upon a stealth coating rivaling the Eagle Nation's best? And this one was even superior. At that thought, Zhang Mingrue's face nearly split into a grin. Behind him, Chao Fenghua and Han Danyang were equally stunned, clicking their tongues in disbelief. 0.028 square meters, even against military radar. What kind of monster has this kid created? No wonder the radar speed guns couldn't lock onto their modified cars. How could anyone track that? A coating more advanced than any stealth layer on the planet's fifth-generation fighters was being used as mere car paint. What a colossal waste. Chao Fenghua's lips trembled at the thought. Just as the group was reeling from the shock, the detector sounded again, and a staggering number flashed on the screen. 0.001 square meters. With the expanded scan area, half the factory now fell within the radar's range, and every car shell was being swept. A glance at the readings showed values of 0.028, 0.029 square meters. One might think this was a stealth fighter factory, but it was just an automaker. What truly stunned them was a single value amid the data: 0.001 square meters. Even a bird boasted a radar cross-section of 0.01 square meters, yet this object was smaller, still barely a tenth of that size. Had they not scrutinized the screen with the radar's frequency maxed out, they would have missed the signal entirely. Even so, it flickered in and out, elusive and incredibly hard to lock onto. Absolute stealth. Zhang Mingrue uttered the words, instinctively staring at the radar signature. There was no doubt. The vehicle in Lin Tian's factory had achieved true stealth. In wartime, a reflection area like that would be virtually negligible. Radar systems would never detect it, especially since fighters move at high speeds with more refined designs. Such a minuscule signature was practically non-existent. Imagine in battle waves of perfectly stealthy fighters slipping into your airspace to execute decapitation strikes. And the detection radars utterly blind to it all. What would that scene look like? A chill ran down Long Jiangwo's spine at the thought, and he turned to Lin Tian. General Lin, can you explain what's going on here? Zhang Mingrue and the others fixed their fervent gazes on Lin Tian as well. If the Long Kingdom's fifth-generation fighters could be equipped with this stealth coating, their stealth capabilities would reach a terrifying level. It would completely outclass the Eagle Nation's fighters. Noticing everyone's eyes on him, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at the position marked on the radar. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. That seems to be our custom paint zone. Unlike standard car paint, those coatings are tailored specifically for each customer. At those words, the group felt their hearts ache. While they were desperate for stealth materials for their fighters, this man was already switching out coatings on his cars. Damn it all. When Lin Tian drove out a vehicle with its paint already applied, the crowd immediately swarmed around it, as if inspecting a precious relic. Unlike conventional automotive coatings, this car's finish was not a pre-mixed color sprayed entirely by machine. Instead, a transparent film-like layer covered the design beneath. Gazing at the vehicle before him, a smile tugged at the corners of Lin Tian's lips. This is our special paint, the dedicated coating for Atasha cars. Speaking of this paint, even Lin Tian couldn't suppress a few more traces of amusement in his expression. Developing it had demanded considerable effort back then. However, the subsequent rewards were substantial. After its creation, they had virtually monopolized the entire Atasha modification business in Dragon City. Longxing had also established its reputation through this very brand. It could be said that this was one of Lin Tian's proudest achievements. Yet if it were to be used for military purposes, he couldn't guarantee its effectiveness. At this moment, Zhang Mingrui was completely absorbed, circling the vehicle to scrutinize the paint closely. From the outside, the paint appeared as a mere thin layer, utterly unremarkable. But when he lightly pressed his finger against the vehicle's body, the entire surface rippled with concentric waves, as if the car possessed a life of its own. Even Zhang Mingrui couldn't help but feel a stir of awe. How is this achieved? Staring at the paint before him, Zhang Mingrui felt for some inexplicable reason that this material was far from simple. He couldn't pinpoint why he had such a feeling, especially since what the paint had already demonstrated was staggering enough. A truly invisible coating that required minimal upkeep. If such stealth paint were put on the international market, it would undoubtedly ignite a market frenzy. After all, isn't stealth the greatest challenge for fifth-generation fighters? With an exceptional coating, half the development battle is already won. Yet he still felt something was missing. He sensed something different about this paint. His sensitivity to materials told him with certainty that it harbored a hidden secret. Long Zhangwo had also noticed the vehicle's peculiarity, but his focus wasn't on the stealth aspect. It was on the car itself. Could I have been mistaken? Just moments ago, he had witnessed the car turning transparent under the sunlight, as if it had vanished. A frown creased his brow. Lin Tian merely offered a faint smile in response, and said, "Actually, this paint is the culprit behind the bizarre flying head scene you saw on the surveillance footage. Because a customer demanded our paint be able to completely cover the Atasha design capable of concealing the artwork at critical moments to avoid criticism from family or friends, we developed this coating." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Zhang Mingrui immediately caught on and blurted out, "Are you saying this paint can also change color?" As he spoke, his eyes burned with intensity toward the vehicle before him. He had seen the surveillance footage. That was no mere color change, that was unequivocally optical stealth. Behind him, Chao Fenghua also recalled the images from the monitor and swallowed hard. They didn't actually manage to develop it, did they? Optical stealth technology had seen no significant progress for decades. If Lin Tian had truly cracked it, it would catapult Dragon Nation's stealth capabilities to unprecedented heights, and their fifth-generation fighter might truly become the only dual stealth warplane on the entire Blue Star. That is electronic stealth combined with optical stealth. Then what need would they have to fear the Eagle Nation's sanctions and fifth-generation jets? They could just smash their heads straight in. At the thought, their breathing grew ragged. Lin Tian, however, didn't reply. He simply smiled, took the car key handed over by Yang Wenhua, and pressed it gently. In an instant, the entire vehicle seemed to come alive. The transparent white film on its surface began to grow hazy, gradually obscuring the base paint underneath. Then the car's contours started to blur, and the whole automobile progressively turned translucent. Finally, right before their eyes, it began to disappear completely. Hiss! Witnessing the effect, everyone drew in a sharp breath. Even Zhang Mingrui stared in disbelief at what was unfolding. Optical stealth. This is genuinely optical stealth. Chao Fenghua and the others were wide-eyed, their hearts pounding violently. It worked. Damn, Lin Tian actually conquered optical stealth technology. Reaching out to feel the invisible car body, Chao Fenghua's mind was a raging tempest. This was humanity's first flawless realization of optical stealth. Unless one approached for a close look and reached out to touch, it was utterly undetectable. There was simply no way to perceive the vehicle's existence. The concealment was terrifyingly effective, and this was only in a static state. If such a coating were applied across the entire surface of a fifth-generation fighter, it would unquestionably be an unbeatable presence. Formidable maneuverability paired with superior dual stealth. Who dared claim Dragon Nation couldn't develop a fifth-generation fighter? Who said Dragon Nation's warplanes would forever trail behind others? At these thoughts, Chao Fenghua's expression grew fervent. There was no doubt that the emergence of Lin Tian's coating would completely redefine the world's conception of fifth-generation fighter performance. What stealth? Without dual stealth, how dare you call yourself a fifth-generation fighter? Sensing the transparent vehicle before them, Chao Fenghua and the others envisioned Dragon Nation's rising fifth-generation warplanes dominating the skies. And Long Zhangwo was utterly stunned by the scene. Stealth. Even naked eye invisibility. Excellent, perfectly hidden. Staring at the paint, Long Zhangwo's heart trembled, and the massive weight that had been pressing on him finally crashed down. For this moment, I have waited a full 30 years. There was no doubt that this stealth paint would complete the final piece of the puzzle for Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter. From this point forward, Dragon Nation would possess a fifth-generation jet exclusively its own. Dual stealth, who across the entire Blue Star could rival it. At this thought, a gleam of light appeared in Long Zhangwo's eyes. Zhang Mingrui and the others, however, were rendered utterly speechless by the material before them. Dual stealth combined with that terrifying concealment capability, paired with their carbon fiber composite materials. What this fighter would ultimately become, no one could predict. But one thing was certain: from this day onward, Dragon Nation would never again fear the skies. Gazing at the paint, an irrepressible smile crept into Zhang Mingruo's eyes. He turned and immediately addressed Lin Tian. President Lin, well, take all of this paint. What price would your company be willing to offer? At the mention of price, everyone's gaze turned serious. After all, even the finest weapon must be cost-effective. If it came with maintenance and purchase costs as exorbitant as the Eagle nations, even they wouldn't be able to afford it. In that moment, all attention shifted back to Lin Tian. Observing that all eyes were on him, Lin Tian couldn't help but stroke his chin and ponder for a moment. Hearing Lin Tian's low, contemplative hum, Zhang Mingruo's breathing involuntarily grew tense. The Eagle's stealth coating technology had cost tens of billions of dollars and required several years of painstaking research by a team of top scientists to develop. Once developed, its performance could be said to lead the entire Blue Star. Yet the exorbitant maintenance cost of that stealth coating had deterred many nations. A single maintenance cost 30 million, not even including full replacement. Even a developed country like John Bull could only maintain a fleet of 12 Lightning II fighters, a testament to the staggering maintenance expense. The reason for such a high price was evidently the massive amount of funds consumed during the research and development process. They had experienced this firsthand. With just a preliminary study, they had burned through several hundred million in R&D funds and still had nothing to show for it. For Lin Tian to conduct research alone, his R&D expenses must have been considerable. Name your price, President Lin. Looking at Lin Tian, Zhang Mingruo swallowed hard. If Lin Tian's price was too high, they could only prioritize purchasing a portion for research, postponing mass production. Lin Tian slowly raised 3 fingers. 300,000 per square meter. Upon seeing this price, for some reason, he let out a long sigh of relief. The people around nodded as well. It could be said that Lin Tian's price was quite reasonable. After all, the Eagle's 5th-generation fighter required an average coating cost of 600,000 per square meter, and its performance was far inferior to Lin Tian's coating. Being able to accomplish the task with half the cost was a steal. Moreover, who would sell stealth coating? Had such a thing ever happened in the international community? Even if you brought 300,000, let alone 30,000, no one would pay you any mind. Who would readily sell stealth technology? With this thought, Zhang Mingruo let out a long breath and turned to look at Lin Tian, only to see the man staring back at him with narrowed eyes and a peculiar expression. What's wrong? Is the price not suitable? If the price isn't right, we can negotiate further. Zhang Mingruo looked at Lin Tian with utmost sincerity. The people behind him exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. To be honest, everyone had prepared themselves mentally for the price. After all, it was the world's only dual stealth coating. If it were the Eagle, even at 3 million per square meter, they would be willing to try it, given that their most expensive ghost bomber was born that way. This stuff was truly rare and priceless, but if the price was so high, they would have no choice but to give up for now. After all, the Dragon country's current military equipment couldn't support such an exorbitant price. Meanwhile, Yang Wenhua, hearing this quote, was so shocked he couldn't speak. 300,000 per square meter. This was more profitable than robbery. If applied to a car, what kind of vehicle would deserve such paint? Even a gold-plated car wouldn't be worthy. With that thought, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Gentlemen, I think you've misunderstood our boss. What our boss meant was 30,000. After saying this, Yang Wenhua let out a long sigh of relief. Good heavens, that earlier quote almost gave him a heart attack. 300,000 per square meter. If they were investigated again and charged with false pricing, they'd be facing prison time. 30,000. Hearing this price, Zhang Mingruo couldn't believe his ears, his gaze almost vacant as he stared at Lin Tian. It was as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Even Long Jiangwo was inwardly astonished. Although he wasn't very familiar with fighter material prices, he had heard a lot about the Eagle's exorbitant stealth coating maintenance costs over the years. It could be said that 30,000 per square meter for stealth coating was already an impossibly low price internationally. After all, this was stealth coating standard for 5th-generation fighters. Moreover, Lin Tian's coating was dual stealth, which alone was worth more than this price. If the Eagle were selling it, they would dare to put 3,000 before that 10,000. And even then, you might not be able to buy it. After all, mastering this was equivalent to mastering the core technology of 5th-generation fighters. It was also extremely advantageous for air superiority in battle. This was truly something with a price, but no market. Now that Lin Tian was willing to sell at 30,000 per square meter, it was a pleasant surprise. With that thought, Long Jiangwo couldn't help but smile and say, 30,000 per square meter it is. Let's sign the contract immediately. Zhang Mingruo snapped out of it and immediately said, "Go get the contract." Looking as if he was afraid Lin Tian would change his mind. Then with a flushed face, he looked at Lin Tian and said solemnly, "Thank you for your contribution to the Dragon Country Air Force." The smile in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Dual stealth coating at 30,000 per square meter. This was not just affordable, it was practically a giveaway. With one sentence, Lin Tian had saved them hundreds of millions in R&D costs. After all, stealth coating wasn't a one-time thing but needed to be replaced periodically. Lin Tian's price meant they could achieve coating freedom, no longer worrying about replacing stealth coating. Just thinking about it made the corners of his mouth almost twist with joy, but Lin Tian was frowning. Seeing Lin Tian's frown, Zhang Mingruo thought he had some unspeakable difficulty and immediately said, "If you have any other requests, just tell us. We'll do our best to meet them." But Lin Tian just smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "Actually, I didn't mean that earlier. What I meant was that we sell this car paint at 30,000 per ton." "What? 30,000 per ton?" At this moment Zhang Mingrui was still in high spirits, completely unaware of what Lin Tian meant, a smile still on his lips. But when he came to his senses he was completely speechless. Only a sound of hiss escaped his lips, and his brain froze for several minutes. 30,000 per ton. That word, ton, was too significant. This wasn't a giveaway anymore, even charity wasn't done this way. And everyone present upon hearing Lin Tian's quote felt their hearts stop. Their faces flushed like red persimmons. Chao Fenghua even turned around stiffly, mechanically asking, "Old Han, have you ever seen stealth coating sold by the ton?" Hearing the word ton, Han Dongyang's mouth twitched. Stealth coating sold by the ton, and only 30,000. You wouldn't even dare dream of this. And now this surreal scene was actually happening. For a moment, everyone was startled. Han Dongyang could even hear the loud pounding of his own heart. Then with bloodshot eyes he looked at Lin Tian. The Dragon Country has such a man, it is truly a blessing for the long. On the Dragon Nation's internet following the aircraft carrier incident, all netizens now brimmed with newfound confidence. What of the eagle, what of the island cock? We'll take on both of you. Even military enthusiasts like Gao Jia were hotly debating this very topic. Old Gao, do you think the eagle is too furious to even eat these days, eh? I reckon old John is probably dying of rage. Recalling the aircraft carrier's sortie and the sight of the eagle's warships retreating, Sun Daping's heart couldn't help but pound with exhilaration. It had taken immense hardship for the Dragon Nation to achieve this, and now they finally stood tall before the world. At the thought he clenched his fists and a faint smile curled on Gao Jia's lips. However, his gaze soon turned solemn. Based on their understanding of the eagle, they wouldn't simply let this go. It's been quiet for so long. Could they be planning something big? Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone suddenly lit up with a message in their military enthusiast group. "Everyone, this is bad. The eagle is getting serious this time." Seeing the message, Gao Jia and Sun Daping exchanged a glance and immediately opened their phones. The group chat was already buzzing with activity. "Hey, did you guys hear? This year's military aid from the eagle to the island cock." Military aid. In previous years, to contain the Dragon Nation's development, the eagle constantly provided military aid to the island cock, playing its traditional role of a troublemaker. But the aid usually consisted of artillery and missiles, annoying but not truly threatening. Before they might have cared, but now that the Dragon Nation had a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, that aid seemed like a joke. Yet judging by the tone, this year's aid seemed different. Curious, Gao Jia continued reading. Soon someone replied in the group. "Aid is aid, what's the big deal? They do it every year. Now that we have our carrier, are we still afraid of them?" Smiles spread across their faces. Remembering how the island cock was blasted by water cannons, unable to lift its head, a glint of vengeful satisfaction shone in their eyes. Before, their navy was weak and bullied, but not anymore. However, the next message wiped the smiles off their faces. "No, this time the eagle is aiding 35 Lightning II 5th-generation fighters. Haven't you checked the foreign networks? The traders in the island cock are going crazy over there. Also, there's that video of the eagle's general going viral. See for yourselves." A video was posted. It showed the eagle's defense secretary Milhouse coldly staring at the reporters in front of the Defense Department headquarters. Reporters fired questions from the crowd. "General Milhouse, are the reports about selling 5th-generation stealth fighters true? Will this provoke the Dragon Nation and face strong opposition from their air force?" Listening, Milhouse maintained a cold expression and an arrogant gaze. Before the reporters could finish, he let out a cold laugh, slammed both hands on the table, and declared emphatically, "The plan to sell and provide military aid for these 5th-generation fighters was personally drafted by me and the president. There is no room for debate." As for the Dragon Nation's reaction, at this, Milhouse raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Clearly he hadn't forgotten the carrier incident. Pointing a finger at the table, he stated, "The dragon pays no heed to the ants. Not now, not ever. The eagle will become great again. No one, no nation will stand in our way. As for the Dragon Nation's air force, let them come talk to me about their reaction when they've built a wing for their own 5th-generation fighter." With that, he turned and left. Watching this, Gao Jia and the others' eyes blazed with fury. Beside him, Sun Daping gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. "Damn it. What's a loser got to be so cocky about? A dragon. Looks like a worm to me. Huh." He spat on the ground. It was clear this was retaliation for the Dragon Nation's recent expulsion of their ships. Everyone in the group understood this, and they shouted, "If you want to fight, just say so. Who are you trying to disgust?" "Exactly. We took on 17 of them back in the day. Think we're scared of you now, with better weapons." "Everyone calm down. We still need to build our strength." Hearing this, the group fell into a solemn silence. As military enthusiasts, they knew the Dragon Nation wasn't ready to act yet. Development. Still development. Only by growing strong enough could the Dragon Nation march eastward and stand atop the world once more. They clenched their fists, then coldly typed in the group, "So what's the island cock's reaction?" Undoubtedly, with this military aid, the first island chain's strength would increase significantly, making the Dragon Nation's eastward push even harder. Gao Jie frowned deeply at the thought. The group replied immediately, what else? They're up to their old tricks. You should see their reports. Tisk tisk, that nation is truly shameless. Screenshots and a video were posted. In the video, a crowd of island cocks took to the streets holding banners and shouting, a warm welcome to the Eagle's 5th-generation fighter wing for local deployment. The Eagle and the island cock are one family. We will always be family. Their brazenness made even Gao Jie feel sick. Weren't the yearly incidents caused by the Eagle's troops stationed there enough? One family. Sure, close enough to be in bed together. He then looked at the comments below. They were uniformly sycophantic. Thank you, Eagle Daddy, for the troops. From now on, we're a nation with 5th-generation fighters. Exactly. Let's see what the Dragon Nation will do now. The Dragon Nation. Do they have 5th-generation fighters? Ha. The Eagle will protect us. I don't believe the Dragon Nation will dare to cause trouble now. With the Lightning II, our Air Force will be invincible. The final screenshot was an official statement from the Island Cock's Defense Department. We will hold an air show in the middle of this month featuring 5th-generation fighters. This is a great victory for the Amaterasu people. Reading these shameless declarations, Gao Jie could only shake his head. Truly, one is invincible when utterly shameless. Sun Daping agreed wholeheartedly, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy looking at the Lightning II in the pictures. Old Gao, when will we have our own 5th-generation fighter? The room fell silent. After a long pause, a firm voice broke the quiet, we will. At the Longfei Company's fighter jet test site, early morning vehicles of all sizes were already parked outside the main gate. One side of the road was cordoned off. Witnessing this scene, the residents nearby couldn't help but feel curious. What's happening here? Why have so many important figures suddenly arrived? I don't know, look, there are even military vehicles, they said, pointing at the 2 radar trucks behind them, their massive frames visible even under the camouflage tarpaulin. Some military enthusiasts couldn't resist snapping photos and secretly posting them online. Below, a large group of high-ranking Dragon Nation generals stood frowning at the entrance. They had just received an invitation to evaluate a piece of military equipment. Among them were veteran military industrialists, all gazing at the tightly shut gates with confusion in their eyes. Old Xian, what do you think Zhang Wo called us here for? Exactly, with the Eagle Nation provoking us outside. We're busy preparing for war. Why are we here? That's right, what new equipment requires, even radar trucks. Isn't this nonsense? Don't tell me he's built a 5th-generation fighter. Impossible. You have to walk before you run. Do you think a 5th-gen fighter is a toy you can just whip up? After speaking, they couldn't help but purse their lips. Then they looked towards Xian Jing'an. As the former Air Force Minister and Long Zhangwo's mentor, he undoubtedly understood the man's character and conduct best. Yet now, staring at the closed gates of Longfei, Xian Zhenggan's eyes also betrayed a flicker of confusion. They had received Long Zhangwo's invitation early this morning, but the message didn't say why they were summoned, just to come over. This cryptic, incomplete summons was hardly Long Zhangwo's style. However, seeing this setup, he didn't need an explanation to guess what was happening. Could the 5th-generation fighter really be ready? As one of the earliest Air Force professionals in the Dragon Nation, he was well aware of the country's current predicament and future development plans. He had proposed the Zero Project back in the day, but the Dragon Nation was impoverished and weak, then unable to realize it. Besides, developing a 5th-generation fighter couldn't be rushed, as biting off more than one can chew only leads to problems. Long Zhangwo rushing to test with radar vehicles so early in development was far too hasty. He had also heard that their fighter jets had yet to overcome the carbon fiber technology hurdle. His expression darkened at the thought, resolving to have a stern word with his overly eager student later. After all, developing a 5th-generation fighter was not something to be rushed. Just then the gates of Longfei slowly opened. The moment they did, Long Zhangwo stepped forward, his eyes red, and spoke respectfully to Xian Jing'an. Teacher, I have fulfilled your long-cherished wish. He had been notified last night, and immediately rushed to Longfei to inspect the fighter, not closing his eyes all night. The Dragon Nation finally had its own 5th-generation fighter. Xian Zhenggan's heart jolted at these words. As Long Zhangwo's mentor, he understood exactly what his student meant. Are you saying our fighter jet development is a success? As he spoke, Xian Jing'an stepped forward, his eyes welling up, looking at Long Zhangwo. Over the years, not only had Long Zhangwo borne the pressure, but Xian Zhenggan's burden was equally heavy. Developing a 5th-generation fighter required immense funding and research costs, and higher-ups had repeatedly proposed halting the project. It was Xian Jing'an and the other veteran airmen who pushed back each time, enduring criticism for it. Comments like, developing it now is unrealistic, and the Dragon Nation doesn't have the capability yet, were common, with suggestions to allocate funds elsewhere. This old airman simply replied, I don't want 81192 to happen to our future Dragon Nation Air Force pilots. To that end, he donated all his savings. During his time at the Air Force Academy, this veteran leader often said, if we grow old without developing a 5th-generation fighter, I hope you will carry on our mission. This is my long-cherished wish. Those words left a deep impression on Long Zhangwo back then. Now their fifth-generation fighter had finally succeeded. Xian Zengin's lips trembled slightly, and the veterans behind him looked at Long Zhengwo with blazing eyes. They had devoted their entire lives to the Dragon Nation's Air Force, and the fifth-generation fighter had become an obsession. What about the carbon fiber technology? Xian Zhengan finally asked after a long pause. It's been conquered. And the stealth coating? World class. Long Zhengwo answered solemnly. Hearing this, a hint of a smile crept onto Xian Zengin's stern lips. Excellent. Today you'll see if our fighter can truly match those shadows in the sky. With that, he released Long Zhengwo's supportive hand and strode energetically towards the gates. Long Zhengwo took a deep breath. Today would forever be a special day for the Dragon Nation, and all of this was thanks to Lin Tian. Without Lin Tian, when would they have completed the fifth-generation fighter? When would they soar freely in the skies, unafraid of the Black Eagle's attacks? Long Zhengwo clenched his fist and hurried into the test site. Inside the test site, a large group of high-ranking Dragon Nation officers stood none-seated, all eyes fixed on the fighter jet on the runway. Is that our fifth-generation fighter? They said, pointing to an aircraft in the center of the runway. Light gray, sleek as a serpent with smooth lines glimmering faintly in the sunlight. Seeing the fighter, Xian Zhengan took a deep breath, his gaze sincere and reverent as he looked upon it. It was as if he were gazing at a long-awaited friend. A fine aircraft. He said no more, for as a veteran airman, he knew exactly what a great fighter jet should possess. An aircraft with an elegant exterior invariably boasts formidable combat capability. This fighter, even just standing there, was as breathtaking as an ancient Greek sculpture. Its beautiful form and steel gray hue set it apart from the Eagle Nation's fifth-generation jets. Moreover, the faintly gleaming coating on its surface hinted at its extraordinary nature. So this is the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter. The veterans behind him stood frozen, staring at the aircraft. They had heard of the various threats, foreign blockades, and technological shortages plaguing the project, and had thought they'd never live to see the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter come to life. Haha, I can't wait to see it take off. To witness this moment, old Jean would die happy today. Everyone was deeply moved as they gazed at the fighter. In their era, every takeoff to intercept meant a potential death sentence. They had even considered pitting 8 old fighters against a single fifth-generation jet. It was a nation's deep-seated fear of the sky which had never truly belonged to them. But now, if their fifth-generation fighter could successfully take flight, the skies would no longer host only the Black Eagle, but also the roar of the divine dragon. A dragon dormant in the depths shall ascend to the heavens. With this thought, everyone turned their gaze to the fighter. On the test flight field fell into absolute silence. All eyes were fixed on the fighter jet before them, and even the test pilot understood the immense weight of what this aircraft carried. Pre-flight checks complete. All systems normal. Ready to enter the designated runway. Gazing at the crowd on the observation deck, Fong Ning took a deep breath, then focused on the instrument panel before him, slowly pushing the throttle forward. As one of the most skilled fourth-generation fighter pilots in Dragon Country, he fully grasped the significance of this aircraft. He also recognized how different this jet was from its predecessors. The cockpit was far less cluttered, and its exterior was as elegant as a white swan, a truly striking sight. Yet as a pilot, his primary concern was its performance. Countless nations claimed to be developing fifth-generation fighters, but how many had truly succeeded? And even among those that had, what was their actual combat capability? The world was full of fighters that looked impressive on paper, but were useless in practice. With this thought, Fong Ning took another deep breath and climbed into the cockpit. He addressed the ground crew. I am ready for takeoff. Upon hearing this, the ground crew began their retreat, and everyone present fixed their gaze upon the jet. This test was focused on stealth and maneuverability, the two most critical attributes of a fifth-generation fighter. Long Zhengwo raised the communicator and commanded, activate the radar. Prepare for takeoff. The radar vehicle hummed to life, and the Zero fighter on the runway let out a thunderous roar. With a piercing shriek, the jet shot into the sky like a white arrow. Sensing the aircraft's extraordinary lightness, Fong Ning couldn't help but gasp. Having flown fourth-generation fighters, he was highly attuned to their weight, and taking off had never been this effortless in his previous aircraft. The plane was unbelievably agile, handling like a falling leaf. It was completely unlike any fighter he had ever flown or seen. How is this even possible? He executed several Pugachev's Cobra maneuvers, and the jet remained terrifyingly stable throughout its silky smooth handling, making him question his own experience. On the ground, engineers were constantly recording data. Aircraft speed is 800 kilometers per hour, expected to reach supersonic speed in 3 seconds. External armor is holding up perfectly. Stealth coating is intact. Radar systems are not detecting any signal from the aircraft. Stealth capability excellent. Hearing these reports and seeing the data, Xian Zengin's lips tightened, his eyes locked onto the jet streaking across the sky. The J-20 howled as it flew, leaving a series of Mach rings in its wake. The sight of the Mach rings left everyone breathless. Their appearance signified the jet had entered supersonic cruise, a standard feature of fifth-generation fighters, but also the most perilous phase of the test. At this moment, any material flaw could tear the entire airframe apart. Inside the cockpit, Fong Ning's tension mounted. In his experience, this was the most dangerous point of a test flight. Yet as he felt the aircraft's response, he was astonished to find it still had power in reserve. Its thrust hadn't reached its limit, and unlike typical test flights plagued with problems, this jet had performed flawlessly so far. It was almost uncanny. Test pilots were supposed to find faults, but finding none, Fong Ning gritted his teeth and slammed the control stick. In the sky, the fifth-generation fighter began a sharp turn. An emergency turn at supersonic speed. Xi and Jing'an looked on in disbelief. Such a maneuver tested not only the pilot's skill, but also the structural integrity of the aircraft. Even the Eagle country's fifth-generation fighters wouldn't dare attempt such a risky move, as no one could guarantee the airframe could withstand the stress of such a sudden turn. Fong Ning was truly pushing this jet to its absolute limits. After completing the sharp turn and a roll, the jet suddenly plunged towards the ground. The faces of everyone on the ground turned pale. Has something gone wrong? Xi and Jing'an gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white. Long Zhangwo held his breath as he watched the scene unfold. Boom. Just as the jet seemed about to stall and crash, a thunderous roar erupted from its tail nozzles, and the aircraft shot back up into the sky like a gray dragon. Witnessing this, the crowd was overwhelmed with excitement. We did it. There was no doubt their fighter had passed the test supersonic maneuverability. This level of flight demanded incredibly robust materials of feed, even Eagle country's jets wouldn't dare risk. All of this was thanks to the T-1000 carbon fiber composite material provided by Lin Tian. Even Long Zhangwo felt a surge of emotion watching the jet soar triumphantly. Xi and Jing'an was moved to tears. This is a true fifth-generation fighter. From today onward, our skies are inviolable. We have finally honored our old comrades. Seeing this, I can die without regret. The veteran Air Force officers present were all misty-eyed, and the younger officers' faces were flushed with pride and excitement. The success of this test flight marked Dragon Country as the third nation on Blue Star capable of independently developing fifth-generation fighters. From now on, Eagle Country's air superiority would be a thing of the past, and Dragon Country would no longer fear the skies. Their reach would now extend to the next frontier, and the Dragon Country Air Force was about to be reborn. The crowd was too moved to speak. Long Zhangwo, his face beaming with excitement, turned to Xi and Jing'an and asked with a smile, "Professor, where are you off to?" The test isn't over yet. Xi and Jing'an, who had been about to leave and celebrate, turned back with a puzzled expression. Not over. But we've just tested all the standard performance indicators for a fifth-generation fighter. Long Zhangwo simply smiled and said the standards have changed. A true fifth-generation fighter must possess dual stealth capabilities. Dual stealth? Xi and Jing'an was confused. He was only aware of electronic stealth. What other form of stealth could there be? A flicker of realization crossed his face and his pupils contracted as he took a sharp breath. Wait. Are you saying you've developed optical stealth? Long Zhangwo shook his head, then looked up at the jet in the sky. It wasn't us. It was a young entrepreneur from Dragon Country. Without him, this fifth-generation fighter would not exist. In the sky, fighter jets circled and danced. Is this Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter? Even Fong Ning, a seasoned test pilot, was astonished by the formidable performance of the aircraft before him. A deep sense of pride surged within him. From now on, the Dragon Nation would no longer have to charge into battle with J-8s fighting tooth and nail. Now they could engage in unknown duels with their adversaries. At that thought, Fong Ning's nose tingled slightly. There was no doubt that this fighter far exceeded his expectations. Just as he was about to turn back, a voice suddenly came through the communicator. The experiment continues. Next is the stealth test. Stealth test. Hearing this, Fong Ning nearly thought he had misheard. Hadn't the stealth test already been completed long ago? Why test it again? But before he could ask, a calm voice came through the communicator. This fighter incorporates dual stealth technology. Earlier was the electronic stealth test. Now we will commence the optical stealth test. Please accelerate the aircraft to supersonic speed, then gradually decelerate to detect changes in the coding at different speeds. Hearing these words, Fong Ning's eyes widened. He pulled the control stick and the fighter ascended again. Commands streamed into his ears, guiding him to the dual stealth mode switch. Following the voice, he spotted the dual stealth button on the aircraft's display screen. Staring at the button, Fong Ning swallowed hard. We are making history. There was no doubt that the world's first fifth-generation fighter with dual stealth would be born in the Dragon Nation. On the ground, everyone looked up at the sky, and when they saw the fighter take off again, they frowned and shouted. What's going on? Why is it flying again? Is there something else to test? Isn't stealth and maneuverability all there is to a fifth-gen fighter? What else? Just then a voice suddenly called out. Everyone look at the fighter's fuselage. Hearing this, they all raised their binoculars, and the next scene made everyone gasp. What is this? Am I dreaming? The fighter is turning transparent. Holy cow. In the sky, the fighter's silhouette grew blurry, its entire form beginning to resemble a mosaic-like indistinct shape. The entire exterior of the fighter seemed to come alive, adapting to the surrounding environment. Even Fong Ning was astounded by the transformation. Watching the gradually transparent fuselage, his heart was shaken beyond words. So this is dual stealth. When the fighter completely vanished from sight, a grin spread across Fong Ning's face. From this moment on, the Dragon Nation's fighter technology would lead the world. Stealth technology would no longer be exclusive to the Eagle Nation, they could do it too. Even better. Taking a deep breath, he spoke into the communicator. Long live the Dragon Nation. On the ground, Xian Jing'an stared at the fighter fully concealed within the clouds, his eyes trembling with emotion. So it truly is optical stealth. Undoubtedly, this was the hot topic that the international community had been exploring and researching, optical stealth. Yet since its proposal, no country had managed to implement it on a fighter jet. Many always said fighters didn't need optical stealth, but Xian Jing'an's response was always, I may not use it, but you must have it. War, after all, is the accumulation of small advantages into a great one. At that moment, not only Xian Jing'an was awestruck, everyone present looked up at the sky with proud eyes. This was their 5th-generation fighter, unique in the world. From now on, the Dragon Nation would never be restrained again. The gloom of those decades under a black sky was due for a change of color. With that thought, everyone raised their heads, watching the roaring sky. Outside the Longfei test site, hearing the thunderous roars, some residents paused. They looked at the horizon with puzzled faces. What's happening? Why is the sound so loud? Could they be testing another fighter? But why can't we see it? Soon military enthusiasts gathered, all setting up long lenses and cameras ready to snap shots at any moment. They tried to capture any trace, and indeed someone caught a glimpse. It was a moment during the fighter's landing approach. The aircraft was light gray, its sleek fuselage long and graceful. But due to its excessive speed, only a blurry image was captured. Could this be our 5th-generation fighter? Staring at the image in his hand, the enthusiast wasn't sure what he had captured. He immediately posted it to the military fan group. Everyone, I took this today at Longfei. Take a look. What do you think it is? Could it be our 5th gen? He sent the photos one by one. Almost immediately someone replied, no way, I don't think it looks like a 5th gen fighter. Exactly. Look at this aircraft. Do any current 5th gen fighters have canards? Though I really hope we have our own 5th gen, this one looks too weird. Looking at the photo, no one dared to believe this was the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighter. Even Gao Jie frowned, deeply staring at the photo, lost in thought. Beside him, Sun Daping chuckled, stop staring. You could stare forever, and this still won't be a 5th-gen fighter. Look at the aerodynamic shape. Honestly, whose 5th gen looks like that? Besides, the Eagle Nation took over 20 years to develop a 5th-gen fighter. How long have we had? If you ask me, this is at most a prototype, maybe a modified 4th gen. But Gao Jie shook his head and said, old Sun, who defined the 5th-generation fighter. Hearing this, Sun Daping frowned. What do you mean by that? Gao Jie didn't answer, just stared at the photo, deep in contemplation. Somehow he felt this fighter was different. After a moment he asked, when does the Dragon Nation airshow start? In past years, whenever a new fighter was unveiled, the Dragon Nation would showcase it at this exhibition, just like the 4th-gen fighters back then. Seeing Gao Jie's persistence, Sun Daping sighed. Probably around mid-month. Honestly, I go every year, but this year I really don't want to go. The thought that the country of the rising sun was holding its own exhibition on the same day filled him with indignation. Clearly, they were deliberately provoking a rivalry. In previous years, they would have easily dominated, but this year, thinking about their 5th-generation fighter, Sun Daping let out a heavy sigh. But Gao Jie continued to gaze at the photo, his eyes shimmering over the blurry silhouette. Dragon Nation? Can it truly not develop its own 5th-generation fighter? At the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense, excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes. The news of the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighter had already reached them. Not just a 5th-generation fighter, but the world's only dual-stealth fighter jet. Thinking of that aircraft, Li Zanha's eyes sparkled with fervor. It was the world's first dual-stealth fighter. With its formidable maneuverability, once it entered service, it would undoubtedly become the Dragon Nation's sharpest blade. Ji Hanfei, as the commander of the Dragon Nation's Air Force, understood this all too well, grasping precisely what the J-20 meant for the nation. The humiliating era of an 8-for-1 exchange ratio was destined to become history. The Dragon Nation's Air Force would no longer fear any adversary in the skies. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Yet his thoughts soon turned to the recent rumors online, those claiming the Dragon Nation could never develop a 5th-generation fighter. Some even dismissed the released images as photoshopped fabrications. At this, Ji Hanfei's fists clenched tightly. Long Zhangwo, standing nearby, understood his old comrade's feelings and let out a sigh. Old Ji, the Air Force has been wronged all these years. His expression then hardened. He strode to the podium and slammed his hand on the table with a sharp crack. But from now on, we will never suffer such indignities again. Those traitors and the island nation claim we can't build a 5th-generation fighter. The Eagle spread rumors that only they could build such aircraft, that we were unworthy. Well, today we'll build one right before their eyes. This time at the Dragon Nation Airshow, we'll send the J-20. Long Zhangwo took a deep breath, then looked up and declared, the island nation wants a showdown with us. Let's see who truly stands firm. If they can hold an airshow, so can we. And ours won't just be an airshow, it will be grand and spectacular. Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will host a world-class aerospace exhibition and invite leaders from all nations. Hearing this, everyone present exchanged sharp glances and mysterious smiles curled on their lips. This airshow would mark the first time the Dragon Nation truly voiced its presence on the world stage. The Dragon Nation would no longer be bound. Inside the Oval Office, Joseph looked up as his aide smoothed his collar and adjusted his attire. Milhouse stood at attention nearby. Mr. President, your attire is ready. The press is waiting outside the White House for you. With that, the aide quietly exited and closed the door. Once alone, Joseph stood slowly, a smile playing on his lips. Milhouse, have you seen the Dragon Nation's announcement? Milhouse nodded, a hint of derision in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, Mr. President, you mean their plans for a world air show? Scoffing, Milhouse recalled the announcement they'd just received from the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Defense. It stated, the Dragon Nation air show, let the Dragon Nation's dream illuminate the world, and let the world witness the Dragon Nation's blue aspirations. We sincerely invite distinguished guests from all over the world to join us in the Dragon Nation. Joseph nodded, then tossed the invitation onto his desk with disdain, his brow furrowing. What scheme is the Dragon Nation cooking up this time? Holding their air show on the exact same day as the island nations. Could they have actually developed a fifth-generation fighter? After their last setback, he was keenly aware of the immense potential of the Dragon Nation. He was arrogant, but not foolish. This move was clearly out of the ordinary. After all, they had supplied the island nation with fifth-generation fighters. Wasn't the Dragon Nation just setting itself up for humiliation by holding an air show now? Yet he found it equally hard to believe they could truly have built one. It had taken them over 2 decades to develop their own fifth-generation fighter. How long had the Dragon Nation been at it? Probably not even 10 years. Who could possibly believe they'd succeeded? Milhouse, standing nearby, understood the president's thoughts, but held a different view. He had always treated the idea of the Dragon Nation building a fifth-generation fighter as an outright joke. Seeing the topic now brought to the forefront, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Mr. President, rest assured. With their level of technology, the Dragon Nation won't have their own fifth-generation fighter for at least another 20 years. Even now, their mainstay is third-generation aircraft. They haven't even fielded many fourth-generation ones. Remember, every time we've entered their airspace, their interceptors were old and sluggish. Forget fifth generation, they'd be lucky to field a decently upgraded fourth-generation variant. In my view, this is just their typical need to save face. The Dragon Nation cannot possibly develop a fifth-generation fighter. As for those images circulating online, I can only say it's good for a nation to have dreams. But this time they'll learn that the skies will forever remain our domain. As he spoke, a vengeful glint flashed in Milhouse's eyes. The previous incident had been a profound humiliation for him, and he had been seeking a chance for retribution. Since the Dragon Nation was now offering itself up, he would not let the opportunity slip away. Joseph, hearing Milhouse's confident words, felt his furrowed brow relax. He glanced at his watch, then looked up. In any case, we must suppress the Dragon Nation's momentum this time. The upcoming Island Nation airshow is yours to handle. Milhouse nodded in agreement, while Joseph headed straight for the door. Outside, the national media was waiting for his statement. This airshow was undoubtedly his best opportunity to rally votes and erase the negative impact of past blunders. He cleared his throat, then stepped out of the White House. Reporters swarmed him the moment he appeared. Mr. President, will we be attending the Dragon Nation's airshow? What are your thoughts on the concurrent airshows of the Dragon Nation and the Island Nation? There's also the recent talk about the Dragon Nation developing a fifth-generation fighter. Is it true? Microphones were thrust forward. Joseph's brow furrowed slightly at the barrage. He paused, then smiled. Of course we will attend the airshow. After all, as the world's premier air force, we should offer some encouragement to nations that can't seem to develop their own fifth-generation fighters. At the same time, it's important to remind certain countries that fifth-generation fighters aren't something just anyone can develop. Deceiving oneself with mere models is nothing but self-delusion. With a cold smirk, Joseph slid into his presidential limousine, a dangerous curve forming on his lips. Fifth-generation fighter. From the Dragon Nation. How laughable. Overseas news of the Dragon Nation's airshow had already spread like wildfire. Some people's mouths twisted in amusement at the so-called fifth-generation fighter jet photos. Is this the Dragon Nation's fifth-gen fighter? That canard four-plane design is decades old. It's clearly a dated design. After all that time, this is all the Dragon Nation could come up with. What fifth-gen fighter? I think it's just a figment of their imagination. If you want a real fifth-gen, that's our Lightning II. The Lightning II is the strongest jet on the entire Blue Star, certified by a Japanese netizen. I think the Dragon Nation is just jealous of our fifth-gen fighter and rushed out this outdated product. Comments like these flooded YouTube. Lying on his bed, Dennis shifted his weight after reading them. A grin spread across his face as he glanced at his friend. Kyle, have you heard the latest about the Dragon Nation? They supposedly revealed a fifth-gen fighter and are planning an airshow. Do you think it's real? Dennis casually propped his feet on a nearby stool, his eyes filled with mockery. As a military enthusiast from the Eagle Nation, he loved attending airshows worldwide, but had never been to the Dragon Nation. His family always said it was hopelessly backward. And it seemed true. The Dragon Nation's displayed aircraft were always outdated, never sparking his interest. However, this so-called World Air Show piqued his curiosity, as it would feature advanced fighters from across the globe. It would definitely be worth seeing. Hearing Dennis' question, Kyle adjusted his glasses and thought for a moment. I think it's possible. My grandfather once told me that the people in the nation of the dragon have a kind of magical power. The sound they made at night back then, my grandfather remembered it vividly until his dying day. He said we should never underestimate that country because... Before he could finish, Dennis waved a dismissive hand. Kyle, how many years has your grandfather been gone? I think he was just senile. A country that hasn't fought a war in over 40 years, what's there to fear? Those stories he told, I bet he misremembered. My mom says the Dragon Nation's tech is weak and backward. How could they possibly beat us? Besides, look at our technology. The Dragon Nation can't even copy our 5th-gen fighter. Possible. I say it's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Kyle's face flushed and his eyes widened. Are you saying my grandfather lied to me? Of course. The Dragon Nation is just a developing country. What's so scary about it? Magical power. Can it conjure up a 5th-gen fighter? Can it become a developed nation? They're just an agricultural country. My parents say people there still live in gutters. Kyle's gaze wavered. Over the years, he too had doubted his grandfather's words. Did the Dragon Nation really possess such power? He remembered the look of terror on his grandfather's face when a bugle call echoed outside the window in the dead of night. What kind of country is the Dragon Nation really? Seeing Kyle's hesitation, Dennis smirked and stepped forward. How about this? Since you're so skeptical, well, go to the Dragon Nation and see if it's as magical as you say. If they can't build a 5th-gen fighter, you give me your sister's phone number. Kyle's eyes widened. His sister was the belle of the entire neighborhood and the captain of the district's cheerleading squad. Many men sought her number, but she had rejected them all. Now Dennis wanted her number, clearly intending to pursue her. But recalling his grandfather's dying words, Kyle gritted his teeth. Fine. But if the Dragon Nation surprises you and has built a 5th-gen fighter, you have to shout him a fool right there on the spot. In front of your friends. Consider it an apology for all your slander against the Dragon Nation. Dennis' face twitched at the condition. But he thought of Kyle's sister's stunning figure and his parents' constant refrain, the Dragon Nation is a backward country. With that, Dennis gritted his teeth and declared, it's a deal. I'm booking my flight right now. There's no way I'm losing. To him, the Dragon Nation was a backward country, a belief shared by his family and friends. He refused to believe they could develop an advanced fighter. A faint, confident smile played on his lips as he finished booking the ticket. Seeing the group chat still buzzing about the Dragon Nation's 5th-gen fighter, he sent a message. Guys, I'm heading to the Dragon Nation to see the air show. Wish me luck. Within seconds, dozens of replies flooded in. Oh my god, that's a terrible decision, man. My mom says the Dragon Nation's streets are crumbling full of robbers at night, a really dangerous place. Yeah, and it's so backward they still use horse-drawn carts. The food is terrible too, totally awful. Your decision is a fool's errand. The most advanced jets are right here. There's no need to visit such a backward country. God bless you. If you go, send us a message, let us see that terrible environment for ourselves. Reading these messages, Dennis' smile grew even more smug. This bet he had already won. Meanwhile, Kyle began to question his rash decision. How could he have wagered his sister's contact information? But then he remembered his grandfather's last words, may heaven have no bugle calls. A strange emotion welled up inside him. What kind of country, what kind of people could haunt his proud, unyielding grandfather so deeply that he couldn't forget his wartime past until death? Every time he heard a bugle, he was seized by a profound fear, as if dreading something. Kyle took a deep breath and looked out the window at the setting sun, his eyes lost in contemplation. At the Dragon Nation Aviation Exhibition Hall, fighter jets prepared for the show were taxiing into their display positions in an orderly manner. Ground crew hurriedly cleared empty spaces for the aircraft to park. Reporting, the French Rafale has arrived at its designated parking spot. The Mirage fighters are also in position. The Bear's Su-57 will make its debut as well. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, a flicker of despondency passed through Jiang Qingyu's eyes. As the director of the Dragon Nation Aviation Exhibition, he watched year after year as foreign advanced jets stole the spotlight. How he wished the Dragon Nation's own aircraft could also thunder across the world stage. He remembered the first time the Dragon Nation participated in the exhibition with only the Ba Yi Jade on display. Back then, the crowd gathered around. That single jet was larger than the aircraft itself, all there to compare it with the advanced foreign fighters. He would never forget the disdainful looks from foreigners as they eyed the Dragon Nation's aircraft, nor the complex expressions on his own countrymen's faces as they beheld their nation's offering. When will the Dragon Nation have its own formidable air force? Jiang Qingyu sighed, then continued his inspection tour. Before the airshow commenced, he had to ensure every aircraft was perfectly positioned for optimal scheduling and to show respect to all participating nations. But today, as he approached the Dragon Nation's display area, he noticed a conspicuously large vacant space beside their designated zone. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu immediately stepped forward. What's going on here? Why is there an empty spot? According to his information, the Dragon Nation's military had registered up to the J-16, a fourth-generation fighter. So why was there an empty space after it? He knew the aircraft were arranged in a specific order based on their generation, not randomly placed. Hearing this, the staff present were also stunned. They stood up looking at Jiang Qingyu with confusion before one of them spoke up. Director, didn't you know? The military just sent a message saying they needed to add an extra display spot to the current layout. And they said the fighter jet would arrive tonight for the exhibition. Jiang Qingyu was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Adding a spot at the last minute. He looked at the empty space which was right after the J-16, a bona fide fourth-generation fighter. Its performance was top tier across the entire Blue Star with only stealth fighters able to surpass it. But those were fifth-generation jets. Staring at the spot, Jiang Qingyu momentarily forgot his subordinate's failure to report this to him and stepped forward to ask, is this really from the military? Yes, and they specified the spot. The jet is reportedly arriving tonight. Hearing this, Jiang Qingyu drew a sharp breath. As if a thought had struck him, he suddenly yelled, quick, get to the runway observation point. All participating aircraft were to land on the runway first. As he watched the soldiers bustling about and listened to the tower's voice over the comms, runway is clear, the aircraft can land at any time. Ground crew are in position. Hearing these words, Jiang Qingyu's heart pounded against his ribs. His suspicions were growing more likely by the second. Could it be that the Dragon Nation has truly succeeded? Staring down the long runway, his breathing became rapid. The crowd behind him exchanged puzzled glances, all looking at the old man. What's wrong with the director? It's just an aircraft landing, what's there to see? It's too late, there shouldn't be any more flights. Director, maybe we should leave. But Jiang Qingyu remained fixated on the runway, murmuring, late. No, it's not late at all. Just as he spoke, a low, thunderous rumble echoed across the sky. Everyone present took a deep breath and looked up. Jiang Qingyu gripped the railing tightly, his body leaning forward, as if trying to catch a glimpse of the source. His eyes scanned the horizon like radar, yet he could see nothing. What's happening? Why can we only hear the sound, but not see the aircraft? The low roar from the sky filled everyone with confusion. Having worked at the exhibition for years, they were intimately familiar with the sound of jet engines. But hearing one without seeing the aircraft was utterly baffling. Jiang Qingyu was equally perplexed. Just then a voice came over the tower's speaker. Aircraft is clear to land. The moment the words faded, the roar sharpened into a piercing shriek, followed by the screech of tires touching down. Two long black skid marks appeared on the runway. As the marks lengthened, the fighter jet gradually materialized into view. Its exterior began to become clearly visible, its silhouette resembling a phantom gliding through the night. Now emerging into the light, the entire aircraft seemed to appear out of thin air, its surface gleaming as it came to a stop on the runway. When the jet was fully revealed, everyone could finally see it in its entirety. Its elongated fuselage and sleek, graceful lines promised perfect maneuverability. Its almost liquid-like exterior was breathtakingly beautiful. There was no doubt this was a fifth-generation fighter, and it might very well be the first dual-stealth fighter on the entire Blue Star. Recalling how it had been invisible in the sky and only appeared upon landing, Jiang Qingyu's body trembled, his eyes burning with fervor. A fifth-generation fighter, the Dragon Nation finally has its own fifth-generation fighter. The people following him were all frozen in place, staring at the mysterious aircraft. Having worked here for so long, what aircraft hadn't they seen? They had seen the Eagle's fifth-generation jets, and the Bear's was even on display here. But in all the world, which fifth-generation fighter had dual stealth capabilities? Not just fifth-generation fighters, no military equipment on Blue Star could achieve dual stealth. They had just witnessed the jet's silent approach and landing. Hearing it, but not seeing it. That was definitely optical stealth. Combined with the standard for fifth-generation fighters, which was electronic stealth, their eyes lit up with realization. A fifth-generation fighter, this is our fifth-generation fighter. A dual-stealth fifth-generation fighter, what other country in the world can do this? This airshow, the stage belongs to the Dragon Nation. Looking at the aircraft before them, everyone cheered with excitement. Were it not for confidentiality agreements, they would have told all their friends and family about what they had witnessed. This was a fifth-generation fighter, a dual-stealth one, and theirs alone in the world. Even Jiang Qingyu could not contain his excitement. Watching the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter glide on the runway, he slapped the railing and declared, "The Dragon Nation will rise." Lao Gao, are you truly going to the air show this time? Do you actually believe that image circulating online? As soon as he stepped off the high-speed train, Gao Jie received a call from a friend. Hearing the voice on the other end, he merely offered a faint smile. I believe anything is possible. What if it's true? Besides, am I the only one attending this air show? Gazing at the sea of people in the train station, each carrying bundles of varying sizes, jostling and pushing toward the exit, the corners of Gao Jie's lips curled upward. For some reason, he felt this air show was different from previous ones, though he couldn't articulate why. In the hall, screens flashed images of the event, hosted by Long Guo. This air show features 48 participating nations and hundreds of aircraft models, setting a record for the largest exhibition in history. Moreover, the number of invited countries reaches hundreds. This air show is truly unprecedented. The announcement repeated in English. Hearing this, Gao Jie swallowed hard. He had anticipated the scale of Long Guo's air show to be immense, but not to this degree. The invited nations alone numbered over 100, considering there are only 224 countries worldwide, and fewer than a third possessed the capability to build fighter jets. With 48 participating nations, this was indeed a world-class spectacle. Yet what would guard such a spectacle? Gao Jie's expression sobered as he turned to the large screens, which now displayed images of fighter jets from various countries. The most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Bear's fifth-generation aircraft. Despite its flaws, it still belonged to the fifth generation. If only they had such a fighter jet. Gazing at the surging crowd, Gao Jie took a deep breath and plunged into the advancing tide. On the dedicated runway, one presidential aircraft after another landed in Longhua. The most conspicuous was a plane bearing the flag of the Eagle country. The moment Yu Yisfu stepped off, he was immediately surrounded by people. Tung Tian Imu, the Prime Minister of the Foot Basin Chicken, rushed over with a beaming smile. Mr. President. He had come to the Longhua Air Show to mock them for so-called great power lacked a single fifth-generation fighter. Yet they possessed one. If this made the headlines of their Tianzhou news, wouldn't his approval ratings soar? A smirk crept across his lips. Indeed, just as Tung Tian anticipated, the media of the Foot Basin Chicken were ready, cameras raised on both sides of the airport. When Tung Tian Imu shook hands with Yu Yisfu while the Longhua ambassador waited with a smile, they excitedly posted the images online, captioned as the great victory of the Tianzhou people and a feast of fifth-generation aircraft nations. Instantly, the internet in the Foot Basin Chicken erupted. The Eagle and we are inseparable comrades. Longhua deserves to host a world-class air show. I think they're just jealous that we have the Eagle's fifth-generation fighter. A so-called great power without a fifth-generation jet is a failure. Well done, Tingshinsen. This is a victory for the Sakura Empire. Media outlets were broadcasting live. This was all part of Ting Tianyama's plan. For this was a golden opportunity to humiliate Longhua. Yu Yisfu understood this too. Not only the Foot Basin Chicken media, but Western media were also closely watching their every move. Seeing all this, Yu Yisfu's brows lifted with delight. Today is truly a fine day. He leaned slightly toward Ting Tian, who flattered to lean in. Yu Yisfu whispered, let's see how Longhua handles this. Meyer Hossie has personally led his team to your base. You can apply to him for subsequent aircraft takeoff and landing permissions. Hearing this, Tingshin's eyes sparkled, and he nodded emphatically. Hi. These words were like a reassurance to him. This was the takeoff and landing permission for the Lightning II, something many coveted but could not obtain. Looking at Longhua's so-called air show, a cold sneer crossed Tung Tianyama's lips. What a self-inflicted humiliation. He wasn't alone in this thought. Many Western countries were waiting to see Longhua's embarrassment. Journalists from various nations had all gathered at this air show. Inside the exhibition hall, Jiang Qingyu watched the scene with a tightening gaze. In the past, such a spectacle would have made him feel troubled and embarrassed. If Longhua failed to present a fifth-generation fighter, it would undoubtedly become a global disgrace. The Bear knew this well, which is why they had brought their own fifth-generation aircraft. But today was not like the past. Thinking of the fighter on the runway, Jiang Qingyu clenched his fists. This time Longhua will surprise the world. Gazing at the smug Western leaders, Jiang Qingyu took a deep breath and turned to say, notify everyone to take their positions. The exhibition is about to begin. Pay attention to our image, for not only our nationals, but also many foreign tourists are present. The subordinate nodded and immediately set about the arrangements. Meanwhile, at the Longhua International Airport, as soon as Danis stepped off the plane into the arrival hall, he was stunned by the sight. His brows raised, and after glancing several times, he slowly said, is this Longhua? The clean and tidy ceramic floor was polished to a mirror-like shine, cleaner than his own bedroom. The spacious and magnificent airport hall, with gleaming tempered glass panels, and the overhead fluorescent lights enhancing the pristine surface. Inside the hall, intelligent robots moved about, seemingly offering various services. When they saw a Longhua citizen effortlessly use one to check the nearest bus route, they were dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? This is nothing like what I expected. Hadn't they heard Longhua was poor and backward? What was with these intelligent robots? And this hall? Damn, it was more magnificent than any international airport he had visited in the West. Those Western airports were never this clean. In some obscure corners, there was even a stench of urine. Management was consistently poor, practically non-existent, with petty theft a common occurrence. Watching the scene before him, Danis wondered if he was dreaming. Even Kale stared in disbelief. Was this the magical country his grandfather had described? For a moment he was speechless. Just then his phone vibrated slightly. He took it out, switched off airplane mode, and a flood of messages poured in. Danis, how are you? Not kidnapped by the Longhua people, are you? No reply for so long, you must be kidnapped. I told you not to go to Longhua, it's too poor and backward. Reading these words, Danis twitched his mouth, then looked at the intelligent robot before him with a strange expression. This is backward. Everyone, I've arrived in Dragon Country. Danis couldn't help but take a deep breath before sending a message to the group chat. The group was modest in size, with around 100 members who had all met at a gathering before, so they largely knew one another. Upon seeing Danis' message, everyone in the group erupted with excitement. Man, you finally replied. We thought you'd been kidnapped. How's the airport in Dragon Country? Is it as run down as they say? I told you not to go there. That place is seriously backward. Reading these messages, Dennis was at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he raised his phone and snapped a few photos of his surroundings, sending them to the group. Instantly, the entire group was stunned with messages flooding in. Dennis, didn't you say you were going to Dragon Country? Where's this? Is this some European airport? But it doesn't look like any I've seen. Staring at the pristine, orderly airport in the photos, everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen airports before, but never one so immaculate. Dennis didn't waste words and stated directly, this is Dragon Country. Upon hearing this, the entire group froze. This is Dragon Country. Are you kidding me? How could they have built such an impressive airport? Is everything my father told me wrong? But our news keeps saying Dragon Country is still developing and is a place where everyone is poor. Dennis felt equally exasperated, as this was one of his own doubts. The reality was so far removed from the image of Dragon Country he had absorbed from the news and the tales of friends and family. This level of development, and they call it a developing nation. They call it poor and backward. If this was poor and backward, what did that make the airport in their home state? A latrine. The thought made him twitch his mouth in disdain, and he continued, this is Dragon Country, alright. If you don't believe me, I'll video call you. With that, he initiated a video call, and the moment it connected, everyone crowded around. When they saw the bright, spacious hall, the intelligent facilities, and the high level of digital integration, everyone was utterly astonished. FCK, how is this anything like what our news reports? Is this what they call poverty and backwardness? I don't believe it. This must be an isolated case. I bet the area outside the airport isn't like this. Gazing at the scene before them, everyone felt their perceptions crumbling. Until now, all the information they had received depicted the people of Dragon Country as impoverished and underdeveloped. There were even tales of Dragon Country citizens so poor they couldn't afford food and had to eat insects. Now, looking at the magnificent international airport before them, it felt more surreal than a dream. Right, we have to go outside and see. I refuse to believe the exterior is as impressive as this airport. Exactly, don't make a fuss. Stay calm and maintain our composure. We can't let the Dragon Country folks look down on us. Yet watching what the video revealed, everyone felt the foundations of their long-held beliefs beginning to crumble. Dennis swallowed hard, glanced at the airport exit, clenched his fist, and walked out with his phone held high. Right, we need to keep our dignity and not act so astonished. But before he could finish, the scene outside rendered him utterly speechless. His eyes nearly glazed over as he stared at the world beyond. Above, on an elevated track, a high-speed train streaked by like a silver serpent overhead, while on the ground, brand-new skyscrapers soared into the sky. Vehicles and pedestrians moved along the roads in perfect order. The streets were spotless, free of graffiti and devoid of any foul odors. The sewers didn't overflow with grime. More importantly, the Dragon Country citizens before him strolled along the streets with an air of ease, showing no concern whatsoever about having their phones or bags snatched by someone on a motorbike. Witnessing this, Dennis swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a long pause, he let out an exclamation. FCK, who the hell was it that kept saying Dragon Country was poor and backward? You call this poverty and underdevelopment? See that train running above us? We don't even have anything like that back home in Michigan. This is incredible. And these people walking around with such peace of mind. Unbelievable for my hometown. Oh my God, this country has completely blown my mind. This is hands down the greatest nation I've ever seen, bar none. Standing before this spectacle, Dennis abandoned any pretense of foreign tourist decorum. Everything here defied his wildest expectations. Smart robots, pristine streets, trains running overhead. It was all utterly mind-blowing. And to think he had actually believed his hometown's television reports, which claimed Dragon Country was so backward and a nation of universal poverty. Recalling those lies while looking at the streets, now he felt like a complete fool. This was backward and poor. This was more advanced than any developed country he had ever visited. Meanwhile, everyone watching the video feed drew in sharp breaths, stunned by what Dragon Country was revealing. Oh my God, this is Dragon Country. This is a developing nation. Holy SHD, this is more developed than the best city in our state. FCK, if anyone ever tells me Dragon Country is backward again, I'll shove this video down their throat. And look at the public safety. It's incredibly secure. Back home, you wouldn't even dare to go out alone during the day. Otherwise, you'd risk getting robbed. But here there's no need for that at all. It's mind-boggling. Who exactly is the developed nation here? I suddenly feel like we're living in an African tribe. Just as he was speaking, Dennis caught a whiff of something and asked, "What's that smell?" Kyle was holding 2 paper bags containing a pile of plump, steaming, unfamiliar food items. Seeing their pristine white appearance, Dennis raised an eyebrow. "What are those?" Kyle paused for a moment before replying. "The Dragon Country folks call them Xylong Bao." "Want one?" He offered a bag of the dumplings over while eagerly digging into his own. Eyeing the food, Dennis curled his lip and said dismissively, "Don't forget we're here for the air show, not to sample Dragon Country cuisine. Besides, I only eat burgers and fried chicken. This stuff, you sure you don't want to try?" Dennis would rather starve to death or jump off this building than eat a single bite of Dragon Country food. Half an hour later. "How do you think we could take some of those Xylong Bao back with us? That taste was absolutely incredible." I'm telling you, this is what we're having for dinner tonight. How can food this delicious exist in the world? And who was it that said Dragon Country people eat insects? He'll tear their mouth apart. Staring at the Dragon Country food in his hands, Dennis couldn't stop salivating. It wasn't that he wanted to, it was just that the cuisine here was simply too exquisite. Recalling how he had believed the rumors that Dragon Country people subsisted on bran and bugs, Dennis wished he could slap himself twice. How could he have been so gullible? Thinking about it now, he felt like a total idiot. Yet despite such a magnificent country, it apparently lacked its own fifth-generation fighter jet. Dennis let out a sigh. It's a shame. Dragon Country still falls short in fighter jet development. He shook his head in resignation. Kyle's expression darkened as well. Soon he would come face to face with the very force that had instilled such fear in his grandfather. What kind of army would it be? Was this nation truly incapable of building a fifth-generation fighter? Reflecting on the day's revelations, Kyle's gaze grew increasingly somber, the rhythmic clatter of the train echoing through the carriage. At the airshow venue, the place was already teeming with people as military enthusiasts from various countries gathered together, jostling shoulder to shoulder, all holding cameras of all sizes. Staff from the Dragon Kingdom's central news station were also reporting on site. Dear viewers, in front of the screen, I am now at the Dragon Kingdom Aviation Exhibition, which is also the 18th World-Class Airshow Convention. Through the scene behind me, you can see that military enthusiasts from all over the country have gathered here ready to catch a glimpse of the fighter jet's splendor. Listening to these reports and feeling the fervent atmosphere at the scene, a sparkle of excitement couldn't help but shine in Gao Jie's eyes. This year's airshow was not only the one with the most participating countries, but also the one with the largest crowd. There were not only Dragon Kingdom citizens, but also many foreigners. It could be said to be a miniature world stage. Just as he was still looking for the Dragon Kingdom exhibition booth, a sudden roar came from the sky, and upon hearing it, the crowd couldn't help but burst into exclamations. Everyone look! That's our Gaul country's Mirage fighter jet. This maneuverability, ha ha ha, our Gaul country is invincible. Then came a flurry of camera shutter sounds, and even Gao Jie couldn't resist raising his camera to take photos. The Mirage, a single-engine, delta-wing multi-role fighter, was also the first fourth-generation aircraft of the Gaul country. It could be said that its performance was quite impressive. Looking at the Mirage fighter jet before him, Dennis couldn't help but cheers, saying to the camera, "Folks, the one that just flew by is the Mirage, the first fourth-generation aircraft of the Gauls. Although it still has some gap compared to our Eagle fighter jets, it's not bad either." Hearing this, the people in the group couldn't help but nod. As the world's leading superpower, they had absolute confidence in their own air force. Of course, after all, our air force is #1 in the world. Just one fifth-generation fighter is enough to crush all other nations on Blue Star. With that, they all laughed, and then the topic shifted. Gentlemen, what kind of fighter jet do you think the Dragon Kingdom will present later? Seeing this message, everyone raised an eyebrow. Dennis couldn't help but look towards the sky, then stroked his chin and said, "Although the Dragon Kingdom's development has surprised me somewhat, I still don't hold any illusions about their fighter jets. It's a magical country, but it's weaker than we think. Even now, I still can't believe these people managed to defeat us back then. We are still the most advanced nation." Although his impression of the Dragon Kingdom had improved over this period of understanding, that was all it was. No matter how well a country develops, if it lacks the corresponding strength to match, that is the country's tragedy. Although the Dragon Kingdom had been developing well over the years, as far as he knew, the strongest fighter jet they were equipped with was only a fourth-generation one, right? There was still a significant gap between fourth-generation and fifth-generation aircraft. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but shake his head. It seems this bet is still my victory. Meanwhile, Gao Jie, watching foreign fighter jets flying across the sky one after another, felt extremely disheartened. Every one of these Western jets was not inferior to the Dragon Kingdom's fourth-generation fighters. To intimidate the opponent, fourth-generation aircraft would likely be useless. Listening to the continuous roar of warplanes in the sky and watching the cheering foreign military enthusiasts around him, especially when the Bear Country's Su-57 came out to perform, the fervent atmosphere reached its peak. But for Gao Jie, the more he heard, the more bitter he felt. If only this fighter jet were ours. Watching the Su-57 performing the falling leaf maneuver in the sky, Gao Jie couldn't help but silently lower his camera. At the same time, many among the Dragon Kingdom crowd also lowered their cameras, only gazing at the sky with envious eyes. In the dedicated VIP viewing stand, seeing their own fighter jets appear in the sky and hearing the crowds below cheering the leaders of various countries, all wore smug expressions. It was well known that an airshow was not just an airshow, it was also an opportunity to flex military muscle on the world stage and secure arms deals. The economic benefits this airshow could bring were simply unimaginable. Looking at the fifth-generation fighters soaring in the sky, the Bear Country's president couldn't help but reveal a smile. "It looks like we're going to steal the spotlight at this airshow." Their fifth-generation fighter had its flaws, but it was still a fifth-generation fighter. Currently, the only countries in the world capable of independently building fifth-generation fighters were them and the Eagle Country. No one else. As for the Dragon Kingdom, despite their friendly relations, there was no way they would share fifth-generation fighter technology with them. After all, that was top secret. On the other side, in the Eagle country's viewing stand, Joseph watched the fifth-generation fighter fly across the sky, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Just a half-finished product, and they dare call it fifth generation. A laugh came from Fujita beside him. But some major power doesn't even have a half-finished product, right? Hearing this, Joseph couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looking at the fighter jet in the sky, a sinister grin flashed across his face. He turned and crooked his finger at his assistant behind him. Instantly, a man leaned in. "Mr. President, what can I do for you?" "Notify the media. I want them to give key coverage when the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jet comes out later. I want to see what they can possibly pull out to save face." With that, Joseph smiled faintly. The humiliation from last time would be avenged at this airshow. Fujita beside him also couldn't help but chuckle darkly. If the Dragon Kingdom were to bring out those old relics again, they could easily spin it in the media and ruthlessly repay the humiliation they suffered last time. Thinking about it, a cold, sinister smile crept onto Fujita's face. At that moment on the runway, all the Western media had already set up their cameras pointing at the sky, with the equipment kept on at all times ready for a live global broadcast. The Dragon Kingdom military enthusiasts on the ground were also staring intently at the sky, everyone anticipating something. Even Dennis unconsciously looked towards the sky, his expression solemn. Then a voice slowly announced, "Next, the Dragon Kingdom fighter jet takes the stage." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but crane their necks and look towards the sky, their eyes scanning like searchlights. Everyone was hoping for a miracle to happen. Can the Dragon Kingdom actually produce a fifth-generation fighter? A low, resonant roar echoed from the distant horizon, followed by a swarm of dark shapes speeding toward them. The lead aircraft was AJ-8, with various familiar models trailing behind. The formation lacked any fifth-generation fighters, contrary to online rumors. Could it be that we truly haven't developed a fifth-gen jet? As the formation passed without a single stealth fighter, every Longwa person in attendance lowered their heads. Even Gao Jie's expression darkened with disappointment. Indeed, developing a fifth-generation fighter was a costly and laborious endeavor with key technologies that were far from easy to master. Even the Eagle had taken over 2 decades to achieve it. How could Longwa possibly overcome such hurdles so quickly? Gazing at the sky, the crowd couldn't help but feel a bitter sense of resignation. At that moment, Dennis watched Longwa's aerial formation and sighed. As expected, a developing nation remains a developing nation. The fifth-generation fighter is clearly beyond Longwa's grasp. "It seems I've won this bet." He turned to Kyle, who pursed his lips, his gaze fixed on the planes with a complex expression. Meanwhile, the audience watching the livestream shook their heads. To be honest, seeing how well Longwa's cities have developed, I actually thought they might have produced a fifth-gen fighter. Who would have expected this outcome? I suppose I overestimated this country. I too believe Longwa might have actually succeeded. But the truth is, only we can master fifth-generation technology. What good is urban development? When it comes to technology and military power, we remain supreme. On the VIP platform, the leaders of Western nations watched Longwa's fighter jet streak across the sky, sneers spreading across their faces. So this is Longwa's Air Force. I thought it would be more advanced. It seems their online boasts were nothing more than self-amusement. I thought it was real, but now it's just a fantasy. What a pathetic nation. Joseph watched the approaching Longwa fighters, a smirk curling so high it nearly touched the sky. He turned to his companions and said, "Longwa won't develop a fifth-generation fighter in less than 20 years. 20 years. I'd say at least 30, ha." Fujita, observing the formation, let out a wolf-like cackle. Beneath the stands, the international media erupted into frenzy. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at Longwa's air show. Unfortunately, the Longwa people are not as clever as we thought. Their so-called fifth-generation fighter is a joke. In this world, only we, the Eagle, truly master fifth-generation technology. Longwa cannot." The Lagwanji, Japan, arrogantly declared, "A major power without a fifth-generation fighter is a laughingstock." The Lagwanji below screamed hysterically how pitiful the Longwa people are having to rely on a fake image posted online to prove they have a fifth-gen jet. Exactly. They spoke so convincingly, but it's nothing but a joke. It seems we will become the first nation in Asia to possess a fifth-generation fighter, thanks to our Eagle Daddy. For a moment, both online and offline, the whole world was reporting on Longwa's air show. The Longwa people at the exhibition clenched their fists and lowered their heads. Even Gao Jie's eyes turned dim. Could those earlier images really have been fake? Just then, a powerful voice boomed from within the exhibition hall. "Comrades, time flies like a shuttle, the years flow like water. Longwa has endured too much suffering. 10,000 years is too long. We seize the day, seize the hour. The hidden dragon rises from the abyss, its scales and claws spread wide. The young tiger roars in the valley, startling all beasts. Listen, comrades, to this dragon's roar." Hearing these words, Gao Jie and the others felt a surge of energy, and one by one they lifted their heads. Suddenly, a deep, powerful roar tore through the sky, the thunderous rumble of a jet engine vibrating in every heart. Feeling the shockwave, every Longwa person clenched their fists. Above, the clouds seemed split by an invisible sword, and in the gap appeared a fighter jet of exquisite form, its fuselage flawless like a marble statue. The surging exhaust and mock diamonds behind it fully testified to the aircraft's performance, while its unique canard design set it apart from other nations' fifth-generation fighters. The gale whipped up by the jet swept through the crowd like a tornado. Staring at the mysterious fighter that had suddenly appeared, every Longwa person could hardly believe their eyes. Is this a fifth-generation fighter? Watching the roaring, twisting jet in the sky, all the Longwa people felt as if they were dreaming. On the VIP platform, the leaders of various nations shot to their feet, eyes wide, pointing at the aircraft and shouting at their assistants, "What is that?" Startled, the assistants rushed to the exhibition hall to inquire. Joseph, staring at the Longwa fighter in the sky, stood frozen, with his mouth agape, half risen from his seat, still unable to believe what was happening. Beside him, Fujita's face turned as pale as paper. How could Longwa possibly have developed a fifth-generation fighter? At the mention of those words, Joseph staggered back a step, then collapsed heavily into his chair, cursing, "Fuck! How does Longwa have a fifth-gen jet? How is that possible? How long did it take us to develop ours? How could they have achieved it so easily? Shit!" He slammed his palm on the table. When the leaders of other nations learned that this was Longwa's latest fifth-generation fighter, they all gasped in unison. Unbelievable. They actually succeeded. This is absolutely incredible. Could it be a miracle from God? Holy crap. John Bull, the president of the United Kingdom, spoke sincerely. The president of Gaul, France, gazed at Longwa's fifth-gen fighter with undisguised envy. To think that even Longwa has developed a fifth-generation fighter. Truly a miracle. They had once attempted to build a fifth-generation fighter themselves, but ultimately abandoned the effort. It was simply too difficult. The stealth technology alone was a monumental challenge, let alone the other requirements. By their current capabilities, they could not produce such a machine, yet Longwa had overcome these obstacles in such a short time. A genuine miracle. The Prince of the Camel Kingdom stared at the Longwa fifth-gen fighter, his eyes practically sparkling. Wearing a white headdress, he pressed his face against the glass watching the jet outside, and waved his hand urgently. "Go find Longwa's ambassador immediately. Tell them we are willing to place a massive order, and will strengthen cooperation with Longwa from now on. As long as Longwa agrees to export, we must have priority purchase rights for fifth-generation fighters. By Allah, the Longwa people of this generation are truly formidable." Everyone present was electrified by the sight of the fifth-generation fighter. Some Longwa people were so overwhelmed with emotion, they could hardly contain themselves. They shouted at the top of their lungs, "Long live Longwa." Amidst the thunderous roar and the silhouette soaring freely across the sky, every Dragon Nation citizen present erupted in fervor. A fifth-generation fighter. This is our fifth-generation fighter. Listen, everyone, to the dragon's roar. We have waited so long for this moment. I can hardly believe this fighter belongs to us. To think we'd witness our fifth-generation fighter at the airshow today. It was all worth it. Even the host from the Dragon Nation's central station, his eyes welling up as he gazed at the fighter jet on the horizon, spoke with a trembling voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you now is the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter, newly developed by the Dragon Nation." Yes, you heard it right. It's a fifth-generation fighter. We have crossed grasslands and trudged through frozen plains, enduring a century of humiliation, and were once bombed into oblivion at the 38th parallel, unable to lift our heads. But the people of the Dragon Nation have risen. Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter, advance. Advance. Advance again. Overwhelmed with emotion, the host's voice choked into silence. Meanwhile, Western media personnel present cast astonished glances at the host before lifting their eyes to the sky. As the rumbling roar reached their ears, a shiver ran down their spines. Shit, this is the worst day ever. This is the whisper of a demon. Watching the Dragon Nation's fighter glide unconstrained across the horizon, the foreign media were struck dumb with shock. Yet the people of the Dragon Nation, upon hearing the sound, erupted in ecstatic cheers. Long live the Dragon Nation. The cries surged higher and higher, grander and louder than those for the foreign jets earlier. The scene was drowned in the voices of the Dragon Nation's people. Some even climbed trees for a better view, tears streaming unbidden down their cheeks at the sight of the fighter. Witnessing the fervent roars and the passionate display of the Dragon Nation's people, Dennis swallowed hard, his throat tightening. After a long pause, he murmured, "Holy crap, they've actually done it. What an incredible nation." Watching the fighters soar above and the crowd's thunderous response below, an inexplicable harmony stirred something within him. Meanwhile, viewers in the group chat watching the fifth-generation fighter and the jubilant crowds felt goosebumps rise all over. Oh my god, what is this? A fifth-generation fighter. The Dragon Nation actually built one. Remember, only 2 countries in the world could independently build these, and now there's a third. But the key is the time. How long did our development take, and how long did theirs? Good thing I didn't go to the Chicken's air show, or I'd have missed this. Exactly, this scene, this unity, unbelievable. Who was it that said the Dragon Nation was too poor and backward to build a fifth-generation fighter? And I actually believed it. What an idiot I am. Staring at the fighter in the sky, the group was rendered speechless. The people of the Dragon Nation were even more formidable than they had imagined. And on the foreign internet, viewers watching the live broadcast were equally dumbfounded. A fifth-generation fighter. They actually built it. Not only that, but their development time seems to have been only a few short years. What? Years? With nuclear-powered carriers and now fifth-generation fighters, the Dragon Nation is truly a fearsome country. None were more devastated than the netizens of the chickens. Watching the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter, they looked as if they had lost their dearest kin. After all, their own fifth-generation fighter was merely leased, and not even with full usage rights. They even needed to file a request with the Eagle Nation just to ignite the engines, though otherwise their Lightning II couldn't even take off. Yet the Dragon Nation had independently developed their own. The despair was overwhelming. It's over. The Dragon Nation has its own fifth-generation fighter. Our aerial advantage is gone. This is honestly the worst day ever. Suddenly our Lightning II doesn't seem so great, because we don't even have the right to fly it while they can fly whenever they want. Don't talk like that. Our Amaterasu people stand with the Eagle Nation forever. The Eagle Nation's fifth-generation fighter is definitely the strongest. These words gave some chicken netizens a glimmer of hope. Exactly. The Dragon Nation's fighter is just a basic version. How could it possibly be stronger than our Lightning II? Independent research. A fifth-gen fighter. With their tech IDs say it's just a flying model. Agreed. Those canard wings look so outdated. I bet it can't even achieve stealth. They grew excited, their eyes glued to the big screen, ready to criticize the moment the fighter's capabilities were showcased. Any flaw, and they would pounce. At the airshow on the VIP viewing platforms, leaders from various nations stood, gazing intently at the fighter through the glass. Joseph's eyes narrowed, his hands clasped tightly behind his back, veins bulging on his knuckles. Fujita Kazuki also rose, his face pale. If the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter succeeded, their so-called advantage would become a joke. Everyone on the ground watched the fighter as it began a low-altitude dive. It was already at supersonic speed. Continuing this descent could only end in a crash. At this altitude, even the Eagle Nation's Lightning II would struggle to pull up. Yet the fighter continued its descent. Watching the diving aircraft, a faint smile crept back onto Joseph's face. At this height, there's no way it can pull up. Down below, Dennis and the others gasped, their faces turning pale with fear as they watched the Dragon Nation's fighter. What is the pilot thinking? Is he mad? Can it even recover from this altitude? And at supersonic speed, can he even control it? Has he stalled? He instinctively wanted to step back to avoid the blast radius of a potential crash. But the Dragon Nation's people stood their ground, unwavering, their eyes filled with absolute conviction, without a trace of retreat or doubt. Even the soldiers maintaining order held their posts, not a single one stepping back. This unique trust in their military, their faith in the Dragon Nation, was something they had never witnessed before. Dennis felt a profound tremor run through his heart. He turned to Kyle. After a long silence, he slowly spoke. Kyle, maybe your grandfather was right. This is a remarkable people, a remarkable nation. He too came to a halt. The roar of the fighter grew clearer as it approached, and through the canopy, he could see the unwavering gaze of the Dragon Nation's pilot. Just as the fighter seemed on the verge of stalling and crashing into the ground, a colossal roar, clear as a dragon's cry, erupted. The canard wings at the front spread with the power of angelic wings. They angled sharply, and the entire aircraft let out a guttural growl. The engines blasted towards the ground, spewing crimson flames that scorched the earth like dragon fire, turning the very concrete red hot. A favorable wind lends strength, carrying me to the azure clouds. Then, like a gray dragon, the fighter shot straight up into the sky. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Only after a long moment did thunderous applause and cheers erupt. Supersonic turn. That was a supersonic turn. And executed in the most difficult dive mode. Just how much confidence does the creator have in this fighter jet? Haha, who dares to say canard wings are useless now? With this maneuverability and this emergency turn, how many fighter jets in the world can pull this off? Watching the Longwa fifth-generation fighter jet soaring straight into the clouds, everyone present clenched their fists and jumped for joy. Even Gao Jia couldn't help but let out a relieved smile. What the Longwa fifth-generation fighter had just demonstrated was something very few aircraft on Blue Star could achieve. It demanded not only extremely high standards for the aircraft's construction materials, but also placed significant demands on the pilot's psychological fortitude. It could be called a true masterpiece of skill. In the grandstand, watching the Longwa fighter perform that maneuver, even the Bear president couldn't help but wear a grave expression. He then turned to his assistant behind him and said, "Can our fighters perform that maneuver?" "It would be very difficult, sir. Our pilots and the fighter's propulsion systems are up to the task, but I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to find suitable materials for the airframe." Moreover, the aerodynamic configuration of this Longwa fifth-generation fighter differs from all others. One could say they've carved out a new path. Upon hearing this, the Bear president sat down thoughtfully, gazing at the Longwa fighter outside the glass. After a long while, he said, "Longwa is truly a formidable nation. It's a good thing we are not their adversaries." With that, he let out a sigh. Meanwhile, over at Joseph's window watching the superb maneuverability of the Longwa 5th-generation fighter, his face instantly turned extremely grim. He could already imagine how the media back home would spin this to ridicule his incompetence, especially following his previous blunders. Thinking about this, Joseph couldn't help but clench his fists, his face flushing with anger. Fuck. These damned Longwa people. How could they possibly have developed such an outstanding fighter jet? Fuck. Watching the fighter jet soaring before him, Joseph's eyes blazed with fury. There was no doubt that everyone knew he had come to witness Longwa's humiliation. Now that Longwa's 5th-generation fighter had appeared, and was this impressive, it was clear who the real clown was. This fighter jet was like a slap in his face delivered in front of the entire world. His expression soured even further at the thought. Just then a thunderous roar erupted from outside the window. This time it wasn't just the Longwa people, even the foreigners present cried out in astonishment. Hearing the sound, Joseph and Fujita both looked up towards the sky. In the azure sky, the Longwa 5th-generation fighter climbed like a falling leaf, drifting upwards, its wings carving clean, continuous, white lines through the clouds. From a distance, it looked like a white dragon ascending straight into the heavens. The entire fighter was a blend of strength and grace, each climb as gentle and natural as a leaf caught in the wind. It didn't seem like a machine weighing over a dozen tons, but rather like a leaf dancing in the air. This was a textbook falling leaf maneuver which many excellent fighter jets could perform. But this wasn't a fall, it was a climb. No fighter jet had ever done that before. Seeing this with his own eyes, Joseph finally lost his composure. Fuck. Down below, Gao Jie and the others looked at the Longwa fighter, their pride practically overflowing. This is Longwa. This is a Longwa fighter jet. With a fighter like this, Longwa would never again suffer the humiliation of being outclassed by foreign aircraft. Watching the performance of the Longwa 5th-generation fighter, Gao Jie and his colleagues were at a loss for words. One couldn't understand their feelings without having lived through the era when they had to plan desperate tactics like using the J-8 to trade one for own against superior enemy fighters. The era when the Black Hawk ruled the skies is gone forever. Watching the fighter jet soaring upwards, all the Longwa people present shouted, "Go Longwa! The dragon's roar reaches the heavens, starting today." Watching the performance of the Longwa fighter, Dennis couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, a hissing sound escaping his lips. Even his eyes were trembling. He had participated in countless air shows around the world and had seen all kinds of fighter jet performances. But a falling leaf climb was something he had truly never witnessed before. Not even the Lightning II's demonstration had attempted such a thing. It wasn't just a severe test of the materials, but also a considerable challenge for the fighter's kinetic energy, aerodynamic design, and the pilot. And he had only ever seen it in this performance. The thought sent goosebumps all over his body. Meanwhile, netizens watching the live stream of the Longwa fighter's display all gulped nervously, then whispered, "Guys, is this a falling leaf?" A falling leaf. Since when do falling leaves go up? This is a rising leaf. Holy crap, the aerodynamics and flight control are simply perfect. This jet is a work of art. Eight-winged angel as graceful as an angel. And these are the people who said the Longwa people couldn't do it. This is what they call can't do it. Damn, I believed all that stuff. I'm such an idiot. If this is backward, what the hell is advanced? Watching the rising leaf maneuver of the Longwa 5th-generation fighter, everyone was completely stunned. Dennis in particular was covered in goosebumps. Hearing the cheers from the Longwa people around him, his own heart began to race with excitement. He thought about the level of technology Longwa had showcased since his arrival, the delicious food, and now this incredibly powerful fighter jet. It was simply mind-blowing. The contrast with the education and information he had received before was too stark. Thinking about those claims of Longwa being poor and backward, and how he had believed them all, he felt utterly foolish. Looking at the fighter jet, Dennis spun around, looked directly at Kyle, and said with utmost seriousness, "Your grandfather was absolutely right. I was the foolish one before." He then turned back to the sky and shouted over the roar of the fighter jet, "Go Longwa! I'm a goddamn idiot. Shit. I can't believe I bought into that nonsense. I was stupid beyond redemption." The viewers on their screens were stunned by Dennis' outburst. Was this how people celebrated nowadays? But thinking about what he said, it seemed to make sense, so they quickly chimed in. "If you put it that way, aren't we idiots too? Damn. Those damn TV channels and newspapers misled me. I'm going to file a complaint. This rising leaf maneuver, this is probably the only fighter jet on the entire Blue Star that can pull it off so easily, right?" Watching the fighter jet climbing steadily, everyone felt as if a giant had risen to its feet. The foreign media present fell into a heavy silence as they watched the Longwa fighter jet. Up in the grandstand, watching the Longwa fighter pierce the clouds, Joseph's brow was furrowed deeply, his teeth grinding audibly. After a long moment, he abruptly stood up and strode purposefully out of the room. Seeing Joseph leave, Fujita immediately followed, asking, "Mr. President, where are you going?" "Where else? I'm leaving. Do you think I want to stay here and be humiliated?" With that, he slammed the door shut with a heavy bang. The roar of the Longwa fighter jet thundered across the sky. Inside the dormitory apartment, Sun Dapeng was lounging lazily on his bed, his gaze hazy while his phone kept ringing incessantly. Messages were flooding the group chat. Hearing the constant ping, Sun Dapeng rubbed his eyes and looked at his phone, still somewhat dazed. Someone in the group said, "Hey, have you guys checked out this air show?" Seeing this message, Sun Dapeng furrowed his brow slightly. Was there even a need to watch this air show? Wasn't it just like all the previous ones? What could possibly be different? This air show was clearly the Bears' domain. They had even brought out their 5th-generation fighter. Many in the group shared the same confusion, staring at the message with furrowed brows. An air show? Wasn't the outcome already decided? Wasn't it just the Bears Su-57 dominating the show? Exactly, the outcome was already set. This air show is the least suspenseful one ever. I don't want to go. In previous years, I only went to see foreign stuff. There were too few domestic exhibits. Seeing these comments, Sun Dapeng nodded. Just as he was about to turn off his phone and go back to sleep, a message caught his attention. Guys, this time it's really different. This air show is completely unlike previous ones. Our Dragon Kingdom has its own 5th-generation fighter. 5th-generation fighter. Reading the message, Sun Dapeng's mind was still a fog, and he was about to drift off again. But suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he yelled out, "Holy shit, 5th-generation fighter." Only then did he grasp the meaning of those words. He frantically fumbled for his glasses on the bed, then put them on with trembling fingers. The group chat exploded. What 5th-generation fighter? Are you kidding? So the earlier rumors weren't fake. Damn, we actually have a 5th-generation fighter. A 5th-generation fighter. I can't believe I missed it. Damn it. Me too. Who would have thought this air show would feature a 5th-generation fighter? What the hell is going on? Upon learning that the Dragon Kingdom had a 5th-generation fighter on display, those who hadn't attended the air show were kicking themselves. To witness the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter with one's own eyes, what was that? It was an honor. How could they have missed it? At the thought, even Sun Dapeng's lips trembled. He immediately turned on the TV to verify the news. On the television, a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom's central station was holding a microphone, tears in her eyes, as she described the fighter behind her. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fighter behind me is the Dragon Kingdom's latest 5th-generation aircraft. The hidden dragon has soared from the abyss. The Dragon Kingdom stands tall. The rampaging Black Eagle is no more." Hearing this, Sun Dapeng gazed at the large screen. When he saw a fighter jet unlike any previous model on Earth roaring as it ascended into the sky, a wave of heat surged within him. Then he burst into laughter. "Good. That's a magnificent flight. This is the true 5th-generation fighter of the Dragon Kingdom." He looked back at his phone and realized that every headline was about this event. The red sun rises, its light shines bright. A romance unique to the Dragon Kingdom, the J-20 has appeared. Wait until the 9th day of the 8th month, when all flowers are slain. The world's only 5th-generation fighter with leaf-like lift, displaying the might of the Dragon Kingdom. The Eagle president stormed out in anger. What kind of fighter is this? Reading these headlines, Sun Dapeng's lips twitched involuntarily, his eyes filled with both joy and anxiety. He rejoiced that the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter had emerged, but fretted whether he could still make it to the air show in time. Recalling how he had refused Gao Jie's invitation earlier, Sun Dapeng could have slapped himself twice. This was the maiden flight of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter. If he didn't go to see it in person even after he died and was cremated, his ashes would probably fly over just to be there. Besides, if he didn't go, how could he ever claim to be a veteran military enthusiast of the Dragon Kingdom? He had to attend this air show. Even if it were 10,000 miles away, he would go. He looked at the group chat. Oh, everyone was already in motion. "Brothers, I'm already on my way. I must go this time. No more talk. I'm off to catch a flight. Damn, that fast. I'm going too. Forget it, I'm going all out. Time to break into my secret stash. A 5th-generation fighter. They'll crawl to the air show if I have to." Seeing these words, Sun Dapeng immediately stood up and rushed to the airport. Meanwhile, at the Jayapenji air show, some foreign visitors watching the footage of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter soaring through the skies online, then looked at the lifeless Lightning II fighter in front of them. They shook their heads and sighed, then continued watching the video of the Dragon Kingdom's fighter on their phones. When they saw the Dragon Kingdom's fighter ascend vertically, they couldn't help but stand up and exclaim in amazement. "Oh my god, is that a Dragon Kingdom fighter? This is incredible. This fighter is absolutely beautiful. Such excellent aerodynamics. I'm already intrigued. Holy shit, that's a real air show. This place is terrible. It's like eating an expired cake. I want a refund." Instantly, some visitors who had planned to attend the Jayapenji air show after watching the Dragon Kingdom video demanded refunds and headed to the Dragon Kingdom. "Are you kidding? That was a real air show. What was this? An aircraft graveyard." Watching the scene in the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter performance, some Jayapenji netizens broke down again. "What's going on? Isn't our 5th-generation fighter good? Why is everyone leaving? It's all that bastard Fujita's fault. He's still sitting there watching the 5th-generation fighter. We couldn't develop one because of him. The Prime Minister should commit seppuku to atone." Exactly. Look, the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter has already taken off, while ours needs permission to even take off. Baka. This is a disgrace to the Amaterasu nation. In an instant, public outrage swept through Jayapenji with endless calls for the Prime Minister to commit seppuku. Meanwhile, in the temporary meeting room of the Eagle President, Fujita's face darkened as he monitored the domestic backlash. His subordinate whispered, "Sir, according to polls, your approval rating has dropped below 15. Moreover, 70 of foreign visitors to our air show have canceled their itineraries, and this number is still climbing." Hearing these figures, Fujita's face grew somber. 15% approval. Wasn't that the lowest in the history of prime ministerial elections? And this air show, it was nothing but a child's play. If things continued, he would be impeached, or worse, someone might have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Cold sweat formed on his forehead. He looked at Joseph as if grasping at a lifeline. The latter sat in his chair, face dark, tapping his index finger on the table, his eyes lost in thought. As the Eagle President, being repeatedly humiliated was unacceptable. This time he had to teach the Dragon Kingdom a lesson. He stood up, abruptly glaring ahead. "Get me Milhouse on the phone. I want him to send 5th-generation fighters to the Dragon Kingdom's airspace immediately. I refuse to believe their 5th-generation fighter can match our Lightning II. 5th-generation combat isn't about maneuverability. It's about stealth capability." Joseph smirked coldly. Hearing this decision, Fujita's eyes lit up and his former vitality returned. At the observation deck of the airshow hall, Long Jiangwo and the others watched the 5th-generation fighter jet soaring freely through the sky, their blood boiling with fervor. What flew before them was not merely an aircraft, but the embodiment of a nation's aspiration for prosperity and strength. "I can hardly believe we finally possess our own 5th-generation fighter." Gazing at the jet on the horizon, Air Force Commander Ji Hanfei clenched his fists, his eyes resolute and profound. For years, the Dragon Country's Air Force had struggled relentlessly to develop. They were once derided as mere flying ducks, and their aircraft had never earned the respect of the West. The West had codenamed the J-6 the Farmer and the J-7 the Fishbed. They had never deigned to look upon them with any regard. Yet now they too had their own 5th-generation fighter with performance rivaling the best. A smile crept onto Ji Hanfei's face as he declared, "The Dragon Country's Air Force has finally stood tall." Hearing this, everyone present chuckled. "That's right, this is a 5th-generation fighter." You should have seen the look on the Eagle Country President's face, like head swallowed a toad. He probably never imagined would actually build one. "It's not just him, even I can barely believe we've managed to create such an exceptional fighter. We owe it all to Lin Tian," Long Jiangwo said solemnly, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, before this, if anyone had claimed they could build a 5th-generation fighter this year, they would have been dismissed as delusional. Such a feat had taken the Eagle Country with its legions of scientists over 2 decades to accomplish. They still remembered attending a Western airshow years ago, where the host country's 5th-generation fighter was displayed under a glass casing, forcing the Dragon Country's delegates to observe from a distance of 30 meters. That humiliation had soaked into their hearts like a corroding battery. Who would have thought that only a few years later they would have developed their own 5th-generation fighter, all thanks to Lin Tian? A collective sigh passed through the group as one remarked, "Indeed, we must thank Lin Tian. Without his technology, we'd still be watching helplessly as foreign jets dominate our skies." Absolutely, even the stealth technology alone would have been a bottleneck for us. The mention of stealth brought knowing smiles to their faces. They were aware that this fighter's greatest strength wasn't its maneuverability, but its dual stealth capability, though that was a military secret. It wasn't for public display, they had to keep some tricks up their sleeves. Their smiles widened, and Long Jiangwo also allowed a slight grin before his expression turned serious. He looked ahead, and after a long pause proposed, "Gentlemen, I intend to elevate Lin Tian's Longxing Company to a first-class military enterprise. What are your thoughts?" "First-class military," Li Zhanhao exclaimed in surprise. Such a designation meant direct subordination to the Dragon Country's Central Command, typically reserved for top-tier entities like the Dragon Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation or the Aero Engine Corporation. The leap from a private enterprise to a first-class military contractor was unprecedented and unforeseen. Yet recalling Lin Tian's past achievements, the arresting gear technology, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier technology, their mouths twitched in awe. The idea is sound, but will the higher-ups approve? The number of first-class military enterprises hasn't changed in over a decade. The others nodded in agreement. They had no objection to Lin Tian's promotion, but the path to becoming a first-class military enterprise was fraught with difficulty. Long Jiangwo's brow furrowed in thought. After a long moment he said, "I will bring this up with the higher-ups, but..." Before he could finish, a figure rushed over and whispered urgently into his ear. Upon hearing the message, Long Jiangwo's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. "What? You say foreign 5th-generation fighters are invading our airspace?" The others turned in shock to face the aide who had delivered the news, exchanging bewildered glances. "What's happening?" Seeing everyone's gaze upon him, the aide swallowed nervously before glancing at Long Jiangwo. "Go on." The aide nodded and reported, "Just moments ago our radar detected 2 Eagle Country Lightning IIs taking off from the Chicken Legs airbase, heading directly towards our airspace. Due to their stealth capabilities, our radar cannot track them fully. We estimate they have already reached our airspace border. The Aviation Brigade has already scrambled 3rd-generation fighters to intercept." Long Jingwo's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. The Dragon Country's fourth-generation fighters were just entering mass production, so their numbers were still limited, leaving the third-generation fighters as the mainstay. The enemy's choice of this moment to enter their airspace was clearly a provocation aimed at the airshow, an attempt to save face. In the past, they might have simply escorted them away, but this time was a blatant challenge. Only by showing their teeth would the adversary learn to remember. A plan formed in his mind. Ji Hanfei, clenching his fists, said angrily, "These bastards are relentless. Do they think we're still the Dragon Country of old? We have unsettled scores from the past, and now they dare to provoke us again. They're looking for a beating. Minister Long will dispatch fourth-generation fighters to intercept them right now." The eyes of everyone present burned with righteous indignation. The Eagle Country's provocations had become increasingly frequent with the Dragon Country's rise. Previously, they had to endure such insults due to their lack of strength. No fifth-generation fighters, no aircraft carriers. They had no choice but to swallow their pride. But now everything had changed. There's no need to send other jets. They always boast their fifth-generation fighter is the world's best, don't they, eh? They claim their fighter is invincible, don't they? Today, let's see how invincible their invincible general truly is. Notify the pilots of the fifth-generation fighter at the airshow arm with live ammunition and take off. Gazing at the fifth-generation fighter soaring in the sky, Long Jingwo pressed his lips together and declared word by word, Operation Codename 81192. The number sent a jolt through everyone present, their eyes fixed intently on the jet in the sky. Ji Hanfei gritted his teeth, his gaze locked on the aircraft. 81192. An eternal wound in the Dragon Country's Air Force history. In the past, its Air Force was weak, reliant on the J-8, and its pilots were mockingly called flying farmers. When a pilot was knocked out of the sky by a collision, sacrificing his life, they could only offer a helpless protest. But now, with the fifth-generation fighter in service, such tragedies would never happen again. It was time for 81192 to return home. As the roar of the jet thundered overhead, a wave of overwhelming emotion surged through everyone's hearts. At the airshow, everyone present looked at the warplanes streaking across the sky, raising their arms and shouting with exhilaration. The fifth-generation fighters overhead continued to bank and dance in the air, and all were astounded by the aircraft's performance. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, the flight display is suspended. We ask for your understanding." Hearing this, everyone in the crowd froze, and even Gao Jia was baffled. What's going on? Why has the display been suspended? As they wondered, another voice suddenly shouted, "Everyone look. Do you see that? Is that an air-to-air missile?" At these words, all the Dragon Nation people present turned their gaze. The moment the fighter descended from the sky, a swarm of ground crew rushed to the aircraft with missile carts. "Fill the fuel tanks. Quick, unload all practice rounds. Load live ammunition immediately. Inspect every part of the fighter." Watching all this unfold and hearing these commands, the Dragon Nation military enthusiasts were stunned into silence. Damn, swapping display rounds for live ammo at an airshow? What's happening? A maiden flight turning into real combat. This must be the most unique airshow on the entire planet. Watching the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter being loaded with live missiles, Dennis and the others were equally dumbfounded. What? They're taking off with live missiles at an airshow? What kind of performance is this? I don't think this is a performance. Our netizens over in the land of Rising Sun captured our Lightning II taking off from its base. On screen, some viewers had already begun mobilizing their connections to gather intelligence upon seeing the Dragon Nation fighter loaded with live ordnance. Hearing this, Dennis took a deep breath. It was a long moment before he turned to the screen and said, "Are you saying this fifth-generation fighter is taking off because of our Lightning II? That must be it. Otherwise, I can't think of any other reason for the Dragon Nation to do this." Hearing this, Dennis swallowed hard. He looked at the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter on the runway, fully loaded with its auxiliary fuel tanks attached, and couldn't help but shudder. Then he blurted out, "So this means the upcoming clash will be a duel between fifth-generation fighters, the first of its kind on the entire planet, right? A duel between two fifth-generation fighters." Only now did Dennis fully grasp what this confrontation truly signified. It would be the first head-to-head battle of fifth-generation fighters in the history of the Blue Star. The thought made him draw a sharp breath, imagining what kind of spectacle it would be. But then a remark from someone before the screen made Dennis' skin crawl, and even Kyle felt a tremor in his heart. A person on screen said, "This confrontation isn't between two fifth-generation fighters, it's between three. We've dispatched two of ours." "You mean it's 2 against 1? Dennis gasped, drawing in a cold breath. No nation on the Blue Star had ever dared to claim it could go head-to-head with their fifth-generation fighters, let alone face 2 at once. Even the Bear Nation wouldn't dare such a thing. Yet at this moment, the Dragon Nation pilot's expression remained calm, his eyes devoid of any fear, as if utterly unaware of the danger ahead. Seeing the pilot's composed gaze, Dennis felt goosebumps rise across his skin. Then he said solemnly, "The Dragon Nation pilot deserves our respect. But will he make it back this time?" Staring at the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter, Dennis' eyes grew deeply somber. One man against two fifth-generation fighters. In his view, that was no different from courting death. Even in peacetime, without open warfare, losing a pilot to an accident was hardly unheard of. This pilot was walking a razor's edge between life and death. If he survived, he would create history, single-handedly taking on two fifth-generation fighters and coming back unscathed, something never seen anywhere in the world. With this thought, Dennis pressed his lips together tightly and fixed his gaze on the Dragon Nation fighter before him. Meanwhile, Gao Jie and the others had also received the news. Someone in the military enthusiast chat group said, "Everyone look, the Dragon Nation's official announcement is out." The announcement was brief, only a few lines, but the implications were enormous. "We urge a certain nation to immediately cease its provocative fighter activities, otherwise the Dragon Nation will take necessary countermeasures." Another person added, "And check this out. This image is spreading like wildfire on the Land of Rising Sun's websites. The people over there are getting all riled up, squawking about whether we dare to accept the challenge. They're also saying our fighters are just for show since they've never seen real combat, and that they'll fall apart the moment they clash with a Lightning II." Looking at the photo showing two Lightning IIs departing the airbase, and then at the Dragon Nation's official notice, his expression grew grave. It was clear that the J-20 was likely being dispatched for exactly this mission. One pilot taking on two of the world's most advanced Lightning II fighters, something that had never occurred in the entire history of the Blue Star. Watching the fifth-generation fighter slowly begin to move, all the Dragon Nation military enthusiasts stood rooted in place, biting their lips as they watched this lone aircraft set out in silence. At that moment, across the entire airshow, every Dragon Nation citizen fell silent, standing in place to pay their respects as they watched the fighter. In the stands, leaders from various nations frowned upon hearing the reports from their subordinates. One fighter going to take on two fifth-generation fighters. This is truly a mad decision. Watching the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter, the Bear Nation's president rose to his feet, straightened his attire, and looked upon the aircraft with solemn respect. Unless a fifth-generation fighter had overwhelming superiority, no one could claim confidence in taking down an opponent unknown. Yet this Dragon Nation fighter was planning to face two. That courage earned his respect, and the soldiers of that nation earned it as well. But would the pilot return? Gazing at the fighter, the Bear Nation's president said nothing more. Meanwhile, the presidents of the Bull Nation and the Rooster Nation looked on in astonishment as the Dragon Nation fighter departed alone. "Oh my God, these Dragon Nation people are a bunch of lunatics. They're planning to use a maiden flight fighter against the Lightning II. I say this is just going to get themselves killed. This is truly an unwise decision. That Dragon Nation fighter probably isn't coming back. A single fifth-generation fighter. Who knows if it can even match one opponent? And now they're dreaming of taking on two. Utter fantasy." At this moment, all eyes were on the fighter, and the gaze of netizens around the world was fixed upon it as well. The fifth-generation fighter had finished reloading. The exhaust nozzles at the rear began to roar, and the crimson sunlight poured directly onto the aircraft, like the hope of a nation. Back in the day, 81192 vanished without a trace. Would history repeat itself now? Everyone's heart was in their throat. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the fully armed Dragon Nation fifth-generation fighter shot straight into the sky. Behind it, everyone at the airshow stared intently at the aircraft. Over the loudspeaker, the announcer shouted with fervor, "May you return safely. Long live the Dragon Nation." Then a profound and resonant chant echoed from the speakers. "The moon of Qin, the pass of Han. The long march of 10,000 miles, no man returns. But if the flying general of Dragon City were here, no barbarian horse would dare cross Mount Een." Within the Longwa Air Defense Identification Zone, two Shandian 2 jets soared through the sky like black eagles. The eagle emblem on the fuselage gleamed provocatively under the sunlight. Without a word, they throttled up and plunged directly toward Longwo's airspace. Witnessing the audacity of the Eagle fighter jets, Li Fei and Zhou Yu took a deep breath, then shoved the control sticks forward, their aircraft darting out like arrows from a bow. Simultaneously, their radios broadcasted on the radar channel, "I am Longwa Air Force. You have entered the Longwa Air Defense Identification Zone. Leave immediately. Repeat, leave immediately." The message was repeated in English. But before they could finish, one of the Shandian 2 jets suddenly accelerated, swung its fuselage, and rammed toward the Longwa third-generation fighter. Instinctively, Zhou Yu took evasive action, banking the fighter sharply. A violent turbulence struck the aircraft, triggering a deafening stall warning alarm. Seething with rage, Li Fei growled, "Damn it. These bastards are way too arrogant." This was blatant provocation, utterly disregarding their flight safety. It was exactly how the martyrs had fallen. Li Fei took a deep breath as the tower's frantic call came through the radio. 40089. What is the interception status? Answer immediately. I'm fine, but Zhou Yu has lost pursuit capability. The intruding aircraft is still provoking. I request reinforcements. After reporting, Li Fei slammed down the communication switch and glared at the Eagle pilot beside him. Now the two Shandian 2 jets flanked his wings, so close that he could see the contemptuous smirk on the enemy pilot's face through the cockpit canopy. That sneer made Li Fei's eyes blaze with fury. How many humiliations had they endured over the years? The martyrs who had perished in mid-air collisions were barely 33. The enemy had not only refused to repent, but had slandered the Longhua pilots for violating rules. After that, their fighters were derided as flying peasants. They remembered every insult. Staring at the invading Shandian 2 jets, Li Fei took a deep breath and prepared to ram them. But before he could close the distance, the enemy fighter rolled, accelerated, and left him far behind. Then the two Shandian 2 jets arrogantly exposed their underbellies, revealing the sleek air-to-air missiles. The threat was unmistakable. Li Fei bit his lip so hard it bled, but his fighter's performance was no match. Meanwhile, in the temporary command post, Li Zhanhao slammed the table and roared, "Damned bastards. This is outrageous." He pointed at the screen. "What is this? This is way beyond mere provocation." The room fell grim. Uji Hanfia's forehead bulged with veins. This was not the first time they had faced foreign jets, but never had it been so infuriating. They were challenging the entire Longhua Air Force. If they didn't fight back, who would respect them? Long Jiangwo's eyes turned murderous. "When will our 5th-generation fighters reach the target area?" "5 minutes, sir." "Good. Order the 3rd-generation pilots to withdraw." The others nodded. High above, Li Fei gritted his teeth as the two Shandian 2 jets flew straight ahead before his eyes. The radio urged him to return. He was about to refuse when a calm voice cut through. "You have completed your mission. Leave the rest to me." The next instant, a thunderous roar erupted, and the clouds scattered as if struck by an unseen force. A white streak tore through the sky like a heavenly path. Li Fei swallowed hard. What the hell was that? Meanwhile, in the azure sky, as the two Longhua fighters were left behind, Rao smirked. "So this is the Longhua Air Force. Pathetic, just like their backward country. Look at their planes. Oh my god, are those even fighters? They belong in a museum." Rao burst into laughter. As an Eagle Ace pilot, he flew the best equipment. Fighters like these were beneath his notice. But the higher-ups had ordered them to breach the blockade and taunt the enemy. It was too easy. Overkill, really. What's there to fear? Even if they had 4th-generation jets, I'd toy with them. He smirked. George chuckled. "All right, let's take some photos and head back." Rao scoffed, glanced at the reconnaissance data of Longhua's terrain, and waved. "What's the rush? Since we're here, why not go further? Do you think those Longhua fighters can stop us? With their rust buckets? Or their 5th-generation wannabe that's just for show?" Their mission was to gather intelligence and embarrass the Longhua Air Force. Rao had already done that, but it felt too simple. The Longhua Air Force was even weaker than expected. As for their 5th-generation fighter, it was probably a model, and even if it came 2 against 1, they'd still win. Shaking his head with a smile, he said, "George, the Longhua Air Force is nothing." He pushed the throttle, leading his fighter into Longhua's airspace. George followed, just beyond Lei Longhua territory. If they could photograph it, their air defense would become a global laughingstock. Rao's eyebrow arched in anticipation. But as they prepared to cross, a voice thundered, "You have entered Longhua airspace. Leave immediately, or I will take necessary measures. You are about to enter Dragon Nation airspace. Leave immediately." Hearing the voice of the Dragon Nation pilot over the channel, Rao's smile froze abruptly. His pupils contracted as he glanced around in disbelief. Against the azure sky, there was not a single trace of a fighter jet. Only his and George Lightning II filled the expanse. Gazing at the scene before him, Rao's eyes narrowed slightly. "What the hell is going on, George? Why is there still a Dragon Nation fighter communication channel here?" George, seated in his fighter, was equally stunned. His gaze turned grave as he scanned the surroundings. Yet the sky remained a pristine blue with no fighter jet in sight. What's happening? Did we just imagine that? Just as the words left his mouth, another voice in Chinese crackled through the communication channel. The frequency band displayed on the screen read 81,192. "I am the Dragon Nation Air Force. You are about to enter Dragon Nation airspace. Leave immediately. Otherwise, I will take necessary measures." Hearing this voice, Rao and George drew in a sharp breath. It wasn't just the sudden appearance of the voice that startled them, but the communication frequency band it was broadcast on. 81,192. Isn't that the number of that crashed Dragon Nation fighter? How can it still be active? As ace pilots of the Eagle Nation, their knowledge of Dragon Nation fighters was limited. However, the 81192 incident was one of the few cases mentioned in their training. Every time this case was discussed, their instructor would boast with a smug expression, "Don't panic when you encounter Dragon Nation pilots. They're nothing but cowards who wouldn't dare to act." That aircraft is a classic example, and every time they would roar with laughter. But now that very voice had appeared out of nowhere. The sky was devoid of any fighter jets, yet their communication channel was relentlessly broadcasting the Dragon Nation fighters' warnings. A chill ran down George's spine. What unsettled him even more was their fighters' radar. Their detection radar showed everything as normal. Their 5th-generation fighter was touted as the world's most advanced, equipped with top-tier radar technology. Yet there was no response at all. Could the Dragon Nation stealth technology really have advanced this far? Even George found this hard to believe. He took a deep breath and said, "George, maybe we should retreat." Looking at the Dragon Nation airspace ahead, George gritted his teeth. But Rao furrowed his brow, a twisted sneer forming on his face. "I'm not retreating. This is just the Dragon Nation playing tricks. We're flying the most advanced fighter jets in the world. I don't believe they can stop us. With their outdated fighters. Damn it. With that he grabbed the communicator and shouted into the international frequency. Come on. You yellow-skinned monkeys, show me what you can do. Follow me if you dare. As he spoke he pulled down his oxygen mask, flipped the black display visor over his helmet, and adjusted the radar frequency. Go ahead and shoot me down, Dragon Nation. With your obsolete aircraft. He shoved the control stick forward. In an instant the Lightning II shot skyward like an arrow released from a bow, its vectoring nozzles roaring with immense power. George, after a quick glance at the empty sky around him, also slammed his controls and surged into the high altitudes. Inside the temporary command center, watching the live feed, Long Jiangwo and the others clenched their jaws, fury blazing in their eyes. Damn it. These bastards won't stop until they hit a wall. Fire. We must shoot them down today. They'll take full responsibility. Ji Hanfei slammed his fist on the table, producing a dull thump. In the past, to defend their airspace, they had dreamed of trading 8 J-8s for one enemy 5th-generation fighter. Later they realized it was just a fantasy. When the Dragon Nation developed 4th-generation fighters, the Eagle Nation conducted simulations and war games. The result, stealth fighters versus non-stealth fighters, had a loss exchange ratio of 1-0. That was a terrifying number. During that period, the entire Dragon Nation Air Force was shrouded in the shadow of 5th-generation fighters. Yet no one ever thought of giving up. Now that they had developed their own 5th-generation fighter, were they supposed to cower in fear? With this thought, Ji Hanfei straightened his back, while Long Jiangwo's brow furrowed deeper. As the Minister of Defense for the Dragon Nation, he had to consider the safety of the nation and its people. He couldn't make rash decisions based on fleeting emotions. But witnessing the sheer arrogance of the Eagle Nation's fighters, even Long Jiangwo felt that action was necessary. After a long moment of hesitation, Long Jiangwo finally spoke. Hold fire for now. But if they enter our airspace, shoot them down immediately. In international relations, opening fire within an air defense identification zone could be criticized. However, if an aircraft is shot down after intruding into a nation's sovereign airspace, it's considered justifiable. Even the Eagle Nation wouldn't dare to protest that. As long as their fighter crossed the line, even just grazing it, or even showing the intent to do so, opening fire would be legal. Over the communication channel, the fighter pilot was silent for a moment before speaking with a hint of excitement. Understood. I will not disgrace the name of this fighter. The code name for this operation was 81192, and this first 5th-generation fighter produced by the Dragon Nation proudly bore the number 81192. The people of the Dragon Nation had never forgotten that day. Hearing this, Long Jiangwo's brow relaxed slightly. After a pause he said, "This time we will wait for your return." He then turned his gaze to the surveillance screens, which showed Dragon Nation military enthusiasts silently waiting on both sides of the runway for the fighter's return. The whole world was waiting for the Dragon Nation's fighter to come back. High in the sky, the roar of the engines echoed through the heavens. As the world's most advanced 5th-generation fighter, its performance was impeccable. In an instant, the jet had climbed to an altitude of 2,000 meters. The radar showed everything was normal, and the sky was utterly empty. At this altitude, even the clouds were thin and sparse. There was nowhere for a fighter to hide. Any approaching aircraft would be visible at a glance. Moreover, they had the world's most advanced radar technology. A smug smile curled on Rao's lips as he looked contemptuously at the empty sky. George, what did I tell you? The Dragon Nation pilots are a joke. They're just cowards hiding in the clouds. I don't know what you were so afraid of. Look at this altitude, can their fighters even keep up? He burst into laughter. George, however, remained tense, his brow furrowed as he scanned the area. Indeed, there were no fighter jets in sight, only the continuous roar of their engines and the hum of turbines filling the empty sky. But strangely, the more peaceful it seemed, the more his temples throbbed, and the more uneasy he felt. In his experience, the Dragon Nation people were not the type to give up so easily. Just as he was about to scan again, a voice echoed through the channel. This is the Dragon Nation Air Force. You are about to enter Dragon Nation airspace. You are now being ordered to leave. Hearing this, George and Rao gasped in shock. Damn it. How are these Dragon Nation guys still here? Where the hell are they? Staring at the empty sky, a deep-seated fear began to creep into their hearts. And then an even more terrifying sight unfolded before their eyes. Behind Rao's fighter, the clear, bright space began to warp and distort. At the sound, Rao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he frantically scanned his surroundings, yet the sky remained eerily serene. But this very serenity now filled him with dread. Damn it, where the hell is that Dragon Country pilot? As he spoke, a frantic call crackled through the comms from his wingman George, Rao Watcher 6. Hearing this, Rao instinctively whipped his head around to look behind his fighter, and what he saw sent a chill racing up his spine. His lips trembled. Behind his jet, the once clear sky began to warp and shimmer, the very space distorting, as if something was about to tear its way through the fabric of reality. Staring at the surreal sight, Rao couldn't help but yell, "Holy crap, what the hell is that thing?" Damn it. He violently banked the fighter in evasive maneuvers, but the eerie anomaly clung to him like a shadow refusing to be shaken. He knew that once any fighter was locked onto another's tail, death was only a heartbeat away. At this distance, if that thing wanted, he could be a fireball in the sky in an instant. It was a veritable sword of Damocles hanging silently over his head, poised to strike at any moment. Gasping for air under the suffocating pressure, Rao cursed under his breath. Damn it. What is this thing? Just then George's frantic voice tore through the comms. Run, Rao, it's a Dragon Country jet. In that instant, he had witnessed right before his eyes a Dragon Country fighter materialize out of thin air in the middle of the sky. This jet was unlike any Dragon Country aircraft he had ever seen. Its fuselage was flawlessly smooth, its design uniquely aggressive, featuring distinctive canards and a sleek aerodynamic profile. It had simply emerged from the void like a phantom. Seeing the enemy's almost translucent wings, George's breath hitched, his blue pupils contracting to pinpricks as a tremor ran through his body. What kind of monster has Dragon Country created? Rao's mind went blank for a moment at his wingman's words before he stammered in disbelief. A Dragon Country jet? That's impossible. He spun around just in time to see the uniquely shaped fighter tailing him like a ghost, its missile bays now fully open. The crimson warheads glinted like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ready to fall at any second. Shit. Shit. Cold sweat beaded on Rao's forehead as he stared at the jet, his teeth chattering. A voice from the Dragon Country crackled over the open channel. This is the Dragon Country Air Force. You are about to enter our airspace. Leave immediately. Rao's face turned ashen at the warning, but he gritted his teeth and sat up straighter, glaring ahead. Leave? Not a chance. On your say-so? As aces of the world's most powerful Air Force, flying fifth-generation fighters, they carried a fierce pride. And with two of their top-tier jets against one, how could they possibly lose? Filled with bravado, Rao grabbed the comms and barked at his wingman. George, lock onto that Dragon Country jet. We're not backing down today. He took a deep breath, slammed the throttle forward, and his fighter surged into supersonic flight. Simultaneously, his fire control radar blazed to life, and the safety cover on the missile launch button snapped open. But just as he envisioned his wingman locking the target and allowing him to counterattack, a frantic cry shattered his plans. George's voice, laced with disbelief, erupted from the comms. I can't lock on. We can't lock onto this jet at all. Our radar can't even detect it. What? A chill shot from the soles of Rao's feet, engulfing him in an icy dread. He sucked in a sharp, cold breath. His temples throbbed as he glanced at his own fire control radar. There wasn't a single blip indicating the enemy fighter. Rao's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Oh my God, dear God, dear God. George was reeling from an internal earthquake as well. This encounter was unlike any previous engagement with Dragon Country aircraft. Before, they had been the ones toying with Dragon Country jets. Now the tables had turned. They were the prey being toyed with by a single enemy, outnumbered Teuton. And the most terrifying part was their complete inability to lock onto the target. They remembered the optical stealth the jet had just displayed, and now it seemed to possess an electronic stealth capability that even their fifth-generation radar couldn't pierce. A dual stealth fighter. This was Dragon Country's true fifth-generation jet, and their own fighters couldn't even get a lock on it. How were they supposed to fight this? This wasn't even a fair contest. The realization hit George like a physical blow. His entire body trembled violently, his lips turning pale and his throat going dry. Damn it, this is Dragon Country's Real fifth-generation fighter. Did command send us here to die? He grabbed his comms unit and shouted desperately into the channel. This is Lieutenant George. We are being intercepted by a Dragon Country fifth-generation fighter. Aircraft designation 81,192. I am requesting immediate return to base. In the control tower, the frantic call brought everyone to a standstill. All eyes turned to General Milius. Sir, Lieutenant George reports they're being intercepted by a Dragon Country fighter designation 81,192. He is requesting permission to abort the mission and return to base immediately. 81,192. The number struck Milius like a thunderbolt. How could they not recognize it? Wasn't that the designation for the old J-8 fighter that the Dragon Country pilots were always going on about? They had always laughed at that story. How could it suddenly be a fifth-generation fighter? But none of that mattered now. What mattered was shooting it down no matter what. He roared into the comms, "Get me George and Rao right now. Tell them they are not to retreat. I want that plane destroyed. We shot them down once, and we can damn well do it again." Just as the words left his mouth, Rao's panicked scream bled through the speakers. Shit. I'm being tailed. I've got an 81,192 on my tail. Requesting permission to return to base. Requesting immediate return. The room fell into stunned silence, everyone's eyes wide with shock. Milius' brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of horror passing through his eyes. These pilots and their aircraft were the very best they had. They were flying the most advanced fifth-generation fighters in the world, and there were two of them. Both pilots were decorated combat veterans. Rao in particular was known for his aggressive and fearless tactics, a true hotshot. And yet here he was begging to retreat. Milius swallowed hard before barking, "Get me Lieutenant Rao now. What the hell is going on over there?" His only answer was a burst of static punctuated by the pilot's terrified screams. "Oh shit. Oh God, it's a demon. A demon." The sheer unadulterated terror in the voice sent a collective shiver down the spines of everyone in the room. What in the world was happening out there? High above, a piercing howl streaked across the clouds. Both fighter jets tore through the air at supersonic extremes, the muffled whoosh like the roar of a fierce tiger, stirring the soul. As he watched the gray Longwa fighter locked onto his tail, Lao's face turned pale. Especially when he glimpsed the missile tips occasionally protruding like a butcher's blade, drawing ever closer. This sensation of impending death at any moment was suffocating. And the calm gaze of the Longwa pilot looking at him as if he were nothing but a chicken or duck, that was the true source of his terror. That gaze was the look of a hunter sizing up its prey. Once they were the hunters, now he was merely the quarry. At the thought, Lao couldn't help but burst into curses. Shit, how did things come to this? Watching the gray Longwa fighter shadow him relentlessly, Lao felt his nerves fray to the breaking point. Never before had he felt such oppression. But now the vivid crimson of the Longwa fighter blazed so brightly, like a rope silently tightening around his neck. This premonition of death was already driving him to the edge of despair. He was arrogant, but not foolish. At this moment, the Longwa fighter was like a ravenous tiger ready to pounce and end his life at any second. Facing death, no one could remain calm. Staring at the fighter behind him, Lao shouted, "Xiaoji, come help me now." As he spoke, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the canopy, and the combat screen flared crimson. "Warning, you are locked." Warning. The shrill alarm echoed in his ears. The missile on the Longwa fighter behind him was already primed for launch. In international engagements, once the fire control radar locks onto an enemy fighter or intrudes into another's airspace, the target has the legal right to open fire. Earlier, their own fire control radar had locked onto the opponent, though it failed to hold. But that was still an act of provocation. If the enemy shot him down for it, the Yingjiang would have no grounds to object. At that thought, Lao's heart turned icy, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his face a mask of terror as he spoke into the comm, "Save me, Xiaoji. Request support." Hearing his comrades cry, George's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He simply couldn't. Not only were the two fighters nearly glued together, making it impossible to aim and fire, but the enemy's stealth capabilities alone made his scalp prickle. The fire control system couldn't lock onto the opponent at all, only manual aiming was possible. Watching the two fighters tangled together, Xiaoji felt his back soaked with cold sweat. Lao's fighter was like a rabbit spotted by a tiger desperately trying to escape, but neither in speed nor size was it possible. With a pale face, Xiaoji said, "I can't provide support. You're too close." Hearing his comrade's reply, Lao's heart sank like ash. As the Longwa fighter closed in relentlessly, he gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the comm and shouted to the Longwa fighter, "We are Yingjiang fighters. We'll leave immediately, leave immediately." His only answer was a crackling zzz, and the channel fell silent. No answer was the best answer. Listening to the dead radio, Lao was overcome with sorrow, his eyes vacant with despair. Then he gritted his teeth and cursed fuck. He jerked the controls, diving straight toward international waters. The warning of being locked kept blaring overhead. At the same time, the stall warning rang out, "Warning, altitude too low, aircraft has stalled." But Lao paid no heed. He grabbed the comm and called the tower unit, 49916, request ejection. Request ejection. Then he pressed the emergency ejection button. There was no doubt. If he kept up this standoff, he would be obliterated, but ejecting and parachuting offered a slim chance of survival. With that thought, he slammed the ejection button. A loud bang sent the canopy flying, followed by a crack as the seat was violently thrust out. Boom. After a long moment, a tremendous explosion echoed across the sea, a massive fireball shooting into the sky, black smoke billowing over the water. The entire sea surface became a blazing inferno. Watching the crash fighter, for some reason, he felt a strange lightness. He quickly touched his face, only then realizing he was still alive. The feeling of breathing free air, how wonderful. Without a doubt, the chase, just now, was the most terrifying experience of his life, bar none. In just 10 minutes, he felt as if he had walked a circle before God. His back was drenched. He swore he never wanted to touch a fighter jet again. It was too dreadful. The sensation of being locked onto was suffocating. And that 81,192, from now on, if anyone dared to mock that fighter, he would break their teeth. Was this amusing? If it was so funny, let them go face the Longwa fighter alone. Thinking of the Longwa fighter, Lao looked up at the sky. He had just seen how tightly the enemy fighter clung to him, impossible to shake off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to eject to save his life. And when he dove toward the sea, his aircraft had already stalled. But the Longwa fighter followed. In such a short time and distance that Longwa fighter absolutely couldn't react in time. He looked up and scanned. A gray fighter was plunging straight toward the sea. The draft from its path made his parachute sway left and right. Through the cockpit, he could even see the steady gaze of the Longwa pilot. Then in an instant, the entire fighter hurtled toward the sea like a meteor. At such speed and proximity, if he didn't eject now, he never would. Watching the fighter dive straight into the sea while the pilot still didn't choose to eject, Lao sneered, how foolish. Without a doubt, the next outcome would be destruction and death. Just as he thought that, a tremendous roar echoed across the entire sea. Lao turned his head sharply. There on the sea surface, the belly of the longwa fighter was almost skimming the water, its tail nozzle glowing incandescent red, the exhaust flames vaporizing the seawater into a misty haze. Then with a 90-degree vertical climb, it shot straight up like a sudden burst from the earth. The fighter roared with a whirring sound like the cries of 1,000 charging troops. Hearing that sound, witnessing this seemingly impossible vertical climb and terrifying maneuverability, Lao gasped in shock. Shit, is this the longwa fighter? For a moment his mind went blank, his eyes almost dazed at the sight. Then he shuddered violently. My God, this is absolutely terrifying. Inside the Eagle Country's control tower, everyone sat in silence, straining their ears to listen to the audio transmitted from the fighter jet. Requesting support. Static. I request. The transmission was punctuated by the shrill scream of warning alarms, followed by a tremendous explosion. At the sound of the explosion, everyone present felt their hearts jolt. The radar operator spun in his chair, stood up, and said in a grave tone, "The signal from Fighter 1 is lost. The cause is unknown. We are doing our best to contact the pilot." Hearing this, Milhouse's eyes narrowed, his fingers curling into a tight fist as his knuckles turned white. The rest of the staff bowed their heads, not daring to speak. The combined implications of the lost signal and the previous audio were painfully clear. It meant Fighter 1 had crashed. Yet they had deployed their most advanced fifth-generation fighter, the Lightning II. Which country on the entire Blue Star could possibly shoot down their fifth-generation fighter in air combat, especially when 2 of their jets had been dispatched? Was it even possible to eliminate one fighter while another was watching? For a moment, everyone kept their heads down. Milhouse's face grew grim and dark. He waved his hand and shouted, "Get me the communication line to Fighter 2 immediately." Everyone snapped into action. Soon a voice crackled through the speakers. "Fighter 43279 calling the tower, calling the tower." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes. Milhouse signaled for the connection to be put through and immediately demanded, 43279, what the hell happened over there? Why did Rao's signal disappear? George took a deep breath, gazing at the fiery sea below. We were intercepted by a Dragon Country's fifth-generation fighter and engaged in a fierce clash. Rao got locked in a dogfight. Eventually he stalled and crashed into the sea while trying to escape the pursuit. However, looking at the churning sea of fire and steam, he felt an inexplicable thrill of having survived a close call and quickly added, "However, through our valiant combat we managed to shoot the enemy down. The Dragon Country's fighter has crashed." Gazing at the sea, George spoke with confidence. At that distance, there was no way that Dragon fighter could have survived. A relieved smile touched his lips. Just as he was about to request permission to return to base, a voice suddenly blared over the radio. "You are about to enter Dragon Country airspace. Leave immediately." A shiver ran down George's spine. He instinctively looked towards the sea. A low rumbling roar filled the air, and to his utter shock he saw the Dragon Country's fifth-generation fighter emerge from the flames and steam. The missiles nestled in its belly were locked onto him like hooks of death. The entire aircraft was like a grim reaper returning from the abyss, charging straight at him. At the sight of it, his mind flashed back to how Rao had been relentlessly pursued until he was forced to crash. He also recalled how their fire control radar couldn't even get a lock on the enemy jet. His body trembled involuntarily at the thought. Without a second's hesitation, he blurted out, "Shit. That Dragon fighter is still airborne. This is 43,279, requesting immediate return to base." Without waiting for a reply, he slammed the throttle and went supersonic to flee. No way. 2 against 1 had failed, so what chance did he have on Yenon? He shoved the throttle forward, but the Dragon fighter was on his tail, like a relentless tiger. Its silhouette began to fade, becoming translucent and hazy. Fuck, not again. Seeing the enemy activate its optical stealth, the last shred of George's will to fight evaporated. This wasn't a dogfight anymore, it was a slaughter. His mind was filled with only one thought: escape. The piercing alarm blared in his ears, and his breathing grew ragged. Back in the tower, everyone exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing the transmission. What's going on? What was that sound? Wasn't the enemy shot down? 43279, please respond. Respond. The only answer was the hiss of static which sounded deafening in the silent command room. 2 fifth-generation fighters, and they had both lost. One was down, the other was fleeing. Even in a 2-known engagement, this was the result. Was this the true power of the Dragon Country's fifth-generation fighter? At this thought, even Milhouse felt a chill of fear creep into his heart. If that were truly the case, the Dragon Country's development potential was terrifyingly immense. He took a few steps back and slumped into his chair. The room was dead silent. After an unknown amount of time, his assistant burst into the room, clutching a report. Seeing him, he immediately said, "General, we have a problem. The Chopsticks Chicken Defense Ministry just sent word that they've detected a Lightning II flying at high speed towards their territory. It has already entered the city limits." Entered the city. Milhouse was stunned for a moment, then slammed his hands on the console. He looked up at the screen showing the fighters' signal, watching as the Lightning II flew directly over their military base in Chopsticks Chicken. It then headed straight for the city center, its flight path erratic and chaotic, as if it were being chased by something fleeing in a panic. frowning at the tangled mess on the screen. Milhouse turned to his assistant. Is there anyone in the city right now? Sir, due to the airshow, the entire Chopsticks Chicken has a 3-day holiday. Everyone has gone to the exhibition, so the city is sparsely populated. Milhouse nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief, although he never regarded the Chopsticks Chicken people as human beings. Even a farmer would feel heartache if this many pigs died at once. Moreover, such a high death toll could have political repercussions. After all, they always preach about human rights. But since there's hardly anyone there now, so be it. It's not their people dying. At worst, they'll pay some compensation and hold a moment of silence. What else can they do? With a long sigh of relief, he asked casually, are there any famous landmarks there? Yes, there's the Chopsticks Shrine in the city center. It's directly in the fighter's path. Milhouse raised an eyebrow, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. After a long pause, he muttered under his breath, it can't be that unlucky, can it? Above Tokyo, a Lightning II fighter jet screamed across the sky, its sonic boom drawing the eyes of the people below. The Air Defense Identification Zone sprang into action, operators grabbing their communicators and shouting, you have entered our airspace. Leave immediately. George in the fleeing jet grimaced at the warning, his eyes darting to the rear. Though the pursuer was optically invisible, the trail it carved through the sky was a stark, chilling reminder. His face contorted with displeasure. He had thought leaving Chinese airspace would end the chase, but the pursuit continued, even over Japan, preventing him from slowing down to land. The missile lock warning was a constant shriek in his ears, and now the Japanese were barking orders. Even his patience wore thin. He grabbed the communicator and snarled, shut up, you Japanese pigs. He had been humiliated by China, but what right did these Japanese have to claim airspace over him? The Japanese defense minister's face twisted in fury at the insult. Yet he dared not voice his anger, staring at the fleeing Lightning II on the screen. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Wasn't this American jet supposed to be on a mission over China today? Why was it back so soon and alone in such a panicked state? What could have happened? A cold dread washed over him. Could the Chinese jets truly be that terrifying? He murmured, startled by his own thought. He took a deep breath, watching the jet flee toward the city center, his expression grim. He immediately ordered, dispatch units to evacuate the city center immediately. In the heart of Tokyo, a crowd of demonstrators beat drums and gongs, red headbands with slogans tied around their heads. Celebrating the arrival of American jets, they chanted, waving banners. We are inseparable allies with America. China's 5th-generation jets are nothing to fear. America will protect us. China's jets are untested, just for show. The Lightning II will shield us forever. With it here, China wouldn't dare. Among them, a few youths with outlandish dyed hair piercings and rings were live streaming. One gesticulating wildly rapped into the camera, hey viewers. This is Sakura Boy Shimada Kotaro. Today we talk about the American Lightning II. It's got great stealth speed, and it outclasses China's 4th-gen jets. He flashed a peace sign at the lens, flipping his hair. Folks, I believe China's so-called 5th-gen is just a 4.5-gen. It's no match for our Lightning II. The chat erupted with agreement. Yeah, it's just a 4.5-gen. It's never seen real combat, just a showpiece. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky, and a massive dark shape swooped overhead like a giant bird of prey. The crowd below erupted in cheers, waving their banners. Welcome back, hero. Long live America. Shimada Kotaro shouted excitedly into his camera. See, what did I tell you? America's jets are the best. Look at that maneuverability. It completely surpasses China's. Can their jets do that? He waved his hands wildly at the sky. George, however, had no time for the crowd below. Glancing at them, he muttered, what a bunch of pigs. He shoved the throttle forward, the deafening boom shattering the glass of nearby high-rises. Shards rained down, but he didn't care. It wasn't his country being harmed. Anything to get away. He checked his rear again. The Chinese jet was still on his tail, its stealth making it invisible, yet its presence was announced by the relentless warning chime in his cockpit, a death knell that frayed his nerves. Now he understood why Rao had chosen to eject. It was terrifying. They say the greatest fear is fear of the unknown. This Chinese jet epitomized that, locking its fire control radar on him just when he thought it had gone. The alarms would blare, driving him to despair. The fact that he couldn't even see his pursuer made it worse. It was like being hunted by an invisible reaper. Invisible, but certain death if he stopped. FCK. George roared. As an American 5th-gen pilot, they were used to being the hunters, not the hunted. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? But thinking of Rao's fate and the defiant look in the Chinese pilot's eyes, George shuddered. SHDM, never taking a mission like this again. It's like playing with my life. He glanced at his fuel gauge and spotted a large shrine below. Gritting his teeth, he called over the comms, 43279, requesting emergency landing. Without waiting for a reply, he shoved the controls, sending the jet into a steep dive. Inside the shrine's ceremonial hall, a group clad in white robes and masks were performing a ritual, chanting amidst the burning incense. Before the ancestral tablets sat rows of urns. A man in mourning attire addressed the crowd, his voice thick with emotion. My ancestor Shimada-san was a hero. His ashes reside here, containing his noble spirit. Honestly, I am moved to tears whenever I think of him. All I can do now is gaze upon his ashes and remember, heroes like him are the true idols for us Japanese today. He was a true Showa warrior. He straightened his back, displaying a chest full of medals awarded by the emperor. The crowd applauded warmly. Old sir, do not grieve so. We have America now. China is no match for us. That's right. Even if China is strong, they wouldn't dare attack our islands. You can count on America. As they spoke, a deafening crash reverberated through the ground, followed by the sickening groan of twisting metal. A screeching, grinding noise pierced their eardrums like a banshee's wail. Before anyone could react, the nose of an American fighter jet smashed through the wall, plowing directly into the ceremonial altar and scattering the ancestral urns. Urns shattered in a cacophony of breaking clay, their contents, white ashes, spewing across the floor like discarded trash, only to be soaked and clumped into a grotesque mess by leaking jet fuel. The stunned crowd watched in horror. Then a wail erupted from the old man as he collapsed to his knees. My father, Grandpa, where are his ashes? Where are our ashes? That was our real family ashes. They're gone for good now. Save Shimada-san. Who was it that said we could trust America? Baka. The shrine was filled with the sound of grief and despair. Above the city, piercing alarm sirens blared incessantly as every air raid warning in the metropolis was triggered. On the ground, countless red fire trucks raced through the streets, their red and blue flashing lights washing the entire district in a sea of crimson and azure. Eagle brand armored vehicles rumbled along the roadside. Shimada Kotaro crouched beneath and Eve watched the scene unfold before him, his body trembling slightly and his mind a complete blank. Is this the end of the world, he thought. He was not alone in this thought. All of Tokyo shared it. Moments ago, they had witnessed fighter jets streak across the city, followed by a colossal explosion. Then all of Tokyo transformed in an instant. What was happening? Could it be an alien invasion? Some office workers, only now daring to crawl out from under their desks, stared at the shattered glass of their office towers and involuntarily swallowed hard. They peered around cautiously before one finally spoke. Everyone, was that a Lightning II just now? Why would a Lightning II appear over the city and crash in the downtown area? Isn't it touted as the world's most formidable fighter jet? Bakayaro, staring at the devastated city before him, the salaryman finally broke down. The creed he had always upheld crumbled to dust. He collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Many bystanders looked on in utter disbelief. Those who had been marching in the parade below were ashen-faced, exchanging helpless glances, utterly at a loss. The so-called fifth-generation fighters were now nothing more than baked sweet potatoes, inferior to even a grounded aircraft. Shimada Kotaro also gazed bleakly at the unfolding catastrophe. The fifth-generation jets that were perfectly fine moments ago, how could they be gone? This wasn't how he had envisioned it. He had planned to join the defense force, but watching the Eagle's fifth-gen fighter plummet to the ground made that ambition seem increasingly illusory. As he stood there stunned, a familiar voice called out from the street, Shimada, bad news. Your ancestors' ashes have been scattered. At these words, everyone present turned to look at Shimada Kotaro with strange expressions. Shimada was utterly bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. His family were descendants of heroes. Their ancestral ashes had been granted by the Emperor of Japan the honor of enshrinement in the shrine. How could they possibly be scattered? He was about to retort when the messenger continued, Shimada-san, your family's ashes have been scattered and the shrine has been burned down. The fifth-gen fighter crashed right in the city center. Hearing this, Shimada's mind exploded with a resounding buzz. He had always taken pride in being a descendant of heroes, but now the Eagle's warplane had literally incinerated his ancestors' remains. For a moment he was speechless, his teeth clenched so hard his face turned crimson. Finally he roared in fury, Bakayaro. He immediately rushed towards the shrine. Along the way he saw other descendants of heroes running frantically in the same direction. When he arrived, the once holy shrine was nothing but rubble, with only a few charred wooden pillars still standing, smoke billowing from the wreckage. A half-shattered urn rolled on the ground below. The area once reserved for ancestral ashes was now occupied by the wreckage of an Eagle 5th-gen fighter, its bulk crushing the shrine. Despite firefighting efforts, the flames continued to spread. Shimada Kotaro was utterly shattered. Bakayaro, damn you, Eagle. This is your 5th-generation fighter. Where's the global superiority you promised? Where's the exceptional performance? Is this your idea of excellence? He lunged forward, but the Eagle soldiers on guard immediately blocked his path. They sternly declared, this is now a military exclusion zone. Leave immediately. We are securing the crash site. One soldier shoved him back. Heavy demolition equipment was already being positioned nearby. Clearly, once the flames were extinguished, these machines would begin operations amid the ruins. The spectators watching Shimada's livestream, upon hearing the Eagle soldiers' words, were all dumbfounded. Dancing on a grave? This is literally dancing on a grave. Who the hell cordons off someone's ancestral shrine for an investigation? Bakayaro, this is an insult to the Yamato nation. How did this disaster even happen? Weren't the Eagle's 5th-gen fighters supposed to be invincible? How could one crash in the city center? What in the world is going on? The mysterious power of the East. This must be the mysterious power of the East. Across the entire island, cries of anguish echoed. Meanwhile, at the Eagle military base stationed on the island, Milhouse stood on the control tower, his face ashen, listening to his subordinate's report. Sir, Aircraft 2 has crashed in downtown Tokyo. All intelligence data on the Dragon Kingdom collected by the aircraft has been destroyed and is unrecoverable. Pilot George survived miraculously and is now in our custody. He is requesting psychological counseling and a transfer to a different department, stating he will no longer serve as a pilot. Pilot Rao has been confirmed captured by the Dragon Kingdom. Details are pending negotiation. Listening to the report, Milhouse clutched his forehead in anguish. A mere provocation mission had resulted in the loss of 2 Lightning II fighters and 2 elite ace pilots. Training an ordinary pilot was no small feat, let alone 2 aces. Even more terrifying was the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-gen fighter. Previous provocations had been met with nothing but reconnaissance aircraft. Now they had deployed their 5th-gen fighters, and the result was a total wipeout, apparently against 2 of ours. The outcome was absolutely horrifying. He growled through gritted teeth. Have we still not located that Dragon Kingdom 5th-gen fighter? The subordinate shook his head. According to Lieutenant George's description, the 5th-gen fighter that pursued them possesses dual stealth capabilities. We have consulted with the islanders, and they have pledged their full cooperation. The subordinate then glanced furtively at Milhouse, his eyes wavering. Out with it. Milhouse didn't even look up, pressing his fingers against his temples. A dual stealth fighter holding its own against 2 opponents. He had assumed the Dragon Kingdom's jets were just for show. He never expected them to be this ferocious. They hadn't even scratched the surface of dual stealth technology, yet the Dragon Kingdom had already mastered it completely. This meant in any future confrontation they would stand no chance against the Dragon Kingdom. Even the first-line Eagle military bases might need to consider retreating. Otherwise they risked being bombed. He sighed heavily, then turned his gaze to his subordinate. The man abruptly shoved a stack of documents towards him, lowering his head as he said, "General, this is a compensation contract from the islanders. And this is a petition from the local populace demanding our withdrawal." Hearing this, Joseph slammed his fist onto the table, producing a thunderous bang. His face was a mask of fury. He then looked up, his expression savage, at the Lightning IIs circling the island in a desperate search for the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-gen fighter, and snarled, "The Dragon Kingdom." In the office of the Ingjiang president, a colossal star-spangled banner adorned the wall, its pristine surface gleaming without a speck of dust. Joseph sat upright in a nearby leather chair, propping his head with one hand, while holding the receiver with the other, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Rest assured, Lin Tian, soon the news of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter being shot down will reach my office. The core of a 5th-generation fighter is not maneuverability, but stealth. That Dragon Kingdom aircraft is at best on par with the so-called 5th-generation fighters of the Maoxiong family. It's merely a 4th-generation modification. As long as it dares to engage in combat, it will surely meet its doom." Speaking of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter, Joseph couldn't help but smile. Although its maneuverability was formidable, 5th-generation fighters were not about maneuverability, they were about stealth. A stealth fighter facing a non-stealth or semi-stealth opponent was inherently superior. Moreover, he had authorized Milhouse to deploy 2 5th-generation fighters. 1 Lightning II alone would leave the Dragon Kingdom helpless, let alone 2. And what did the Dragon Kingdom have? Only a single so-called 5th-generation fighter that had just been successfully developed and test-flown. No one knew its specific performance. Even if they had developed stealth coding, it was 2 against 1. The advantage remained ours. Joseph's lips still held a hint of a smile. On the other end of the line, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. "This strike will surely crush the Dragon Kingdom's ambitions for development. Let the world understand that the Dragon Kingdom is nothing more than this." At these words, both men broke into triumphant grins. Just then, hurried footsteps burst into the room. "President Joseph, General Milhouse's combat report has arrived." Joseph raised an eyebrow, shook his head with amusement, and chuckled. What a coincidence. A report of victory so soon. Read it aloud. The assistant glanced at the receiver and whispered, "Mr. President, is this appropriate?" "What's inappropriate? I told you to read, so read. 2 against 1. How could we lose? I want to see what kind of storm this Dragon Kingdom fighter can stir up." With that, Joseph put down the receiver, deliberately angling it toward the one reading the report, then pulled out a hearing aid from the drawer and silently put it on. After all, he was getting on in years. He folded his hands on the desk, began. Seeing this stance, the assistant swallowed hard, glanced at the report in his hands, took a deep breath, and slowly began. In this operation, both Lightning II fighters were completely destroyed. Both ace pilots. One captured, the other forced to land in Tokyo. Based on intercepted communications, the pilot's morale has completely collapsed. Psychological experts deem both unfit for future flight duties. Upon hearing this outcome, Joseph's eyes widened in shock. He tore off his hearing aid, clenching it tightly in his hand. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed crimson. On the other end of the line, Lin Tian stood frozen in disbelief, as if unable to process what he had just heard. 2 5th-generation fighters, 2 ace pilots, all gone. One of them captured. All at the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter. Lin Tian drew a sharp breath, his hand holding the microphone trembling. Joseph, now seething with rage, his face burning red, lifted his head and glared fiercely at the assistant. What about the Dragon Kingdom fighter? Was it shot down? Hearing the almost predatory tone in Joseph's voice, the assistant pursed his lips. No. According to Pilot George of the second fighter, the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter likely activated optical stealth and escaped. But our remaining Lightning II fighters have been fully deployed, encircling the skies over Tokyo. I believe we will soon uncover the truth as long as we. Before he could finish, Joseph slammed his hearing aid onto the desk with a loud crack, springing to his feet from the chair. The phone cord dangled, the receiver hanging midair. Joseph's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Get to it immediately. Search every inch of Tokyo if you have to, but find that Dragon Kingdom fighter. Damn it. What a bunch of incompetence." After shouting, he suddenly remembered the receiver was still off the hook. He reached for it only to find silence on the line. Just a series of disconnected buzzing sounds. Hearing that, Joseph grimaced, baring his teeth, and pressed his fingers against the bridge of his nose. Finally, he slammed his fist onto the desk with a heavy thud. Damn it. Inside the Prime Minister's residence, Lin Tian stared incredulously at the disconnected presidential phone on the table, turning his body mechanically. Even now he could not believe what he had just heard. 2 5th-generation fighters annihilated. And the Dragon Kingdom's 5th-generation fighter might still be over Tokyo with optical stealth activated. At this thought, Lin Tian glanced at the high sky outside the window and shuddered. Then he immediately shouted, "Notify the defense forces. Place the entire city on high alert. Seal off all land, sea, and airports. Deploy all remaining warships and fighters. Once the Dragon Kingdom fighter is spotted, stop it at all costs." If the footage of the Lightning II being shot down was leaked, it would be a disaster not only for the Yangjiang, but also for them. The confidence built over decades would likely collapse overnight. A single Dragon Kingdom 5th-generation fighter successively destroying 2 Lightning IIs. This blow to the nation's morale would be devastating. The mere thought of the Dragon Kingdom possessing such powerful weaponry sent a pallor across Tingshan's face. Also, I will be working from the bunker for the next few days, until you find that Dragon Kingdom fighter. Hearing the Prime Minister's words, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. What was wrong with the Prime Minister? Was this really necessary? But when they saw the news of the Yangjiang 5th-generation fighter crashing in downtown Tokyo, they all gasped. Was this fighter not shot down by itself? Was it shot down by the Dragon Kingdom fighter? And right under their noses, the Yangjiang's 5th-generation fighter was eliminated. Even their air defense radar hadn't sounded a single alarm. At these thoughts, everyone swallowed hard and immediately said, "Hurry and notify the Defense Department. Order all fighters to take off and patrol. Activate all air defense radars. Don't let even a fly escape." As for the reason, looking at the crimson sky before them, everyone took a deep breath and said, "Just say the Red Dragon has arrived." At the Dragon Country Air Show, the sky had grown dim, and the rosy clouds painted the entire sky red. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the runway, dragging a long, dark shadow. 8 hours had passed since the fighter jet departed, and there was still no news. Many foreigners at the air show shook their heads and turned away. Watching this, Dennis couldn't help but swallow hard. He then turned to look at the Dragon Country military enthusiasts who were still raising their heads, their eyes full of anticipation fixed on the sky, not a single person leaving. How do you think that Dragon Country fighter jet can come back? Staring at the vast empty sky before him, Dennis took a deep breath, his brow furrowing. Hearing this, Kyle did not respond, only sighed. Silence was the best answer. That Dragon Country fighter jet was probably not coming back. The foreign netizens in the video call watching the scene silently shook their heads. "Gentlemen, I don't think we need to wait any longer. That Dragon Country fighter jet is likely lost." "I agree. It's been so long, it's probably already at the bottom of the sea. Although I deeply respect Dragon Country soldiers, I also feel it's unlikely to return this time, given that 2 Lightning IIs were dispatched. Indeed, no matter how much the Lightning II is criticized, it is still a milestone among 5th-generation fighters. Even the Maoxiong cannot deny that. Although Dragon Country has developed a 5th-generation fighter, they ultimately lack experience. Facing the Lightning II, it's a narrow escape from death." At that moment, not only Dennis and the other military enthusiasts thought so, but also the leaders from various countries in the VIP stands gazing at the gloomy sky. Their brows were all tightly furrowed. The John Bull president and the Gallic Rooster president looked at the sky and shook their heads. Dragon Country is still too inexperienced. To attempt to confront 2 Lightning IIs with a first-developed experimental aircraft is truly naive. Indeed, it seems I have overestimated Dragon Country. Their 5th-generation fighter is not as terrifying as we imagined. Saying this, they glanced at their watches, furrowed their brows, and then stood up to leave. After all, the Dragon Country fighter was definitely not coming back. Waiting any longer was a waste of time. The Maoxiong president also sighed and stood up to leave. Dragon Country has been truly unwise attempting to match 2 Lightning IIs with an experimental aircraft. It seems this air show will still be our moment in the spotlight. He shook his head as he spoke. Just as the Maoxiong president was about to leave, an assistant behind him raised a tablet, stepped forward, leaned in, and whispered, "Mr. President, the latest KGB intelligence. Tremendous changes have occurred on the Jaipinji Islands seemingly related to the Dragon Country fighter jet. Dragon Country fighter jet. The Maoxiong president instinctively looked back at the Dragon Country sky, then took the intelligence tablet and examined the information. As soon as he opened it, a shocking piece of news appeared. A Yingjiang Lightning II fighter jet crashed into the center of Jaipinji City at 4:00 p.m. The aircraft was severely damaged. The pilot was rescued in a dazed state, muttering about saving his comrades. He also said the Dragon Country fighter jet was too terrifying. Another report followed on international waters. Another Lightning II fighter jet was detected crashing into the sea. The pilot ejected and was rescued, now under Dragon Country control. The wreckage had sunk to the seabed. Reading these two intelligence reports, President Pu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Did the Dragon Country 5th-generation fighter do all this? Having come from the KGB himself, he naturally understood how difficult it was to shoot down a Lightning II and knew the terrifying combat capability of 5th-generation fighters. Their own Su-57 was developed precisely to counter Yingjiang's 5th-generation fighters, though they never admitted it openly. But the Yingjiang Lightning II far surpassed them in many aspects, especially stealth. The gap between the two was not ordinary. In a real battle, their Su-57 would definitely not gain much advantage. Yet now the combat report showed that both Lightning IIs dispatched had been completely destroyed. Although there was no direct evidence linking it to the Dragon Country 5th-generation fighter, did it need proof? Could it be that the pilots of both Lightning IIs had drunk too much vodka and decided to test the aircraft's displacement? Staring at the sky, President Pu swallowed hard. What a terrifying nation. What a terrifying fighter. Without a doubt, 1-2, and the opponent being the world's most advanced Lightning II, the outcome was the enemy's total annihilation. This achievement was unparalleled even in the entire history of Blue Planet's fighter aviation. The performance of this Dragon Country fighter jet is probably #1 in the world. Reluctant as he was to admit that Maoxiong's fighters were inferior, it was the truth. He then continued reading the subsequent reports, which were all about the catastrophic situation in the Jaipinji capital. The crash has already caused hundreds of casualties. The Jaipinji shrine has been completely destroyed. The ancestral ashes inside were all burned, scattered everywhere, and some were even eaten by domestic dogs. The glorious descendant of the Jaipinji Emperor Dao Tian Yichuan, upon learning that his ancestral shrine had been burned, suffered an acute cerebral thrombosis. He is now undergoing emergency treatment. Then came the Jaipinji reports on the crash and Yingjiang's handling. The entire Tokyo has been placed under military control. Countless Lightning II fighter jets maintain 24-hour patrols. Search dogs are conducting ground reconnaissance. Yingjiang special forces have been deployed and naval vessels have blockaded the sea. Reading these reports, President Pu couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long pause, he said, "Magnificent Dragon Country warriors." He then slowly returned to his seat and stared intently at the sky. An outstanding soldier deserved his waiting. This strike was not only a powerful retort from Dragon Country to Yingjiang, but also a release of pent-up anger for their Maoxiong. Yingjiang's provocations had become increasingly frequent, and war was on the brink. If not for the lack of strength, he would have marched all the way to the Black House. Gazing at the sky before him, President Pu furrowed his brow. With such tight encirclement, even a Yingjiang Lightning II could not escape unscathed. Could the Dragon Country fighter still create a miracle? At that moment, not only President Pu had received the intelligence on the VIP stands, leaders kept getting up and then sitting back down. Everyone held a copy of the intelligence in their hands. The leaders of Middle Eastern countries looked at the sky with hopeful eyes. Meanwhile, the Western leaders, the John Bull president and the Gallic Rooster president, stared at the intelligence handed over by their agents. They were all secretly stunned. Fighting one against a nation, successively shooting down 2 Lightning IIs. No one could achieve that alone. And now, facing the joint blockade of the entire Jaipinji and Yingjiang, could this Dragon Country fighter jet return? If it did return, the performance of this fighter jet would be too terrifying. For a moment, the John Bull president and the Gallic Rooster president obediently sat down to wait. In the military enthusiast stands below, the crowd's hopes were gradually dwindling. Some foreign reporters, microphones in hand, gazed at the sky and remarked with furrowed brows, "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears the Dragon Nation's fighter jets are not coming back." Admittedly, this airshow has showcased the Dragon Nation's recent technological advancements, but in fighter jet development, there remains a considerable gap between us and them. It's been 8 hours since the Dragon Nation's jets vanished, and we still have no information. This is truly regrettable. The reporter shrugged, pursed his lips, and wore an expression of having expected this all along. Nearby, Gao Jie's fists clenched slightly upon hearing the foreign reporter's broadcast. Wasn't he just implying to the audience that the Dragon Nation's jets were gone for good? Weak nations have no diplomacy, no voice. They had learned this lesson long ago. The Madeira collision and the cargo ship interception. One was blamed on the Dragon Nation's reckless piloting, the other on their cargo ship, transporting dangerous goods. These people slapped on accusations without waiting for the facts. This Western arrogance stung their nerves. The Dragon Nation, once bullied and humiliated, now possessed its own 5th-generation fighters. Must it still endure such treatment? As they watched the sky darken before them, Gao Jie and the others felt a flicker of uncertainty. Just then a foreign reporter suddenly turned to speak with a producer, then exclaimed in shock, "What?" Both Lightning IIs crashed. He quickly cleared his throat, straightened his attire, and spoke to the camera. "We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. Wreckage of a Lightning II fighter jet has been found in the Dragon Nation's eastern waters. The cause of the crash is still under investigation." Meanwhile, a female foreign reporter in red announced, "According to our latest reports, a massive explosion occurred over Tokyo this afternoon. The land of the Rising Sun Shrine has been bombed. Reports indicate the downed aircraft is the Eagle Nation's fifth-generation Lightning II fighter." A flurry of reports followed. The Land of the Rising Sun claims the crash was due to pilot error during a joint exercise. So far, only Lieutenant George has been identified as the pilot. The Land of the Rising Sun has placed the entire island on high alert. Some speculate this was the work of the Dragon Nation's jets. No one knows for sure, but the Dragon Nation's jets have been missing for 8 hours. Folks, the Dragon Nation's jets have been missing for 8 hours. Throughout the airshow, the media constantly chattered about the Dragon Nation, Lightning II crashes, island lockdowns, and more. Gao Jie took a deep breath and reached for his phone. He saw discussions already erupting in the group chat. "Did you guys see the reports? Check out the videos posted by the Land of the Rising Sun online. That jet looks like a Lightning II, right? Sure is the one recently deployed by the Eagle Nation. The fire was so intense, not even a decent piece of wood survived. Even the ashes were fed to the dogs. That's nothing. Check out the reports from our southern waters. A fisherman posted a video of a jet crashing into the sea. The explosion was heard by all the local fishermen, and they even rescued a foreign pilot. As soon as he was on land, he kept saying he was grateful the Dragon Nation spared his life. I've got a video right here." Gao Jie hastily tapped on the video sent to him. It showed a foreign pilot with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a stubbled chin being pulled from the sea. He was drenched and shivering uncontrollably, babbling incoherently to the fishermen, though his gratitude was discernible. Watching this video and recalling the reporter's earlier broadcasts, it dawned on him. The Eagle Nation had lost 2 Lightning IIs in a single day. These were the world's most advanced fighters, exorbitantly priced and produced in limited numbers. Even a superpower like the Eagle Nation with its vast resources only manufactured around 150 per year, and that was under optimal production conditions. These jets were the pride of the Eagle Nation, and losing 2 at once would sting even them, especially given the timing of these crashes. Gao Jie shivered as he looked at the still empty runway, his expression turning to excitement. The other Dragon Nation attendees seemed to grasp the implication, their eyes burning with fervor as they looked skyward. One could believe a single crash due to pilot error, but 2. And in such locations. One in the Dragon Nation's eastern waters, the other over Tokyo. It seemed the enemy was fleeing in panic, but had their jets truly pursued them all the way to Tokyo? The thought made the air grow heavy with tension. 1 against 2, and flying solo into the enemy's capital. Is this really our jet? We finally stood up. The Eagle Nation has 5th-gen fighters, and so do we. And ours are better. Taking on 2 and winning. What other nation could do that? We used to chase from behind, but now we can finally compete in the skies. Hearing these reports, the Dragon Nation military enthusiasts felt a surge of excitement. In the 8 hours since their jets had taken off, no one knew what had transpired, nor whether they could win. But now, seeing these reports, they understood. The Dragon Nation's fear of the skies was a thing of the past. Still, the Land of the Rising Sun's island-wide lockdown was concerning. If their jets had truly pursued to Tokyo, the lockdown would be so tight that even a fully stealth Lightning II might not escape. If that were the case, they'd likely be branded as cowards by the Western media again. Gao Jie and the others stared intently at the sky. Meanwhile, Dennis and his associates, looking at the reports, drew in sharp breaths. They knew exactly which jets had crashed. Every 5th-generation fighter has a serial number, and matching the wreckage's number with those in earlier photos, Dennis took a deep breath, swallowed hard, and stared in utter disbelief. Could this really be the work of the Dragon Nation's jets? None of his video call participants dared to answer. A single jet taking on 2 of the world's most advanced Lightning IIs, forcing one into the sea and another to crash. Who could believe that? Yet as they watched the Dragon Nation's 5th-gen jet remain missing, their hearts trembled. Then, seeing the Land of the Rising Sun impose wartime controls and its jets scrambling frantically, they all sighed. If that Dragon Nation jet makes it back, it'll be making history. And it will be a glorious chapter in the annals of aerial warfare. The sky had grown increasingly dark, and when the last trace of afterglow vanished beyond the horizon, utter darkness enveloped everything. A heavy silence fell over the crowd, as if that final glimmer of light had carried away their last shred of hope. Let's go, Dennis. I doubt the Dragon Nation's fighter jet is coming back. Exactly. Haven't you seen the videos those island chickens posted online? The entire sea is completely locked down, with warships running radar sweeps nonstop. And fighter jets on constant patrol. Not even a mosquito could fly out of there, let alone an aircraft. Besides, after 2 major battles, it's anyone's guess whether that jet can even still fly. Gazing at the pitch-black scene before them, everyone on the screens let out a sigh. No matter how formidable the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighter was, it was inconceivable that it could defeat 2 Lightning Twos and still escape the Island Chicken's territory unscathed. Even a Lightning Two couldn't accomplish such a feat. A more likely scenario was that after defeating its opponents, the Dragon Nation's jet was severely damaged and had possibly crashed into the sea. In any case, returning safely seemed utterly impossible. After all, its adversaries were 2 5th-generation fighters from the Eagle Nation. Dennis understood this all too well. Although he had once looked down on these Dragon Nation people standing here, now feeling the passion of the Dragon Nation military enthusiasts and witnessing the pilot's spirit of daring the impossible, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe for this nation. Watching the Dragon Nation people silently praying in the darkness, Dennis couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this time that Dragon Nation fighter truly isn't coming back. All the Dragon Nation people present stood in hushed silence, each one knowing deep down that the fighter was likely lost for good. With such a tight blockade by the Island Chickens, and after having endured 2 intense aerial battles earlier, could it be that this time will end like the last? Like our fallen heroes? Staring at the gloomy sky, Gao Jia couldn't help but furrow his brows. Everyone present shared the same thought. Though they wished to refute it, they found it impossible. To have fought in such high-intensity combat, and then break through the joint blockade of the Eagle Nation and the Island Chickens, was beyond the capability of any ordinary 5th-generation fighter. Moreover, could one really defeat 2 Lightning Twos without paying a price? Did they think Lightning Twos were mere chickens or ducks? Gao Jia sighed deeply. On the viewing platform, President Pu stood with his arms crossed, his expression grim. Without a doubt, if that fighter returns, it would be the undisputed #1 among all aircraft on Blue Star. Although based on its current performance it already is. However, he cast a glance at the eager Western media outlets, but remained silent. He knew their nature all too well. Unless the truth was shoved right in their faces, they would refuse to acknowledge another's superiority. But this time it seemed they might actually get their way. As long as the Dragon Nation fighter didn't appear, they would have countless excuses to slander and spread rumors. The president fixed his gaze on the lifeless night sky and let out a soft sigh. Inside the temporary command center, all electronic instruments were fully deployed, with the steady hum of machinery filling the room. Every staff member wore detection headphones, repeatedly scanning for signals from the Dragon Nation's 5th-generation fighter. Amplify the satellite radar signals to maximum. Scour the sea with everything we've got to find that 5th-gen fighter. This aircraft was no longer just a fighter. It symbolized the future hope of the Dragon Nation's aviation. In the past, the Dragon Nation's fighters were so feeble and pitiful, humiliated in the skies, leading to a crash and the sacrifice of a hero. Were they to suffer such indignities again, even after becoming strong? Long Zhangwo slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Spare no expense. Even if we have to search inch by inch, find our fighter on that sea." Upon hearing this, the staff fell silent. The fighter had maintained radio silence since entering the Island Chicken's territory, leaving them unable to pinpoint its location. All they could do was endlessly scan the ocean surface. This was the Dragon Nation's first 5th-generation fighter, carrying immense significance. Moreover, the data from its confrontation with the entire Blue Star's 5th-gen fleet was invaluable. Even if it crashed within the Dragon Nation's own borders, it would be a monumental boon for its scientific research and national defense. Furthermore, its significance ran even deeper, as evidenced by the mission's codename and the aircraft's designation. It represented the entire Dragon Nation Air Force. Ji Hanfei stared at the runway. As the Air Force commander, he fully understood the implications of the Island Chicken's massive blockade. Despite their dual stealth capabilities, who could truly guarantee they wouldn't be detected? With so many detection radars and Lightning II patrols, no one knew if the fighter could break through the encirclement. Inside the command center, operators continued their relentless search for the aircraft. Report: no fighter signal detected in International Zone 3. No fighter signal detected in Reef Zone 1. No trace of the fighter's passage in the inland sea area. Hearing these reports, Long Zhangwo's heart sank to the depths. Though he had anticipated this outcome, it was still hard to accept. Both times they had lost aircraft due to the Eagle Nation. He clenched his fists tightly. Would the Dragon Nation's future progress always be paid for in blood? Ji Hanfei also let out a soft sigh. Just as they were about to announce the conclusion, a sudden burst of static crackled from the detection equipment. Startled, everyone in the room froze. Then a voice echoed clearly through the command center. "This is 81,192. Mission accomplished. Requesting permission to return to base." Upon hearing this, their minds went blank. Even Long Zhangwo stared ahead in utter disbelief. It had defeated 2 Lightning Twos and escaped the joint blockade of the Island Chickens and the Eagle Nation. This was their Dragon Nation's fighter, and it would be the Dragon Nation's ultimate shield for the future. They had long endured the humiliation of Eagle Nation fighters, with the Dragon Nation Air Force always being synonymous with backwardness. But from now on, wherever the Eagle Nation's 5th-gen fighters could go, they could go too. And where they couldn't, they would still go. And how much time had it taken? Hearing the voice over the comms, Long Zhangwo straightened his back and said with deliberate emphasis, "Permission granted. Return to base." Beside him, Ji Hanfei clenched his fists, his eyes welling with emotion. The old Dragon Nation Air Force would become history. From this day forward, it would be the world's finest. Looking at the military enthusiasts waiting expectantly at the airshow, Ji Hanfei and the other soldiers stood tall with pride. A new Dragon Nation was being born. The sky remained profoundly silent, offering not a glimmer of hope. The frigid night wind brushed against the hearts of all present, and a thin mist began to rise further, veiling the dim night sky. Gao Jie unconsciously pulled his collar tighter, seeking a semblance of warmth. 10 hours had passed since the disappearance of the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jet, yet the sky echoed with nothing but the howling gale stirring a faint haze. Nearby foreign journalists huddled together, murmuring in hushed tones, "Is everyone prepared? I bet that Dragon Kingdom jet is never coming back this time. It fled at the first opportunity during its maiden flight, abandoning its people. This is the Dragon Kingdom's fighter." A reporter from the Eagle Post sneered with evident satisfaction. "This story is bound to trend. Yeah, but I doubt it'll be as shocking as mine. If that Dragon Kingdom jet limps back riddled with holes, it'll capture their moment of weakness. Their latest fifth-generation fighter is nothing but scrap metal, a battered wreck." The speaker was a journalist from the French Star Agency whose outlet frequently published negative stories about the Dragon Kingdom. Tales of disregarded human rights, restricted freedoms, and forced daily nucleic acid tests, which they framed as assaults on the throat. They would also provoke Dragon Kingdom police film the officers' forceful eviction and caption it as proof of their brutality toward foreigners. The Dragon Kingdom people are truly barbaric, uncivilized savages. "We must bring freedom to this land," they would write. These were their handiworks. Upon hearing this, the assembled foreign journalists exchanged knowing smiles and gave thumbs up. "Indeed, you are the professionals." Laughter erupted among them, and soon cameras were set up with some journalists broadcasting live. "Dear viewers, we are at the Dragon Kingdom Airshow. As you can see, we've waited a long time and the Dragon Kingdom fighter has yet to appear. I'm beginning to wonder if they're simply afraid or if their aircraft quality is truly flawed. Clearly this fifth-generation jet isn't as formidable as they'd have us believe. Furthermore, this airshow reveals that their much-doubted military-civilian unity is a joke. Their fighter has abandoned its people." The camera swung toward the sky, capturing the countless Dragon Kingdom citizens crouched below, waiting in vain. This shot was deliberately framed for maximum effect. The vast empty sky held no aircraft, while below the forsaken military enthusiasts crouched in silence. This would be damning evidence against them. Across the ocean, unsuspecting Eagle Country netizens watching the live broadcast on TV shook their heads in pity. Such poor souls. Looks like their previous videos were all hype. Fifth-generation fighters, military-civilian unity, nothing but rumors. I bet their jet had a mechanical failure and crashed midway. Military-civilian unity. As if, last time I was pinned down and couldn't breathe, did the police care? Amidst the chatter, the live feed suddenly shifted. A glimmer of light appeared in the pitch-black night sky, moving at tremendous speed. As it drew closer, the silhouette of a fighter jet emerged. What is that? Foreign viewers watching the broadcast were stunned at the sight. Then the Dragon Kingdom military enthusiasts who had been staring at the ground rose to their feet, one by one, lifting their heads at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky. Above the fighter soared, below the people stood waiting. The scene left every viewer in awe. What's going on? Weren't they abandoned? Why do their eyes burn with such intensity? Damn it, they weren't abandoned. They're waiting for their fighter to return. An entire airshow crowd waiting for their fighter. This is more epic than any movie. At the scene, even the reporting journalists stood dumbfounded, listening to the roar of the jet and watching the once crouched enthusiasts rise. My God, what's happening? The Dragon Kingdom fighter has returned. The journalists snapped back to reality and frantically signaled the cameraman, but it was too late. The moment had already been captured. His face turned ashen. Broadcasting this would surely cost him his job. Muttering a curse under his breath, he spat FK. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom military enthusiasts at the scene stared in disbelief at the returning fighter. They watched intently until the pilot's voice crackled through the tower's loudspeakers, 81,192, requesting permission to return. At that sound, every enthusiast shot to their feet, eyes gleaming as they fixed their gaze on the sky. Some elderly veterans who had accompanied them stood frozen, as if unable to process what they had just heard. 81192. A thorn embedded in the hearts of Dragon Kingdom military fans. Then tears welled up. It's back, our fighter has returned. The enthusiasts erupted in cheers, welcome home. Others, too overwhelmed to speak, could only open their mouths and shout at the top of their lungs, "Hurrah! That was absolutely epic. Who else can take on two fighters single-handedly? Only our Dragon Kingdom." The foreign journalists' faces went numb at the roaring enthusiasm. They had come to film a failure, not a victory celebration. Their expressions soured with barely concealed fury. Dennis and other foreign enthusiasts, feeling the electric atmosphere and watching the jets circle overhead, were awestruck. The Dragon Kingdom fighter actually returned. This is a miracle. They've achieved what no other airshow or aviation history has ever seen. Oh my God, that jet came back. It's a divine miracle. No, a heavenly intervention. Dennis, using his newly learned clumsy accent, shouted the Dragon Kingdom's name over and over again. Good. The livestream audience was equally stunned, clicking their tongues in amazement. They knew exactly what this fighter had accomplished, single-handedly battling two Eagle Country Lightning II jets storming into the capital of Jayapinji and escaping the joint blockade of Eagle Country and Jayapinji. Such a record was explosive on a global scale. No other fighter could achieve this, yet the Dragon Kingdom's jet had. As they watched the aircraft soar, a complex mix of emotions stirred within them. They also wondered about the extent of its damage. At the scene, the French Star Agency journalist lunged toward the fighter like a shark drawn to blood. They refused to believe it had emerged unscathed from a battle with two Lightning II jets and a full-scale escape. As long as there was the slightest flaw, their professional eye would find a crack to exploit. With that thought, the journalist sprinted toward the runway. High above, the fighter jet continued to circle. Gazing down at the Dragon Nation's military enthusiast below, pilot Fong Ning felt his heart swell with emotion. His escape had been made possible solely by the aircraft's superior maneuverability and dual stealth capabilities. Honestly, had it not been for the diplomatic repercussions of an international incident, he would have long since used his air-to-air missiles to bring the enemy down rather than resorting to the troublesome close-range interception. Such feats were previously beyond their wildest dreams. Not only had they intercepted two Lightning II fighters midair, but they had also effectively driven them off after merely detecting their presence. This was because their aircraft were inferior and their nation was weaker. But now the nation had grown strong and prosperous. Gazing at the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter before him, his eyes gleamed with pride. Aircraft preparing to land. After communicating over the radio, Fong Ning adjusted his approach for landing. However, seeing the pitch-black runway ahead, his brow furrowed slightly. Night landings had always been a critical training exercise, one he had practiced extensively while flying fourth-generation aircraft. But now with a new fighter, and under this heavy darkness with only sparse lights dotting the airshow runway, Fong Ning's brow knitted in concern. Although he had landed successfully before, tonight's dense darkness after the intense battle made the runway landing particularly challenging. On the viewing platform, Emperor Pu's gaze also darkened as he observed the scene, his brow furrowing at the sparse lights along the quiet runway. As a former pilot himself, he understood perfectly what lights meant to an aircraft attempting to land. They were beacons guiding the plane down. Landing in such pitch-black darkness was no simple task. Moreover, the night was thick, and seeing a faint mist rising in the air, Emperor Pu's brow deepened with concern. Just as foreign media had set up their cameras anticipating a spectacle, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, "Comrades, follow me." As the words fell, a man switched on his phone's flashlight. In an instant, a faint glimmer appeared beside the runway, followed by a second, a third. Suddenly, the once pitch-black runway was bathed in light as bright as day, as countless points of light converged into a sea of illumination surging along both sides of the track. The lights swayed, each one held by a Dragon Nation military enthusiast, and along this runway stretching several hundred meters, the lights shone brilliantly. Witnessing this sight, foreign enthusiasts like Dennis were utterly astonished, turning around in disbelief to stare at the scene before them. Holy crap, I'd call this landing the world's #1 FCK. I've never seen a landing like this in my life. He's made aviation history. This is nothing short of a miracle. The fact that this fighter made it back at all is a miracle in itself. Setting aside personal biases, I absolutely love this country, and I love this fighter jet too. The group chat erupted with excitement upon seeing the Dragon Nation fighter, and Dennis covered his mouth in sheer thrill. Meanwhile, the reporters from Faxing News Agency gulped nervously, honestly never having expected the aircraft to return. Given the blockade intensity from the island nation and the fierce battle against two fifth-generation fighters, no fighter in the world should have been able to return from that. Yet the roar of the Dragon Nation's jet told him this was no dream. Watching the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter soar in the sky, the Faxing News reporter took a deep breath, steeled himself, and set up his camera, aiming it at the runway. Make sure you capture every detail. Don't miss a single bullet hole. Find the perfect angle. We must get a shot that shows the damage and report on this fighter. Hearing this, all the foreign reporters present aimed their cameras at the runway, lenses focused, ready to showcase the Dragon Nation fighter's supposed defeat to the world. A thunderous roar echoed from the sky as the fighter began its descent towards the ground. All the foreign reporters watched tensely, and netizens abroad watching the live broadcast held their breath. In the vast darkness, a faint glimmer of light flickered, gradually becoming clearer, casting a soft glow on the silhouette of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter. Focus. Get a clear shot. The Faxing News reporter frowned as he watched the aircraft lower its altitude for landing. As the staff adjusted the focus and the fighter's form became fully visible, revealing a pristine, flawless fuselage, everyone present gasped in shock. Can't film it. We can't film it at all. This fighter is completely unscathed, absolutely perfect. Hearing this, the Faxing News reporter spun around. What do you mean can't film it? In all my years, I've never encountered a shot I couldn't capture. He shoved the cameraman aside and took over himself, but the moment the fighter filled his lens, even he froze. The aircraft was flawless, showing no signs of battle damage, its surface gleaming as if brand new. According to available intelligence, this fighter had supposedly downed two Lightning IIs. How could it possibly be unscathed? Was the difference between fifth-generation fighters really that vast? Frowning deeply, he cursed FCK and immediately swung his camera towards the Dragon Nation crowd, hoping to find some evidence among the enthusiasts to discredit them. All the Dragon Nation citizens present raised their phones, lights blazing, standing excitedly along the runway. They shouted, "Welcome home," and the Dragon Nation Air Force stands tall. The massive fifth-generation fighter slowly passed through the crowd, its bright red flag emblem gleaming even more brilliantly under the lights. Staring at this scene, the faxing news reporter was genuinely stunned. His camera drooped limply in his hand as he muttered, "Can't film it. I really can't film any of this." Every foreign reporter present was speechless, unable to find words or fabricate a negative narrative. Some foreign reporters simply shook their heads, packed up their equipment, and left. Online foreign netizens watching the live stream gasped in awe, their faces etched with disbelief at the Dragon Nation fighter's grand entrance. This is a Dragon Nation fighter. It's incredibly cool. The sheer technological prowess. And these Dragon Nation people seem completely different from what the reports said. Exactly. Look at that fighter, it's absolutely perfect. It's not just the fighter. If you check Dennis group chat video, you'd understand what the Dragon Nation is truly like. Damn, so I've been deceived. This is totally not free. I want to file a complaint. FCK, these damn media bastards actually lied to me. A wave of complaints against the news media erupted online. Meanwhile, on the exclusive viewing platform, Emperor Puss' eyes shimmered as he watched the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter and its people. He let out a soft sigh at the sight, then remarked with a hint of envy, "If only we had such fighters and such a people." He stood silently gazing at the cheering Dragon Nation crowd beyond the platform. In recent years, the Eagle Nation's expansion had grown increasingly outrageous, and the border situation was precarious, with war potentially erupting at any moment. He recalled his own words, "Give me 20 years, and it'll give you a powerful bear nation." Emperor Pu sighed, then turned and asked, "Are the weapons ready?" His aide nodded and replied, "Ammunition and personnel are all in place, and we've also procured a number of drones." Drones? Just some small gadgets. According to the middleman, they're small aircraft produced by a private Dragon Nation company. They might be useful for reconnaissance. But for this operation, we're going with a direct tank assault. Drones won't play a major role. Emperor Pu nodded, then took one last look at the fighter in the sky before turning to leave. This time they had decided to stop yielding to the Eagle Nation's expansion. Since avoidance was no longer an option, they would have to meet the enemy head-on. The battlefield was the ultimate testing ground for weapons. He wondered what new weapon would emerge as the star of this conflict. Would it be their Su-57 fighter or the T-90 tank? Lost in thought, Emperor Pu sighed, then frowned, his gaze turning resolute. Notify the troops. Begin the advance. Inside the temporary command center, Long Jiangwo and the others watched the fifth-generation fighter jet land on the runway, their excitement nearly overwhelming them. One by one, they rushed to the balcony, letting the cold night air steady their nerves. "I can't believe this is actually our fighter jet." Ji Hanfei uttered these words involuntarily as he gazed at the Dragon Nation's fighter before him, his hand resting on the icy railing while his heart burned with fervor. It was hard to imagine that just a few decades ago their predecessors had been humiliated by the enemy's aircraft, unable to even lift their heads. When the Dragon Nation was first established, their aircraft had to fly twice to cover the vast airspace they could barely defend. Even after the J-8 was introduced, the enemy still dismissed them, even provoking a mid-air collision incident. Yet now, in such a short span of time, they had finally become a presence that instilled fear in their adversaries. Reflecting on this, Long Jiangwo couldn't help but straighten his posture, gazing at the fighter with immense pride. The emergence of this aircraft would undoubtedly transform the Dragon Nation's current predicament. Beside him, Ji Hanfei took a deep breath, then turned to Long Jiangwo and spoke in a low, solemn voice, "Director Long, if only we had a fighter like this decades ago, wouldn't it have been incredible, eh? Or even if this survey had come a decade earlier, how different things might have been." Hearing this, Long Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, many of the key technologies in this fighter's construction were thanks to Lin Tian's assistance. Without him, the birth of this fifth-generation aircraft would have been impossible. Yet, as a private enterprise, this man's research and development efficiency was terrifyingly impressive. Dual stealth capabilities and nuclear power, things they wouldn't even dare to dream of. He had developed them all. His RD prowess rivaled that of some of the nation's top-tier military enterprises. Had it not been for this comprehensive industrial survey, who knows how many detours they would have taken. Long Jiangwo clicked his tongue in amazement, then said solemnly, "If only the Dragon Nation had more enterprises like this. We are now in a period of unprecedented change. A war is not far from us. The Eagle Nation, provoked by this, will only grow more reckless, and our situation will become increasingly difficult. But we're not afraid of them. We offer hospitality to friends, and we greet enemies with a hunter's rifle." With that, Long Jiangwo slapped the railing, then turned and said, "However, we must also prepare in advance. I propose we recommend to our superiors that Lin Tian's factory be elevated to a top-tier military enterprise. What do you all think?" Hearing this proposal, once again those present exchanged glances, and then Li Zhanhao was the first to step forward. I agree. Ji Hanfei nodded in agreement as well. As for Xin Xingyang, he naturally had no reason to object. After all, the Navy's current development owed much to the technology provided by Lin Tian. With his aircraft carrier technology, their second carrier was already under construction. It could be said that the Dragon Nation's overall military strength had soared to an entirely new level compared to before. Watching their nation grow ever stronger, everyone present broke into relieved smiles. At last they could catch their breath and face the Eagle Nation, heeding that adversary which had once filled them with despair. Inside the Eagle Nation's forward military base, piercing whistles echoed across the grounds as massive transport planes sat silently on the runway. Countless heavy armored vehicles guided by the fluorescent wands of ground crew began reversing into the cargo holds of the transports. In the command center, Milhouse gripped the telephone receiver, watching the soldiers and armored vehicles retreat, one by one, a look of reluctance flashing in his eyes. The entire forward base is to pull back immediately to the Maria military base 100 miles from here. Immediately. Joseph's voice came through the line with an unmistakable tone of finality. Milhouse could hardly believe his ears. Retreating the base. As the world's dominant power, when had they ever feared anyone? Yet now, bowing to the pressure from the Dragon Nation, they were forced to relocate their bases. Otherwise, with the Dragon Nation's nuclear-powered carriers and swarms of fifth-generation fighters, these forward bases would become nothing more than sitting ducks. Having lost air superiority, they could no longer guarantee the survival and safety of these installations. At this point, the first chain they had meticulously constructed had completely collapsed. Milhouse frowned deeply, and now not only was the base situation dire, but he himself was about to face a monumental challenge. Staring at the phone in his hand, Milhouse swallowed hard and said, "President Joseph, please listen to my explanation. This fighter confrontation was just an accident. I believe that with our strategic capabilities, we can quickly form a new encirclement against the Dragon Nation. Please trust me." Before he could finish, Joseph roared, "A new encirclement? Like this latest encirclement with the island nation? A whole Lightning II squadron plus their warships and aircraft? With all that, you couldn't even corner a single fifth-generation fighter. You've disappointed me greatly." With that, there was a resounding thud as he slammed down the phone. Hearing that sound, Milhouse's heart twitched. He had put tremendous effort into this siege, even imposing military control over the sea. Even a mosquito would have been scanned twice by radar and warships. And yet he still managed to escape. As for fifth generation, could that Dragon Nation aircraft even qualify? Thinking of those canards, the incredible supermaneuverability, and most absurdly the stealth capabilities, Milhouse felt a throbbing headache. 2 Lightning IIs down, 2 ace pilots lost. Even their heavily funded Raptor fighter might not have pulled off such a feat. Rubbing his temples, he said with a hint of helplessness, "The Dragon Nation may be impossible to contain now." Meanwhile, inside the White House, Joseph, after finishing the call, lay back in the presidential chair, utterly drained. The damage this incident had inflicted on his political standing was immense. It was almost as if the Dragon Nation were dancing on his grave. Gazing at the wall-towel coverage of the Dragon Nation's fifth-generation fighter and the letters from Western nations declining to participate in his plans against the Dragon Nation, Joseph's gaze turned icy cold. His family had risen to prominence through arms smuggling. If necessary, he was even willing to ignite another war, only that could secure his presidential seat. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes as he pondered, until a voice came from outside the door. "Mr. President, members of Congress have initiated impeachment proceedings against you. Will you now proceed to the Capitol to defend yourself?" Hearing this, Joseph clenched his teeth and forced out a single word: "Fuck." There was no doubt that this affair with the Dragon Nation had severely shaken his foundations. If he failed to convince those congressional elites, not only would he lose the presidency, but his entire family would be implicated and purged by the party. They might all end up behind bars. For the first time, a rare flicker of fear appeared in Joseph's eyes. Damn the Dragon Nation. With that, he stormed off toward the capital. At Longxing Corporation, Yang Wenhua couldn't stop grinning as he stared at the endless stream of commercial orders. The events of the past few weeks were almost too incredible to believe. Who could have imagined that a company as lifeless as Longxing just months ago would now witness such a monumental turnaround? Lost in thought, Yang Wenhua shook his head slightly and handed over the monthly sales report. "Xiao Tian, take a look." Lin Tian merely smiled and pushed the report aside. In truth, even without seeing it, he knew that Longxing had already transformed beyond recognition. Having secured the entire supply contract for aircraft carrier arresting cables, along with carrier maintenance and refit fees, followed by the revitalized automotive paint and fishing rod industries, Longxing's economic strength now eclipsed 90% of the listed companies in the nation. It was a true daily income of tens of millions. Yet Lin Tian did not let this success go to his head. Vast capital meant greater responsibility and risk. Many people blinded by sudden wealth failed to see this, believing themselves to be favored by heaven and losing all sense of proportion. And what was the result? They merely made money through luck, only to lose it all through lack of skill. Lin Tian had a clear understanding of himself. He was just an ordinary man who had transmigrated with the help of a system. Had it not been for riding the wave of the industrial survey, he would still be a bankrupt entrepreneur. He had caught a favorable trend, but trends change, and companies must evolve. Lost in thought, Lin Tian looked up and said, "Uncle Yang, how is that task I assigned you earlier progressing?" Yang Wenhua frowned. In truth, neither he nor Lin Tian had been idle during this period. Both had been restructuring the company, eliminating outdated production lines, while launching new ones, venturing into nuclear energy, artificial intelligence, biomimetic machinery, and even the aerospace sector. In short, they were all high-tech industries. Lin Tian had mentioned these plans at the company's inception, but they were shelved due to limited funds. Now with the recent sales success, Longxing had achieved a stunning economic transformation. They were fully capable of funding the research and development of these ventures. However, recalling how Lin Tian had previously run his factory into the ground, Yang Wenhua's mouth twitched involuntarily. He stepped forward and whispered, "Xiao Tian, perhaps we should reconsider. Maybe we should postpone the R&D on these high-tech projects for a while." Hearing this, Lin Tian frowned slightly before speaking after a long pause. "Uncle Yang, I understand your concerns, but this is a necessary phase for our industrial transformation. With our substantial capital, this is the golden opportunity to pivot. Our company's survival was pure luck. Can you guarantee that such a survey will come our way again? Can you guarantee we'll be the ones it finds? Relying on luck is unsustainable. To ensure our longevity, we must plan ahead." As he spoke, Lin Tian rose to his feet, his expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze on Yang Wenhua. This was precisely what he had been doing these past days, aggressively acquiring energy research institutions and channeling funds to support the high-tech ventures he had established earlier. All of this was for the company's future. After all, they were a private enterprise, not a state-owned military contractor with guaranteed backing. To survive, they had to continuously adapt to the market or risk being eliminated. Yang Wenhua clearly understood this logic and nodded at Lin Tian's words. "Xiao Tian, you're right. We can't always rely on luck. Don't worry this time. He'll personally oversee our drone operation. I guarantee there won't be any problems." Mentioning the drones brought an unusual smile to Yang Wenhua's eyes. Since it was their first high-tech product in the transformation, they had invested immense effort into both market research and technology. Yang Wenhua pulled out several market research reports and drone design blueprints from the documents tucked under his arm. "Xiao Tian, look at the current express delivery market. No matter how fast a package ships, geographical limits and operational factors mean it takes a full 8 hours to get from city A to city B. And it takes even longer in bad weather. These transport methods also have restrictions. They're completely unsuitable for fresh produce or seafood." He spread the drone designs over the market report and continued with a smile. "But our drones don't have these limitations. With their large capacity, carrying several tons is absolutely no problem. Our flight time reaches 72 hours with a range of 8,000 kilometers. A single takeoff can cover the entire nation. The loading system uses distributed cargo pods, allowing us to carry even more packages at once. For delivery, the packages are released midair and guided by parachutes and smart positioning systems to land safely. Once this product hits the market, it will be an absolute game-changer for the entire express delivery industry." The more he spoke, the more animated Yang Wenhua became, his hands gesturing wildly. Undoubtedly, once their product launched, it would unleash a storm upon the express delivery sector. With no comparable products on the market, they would be pioneering an entirely new blue ocean. What excited him even more was the arrival of a major order for their Model 1 drone, which had previously received lukewarm responses during development. The clients were Russians purchasing drones for performance and aerial photography purposes. To gain a deep understanding of the industry, they had researched dozens of drone models and overcome numerous technical challenges. Some drones even incorporated biomimetic technology. For instance, their Dragonfly drone was solar-powered, mimicking a dragonfly's flight path with wing flapping motion. It was designed for customers who wanted outdoor photography without the hassle of carrying bulky drone equipment. Of course, the flagship product was this large-scale cargo transport drone. They had prepared meticulously for this transformation, determined to succeed on their first attempt. With this thought, Yang Wenhua smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, I know this drone venture will be a success. Let everyone see that our comeback wasn't just luck, it was real capability." His eyes crinkled with mirth as he spoke. Then, as if recalling something, he looked down at Lin Tian and added, "But Xiao Tian, this drone logistics license is proving to be a real headache. I've worn out my tongue and exhausted every connection I have. The higher-ups just won't budge. How about you have a word with General Long next time he visits?" He glanced at Lin Tian. Everything for their drone venture was in place. Production lines and downstream buyers were all secured. They were just waiting for this one license. With that license, their business could take off immediately. Lin Tian understood this perfectly. He frowned, pondering for a long moment before responding, "All right, I'll speak with him next time." The Longhua Military Industry Development Conference. As an annual grand conference of Longhua, and also the conference that determines the future technological and strategic development of Longhua, it is held in extremely high regard by the authorities every year. At the same time, the attendees are also extraordinary, with representatives from various military enterprises and military representatives all present. For example, Zhang Mingrui, the representative of Longfei, as the RD department of the fifth-generation fighter. Their company is now at the peak of its popularity. On the other hand, Luo Heping and other researchers representing the Longhua Academy of Sciences also arrived at the scene. As a researcher, to be honest, he does not enjoy attending these political conferences. After all, the content was too dull for them, hardly able to spark their interest. However, this time his eyes sparkled with brilliant light, and his gaze occasionally flickered toward Long Zhengwo, who stood behind the old chief, Xen Jing'an. I hope Longxing can successfully transition into a first-class military enterprise this time. Looking at the few old chiefs standing beside the front row of the judges' seats with white hair and beards, but still vigorous, exuding a strong aura from head to toe, Luo Heping couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In previous years, all matters had to be deliberated by these few before being reported upward. Even the research funding of their Academy of Sciences was decided and approved by them before being allocated. It could be said that these few were the main characters of this conference, and also the targets Long Zhengwo had to face. He was going to propose to them the requirement for Longxing to become a first-class military enterprise. Beside the judges' seats, Li Guoli was seen with furrowed brows, his graying eyebrows horizontal on both sides of his forehead, with a deep furrow emerging in the middle. Now, there were still more than 10 minutes before the conference started, so these people were not in a hurry to take their seats. In fact, for them, the conference was just a formality. What truly decided the direction of things was often these 10-odd minutes. After all, they were already well aware of everyone's situation privately. Li Guoli pondered for a moment, and then said, "This conference, our main focus is the construction of Longwo's new era military. Now the Air Force and Navy can be said to no longer worry us." Speaking of the Air Force and Navy, even Li Guoli and others couldn't help but show a hint of smile in their eyes. The recent development of their military was as if they had grabbed a life-saving thread. Turning around from a desperate situation, in just an instant, they became a world-class advanced military. The emergence of the fifth-generation fighter and nuclear-powered aircraft carrier simply dazzled their eyes. This transformation was not even anticipated by them. They really didn't know how those people had done it. If he had the chance later, he would definitely ask about it. Thinking of this, Li Guoli's eyes were shining, and the people around him nodded after hearing this. Indeed, this time our Air Force has really brought us great honor. That fifth-generation fighter, not to mention the Eagle, even this old bones of mine was startled. Exactly, who would have thought that our fifth-generation fighter could be developed in such a short time? I really don't know how those people at Longfei did it. We must increase their research funding properly later, alright? If Longhua had a few more companies like this, how could it not thrive? Hearing this, Li Guoli couldn't help but nod. Indeed, this time Longhua had flexed its muscles fiercely before the world's nations. The moment the fifth-generation fighter appeared, it could be said to have shocked all countries. Unknowingly, it enhanced Longhua's influence and deterrence. It also made Longhua safer. After all, the world today is not safe. Half of the entire blue planet is at war, and even a nuclear power like the Bear has broken out in war. It can be said that it is not the world that is at peace, but only Longhua. And no one knows how long such peace can last. Thinking of this, Li Guoli's expression became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Rewards are naturally to be given. After all, good steel must be used on the blade. Our military budget is limited. Every penny must be spent wisely. Only by constantly improving ourselves can we avoid being as embarrassed as the Bear." Speaking of the Bear, everyone's eyes involuntarily became solemn. If we talk about what major events have happened recently, without a doubt it is the war that broke out in the Bear. This war could be said to have once again refreshed everyone's understanding of modern warfare and also taught them more. Compared to the Eagle's previous swift and decisive actions, they found that a real war between major powers could never be as smooth as the Eagle's conquest of small countries. Whatever high-tech weapons, whatever precision guidance, in the end it still had to be filled by infantry pit by pit. And the most surprising thing about this war was people's perception of tanks. Originally, everyone thought that the Bear, relying on its steel torrent, could push forward all the way, but what happened? It was actually blocked by a small drone, and the tank forces suffered heavy losses. It can be said that modern land warfare has undergone tremendous changes inadvertently. Thinking of this, Li Guoli's expression became serious. What I care most about in this war is the drone attack tactics displayed in the war. Satellite detection and drone decapitation. Fast, accurate, and ruthless are the characteristics. Especially a drone named Venom Stinger in the Bear, which I am particularly concerned about. Its size and flight speed are simply ghostly existences. Some tanks encountering this drone are walking coffins, and it also poses a great threat to infantry. It can be said to be a true star product. Even some of our military drones cannot achieve the performance of this drone. Speaking of this drone, Li Guoli's eyes also showed a hint of surprise, but what he was surprised at was naturally not the performance of this drone, but the issue of its ultimate ownership. Li Guoli then changed the subject. And such a drone product actually originated from a domestic private enterprise in our country. A domestic private enterprise. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned, and then looked at Li Guoli. In fact, the manufacturing of drones is not a difficult task for Longhua, but that is only relative to Longhua. In the world, there are actually few countries that have the ability to develop and manufacture high-performance drones, and then quickly pull out a complete industrial chain, let alone enterprises equivalent to Longwo's military drones. It is true that civilian enterprises in Longwo have the technology to manufacture drones, but there are really few that can reach the level of Longwo's military drones. After all, how could they not know the drone products used by their military? High-speed stealth, endurance, etc. are all world-class. Now hearing that a private enterprise can reach military level, everyone couldn't help but become interested. Li Guoli smiled slightly. He only learned about this because when the bear visited Longwo seeking military assistance, the foreign diplomats of the other side asked for help from their military personnel. Afterwards, he also began an investigation, but currently it could only be confirmed that within Longwo's military enterprises no one admitted that this was their product. Thinking this, Li Guoli couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then looked at everyone, and said it should be a private enterprise. This matter is currently under investigation. If possible, I would like to go and see this enterprise myself. As they were talking, a light cough suddenly sounded, and everyone turned around. Xian Jing'an was seen leading Long Jiangwo as they slowly walked toward the crowd. Old Xian. At the sight of Xian Jing'an, Li Guoli and the others' eyes lit up. For soldiers of their generation, nothing was more cherished than the bond of comradeship. They had once served together at an Air Force base before being assigned to different posts across the country. Their contact had since become sparse, though never completely severed. Yet in their understanding, hadn't Xian Jing'an chosen to live in seclusion? Why was he appearing here now? Noticing the confusion in his old friend's eyes, Xian Jing'an offered a gentle smile. Leaning on his cane, he stepped forward one pace at a time before speaking with a chuckle. What's this? Just a few years apart, and you no longer recognize me. Hearing this playful remark, everyone present burst into laughter. Li Guoli, shaking his head with a wry smile, said with a hint of helplessness, Old Xian, after all these years your tongue is still as sharp as ever, and your back injury still hasn't healed. As he spoke, he instinctively stepped forward to offer support, but Xian Jing'an waved his hand dismissively, saying with a look of utter disdain, What's a little injury like this? Back in the day when we fought those monkeys, I took several bullets to the abdomen and never asked anyone for help. Now you think I need your arm. With that, he made to discard his cane, but Long Jiangwo, standing behind him, hurried forward to stop him. Seeing Long Jiangwo, Li Guoli and his companions exchanged glances. As men who oversaw military funding, they had seen all sorts in their careers. An old comrade like Xian Jing'an suddenly appearing, especially within this grand hall, was certainly not for the sake of nostalgic reminiscing. After a moment's hesitation, Li Guoli stepped forward and said, Old Xian, what exactly is the purpose of your visit today? If it's just to catch up, then once this meeting concludes, I'll take you to my home, and we can talk to our heart's content. Hearing this, Xian Jing'an's eyes flickered. He slowly pushed Long Jiangwo aside, and spoke deliberately, Actually, I do have a small matter I need to entrust you with this time. Could you report to the higher-ups about converting a domestic private enterprise into a military enterprise? A private enterprise converting to military? Li Guoli and the others looked skeptical. If it were merely such a request, the old comrade shouldn't have needed to come in person. His student Long Jiangwo held that authority. Just as they were pondering this, Xian Jing'an's next words made them gasp sharply. Convert it to a first-tier military enterprise. A first-tier military enterprise? Upon hearing this, Li Guoli nearly doubted his own ears, staring blankly at Xian Jing'an, his gaze seemingly asking, Old Xian, have you lost your mind? A first-tier military enterprise? What did that even mean? The Dragon Kingdom's top 10 military enterprises had been established at the nation's founding, and their number had remained unchanged for decades. Their role was to spearhead the research and development of all military technology, with funding entirely managed and allocated by the higher-ups. It was fair to say that in both resources and personnel, they represented the absolute pinnacle of the nation, with terrifyingly formidable research capabilities. Even a company like Longfei was merely a component of the Dragon Kingdom Aviation Corporation. These few military enterprises were the very embodiment of the nation's most advanced scientific research. Now Xian Jing'an was proposing to convert a private enterprise into a first-tier military enterprise. This was nothing short of a pipe dream, something one wouldn't even dare to imagine in their wildest fantasies. Though he had prepared himself for this reaction, seeing his old friend's utterly stunned expression, Xian Jing'an felt his own heart begin to pound with uncertainty. As a veteran soldier, he fully understood the weight of a first-tier military enterprise. These were entities that truly led their era, possessing terrifying research might. Lin Tian's Longshin company, no matter how strong its research capabilities, was still just a private enterprise. How could it possibly compare to these established military giants? Had he been too rash in making that statement? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous roar erupted from the floor, echoing through the entire hall. Nonsense. At the sound, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at Li Guoli and the others seated at the front judges panel. Realizing the eyes upon him, Li Guoli became aware of his outburst and immediately composed himself. He then pulled Xian Jing'an aside and whispered, Old Xian, have you gone mad? Never mind converting a private enterprise to first-tier military. You couldn't even convert a massive military conglomerate. A first-tier military enterprise requires what level of research capability? Can this private company of yours build an aircraft carrier on its own? Can it build a stealth fighter on its own? You want to convert it to first-tier military. If it could produce a poison dart drone like those the bear used on the battlefield ID, already consider it impressive. Do you really think first-tier military status is something you can just apply for? Without research capabilities that lead the era, what grounds do you have to request this conversion? Aren't you just wasting precious research resources? With that, Li Guoli turned his head away, glaring irritably at the front. In his view, Xian Zingen's visit was nothing short of absurd. He found it hard to believe that the man had come out of retirement for something like this, pleading on behalf of a private company. He couldn't fathom the man's reasoning. The gap in research capability between private enterprises and the military was a natural chasm. And to speak of first-tier military status at that, the Dragon Kingdom's research budget was limited. Good steel must be used for the blade's edge. The research capabilities of the top-tier military enterprises were guaranteed worthy of such investment. But what did that private company have? With these thoughts, Li Guoli's expression darkened. They might be old friends, but on matters of great principle, he would never take a single step back. That was his creed. It had cost him countless enemies over the years, but he didn't care. As long as the Dragon Kingdom's scientific research could flourish, he deemed it all worthwhile. Old Xian, I will never agree to this request. This is about being responsible for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with such unwavering resolve, even Xian Jing'an couldn't help but furrow his brow. In truth, he had only come out of retirement this time because his student and researchers like Luo Heping had urged him to. As for Longxing Company, he had never witnessed its capabilities firsthand. He couldn't vouch for their actual research strength. Long Zhangwo, watching the scene unfold from the side, felt his heart racing. Though he wasn't deeply acquainted with Lin Tian, the man's research capabilities were beyond question. The aircraft carrier they had previously built was researched with his assistance, and the fifth-generation fighter's development too. If given more research resources, Lin Tian would absolutely become a standout figure in the Dragon Kingdom's military industry. The Dragon Kingdom would develop even better. This would undoubtedly be a blessing for the nation. At this thought, Long Zhangwo gritted his teeth and decisively stepped forward, saying, "Old leader, you're right. This company indeed cannot independently develop an aircraft carrier, nor can it build a fifth-generation fighter on its own." Hearing this, Li Guoli nodded approvingly, just about to praise Long Zhangwo for his sensibility, when the latter immediately continued. But the Dragon Kingdom's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier technology was provided by this company. The arresting wires too. And for our fifth-generation fighter, the materials for the airframe were all supplied by them. Even that stealth coating was purchased from this very enterprise. And before that, our entire military industry was completely stumped. Academician Luo and Zhang Mingrui can both testify to this. Having said all this in one breath, Long Zhangwo felt his throat go dry, but his eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at everyone present. He then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. A petition requesting the conversion of Longxing Company to first-tier military status. On it, the list of petitioners bore the names of Long Zhangwo, Luo, Heping Zhang Mingrui, and over 20 other military personnel and researchers. Staring at the names on the paper and recalling Long Zhangwo's words, Li Guoli and the others stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't just the names on the petition that left him shaken. Luo, Heping Zhang Mingrui, these were the nation's top-tier researchers, individuals who ranked among the best, even within the first-tier military enterprises. And yet here, they were jointly petitioning on behalf of a private company. This was unprecedented in the entire Dragon Kingdom research community. But even more astonishing was what Long Zhangwo had said. Nuclear power technology arresting wires. These were projects that had been established within the first-tier military enterprises long ago. Yet for over a decade, there had been zero progress. When the nuclear-powered carrier was launched, they had assumed it was the achievement of these military enterprises and researchers. Now it seemed there was more to the story, and the hidden force behind it was a private company. Who could accept this? Even more unbelievable was the fact that not only was the nuclear-powered carrier technology provided by this company, but the fifth-generation fighter's construction materials and stealth technology were also supplied by this private enterprise. That stealth technology was one of a kind in the entire world. Before this, no military enterprise, not just theirs but any in the world, had been able to develop such an exceptional stealth coating. And what was the most critical performance indicator of a fifth-generation fighter? Stealth capability. Without it, could it even be called a fifth-generation fighter? And all of this was provided by a single private enterprise. For a moment, the expressions on Li Guoli and the others' faces were extraordinarily complex, their breathing growing heavy. Are you saying all these technologies were manufactured and supplied by this private company? Do you realize what you're saying right now, eh? As he spoke, Li Guoli and the others fixed Long Zhangwo with grave, penetrating stares. Every single technology had mentioned was at the forefront of the world. If it had been just one breakthrough, that would be one thing, but all of it from a single private enterprise. This defied comprehension. It completely shattered his understanding of the word private. If this was what private meant, then those top-tier military enterprises might as well be called street vendors. To call this research capability anything less than the nation's foremost would be an understatement. Swallowing hard, Li Guoli abruptly stepped forward, fixed his gaze on Long Jiangwo, and said word by word, "Do you know the name of this company?" "Longxing. It's right here in this city." "Longxing." Li Guoli murmured the name to himself for a moment, then his expression hardened, and he turned decisively, saying, "Oh, then we'll head to Longxing immediately." Words alone proved nothing. To determine whether they possessed first-tier military research capability, he had to see it with his own eyes. As for this conference, if they truly discovered an enterprise whose research capability rivaled or even surpassed the Dragon Kingdom's first-tier military enterprises, then this meeting could be abandoned altogether. After all, the conference's purpose was to discuss the future impact of military industry on the Dragon Kingdom. Now that they had discovered a company like Longxing, they couldn't possibly proceed with the meeting while ignoring it. With that thought, arrangements were immediately made to set out for Longxing Company. Throughout the journey, Li Guoli kept his brow furrowed, a trace of suspicion still lingering in his eyes. The desolation and dilapidation of Longxing's location only deepened the doubt in his gaze. "This is the Longxing Company you claimed could rival a first-class military research institute." Staring at the crumbling wall that seemed ready to collapse at any moment and the weeds sprouting sporadically around, Li Guoli felt as if his intelligence was being insulted. This rundown corner with its overgrown weeds bore no resemblance to a research facility. It was even inferior to the environment of some of their third-tier military enterprises. How could a place like this possibly develop any technological products? For a moment, even Xian Zingen's eyes held a glimmer of confusion. He wasn't very familiar with Longxing's situation, having only heard from Zhang Mingrui and Long Jiangwo that the materials for the fifth-generation fighter jet came from this private enterprise. Although he had already imagined what their research environment might be like, seeing it with his own eyes still made Xian Zingen's heart clench. Can their research capabilities truly rival a first-class military enterprise? He recalled what Long Jiangwo and Zhang Mingrui had told him during the development of the 5th-gen fighter, praising the company's outstanding research abilities and calling it a hidden master, a sweeping monk in disguise. Xian Jing'an began to feel he might have been deceived. With this overgrown mess, let alone a sweeping monk, it'd be a feat if they even had someone to sweep the floor. Although he didn't understand research, he wasn't foolish. If a research enterprise's external environment was this unkempt, how chaotic must it be inside? For a moment, he even suspected Long Jiangwo of colluding with Zhang Mingrui and the others to make a fool of him. Sensing his teacher's doubtful gaze and Li Guoli's skeptical expression, Long Jiangwo felt his scalp tighten. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, a shuffling sound of footsteps echoed from within the factory, followed by a voice speaking with a foreign accent. "Thank you for the supply, General Manager Yang. On behalf of the Bear Country, we express our gratitude to your boss Lin. Your drones are incredibly useful." Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Long Jiangwo's expression hardened, for the speaker was none other than a member of the Bear Country's military supply department. At the start of the conflict, Dragon Country had maintained a neutral stance, aiding neither side, though they didn't heavily restrict civilian activities. Seeing a member of the Bear military supply department in Lin Tian's factory chatting amiably with Yang Wenhua, Long Jiangwo's brow twitched slightly. What's going on here? Lately had been busy with application matters and hadn't paid much attention to Longxing's situation, only knowing they were seeking industrial transformation. But how did this transformation lead them to the Bear Country? And with their military supply personnel showing up, what had Lin Tian done this time? Long Jiangwo was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Li Guoli's eyes flickered. A thought seemed to strike him, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. No way. Could it really be such a coincidence? Is this company the manufacturer of those drones? Looking at the person in charge of Longxing Company, Li Guoli's brow sank. But before he could ponder further, he saw Long Jiangwo step forward. Despite his confusion about the recent events, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. The priority was to get Lin Tian and his people to prove the factory's capabilities. Long Jiangwo walked up and gave a slight smile. "Manager Yang, what were you all just doing?" Hearing this, Yang Wenhua's eyes flickered. The memory of the factory being raided before resurfaced, but this time they hadn't done anything illegal. Summoning his courage, he said, "It's nothing much, just introducing our new product to foreign clients. It's a drone for outdoor filming and performances. Honestly, we didn't have high hopes for this drone initially. It has a small payload, slow flight speed, and short endurance. It deviates too much from our development strategy. But for some reason, these Bear Country clients took a liking to it. They even warmly shook my hand, thanking us for our help. I'm not sure what help we provided them." As he spoke, his assistant approached, carrying a small drone. Seeing the drone's design, Li Guoli, who was contemplating behind, caught his breath and exclaimed in shock, "The Stinger drone." There was no doubt about it. The drone in his hand was the very Stinger drone that had shown brilliantly on the Bear battlefield. After its appearance, they had organized tests on it and discovered that among Dragon Country's existing military drones of a similar size couldn't carry as much payload, and larger ones couldn't match its speed and agility. In short, while its performance stats weren't flashy, its functionality outclassed all comparable drones. This was a rare quality, which was why he had been so actively investigating it. He never expected the manufacturer to be Lin Tian's Longxing company. Thinking of the satisfied expression on the bear representative's face upon leaving, Li Guoli's heart clenched. Damn it. With all that military aid they received, of course, they'd be satisfied. Hearing Li Guoli's exclamation, Yang Wenhua looked up. Only then did he notice the several elderly men with white hair standing behind Long Zhangwo. And Long Zhangwo seemed to treat them with considerable respect. Noticing Yang Wenhua's gaze, Long Zhangwo quickly stepped forward and said, "This is our industrial inspection team. They've come to look at our factory situation and see if there's any help needed." Long Zhangwo had told a small lie. It was better not to reveal Li Guoli's identity for now to avoid causing Yang Wenhua any panic. Li Guoli clearly understood this as well, nodding with a smile. "Yes, comrade. We're just here to tour your factory. We heard you previously supported military construction. We're very grateful for that." As he spoke, he observed the other's reaction intently, trying to see if there was any truth to it. Yang Wenhua waved his hands dismissively and smiled. "You flatter us. We're just an ordinary, unremarkable company. Those past deeds were all just accidents. We certainly don't deserve your thanks. Honestly, if General Long hadn't given us this opportunity, our businesses in car paint, fishing rods, and steel cables would probably have lost everything," he said, scratching his head. Long Zhangwo's face twitched involuntarily at the phrase, ordinary, unremarkable company. Ordinary. An ordinary company doesn't just casually research nuclear power. Can it develop dual stealth coating and world-leading carbon fiber technology? That's all bullshit. He rolled his eyes at the thought. Li Guoli, hearing this, frowned. Weren't they supposed to have developed carbon fiber and optical stealth technology? Why were all these just ordinary industrial equipment? Then it suddenly hit him. Long Zhangwo had said this was a private enterprise. He understood now, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Clearly these people were using their high-tech advantages to invest in these current industries. No wonder Long Zhangwo had kept emphasizing their private enterprise status when he came. Still, being able to develop such brilliant technological achievements under such harsh research conditions was a feat unique even within the country. Li Guoli's heart began to soften. If they were given better conditions, could they develop even greater things? Looking at the drone before him, Li Guoli's eyes gradually grew fervent. Only now did he truly grasp the immense potential of this private factory. Yet he remained hesitant, as becoming a first-class military enterprise was a matter of great consequence requiring astronomical resources. Even he had to be cautious. Yang Wenhua, noticing the man's intense gaze fixed on the drone, assumed he was interested in it. He held up the drone with a smile. "Rest assured, everyone. Longxing has completely transformed. We've made detailed plans for this business. We won't mess up this time. We've already developed a drone capable of delivering packages across the entire Dragon Country. Its flight range is a full 8,000 kilometers, enough for a round trip anywhere within Dragon Country. Once the project launches, I'm confident it will become a dark horse in the market." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then Li Guoli snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Wenhua. "What? Did you say your drone has a flight range of 8,000 kilometers? Even Long Zhangwo stepped forward, looking at Yang Wenhua in disbelief, shock evident in his eyes. A standard fighter jet only had a combat radius of around 2,000 kilometers. This drone, boasting an 8,000 kilometer range, was approaching strategic bomber territory. Did Lin Tian build a drone? Or was he secretly building a bomber? Both Li Guoli and Long Zhangwo were dumbfounded. Their eyes met, and they immediately said, "Please, we must see this drone up close." No way. This was the first time they'd seen a drone rivaling a strategic bomber. If they could integrate this into the Dragon Country Army's combat system, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and it would be the greatest lesson learned from the Bear War. Drone tactics, they would lead the world. It would also herald a new era of warfare. Excited by the thought, Li Guoli and the others looked at Yang Wenhua with fiery, intense gazes. Yang Wenhua, seeing their expressions, felt a surge of excitement. They had been pondering how to ask for help in obtaining a drone logistics license. Now, with them coming to inspect, this was the perfect opportunity. A warm smile spread across Yang Wenhua's face. "Whether we can get the air logistics license all depends on this moment." With that, he led the group towards Longxing Company's laboratory. Crossing the weed-choked courtyard and passing through several rusted rolling shutter doors, they finally arrived at the entrance of Longxing Company's laboratory. Glancing at the worn and tilted signboard outside where the characters for laboratory were already modeled with rust, Li Guoli and the others couldn't help but exchange odd looks. "Is this your laboratory?" To be honest, the words and the poison needle drone they had just showcased had already filled them with awe. Combined with their previous contributions, Li Guoli had already deemed the company qualified to compete for first-class military enterprise status. But at the sight of the shabby laboratory door before him, his face twitched harshly. This was not what a first-class military laboratory should look like. It was as run down as a recycling dump. Could these people really have developed the drone they mentioned earlier? Or were they just bluffing? In his impression, drones were synonymous with cheap and simple, But did there really exist a drone capable of rivaling a bomber, as they had claimed? For a moment, Li Guoli's brow furrowed slightly. Beside him, Long Jiangwo raised an eyebrow, as well eyeing the laboratory door with disbelief. Was your previous technology also developed here? He glanced at the dilapidated door and the sign above it. Sensing their doubtful gazes, Yang Wenhua awkwardly rubbed his nose with his index finger, then nodded apologetically. Yes, this is the scientific heart of Longxing, the company's most important place. Usually we don't allow outsiders in. As for the exterior, Yang Wenhua looked at the door and said helplessly, we actually don't want it this way, but President Lin said our company should focus on research and technology development requires vast resources. So anything unrelated to research shouldn't be too extravagant. And so we ended up like this. With that, Yang Wenhua shrugged and sighed lightly, then quickly added, but rest assured our company is absolutely serious about research. This drone is a flagship product, and we won't disappoint you. We just hope you can give us a hand when the time comes. Saying this, Yang Wenhua turned and opened the door. The moment it opened, the scene inside stunned everyone. In stark contrast to the barren exterior was the almost surreal scientific environment within. Clean white insulated tiles lay smoothly across the floor with LED lights from the ceiling illuminating the central corridor. On either side of the corridor, researchers were conducting experiments in their respective rooms visible through tempered glass. One researcher held a glove-like device. As his fingers subtly moved, the mechanical arm behind him mirrored the motion perfectly. On another side, a researcher wearing a helmet lay in a chair, while a black instrument recorded his brainwaves and transmitted them at a steady frequency. In a corner, a smart robot head's black screen suddenly displayed a series of wave symbols, and it began to move slowly. Though the movements were clumsy, it still startled Li Guoli and the others. Watching everything, Li Guoli felt as if he were dreaming, unconsciously swallowing hard. The latest advancements in brain neural research among major military enterprises remained at the stage of robotic arms simulation of human actions. Yet this lab had already achieved preliminary brain neural connection. Their research capability was even more terrifying than that of frontline military enterprises. This was beyond absurd. At this thought, Li Guoli drew a sharp breath, and Long Jiangwo was dumbfounded as well. All along he had thought Lin Tian's new technologies were just luck, but now he realized they were pure strength. Just look at the robotic arms response, and these robots. They far surpassed the latest products he had seen from military enterprises. For a moment, everyone was stunned by the scene, forgetting why they had come. Yang Wenhua, however, took it all in stride, as if it were nothing special. He had grown tired of these technologies long ago. Lin Tian had demonstrated them countless times privately before having them developed. He truly didn't see what was so remarkable. Thinking this, he shook his head, then turned with a smile. Everyone, this is our neural research area. The drone swarm research is further back. Please follow me. Hearing this, Li Guoli's eyes were still fixed ahead, but he suddenly snapped back to reality, remembering his purpose to inspect the drones and assess whether the company qualified for first-class military status. Thinking of his earlier reaction, his face flushed slightly, and he quickly said, please lead the way, Manager Yang. Yang Wenhua nodded and led the group forward. As they advanced, their breathing grew heavier. Looking at the exhibits in each lab, they felt like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, only able to exclaim internally while their eyes darted around. The judges trailing behind whispered in awe. Isn't that a nuclear fusion device? How is it here? And it seems they've already achieved maintaining the reaction for 30 seconds with magnetic confinement. Damn, 30 seconds. Last time I visited our nuclear energy company, they said they could only sustain it for 3 seconds. And that thermal weapon, is that a laser? How did they manage that? This feels like stepping into a sci-fi world. Looking at the rows of research areas, their exclamations never ceased. Curiosity grew. If the research products here were so impressive, what would the drone area be like? With that thought, they hurried along. Yang Wenhua led them around a corner, then smiled at the group. Everyone, this is our drone testing area. He placed one hand behind his back and made a gesture of invitation. Li Guoli and the others stepped forward eagerly, only to see Lin Tian standing ahead smiling at them. As they approached, Lin Tian stepped forward and said, welcome. Then he led them forward where various types of drones were displayed in the labs on both sides. For a long time, in the eyes of Li Guoli and others, drones were synonymous with cheapness and simplicity. Although the military had researched various drone models, their thinking was still confined to the framework of drones: durable, disposable, and structurally simple. This belief was not only held by him, but also firmly believed by Long Jiangwo. Hadn't the Bear War proven that simpler, more durable drones were better? Why bother with high-tech when brute force sufficed? Yet now Lin Tian was telling them that drones could be as precise as fighter jets. They could also carry out high-precision missions. Lin Tian smiled and introduced to them, everyone, this is the drone we have developed. He then exchanged a meaningful glance with Yang Wenhua, who understood immediately. If they could perfectly demonstrate their drone and win everyone's approval, then their drone logistics license would be secure. With this thought, Yang Wenhua cleared his throat and stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, first let me show you our No. 5 drone, which is ideal for field transport and hikers taking photos. This drone is equipped with our company's integrated flexible solar panel, allowing for ultra-long outdoor endurance. No need to worry about battery life. It's solar-powered, eco-friendly, and convenient. Even on cloudy or rainy days, the integrated flexible solar battery can store ample electricity, providing a full 7 days of use at maximum power. And it can operate in swarms. As he spoke, 3 medium-sized drones simultaneously took off from a table in the adjacent laboratory, performing coordinated maneuvers in the air. Seeing the integrated flexible solar panels on the backs and bellies, and hearing Yang Wenhua's introduction, everyone swallowed hard. Limited by battery life, each drone's flight distance and reconnaissance time were insufficient. Now this solar-powered drone could completely address the endurance problem. If used for reconnaissance barring accidents, this drone would be the soldiers' eternal eyes on the battlefield. And if deployed in swarms, they could either form a small satellite reconnaissance chain on the battlefield to detect enemy movements or advance for reconnaissance and bombing. The importance of this to soldiers on the battlefield needed no elaboration. Long Zhengwo's eyes burned with fervor, while Li Guoli and Xian Jing'an gasped in astonishment. Li Guoli in particular had visited numerous frontline military enterprises in the Long Kingdom over the years, yet none of their drone technology matched Lin Tian's advancements. Looking at this drone, his heart clenched involuntarily. Was this truly just a research lab from a private company? Its research capabilities could almost rival top-tier military industries. Before he could dwell on it, Yang Wenhua's voice sounded again. Please direct your attention here. This is our No. 15 product, the Dragonfly drone. This drone utilizes bionic technology equipped with 2 high-definition cameras on its head wings that vibrate like a dragonfly, and it is also solar-powered. Everyone turned to look at another window where a small dragonfly-shaped drone was displayed inside the experimental chamber. As Yang Wenhua explained, the drone cooperatively rotated its eyes 360 degrees, then slowly vibrated its wings and took off. Staring at this oddly shaped drone, everyone swallowed hard again. Yang Wenhua's explanation was not over. The greatest advantage of this drone is its ability to perfectly mimic the flight posture and trajectory of a dragonfly. As you know, the flight principle of helicopters is based on dragonflies. Our drone does the same, even outperforming helicopters in simulation. He gestured to the experimenter to demonstrate. Upon receiving the signal, the dragonfly drone began high-speed motion, then abruptly halted midair. Sudden stops and starts were no problem. The experimenter extended a palm, and the drone steadily landed on it. Then it took off again from the palm, began flying backward, and performed a series of complex aerial maneuvers. This is the signature move of our Dragonfly drone, instant takeoff. It can take off almost anywhere, even from a palm. And flying backward is no issue. Most importantly, it produces no noise. Because it fully mimics the Dragonfly's flight motion and uses solar power, the noise is virtually non-existent. Noiseless flight. Upon hearing this final point, even Long Zhengwo could not sit still and exclaimed in astonishment. As an outstanding soldier, he fully understood the importance of a compact ultra-endurance drone that could mimic dragonflies and fly silently on the battlefield. It was truly lethal without a trace. Modern warfare relied on information transparency. With this drone and the previously shown long-endurance swarm-capable model, the battlefield would become a game. First, deploy the bionic drone to track and locate targets, then send the other drone to launch a swarm assault after long-term stalking. This was a disaster for the enemy. Such all-weather omnidirectional reconnaissance and bombing would be every soldier's nightmare. Meanwhile, Li Guoli, upon hearing Yang Wenhua's introduction, was utterly speechless. His mind was a blank. The words he had just heard had deeply shocked his nerves. In his memory, even the most advanced drones produced by domestic factories did not have such capabilities. Noiseless flight, bionic mechanics, ultra-long standby. These were things he never dared to imagine, yet Lin Tian had directly developed them. And they were so exceptional. For a moment, he could not tell which side was the real military enterprise. Fake military enterprises still dutifully developing drones obsessing over performance and parameters. Real military enterprises already using bionic unmanned equipment and capable of swarm cooperative operations. Contemplating the gap between the two, Li Guoli's mouth twitched. This research capability wasn't just surpassing them, it was grinding them into the dust. And he had doubted their RD level. Was there even any need for doubt? Staring at these two drones, Li Guoli's heart churned like a stormy sea. But Yang Wenhua's explanation was not over. After introducing several more drones, he stepped back and smiled. Everyone, next up is our flagship product, the No. 0 drone. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. There's more. Then they suddenly realized. They had come to see the drone with a range capable of covering the entire Long Kingdom. Recalling the previous introduction's excitement surged through them all. Yang Wenhua, observing the reactions of Long Zhengwo and Li Guoli, felt a surge of elation within him. It seemed their products had made a favorable impression. All that remained was to properly introduce their Model 0 and secure their admiration, after which he could naturally broach the subject of the drone logistics license. This drone delivery venture was as good as secured. At this thought, Yang Wenhua's heart leaped with joy. He glanced at Lin Tian, and the two, understanding each other perfectly, nodded in unison. They stepped back a few paces, and then Yang Wenhua called out in a clear, strong voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Model Zero drone." With that, he strode forward, and with a swift motion swept aside the white curtain before him. It was only then that everyone noticed another drone hidden behind Lin Tian and Yang Wenhua. This drone was unlike any they had seen before. It was massive in size with a peculiar silhouette, and the wing-like structures at its tail resembling a racing car spoiler were strikingly prominent. The immense nose of the aircraft reminded him of certain large transport planes. Gazing at the drone before him, Li Guoli involuntarily swallowed. After the informational barrage he had just endured, he had learned to remain silent. This company's research and development capabilities were undoubtedly at the very pinnacle of the nation. This drone technology alone was enough to fill him with awe. He could hardly imagine how extraordinary their other ventures must be. He was no longer assessing whether they were qualified to be a first-class military enterprise. Instead, he was contemplating how to swiftly elevate Longxing to that status and how to make the offer impossible for them to refuse. His eyes shimmered with intent. Meanwhile, Long Jiangwo, Xian Jing'an, and the others stared dumbfounded at the drone on the display platform, wondering what new capabilities it possessed. In that moment, everyone's gaze converged upon the aircraft. Yang Wenhua, not one to prolong the suspense, spoke directly. "Everyone, this is the Model Zero drone that will spearhead our future drone delivery industry. To meet the demands of our delivery sector and ensure more efficient transport and dispatch, this drone is fully equipped with intelligent electronic systems. Please look here. This is our high-altitude reconnaissance camera. It can clearly identify and distinguish the recipient's dwelling from an altitude of over 10,000 meters and flawlessly transmit the image back to our database for information comparison and verification. Needless to say, it is absolutely impossible to deliver to the wrong place or the wrong person." Upon hearing this, Long Jiangwo's first thought was that this was a large high-altitude reconnaissance drone. However, the next statement from the other party directly dispelled that notion. "Once the target is confirmed, our drone proceeds to deliver the package. This is its delivery mechanism and parcel storage compartment." As he spoke, Yang Wenhua walked over to one side of the drone's wing, where a piece of external equipment resembling a missile casing came into view. Yang Wenhua cleared his throat before continuing. "This is our newly developed distributed cargo pod capable of storing multiple parcels at once. Thanks to its distributed design, it can dispatch several parcels simultaneously, eliminating any worry about multiple delivery trips. Furthermore, given the drone's payload capacity of around 2 tons, the variety of parcels we can deliver is vast. From fresh seafood to heavy sacks of grain and rice, all can be delivered using this drone. It is unquestionably fast, conscientious, and above all precise. If clients are not entirely satisfied, we can also modify the drone. Due to its modular production, many components are replaceable, allowing it to be adapted for transporting parcels of various sizes." Hearing these words, everyone present was rendered speechless. This was no longer the product of a private enterprise. It was more military grade than military grade. A payload of 2 tons, modular production for easy part replacement, autonomous target-seeking capabilities, and the ability to rapidly deploy various types of bombs. If they claim this drone is just for delivering parcels, who would believe it? At this realization, Long Jiangwo's heart clenched violently. He had initially assumed it was a large reconnaissance drone, but it turned out to be a strike reconnaissance bomber. What delivery? Was this really just for delivering parcels? With a 2-ton payload and a distributed pod design, this drone, with only minor modifications, could easily become a presence on the battlefield comparable to a bomber. For instance, it could carry around 40-50 kilogram class surface-to-air missiles in a single sortie. 40 surface-to-air missiles would be enough to level a small hill. If a battlefield position suddenly gained the firepower of 40 such missiles, it would be an absolutely overwhelming force. Furthermore, this aircraft wasn't limited to just that single missile type. With its size and payload capacity, it could also carry 100-kilogram precision-guided missiles, glide bombs, cluster munitions, and more. In other words, this aircraft was capable of undertaking various complex missions, even some that large bombers couldn't handle. This wasn't some parcel delivery drone. This was essentially a multi-role bomber capable of sending the enemy back to where they came from. At this thought, Long Jiangwo's gaze turned intense. Then, recalling Lin Tian and his team's previous antics, his heart trembled. Carbon fiber used for fishing rods, stealth coating for car paint, and now a delivery drone comparable to a bomber. What else was this man hiding? What other technologies hadn't he developed? If they continued to allow this private company to operate like this, it would be a profound disrespect to the Longwo Defense Department and an insult to the future of Longwo's scientific research. At that moment, Long Jiangwo wasn't the only one harboring such thoughts. Li Guoli also looked at Lin Tian with fervent eyes. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yang Wenhua, seeing the reactions of Long Jiangwo and the others, felt an overwhelming sense of triumph and murmured to himself, "It's in the bag. Our delivery business is definitely in the bag this time." He composed himself and continued his presentation. "Of course, as a civilian product, we still need to appropriately manage costs. This drone costs 2 million to build, and can fly all-weather across Longhua to deliver parcels. With an 8,000-kilometer range, it can cover the entirety of Longhua. And if one isn't enough, we can deploy them in formations, achieving multi-drone coordinated delivery. And don't worry about runways, as long as there's a stretch of flat ground it can take off. After saying this, Yang Wenhua looked at the two men with a smile. He had absolute confidence in the drone Lin Tian had developed. In fact, they had already received a considerable number of orders. As long as Long Jiangwo granted them the logistics license, a commercial transport empire built on drones would be within their grasp. His eyes gleamed with ambition, and Lin Tian was also beaming with satisfaction. Observing the looks in their eyes, Long Jiangwo, Li Guoli, and the others exchanged glances, their minds already made up. They were determined that no matter what, they would persuade Longxing to become a military enterprise today. To allow such terrifying research capabilities to be used solely for civilian purposes was an insult to Longwo's military industry. It was also a tremendous waste of resources. With this thought, Li Guoli cleared his throat a couple of times and slowly stepped forward. Seeing Li Guoli step forward, Yang Wenhua's expression brightened. He reached out and gently nudged Lin Tian from behind. Xiao Tian, it settled. Just bring up the license matter with him in a moment. Lin Tian nodded slightly, and just as he was about to step forward to speak, he saw Li Guoli extend a pair of aged hands, firmly grasping his own, and say with a smile, "Young man, do you want to join the military?" Lin Tian's brow arched in surprise. Join the military? He turned to look at Yang Wenhua, his eyes full of confusion. He distinctly remembered asking Uncle Yang to bring this man here to discuss the logistics license, so how did joining the military come into this? Yang Wenhua was equally bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Catching Lin Tian's puzzled gaze, he could only shrug his shoulders in confusion. From the moment they had entered, he had been subtly hinting at the drone license matter, never once mentioning anything about military service. How did this leader look at a drone and end up talking about military enlistment? Was his earlier hint not obvious enough? He stepped forward and said, "Esteemed leader, I think you might have misunderstood. Our President Lin is just an ordinary man. He doesn't have the build for it. How could he possibly join the military? To be honest, the only reason we came to see you is to ask for a logistics license for our drones, so we can use them for deliveries." Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was his purpose for coming here. As for joining the military, with his physique from staying up late studying blueprints, would he even pass the physical? But Li Guoli seemed utterly unconcerned with this. He looked at Lin Tian with the gaze of a wolf eyeing a lamb and began to rub Lin Tian's hand repeatedly. This made Lin Tian's scalp tingle, and he nearly suspected the man had some unsavory intentions. Li Guoli continued to rub his hand, then spoke with a kind and benevolent smile. "That's no problem. There's more than one way to serve the country. I see your factory is perfect for military production. Look at these drones. You can deliver packages anywhere. Why not come and deliver for us instead?" As he spoke, he took another step forward. Watching this from the side, Long Jiangwo, Xi and Zheng'an, and the others all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Wasn't this the same man who had fiercely opposed the proposal, even getting angry enough to insist on a personal inspection? And now look at him. If Li Guoli's students were to see this, their jaws would likely drop in shock. When had their teacher ever worn such a fawning expression? But at this moment, Li Guoli couldn't care less about saving face. He now understood why Long Jiangwo and the others had insisted on submitting that proposal to him, even knowing he wouldn't agree. It was truly because Lin Tian's research capabilities were simply too extraordinary. If he remembered correctly, this was a private company that had just clawed its way back from the brink of bankruptcy and had only recently resumed normal production and operations. But what had this man accomplished? He had not only developed national treasures like the aircraft carrier arresting cable, but had also gone on to create stealth materials and now had developed multiple drone systems capable of transforming the landscape of modern land warfare. His research capabilities simply crushed those of other military enterprises. More importantly, what resources and capital had he invested in developing these things? As a private enterprise, how could the resources and capital they could mobilize possibly compare with a top-tier state-owned military enterprise? The answer was obviously no. But what were his research results? They were in no way inferior to those of the major military enterprises, and this was even achieved under conditions of resource scarcity. If he were given more research resources, what could he possibly create? Who could even imagine? So today he was determined to pull Longxing onto the path of a military enterprise, even if he had to throw away all his pride. Why should they stay private? That would be a path to ruin. With this thought firmly in his mind, Li Guoli was ready to go all out. President Lin, rest assured, as long as Longxing agrees to become a military enterprise, I guarantee you won't see a shortage of resources. And you can be completely at ease financially. With the nation backing you, there's no way you'll fail. We'll also purchase all your products at market price. You'll remain an independent entity, just taking on a portion of the nation's research tasks. As long as you're willing to join the Dragon Nation's military industry. Li Guoli was getting more and more excited as he spoke. Normally, becoming a military enterprise meant management and finances would be nationalized, but Lin Tian's company was a special case. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Otherwise, if such a company continued to be buried in the private sector, it would be a tremendous loss for the entire nation. Hearing Li Guoli's words, even Long Zhangwo was taken aback. Among the existing military enterprises, the conditions offered to Longxing were absolutely unprecedented. Not only would they retain their autonomy, but they could also leverage national resources. This was something every enterprise could only dream of. This treatment far surpassed that of the top 10 military enterprises. Hearing this, Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but pound fiercely. To be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by this offer. The mere prospect of accessing national resources was enough to sway him, and the condition of maintaining corporate autonomy was simply impossible to refuse. But more abundant resources also meant heavier responsibilities. From now on, Longxing would be treading a completely different path. With this in mind, Lin Tian took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, I accept." Hearing this, Li Guoli's face instantly flushed red with excitement, and even Long Zhangwo's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. There was no doubt that Longxing's transition to a military enterprise was a monumental milestone for the nation's military industry. Thinking of Lin Tian's terrifying research capabilities, Long Zhangwo clenched his fists in excitement, his face flushed. Li Guoli also took a deep breath and quickly said, "He'll submit the relevant paperwork to the higher-ups right away. It should be approved imminently. From now on, your products will be considered military grade, so you can no longer sell them to the public privately." Lin Tian nodded. Before, as a private company, selling drones was no problem, but now the nature of his company had changed. Selling them now would carry political implications, which was definitely not permissible. Lin Tian could understand this reasoning. Seeing Lin Tian's acceptance, Li Guoli nodded approvingly, then looked at the drones before him, and said, "Regarding these drones, I hope you, President Lin, can work with us on modifications and testing in the future. If they pass the tests, we'll place large orders. I hope you can understand this, President Lin. Any weapon system must undergo rigorous testing before it can be deployed." Although Lin Tian's drones were already impeccable in terms of performance, the true worth of any equipment is only known after it has been tested. Lin Tian naturally understood this and nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Tian's cooperation and thinking of his achievements, Li Guoli was filled with a mix of emotions. If only the nation could have more enterprises like this. But having Lin Tian now was a good start. With this thought, a smile appeared in his eyes. Yang Wenhua, watching all this unfold from the side, was utterly baffled. "So we're in the military now? We're a military enterprise?" Just because he looked at a drone. He was speechless for a moment. This was truly the strangest way he had ever seen anyone enlist. Soon the news that Longxing Enterprise had become a first-class military enterprise began to spread throughout the Longwa military industry. Upon hearing this name, the chairman of various enterprises all frowned slightly. They had only recently learned about Longxing, a private enterprise that had suddenly become the 11th military enterprise in Longwa. The number of first-class military enterprises had remained virtually unchanged since the founding of the nation, and the resources they could command were immense. Moreover, this was a special honor, a recognition of their scientific research capabilities. For a long time, they had regarded this as a badge of honor. But now, what did it mean? A previously obscure private company had suddenly been elevated to the 11th first-class military enterprise. This was simply outrageous. Even more absurd was that the higher-ups had actually approved it. Had the world gone mad? Thinking of this, Bai Yunfei, chairman of Longwa Aero Engine Company, could not help but complain bitterly. "From what I know, this Longxing company is nothing but a bankrupt private enterprise. How on earth did it become a first-class military enterprise? And we, Longwa Aero Engine Company, have worked so hard for so long and are only a second-class enterprise. How can a private company be placed above us? Is it just because they developed this drone? What technical sophistication is there in a drone? If we really wanted to, we could develop one too. Exactly why should they become a first-class military enterprise?" The speaker was Huang Qina, chairman of Longwa Electronic Information Industry Group. Both Longwa Aero Engine Company and Longwa Electronic Information Industry Group were among the most prominent second-class military enterprises in Longwa, and among the first to receive the military enterprise designation. Over the years, the two of them had been dedicated to their work, contributing greatly to Longwa, and had repeatedly submitted applications to become first-class military enterprises. But all were rejected. They had accepted this after all the first-class status had remained unchanged for so many years. But today, early in the morning, they learned that a private enterprise had become a first-class military enterprise. How could anyone accept this? Although everyone ultimately aimed for the betterment of Longwa, the thought that a private company had leapfrogged them and on the basis of drone technology made them feel utterly insulted. Even Lu Ming, who was from a first-class military enterprise, found it hard to justify. Decades of hard work could not compete with a single order from above. No one could accept that. The decision was proposed by Li Guoli and approved by the higher-ups, so it was unchangeable. Yet what puzzled him was what capabilities this Longxing possessed to make Li Guoli act this way, and what exactly had Longxing accomplished. Otherwise, drones alone should not meet the standards for a first-class military enterprise. Bound by confidentiality agreements, they usually only received tasks from above and knew little about other enterprises. If not for the uproar caused by Longxing, they would never have known that a private enterprise had been directly promoted to first-class military status. Lu Ming stroked his chin then said after a long pause, "Do you think there might be some hidden reason behind Longxing becoming a first-class military enterprise?" As soon as he finished, Bai Yunfei said grumpily, "Engines. What engines? We've built so many engines, and Li Guoli never applied for us. Now just because they built a drone he applies for them. Can this drone replace a bomber?" Hearing these words, everyone's expression changed. The H-20 project had always been a key research project for Longhua, and previously they had received frequent updates from above. But recently not only had the attention diminished, but it was even rumored that the research might be postponed. Could it be because of this drone? But how could it be possible? How could a drone threaten the status of a bomber? Lu Ming's eyes flickered, then he shook his head abruptly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone present was intelligent, and they knew what Lu Ming was thinking, but they all dismissed it with a laugh. Drones replacing bombers. It was clearly unrealistic. Just as they were filled with uncertainty, a phone suddenly rang. Hearing the sound, everyone was startled. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and saw that the caller was Li Guoli. Seeing this, their brows arched. Wasn't Li Guoli supposed to be testing the drone at this time? Why would he call them? He pressed the answer button, and Li Guoli's voice came through, "Come to Longxing exercise ground immediately." At the same time, the others also received a message, all sent by Li Guoli. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. Longxing exercise ground. That was where military combat exercises were held, designed to simulate a war environment. Why test a drone at a military exercise ground? Was it necessary? For a moment, they were all confused. But since it was Li Guoli's message, they could not refuse. Bai Yunfei, however, glanced at the message, curled his lips, and suddenly stood up. "Today I will see for myself what makes Longxing worthy of being a first-class military enterprise." He strode out the door. After a moment of hesitation, the others also ordered their subordinates to arrange travel to Longxing exercise ground. Inside the exercise ground, Li Guoli, Long Jiangwo, and Lin Tian were all present. Dust was already swirling across the field, and 2 participating units were gradually moving in. Various equipment was being brought in, and the exercise was scheduled to start in about 2 hours. One side was a Marine Brigade playing the role of the Blue Force, while the other was the famous Wolf Fong Composite Armored Brigade as the Red Force. This exercise was not arranged by Long Jiangwo, it was a pre-scheduled drill. Clearly the purpose of this exercise was more about testing than actual combat. After all, one was an elite army unit, the other just a Marine Corps, a significant gap. But that wasn't important. Their purpose here was to test Lin Tian's upgraded drones. "Mr. Li, what do you think of these 2 units for testing the aircraft's performance?" Li Guoli nodded approvingly. He came here for 2 reasons: to test the aircraft's performance, and to demonstrate the technological prowess of Lin Tian's company to Lu Ming, Bai Yunfei, and others, thereby placating their discontent. Thus the more outstanding the drone's performance, the better, and the more convincing it would be. "Good, go tell the chief referee that our aircraft will join the Red Force, and they will handle the testing," Li Guoli said with a smile. Undoubtedly the safest approach was to join the Red Force. Only then could the aircraft's performance be better showcased, and Lin Tian's first-class military status be secured. After all, the test was mainly to silence others' complaints. Just as Long Jiangwo was about to leave to execute the order, a voice called out, "Mr. Li, I want my drones to join the Blue Force. If we are to test, let it be rigorous. Only then will the test be meaningful, and it will not disappoint my efforts in upgrading the aircraft over this period." It was Lin Tian. Since switching to military production, he had spent every day in the lab striving to make his drones more suitable for military use. He had indeed succeeded. Now his drone's performance far exceeded before, and the No. 0 drone had been transformed into the twin-tailed Scorpion drone. It could carry different modules for multiple aircraft and bombing modes. Meanwhile, all drones were equipped with anti-jamming capabilities. The Dragonfly drone was even more compact and painted with special camouflage for greater stealth. As for the No. 5 drone, it had longer endurance and could stay aloft longer, achieving true all-weather operations. All of this was to make Longwo's military stronger. That was his goal. Only in extreme environments could the flaws and deficiencies of the aircraft be revealed. Therefore, Lin Tian decisively chose to join the Blue Force. Seeing Lin Tian's fervent and sincere gaze, even Li Guoli's heart trembled. After a long hesitation, he said, "All right, I agree." Hearing this, Long Jiangwo was also surprised. He knew what this exercise meant. It was not only a test of drone performance, but also a matter of whether Lin Tian's company could establish itself among Longwo's military enterprises. If it failed, Lin Tian would find it hard to hold his head high in the future. He turned to look at Li Guoli, who just smiled and shook his head. Maybe we are truly old, lacking that spirit. The future of Longwo may rely on these young people. Looking at Lin Tian's passionate eyes, Li Guoli said sincerely. Long Jiangwo frowned, hesitated for a moment, then turned to his subordinate. "Notify the chief referee that the Blue Force will add several unmanned devices." The subordinate immediately went to carry out the order. Outside, the roar of armored vehicles grew louder and soldiers began pouring into the exercise ground. In the chief referee's chamber, Peng Yongxiu was compiling data on the weaponry equipment and troop deployments of both opposing forces. On paper, the exercise heavily favored the Red Force, not only in terms of personnel proficiency, but also in firepower and equipment. The Wolf-Fong Combined Arms Brigade was one of the 29 heavy combined arms brigades in the Dragon Nation. The cost of a single brigade's weapon systems was a staggering 20 billion yuan, making it a veritable beast of burden that devoured money. But it was also a beast of sheer firepower. It boasted 112 heavy main battle tanks, supplemented by various armored vehicles, air defense radar vehicles, and missile launchers. In terms of sheer firepower, few units worldwide could match this brigade. Personnel-wise, the unit had frequently participated in international army competitions, so their combat proficiency was beyond question. Moreover, the exercise area was mostly flat plains with few hills. It was plain to see even for the uninitiated who would emerge victorious in this exercise. This wasn't so much a combat exercise as it was a showcase for Red Force's weapons. Lost in thought, Peng Yongxiu shook his head and was about to file the documents away as the official data for the match when a voice suddenly cut through the silence. Referee Peng, wait. I have an additional dossier for the Blue Force. Another one. Peng Yongxiu frowned. The equipment and personnel numbers had been finalized before the exercise began. How could there be more? The man simply nodded, panting as he clutched his side. Yes, one more. General Long ordered me to deliver this personally. He's requesting additional unmanned equipment for the Blue Force. With that, he extended a hand, presenting a notice stamped with the Ministry of Defense's official seal. After verifying the seal's authenticity, Peng Yongxiu's gaze fell upon the equipment manual beneath the notice. It was titled Unmanned Aerial Vehicle Equipment Preparation Manual. Drones. He frowned at the title. Drones were far from unfamiliar to him. In fact, he knew them intimately, as both sides routinely used them in exercises. However, they were always relegated to a supporting role on the battlefield. Unmanned combat was still in its infancy, often devolving into a simple exchange of drone strikes. Even with advancements, they were primarily used for reconnaissance, rarely as primary offensive weapons. After all, they were suitable for low-intensity conflicts, but against a major power in a high-intensity war, the so-called drones were nothing but a joke, utterly useless. This was a well-known truth among the Dragon Nation's high command. Now, with the exercise imminent, Long Zhangwo's sudden and solemn delivery of a drone operations manual was utterly baffling, and in his view, completely unnecessary. His brow furrowed deeper as the messenger hurried away. After a moment's hesitation, Peng Yongxiu opened the manual to examine the drone's specifications. However, the moment he opened the cover, he froze in astonishment, letting out a soft "eh." The first page showcased the Dragonfly bionic drone. Its exterior mimicked a dragonfly capable of extended flight endurance and instant takeoff, equipped with anti-jamming features. It could fly silently, support swarm reconnaissance, and launch multiple units at once. The two compound eye sensors on its head could rotate 360 degrees, providing unhindered battlefield surveillance. Reading the description and examining the drone's design, Peng Yongxiu couldn't help but gasp. Silent flight. Swarm reconnaissance. This was tantamount to constructing an invisible surveillance network across the battlefield. If this network were established, the enemy would be fighting stark naked. How could they possibly fight back? Then, considering its size and appearance, a shiver ran down Peng Yongxiu's spine. It was truly impossible to defend against. He turned the page to the next model, the Camel drone, a medium-sized UCAV. Its role was low-altitude bombing. It could loiter for extended periods to execute bombing missions, support swarm tactics, and form a high-low altitude firepower network with the twin-tailed Scorpion drone. Seeing this, Peng Yongxiu quickly flipped to the next page, revealing the structural schematic of a large bomber. It was labeled the twin-tailed Scorpion unmanned bomber. It supported multi-module switching and could carry various precision-guided missiles, cluster munitions, and air-to-surface missiles. It also supported short takeoff and landing with a combat range of 8,000 kilometers. Its maximum flight ceiling was 10,000 meters. It supported swarm operations, multi-role missions, precision guidance, and boasted a maximum payload of 2 tons. Reading this cascade of specifications, even the seasoned Peng Yongxiu was stunned, muttering a curse under his breath. Monstrous. With multi-module switching, a 2-ton payload, and the ability to carry various munitions, it was essentially an aerial bomb truck. Even the Eagle Nation's B-2 bomber had a payload of only around 18 tons. This drone, with a 2-ton payload, and given its size compared to other aircraft, was incredibly compact. Yet it could carry an astonishing 2 tons of ordnance. It was a bomb with a plane attached. The most terrifying part was its swarm capability. At 2 tons per drone, a force of 9 would equal the payload of a single B-2 bomber. And why would they launch only 9? Imagining the sky darkened by these drones working in tandem with the reconnaissance of the bionic drones, Peng Yongxiu couldn't help but shudder and curse. Damn, this is insane. Undoubtedly, the advent of this unmanned bomber was set to revolutionize the existing combat system. Previously, major powers largely disregarded drones in warfare as their limited payloads made them unsuitable for fire suppression or sustained air-to-ground strikes. But this drone changed all that, single-handedly elevating the drone to a level it had never reached before. In the future, any ground force without this drone would be hard-pressed to call itself an army. For any force lacking this drone, especially their ground troops, it would be a nightmare. Could you sleep soundly knowing a bomber-sized drone could take off and bomb you at any moment? Would you even dare to roll out your tanks? Rolling out would make them mobile coffins. The drone's ceiling is 100,000 meters. Not exceptionally high, but for ground forces to shoot it down, they'd need surface-to-air missiles. But how many missiles do you have? What happens when they run out? And the most horrifying aspect is its range, 8,000 kilometers. To put that in perspective, the longest straight-line distance in the Dragon Nation from south to north is only 5,500 kilometers. This means an operator could pilot this drone from the nation's southernmost tip, travel thousands of kilometers, and bomb the northernmost towns, or even farther. While the exercise wouldn't involve such distances, it illustrated the drone's terrifying capability. The more Peng Yongxiu thought about it, the more sweat beaded on his forehead. He slammed the manual shut with a sharp thud, took a few deep breaths, and finally said, just what kind of monstrous creation has Long Zhangwo had them develop? He then considered the Wolf Fong Heavy Combined Arms Brigade. They had roughly 12 surface-to-air missiles. Against them, the Blue Force had these unmanned bombers. 50 of them, and that was with a cap on the number of drones. A shiver ran down his spine, and he muttered a pitying curse, damn. How the hell are they supposed to fight this? Outside the training ground, armored vehicles roared into the arena, their soldiers from the Wolf Fong Heavy Combined Arms Brigade, holding their heads high, with confidence gleaming in their eyes. The main battle tanks behind them glinted coldly under the sunlight. Even immobile, the surrounding residents could feel the might of these behemoths. Some military enthusiasts watching the scene couldn't help but exclaim, wow, is this our armored combined arms brigade? It's absolutely magnificent. They quickly pulled out their phones, snapping photos of the scene and sending them to their military fan group. Everyone come see. Dragon City is about to hold a large-scale military exercise. Look at these armored vehicles and tanks. They stretch on endlessly. The photo showed a line of the latest main battle tanks with their gun barrels raised, the dark muzzles exuding an intimidating presence under the sunlight. Behind them followed a column of surface-to-air missile vehicles, each adorned with a claw mark insignia beneath, which snarled a fierce lone wolf. At the sight, the group members' eyes lit up. Wait, could this be one of our country's 29 heavy combined arms brigades? The Wolf Fong unit. Look at those artillery pieces and the surface-to-air missiles. They've cured my firepower deficiency phobia. Indeed, with equipment costing 20 billion yuan and operated by one of the world's top armies, how could it not be terrifying? But who is the target of this exercise? Who cares? Facing this firepower, whoever it is will lose. The only question is when. Everyone nodded in agreement. China's heavy combined arms brigades were truly unmatched on Blue Star. Judging by the setup, this unit was clearly playing the Red Force. In global military exercise conventions, the Red Force usually wins, as it represents the friendly or home side equipped with superior gear that often overwhelms the Blue Force. The Blue Force playing the enemy was essentially a sparring partner, a whetstone. These were unspoken secrets. Hence, the audience had little expectation for the outcome, only wanting to know how quickly the Combined Arms Brigade would finish the battle. After all, this unit was one of the strongest in the Chinese army and among the elite of the world's land forces. Many military enthusiasts were eager to witness its combat prowess. Thus, a considerable number began to follow this exercise. Inside the Red Force command post, Lei Li, commander of the Wolf Fong Heavy Combined Arms Brigade, stood upright before the communicator, listening to Chief Referee Peng Yongxiu's announcement about the Blue Force adding new equipment. Brigade Commander Lei, at Minister Long's request, am adding several new types of drones to the Blue Force. Do you agree? Lei Li raised an eyebrow at the chief referee's words. Adding drones. He was puzzled not by the addition itself, but by why the referee would call him about it. To him, it was incomprehensible. Drones were nothing compared to his self-propelled howitzers and main battle tanks. Once electronic jamming commenced, the enemy's radios would be useless, let alone their drones. Those things lacked technical sophistication. Even if they took off, their battlefield impact would be negligible. Could they really change the Blue Force's fate? Thinking this, Lei Li declared in a booming voice, Chief Referee Peng, rest assured. Add as many drones as you like. The Wolf Fong Brigade has no complaints. If it's not enough, double the number. How could a few drones possibly turn the tide? Who did they take him for? Inside the referee room, Peng Yongxiu watched the monitor as Lin Tian repeatedly explained the drone's usage and operation to the Blue Force commander. Seeing the unmanned equipment spread out on the ground, especially the 50 double-tailed Scorpion UAVs with their densely packed external hardpoints under the wings, he felt a chill run down his spine. The current quantity was already terrifying, doubling it would make the exercise pointless. He swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and said, all right, since you agree, the exercise can begin. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the Blue Force, now fully familiar with the drone equipment, and added meaningfully, Brigade Commander Lei, I wish you good luck. With that, he cut the communication with a sharp click. Lei Li frowned at the cryptic tone, muttering, what's wrong with Chief Referee Peng today? His voice sounds so strange. Like he's seeing me off to a funeral. He shook his head, then smiled as he looked at the armed troops assembled outside the command post. Soldiers stood with rifles in hand, heads held high, radiating confidence. The armored vehicles beside them exuded a silent, formidable presence, like crouching tigers ready to pounce. Seeing this, Lei Li's lips curled into a smile. As one of China's 29 heavy combined arms brigades, and one of the strongest land forces on Blue Star, they carried a unique pride. They had to win, and win brilliantly, to live up to their reputation. With that thought, he strode out of the command post and shouted to the soldiers, "Comrades, do we have confidence in this exercise?" The soldiers straightened up, eyes shining, and roared, "Yes." "Good. We must not only win, but win beautifully and brilliantly. Do we have confidence?" The soldiers gripped their rifles, raised their heads, and bellowed, "Yes." "Excellent. Wolves travel thousands of miles to eat meat, dogs travel thousands of miles to eat dung. The Wolf Fong Brigade's creed is to be a hungry wolf. No matter the enemy, we devour them. Let this exercise show everyone the might of the Wolf Fong Heavy Armored Brigade. Everyone prepare for battle immediately." At his command, all soldiers sprang into action. Then the chief referee's voice came through the communicator. "The Chinese Army confrontation exercise now officially begins. Victory is achieved by capturing the enemy's position or eliminating their commander. The exercise officially starts now." The moment the exercise commenced, the soldiers of the Wolf Fong Heavy Combined Arms Brigade sprang into action with the ferocity of starving wolves. As one of the finest army units of the Dragon Nation, they were certainly not to be underestimated. Activate the surveillance radar and begin scanning the Blue Force's hidden areas. Simultaneously, the electronic warfare units will initiate jamming operations against them. The heavy tank battalions will begin advancing in coordination with the infantry. The self-propelled artillery batteries will establish a fire net. Meanwhile, the air defense missile units will go on alert. In an instant, Lei Li's forces deployed completely, each branch operating with seamless coordination and impeccable order. His missile and artillery units immediately entered combat readiness, prepared to clear obstacles for the tank advance at any moment. Inside the adjudication room, Long Jiangwo and the others watched the surveillance feeds with furrowed brows. The greatest distinction between the Dragon Nation's combined arms brigades and other forces on Blue Star was their integrated operational capability. In other nations' armies, artillery might be a separate unit and tanks another, requiring inter-unit communication and requests to headquarters for coordination. This process inadvertently wasted precious time. Time is life on the battlefield. While such communication might suffice against conventional forces, it proved woefully inadequate against a combined arms unit. Since the Dragon Nation's combined arms brigades trained together regularly and operated under unified command, they saved considerable time. This also made it easier to seize opportunities in battle. What was even more formidable was that the combined arms brigade integrated not just firepower, but also electronic warfare and other disruptive capabilities. Though it was only a brigade-level unit, it was a small yet complete entity, functionally rivaling the army-level units of some Blue Star nations. This was the true terror of the combined arms brigade, its exceptionally strong comprehensive capabilities. Against conventional armies, it held an inherent advantage, which was precisely why the Dragon Nation valued it so highly. Indeed, the Blue Force suffered a devastating assault from the Red Force at the very start of the exercise. With their electronic warfare systems jammed and suppressed, the Blue Force suffered casualties almost immediately. Several forward artillery positions were exposed on the enemy's surveillance radar and were swiftly obliterated by missile strikes. Subsequently, any time a Blue Force radar site activated, it was instantly locked onto and attacked by enemy missiles. In a flash, markers indicating missile strikes appeared across the Blue Force's positions on the exercise display, signaling those units' elimination from the exercise. Inside the Blue Force's exercise command center, Commander Chun Miao frowned as he received a barrage of reports. "Sir, our forward radar post 312 has been hit by enemy missiles. We're out of the exercise. Sir, our forward radar camp 401 has been attacked and eliminated. Sir." A cascade of reports about destroyed radar positions flooded in. Chun Miao's brow furrowed deeper with each one. Although they had anticipated the Red Force Combined Arms Brigade's ferocity, the reality of combat was still shocking. Their electronic radars were suppressed from the outset, followed by tracking and targeting. In that initial moment, 5 radar camps were struck and eliminated from the exercise. This oppressive pressure was a testament to why they were the Dragon Nation's ace unit. Beside him, Staff Officer Wang frowned deeply before speaking in a low voice. "Old Chin Thunder Tiger's approach here is to blind our forces, then slice us up and swallow us whole." Chun Miao nodded in agreement, his brow creased. "Indeed, I suppose we should expect nothing less from Thunder Tiger. His offensive style is certainly swift and fierce." He looked at the schematic of the Blue Force's exercise area, noting that all his forward surveillance camps had been wiped out. Those that survived dared not make a move. This ferocious assault was like a tiger descending the mountain. It was Lei Li's signature combat style. He struck decisively, aiming for speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Had this been before, he would have been panicking now, with all radar equipment destroyed and surveillance capabilities lost. On the battlefield, that would make him blind, easy prey. But this time was different. Who would be the predator and who the prey was yet to be determined. He thought of the Dragonfly bionic drone, one of the 3 models Lin Tian had provided them. A glimmer of light shone in Chun Miao's eyes. Order the combat units to launch all Dragonfly drones immediately and re-establish the battlefield surveillance network. All other units are to hide in the mountainous terrain. The twin-tail Scorpion drone units remain on standby. Upon hearing the order, the subordinates nodded promptly. Soon Blue Force soldiers who had received the command emerged from the grasslands, their faces smeared with camouflage paint and large packs strapped to their backs. They moved to designated positions with their packs the moment they received the order. They immediately unzipped their packs. Inside lay palm-sized square boxes resting quietly. Looking at these boxes, the soldiers took a deep breath. Their chances of winning this exercise hinged entirely on these surveillance drones. They opened them all at once. In an instant, the wings of the Dragonfly drones began to vibrate, their compound eyes swiveled, and each drone seemed to come alive. With a subtle wing flutter, they began their silent advance toward the battlefield. Inside the adjudication room, everyone watched the bionic dragonflies with a flash of astonishment. Though they had witnessed the drone's power before, seeing it deployed in actual combat still evoked awe. Long Jiangwo especially understood better than anyone as a soldier what a superior piece of equipment meant to a soldier. It was akin to a personal talisman. On the battlefield, better equipment meant a higher survival rate. And Lin Tian's equipment couldn't merely be described as good. It was simply extraordinary. With perfect mimicry, solar-powered operation, and silent flight, if their entire force could be equipped with such weaponry in the future, their combat effectiveness would multiply exponentially. Long Jiangwo's gaze sharpened as he looked at the exercise surveillance display. Unnoticed, numerous small blue dots had begun appearing within the Red Force's forward positions. These dots were constantly moving, seemingly heading deeper. Seeing the dense cluster of blue dots, Long Jiangwo's eyes trembled slightly. Future unmanned combat tactics will need a major overhaul. He sighed in genuine admiration as he watched Lin Tian's bionic drone. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. The newcomers were Bai Yunfei and his team, who had been invited by Li Guoli to observe the exercise. The moment they entered, Bai Yunfei saw Long Jiangwo and Li Guoli standing upright before the battle screen, brows slightly furrowed, intently staring at the tactical display in front of them. General Long, elderly, we've arrived. The equipment you mentioned. Before he could finish, Li Guoli raised a hand to silence him, then looked back up at the exercise schematic. Bai Yunfei and the others exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing their expressions, a hint of confusion in their eyes. They had been told they were coming to observe equipment tests, so why were they now summoned to the exercise's referee room? The group was completely baffled, yet seeing the solemn look in Long Jiangwo and the others' eyes, they didn't dare disturb them. After hesitating for a long while, they finally stepped forward slowly and also looked up at the exercise schematic. The moment he looked, Bai Yunfei's expression froze in surprise, and he blurted out, "What's going on here?" His confusion was warranted, for the schematic before them was exceedingly strange. The red markers representing the Red Force were advancing triumphantly, having already breached the Blue Force's outer defensive lines. They were now pushing towards the heart of Blue territory, with all major Blue camps in the area having been destroyed. Logically, there should have been no Blue signals left in this region. Yet the map was now densely covered with Blue signals, some almost overlapping the Red Force markers. These signals moved in tandem with the Red Force's movements. Meanwhile, some Blue signals had penetrated deep into Red territory, and still the Red Force remained oblivious. This was simply inconceivable. Before arriving, he had reviewed the details of this engagement. A Marine brigade from the Navy was pitted against the Dragon country's Fangtooth Heavy Combined Arms Brigade. The outcome should have been predictable at a glance. Yet now, staring at this dense array of signals, even he knew the Red Force was in grave danger. After all, information transparency is paramount on the battlefield, but how on earth was the Blue Force managing this? Looking at the signal markers, Bai Yunfei wasn't the only one with this question. Lu Ming and the others accompanying him were equally perplexed. They leaned in to look at the live monitoring feed of the actual exercise. The moment they looked, they froze in place, eyes wide with shock. Is that a drone? Through the monitor, they could see a small, unmanned device, shaped like a dragonfly, resting silently on a green leaf. Its green camouflage paint was incredibly deceptive, the entire fuselage almost perfectly blending into the leaf. If not for looking closely, it would be impossible to spot. The device was lying still, its miniature detection equipment resembling compound eyes continuously rotating to gather intelligence on the scene. Not far from its position, there happened to be an armored unit of the Red Force. Yet not a single person noticed this tiny creation. Seeing this scene before him, even a military novice like Bai Yunfei understood what this meant. On the modern battlefield, to be seen is to be destroyed. This Red Force unit was as good as gone. But what frightened him even more was the design and capability of this drone. He had never encountered such a small, yet highly sophisticated reconnaissance drone before. If he hadn't been told it was a drone, he would never have believed that drone technology could reach such a level. And these weren't isolated cases. Across the split-screen monitor, countless Dragonfly drones were moving silently. Some flew at low altitudes, others hid beneath leaves looking no different from ordinary insects. Some even flew inverted for better reconnaissance angles. Watching these scenes unfold, Bai Yunfei and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Well, I'll be damned, this is truly an eye-opener. Never before had they witnessed such methods of warfare or seen drones like these. In their minds, drones were still those bulky, clumsy machines. But the images on the monitor were telling them otherwise. Others used bulky drones because that was all they could build. Lin Tian, however, was different. Looking at these exquisite, unmanned devices for the first time, they felt that drones could be so technologically sophisticated. And the one who felt this most deeply was the Blue Force commander Chen Miao. Ever since the electronic jamming began, his detection signals had been severely severed. Forget about detecting the enemy to build an effective defense line. Even normal communications were being disrupted. But now with the release of the Dragonfly reconnaissance drones, the entire battlefield had become clear again. They could even see some of the Red Force's forward positions with perfect clarity. This was something they wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Report. Dragonfly 8 has detected a Red Force armored unit advancing at high speed in the Moon Bay area. Report. Dragonfly 47 has detected a Red tank unit assembling in the plains. Report. Dragonfly 1 has detected a forward radar camp of the Red Force. Report. With each report coming in, Chen Miao's eyes lit up, and he looked up at the battle screen before him. The screen, which had been filled with static, was now completely restored, and this time the detection was even more precise. It could not only clearly track the real-time positions of the Red Force's frontline units, but also clearly display the coordinates of electronic camps deeper in their rear. Through the Dragonfly drone's compound eye sensors, they could even see Red Force soldiers drinking water inside their tents. Gazing at this reconnaissance capability that felt like a map hack, even Chen Miao had to swallow hard. This detection ability far surpassed some of the existing combat radars. If this were used on a real battlefield, the enemy would have nowhere to hide. They wouldn't even know how they were exposed before their demise. Thinking of that scenario, Chen Miao couldn't help but shudder. He then looked over at Lin Tian, who was providing technical guidance on the side, and felt a deep sense of respect for the young man. This research of his could truly change the course of a war. He then looked back at the battle screen with gleaming eyes, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. In their previous exercises, they had lost more often than they had won. Whenever they faced these elite army units, they were always outmatched by superior technology and weaponry. This time it was their turn to have the upper hand. Thunder Tiger, today I'm going to make you cry like a little kitten. Inform the artillery units to commence shelling on the Red Force positions as directed by the Dragonfly drones. Keep the Camel drones hidden at low altitude, maintaining combat readiness. Tonight, we'll give them a surprise they won't forget. Imagining the Red Force being bombarded all day only to be ambushed during their night's rest, a mischievous glint flashed in Chen Miao's eyes. A sly smile crept onto his lips. Seeing his brigade commander like this, Staff Officer Wang slapped his forehead and coughed. Sir, mind your image. We might be playing the enemy, but we shouldn't be too villainous. Keep some decorum. Hearing this, Chen Miao wiped the corner of his mouth, straightened his expression, though the gleam in his eyes was impossible to hide. It was time to settle the score. At the forward position, a rapid reaction force from the Red Army moved swiftly across the hillside. As members of the Wolf Fang unit, their mantra was swift and decisive engagement. Their mission was to quickly flank the enemy's rear and, in coordination with the artillery units behind them, launch a devastating strike on the Blue Army's position. This was to clear the way for the heavy tanks that would follow. As for the danger, glancing at yet another Blue Army camp they had annihilated, Zhao Eru couldn't help but sneer. How dull. Every exercise is the same. These Blue Army troops have no will to resist. They're all just flashy fronts that crumble at the first touch. Look, how many positions is this now? We don't even have to lift a finger. A single artillery strike call, and it's over. It's so boring. At this rate, this exercise won't last a week. We'll be done by sunset. He glanced up at the sky, where the sun hung high. They had encountered no significant resistance all morning, reaching deep into Blue Army's territory with ease. The enemy was even more fragile than they had anticipated. The others around him chuckled at his words. Old Zhao, stop complaining. When have the Blue Army ever put up a real fight against us? With their outdated radar, they're probably still scrambling to get their comms in order. Everyone burst into laughter. As members of the Wolf Fang Combined Arms Brigade, they had their pride. They looked down upon this Blue Force, especially one that seemed even weaker than the usual exercise opponents. They had won consecutive victories all the way. At this pace, they might genuinely push to the enemy's command post by sunset. The thought brought smiles to their faces. However, their squad leader Hong Xing frowned slightly as he watched 2 or 3 Blue Army soldiers already marked with red smoke indicating they were casualties emerge from the camp ahead. His gaze grew more solemn. He muttered, too smooth. It's all too smooth, unnaturally smooth. They had faced almost no real resistance all morning, encountering only token defenses that crumbled instantly. What was even more bizarre was the enemy's troop deployment at camp with only 2 or 3 defenders, as if deliberately baiting them forward. It all felt too strange to him. As a veteran, he sensed something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Seeing his squad leader's concern, Zhao Eru walked over with a grin. Squad leader, don't overthink it. Their comms are jammed by our electronic warfare. They can't organize any effective resistance, so they're breaking into smaller groups trying to delay us and buy time for their main force to regroup. Hongxing nodded at this. It was a plausible explanation. Their electronic warfare capabilities gave them a natural advantage over a regular army unit. If the enemy wanted to continue fighting, they would have to consolidate their forces and establish an anti-jamming position, otherwise they wouldn't stand a chance. After all, on the modern battlefield, without detection equipment, a unit is blind and its weapons are useless. This was why they dared to advance so deep and so fast. They controlled the battlefield awareness. But was the blue army really this helpless? Hongxing frowned as he watched the few scattered soldiers emerge from the blue position. Zhao Eru, seeing this, walked over and gave one of the fallen blue soldiers a light kick. He leaned down smiling. Hey buddy, how about telling us where your command post is? If you do, we'll treat you to the victory feast. The blue soldier scoffed, brushed the dirt off his uniform, and retorted disdainfully, I'm dead already. If you want to ask, go ask the exercise directors. Besides, who's to say who'll be buying who dinner in the end? He lay back in the trench, arms crossed, and looked at Hongxing. In their plan, they used small units to lure the enemy's attention, gradually drawing them in. Once the Red Army confirmed that the Blue Army's forward anti-tank positions were destroyed, their heavy armored forces would naturally advance. That was their main force. Once they committed and entered the kill zone, everything would be out of their hands. All the artillery was already pre-sighted, and every move the Red Army made was under the watchful eye of their Dragonfly drones. The moment they moved, their heavy armor would be completely annihilated. A faint smile played on his lips. Zhao Eru, seeing this smile, felt a surge of irritation. Smile, smile, smile. Just wait until our armored units get here. Let's see if you're still smiling then. He turned to look at Hongxing, who furrowed his brow in thought before abruptly turning around and commanding, inform the tank and armored units to advance at full speed. Swiftly seize the Blue Army's forward positions. Whatever their scheme, as long as they were under electronic jamming, they couldn't cause any real trouble. This was their confidence in their own abilities and their equipment. A nearby Red Army soldier immediately grabbed the communicator and reported to the main armored force behind them. All clear, proceed with the plan. Hearing this, Zhao Eru's lips curled up. It's over. Everything's over. Once the artillery took the high ground and the armored forces completed their advance, the Blue Army would be lambs to the slaughter. He looked down at the blue soldiers, who were also grinning, trying their best to suppress their expressions, but the upturned corners of their mouths betrayed their true feelings. They took the bait. The Red Army took the bait. The three blue soldiers' faces were almost red with suppressed glee. They had thought of all their saddest memories, but the smile was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. What are you smiling about now? Seeing a fallen blue soldier smiling, Zhao Eru was baffled. Did they have to accept defeat with a smile now? The soldier didn't say much, just shook his head and covered his mouth, saying, I just remembered something funny. Zhao Eru then looked at another one. And what are you smiling about? Sorry, I also remembered something funny. The three soldiers' faces flushed, started to giggle. The sound sent a shiver down Zhao Eru's spine. Had these guys lost their minds from the crushing defeat? But squad leader Hongxing's brow furrowed deeper, and then his heart jolted. Damn, have we walked into a trap? Is their target our main tank force? In an instant, a wave of dread washed over him. Just as he was about to call the communicator to order the tanks to halt, he heard a hiss. Yellow smoke began to billow from the sensor helmet on his head. Then all the Red Army soldiers on the scene were enveloped in thick yellow smoke. The voice of the exercise directors came through the helmet again. You have been hit by a precision-guided bomb. You are eliminated. Please exit the exercise immediately. The helmet then emitted a series of beeps, a stark reminder that he was out. Eliminated? How did they know our position? Zhao Eru stared ahead in utter disbelief, his eyes wide, as if had seen a ghost. Without radar detection, how could their precision-guided missiles have found them? And to use such a weapon on them meant they were considered high-value targets. Why? Because they were the ones who had communicated with the rear armored forces. The enemy was waiting for them to do exactly that. In a flash, it all clicked for Zhao Eru. The weak resistance, the small numbers at each position, it was all a setup. They were waiting for the communication, waiting to ambush the tanks and artillery following behind. A collective gasp of cold air swept through the group. It's over. This is completely over. Damn it. Squad leader Hongxing's heart was bleeding. They had sent the message that sealed their own fate. And the worst part was they could only watch helplessly as their own forces walked into the kill zone, unable to do anything. This pain was pure agony. What is cruelty? This is cruelty. Making a veteran scout watch as the very information he relayed becomes the executioner's blade against his own comrades. Nothing could be more painful than this. But how did they do it? Weren't they under electronic jamming? How could they have such precise surveillance? And even if they could detect them, how could they know what they were doing at that exact moment? Hongxing was baffled. Zhao Eru, on the other hand, was cursing the Blue Army for cheating. This is total bullshit. They must be cheating. I'm filing a complaint. A complaint. But before he could finish, three figures in green camouflage emerged from the grass nearby. Three green silhouettes darted past the crowd, heading straight for the red tank position. Their fluttering wings beat silently, but with force, their camouflage patterns highly deceptive during rapid movement. Seeing these three figures, Zhao Eru instinctively said, dragonflies. But then he quickly realized, no, these aren't dragonflies. After all, it was late autumn when dragonflies usually only appear in summer and the terrain of their exercise couldn't support them. How could these be dragonflies? He focused his gaze and saw that these so-called dragonflies were all made of lightweight carbon fiber intricately constructed. Their two compound eyes rotated continuously to scan the surroundings while a faint red light at the tail indicated the signal receiver and transmitter. Only then did Zhao Eru and the others understand what they were looking at. Damn, these are unmanned reconnaissance drones. Gazing at such compact and precise equipment, Zhao Eru couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. In his experience, even the most sophisticated reconnaissance drone couldn't match this level of craftsmanship, yet this drone turned his assumptions upside down. Even more terrifying was the surveillance capability they had just demonstrated. They had been tracked the entire time, without any detection, meaning every move they made had been visible to the Blue Commander. With that thought, Zhao Eru shuddered, his hands losing strength. How are we supposed to fight this? Beside him, Hong Xing wore a grim expression as he looked at the drone, then turned to the approaching armored forces, surging like a flood, despair written all over his face. He wished he could stand up and shout, "Boys, run. The enemy has cheat gear." But he couldn't speak. According to the exercise rules, he was already dead, and the dead cannot reveal battlefield intelligence. He slumped helplessly on the hillside and let out a heavy sigh. We're truly done for this time. Inside the blue artillery position. Ready. The commander raised his arm, and the red triangular signal flag fluttered in the air. Massive cannons had been pulled out, their black muzzles adjusted to the correct angles, each one like a hungry beast. They waited silently for their prey to arrive. All exercise rounds were loaded. Soldiers stood at attention, with gleaming eyes fixed ahead. The signal officer's flag could fall at any moment, and the cannons could roar at any instant. Watching this scene, and then looking at the precise movement data of the red armored forces transmitted by the Dragonfly drones on the screen, the Blue Artillery Regiment commander felt a strange sensation. After years of fighting and countless exercises, he had never imagined warfare could be so simple and so lethal. Throughout this battle, they had been fighting with a literal X-ray vision and experience he had never had before. The person who invented these drones is a devil. The commander voiced his heartfelt admiration, glancing at one of the Dragonfly drones on the table. Meanwhile, the red armored forces had reached the battlefield. The thunderous roar of heavy tanks was deafening, the dust they kicked up nearly swallowing the sky and earth. The artillery units followed closely behind, their mission to seize the enemy's forward positions as quickly as possible and establish fire support points. Tanks charged forward like wild bulls, with the tank regiment commander personally leading the assault in his own vehicle. Brothers, charge. Before the Blues react, smash their forward positions and show them the power of a combined arms infantry formation. Hearing this, everyone was pumped up and drove their tanks forward with renewed vigor. In their minds, the Blue reconnaissance system had been completely suppressed, and their forward positions had been swept by artillery. They believed the enemy couldn't mount an effective counterattack, which was why they dared to use this mass charge. The commander's right. Strike while the iron is hot. Let those Blues see what a modern army can do. Exactly, they said 7 days, but I bet we'll finish in 1. We'll take the Blue command post before sunset. Over the comms, these shouts brought confident smiles to everyone's faces. Fierce as tigers, they seized the moment and struck without hesitation. That was their combat style. They saw a brilliant future ahead. But on the Blue side, every cannon was ready, and through the drone surveillance they had pinpointed the exact advancing positions of the red tank formations. All units ready, fire. With the command, the signal officer's red flag sliced downward. In an instant, hundreds of cannons thundered as one, the massive recoil even shaking the solid muddy ground. Then came another order, fire. Boom. Prolonged soul-stirring roars echoed in succession. Meanwhile, at the forward positions, just as the red tanks were about to enter the Blue camp, a series of alerts sounded. Sorry, you have been hit by anti-tank artillery. Your tank has exploded. You are dead. Please exit the exercise immediately. Then yellow smoke billowed out, like waterfalls spreading freely through the air, turning the entire sky into a yellow sea. The artillery column behind was stunned by the sight. What the hell? How did everyone up front just die? There's a traitor. Bad intel. Retreat. Fall back. Run, don't come here, get out. But before they could finish, a cold voice echoed in their ears. Sorry, you have been hit by artillery fire. You are dead. Leave the exercise immediately. Hearing this, everyone froze. Artillery. Didn't we suppress their radar completely? How can their artillery be this accurate? Some quick-thinking armored vehicles turned around and dashed toward the nearby hillside. But the enemy's shells seemed to have eyes landing directly on them, and one after another yellow smoke rose from the scene. Curses erupted. Hong, you piece of X, this is how you report intelligence. Damn, how are these shells so accurate? Stop firing, or we'll be wiped out. Retreat. Retreat. It's an ambush. Hearing these curses, the red tank regiment commander's face twitched. He opened his mouth to say something, but a voice rang in his mind. Sorry, you are dead. Please leave the exercise area immediately. Damn it. Ultimately, 1,000 words condensed into a single profanity that echoed through the air. Inside the judging room, as they watched the endless yellow smoke on the surveillance screens, everyone's eyes twitched involuntarily. Long Jiangwo, in particular a senior officer of the Dragon Country military, had never imagined a war could be fought this way. With full surveillance, every move of the Red Force operatives was in the hands of the Blue Force, even their combat status was known. If he ever had to face such a unit in the future, it would be a nightmare. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Truly monstrous. Meanwhile, Bai Yunfei and the others were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the drone before them. Their eyes flickered, and Bai Yunfei's face flushed pale and red by turns. The performance of this drone far exceeded his imagination. He had previously boasted that he could build a drone comparable to Longxing's. Now he realized how arrogant his words had been. How the hell was he supposed to build this? He had envisioned reconnaissance drones hiding in the grass, secretly filming or brute forcing their way to high altitudes, and using detection equipment to capture images, their designs confined to the typical square drone shape. But today Lin Tian showed him that true unmanned reconnaissance required silent flight, bionic mimicry, and close-quarters surveillance. Thinking of this, Bai Yunfei's impressive eyebrows furrowed, then he shook his head and said, "Now I understand why they can transition from civilian to military use. If a single drone is this outrageously powerful, imagine what their tanks and artillery would be like." He felt a spark of anticipation for the upcoming Army tank research project. He looked up at the big screen. Undoubtedly, the drone displayed by Lin Tian's factory had already proven its might and Longxing's terrifying research capabilities. Despite being just a drone, it was small but complete. To develop a bionic drone like Lin Tian's one needed the supporting facilities, mature design concepts, and technical know-how. Otherwise, it was impossible. At least Bai Yunfei knew he couldn't do it. The others remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. They couldn't build it either. Peng Yongxiu, however, was not as idle. As the chief referee of this exercise, he needed to assess and evaluate the combat firepower and personnel casualties of both sides. In the judging room, staff continuously collected combat data from both sides to assess casualties. Since all participants wore sensor helmets and combat vehicles had sensors, the results were quickly calculated. Looking at the data, the staff member's expression turned strange, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. "What are the results?" Peng Yongxiu couldn't help but ask. Long Jiangwei and Li Guoli also turned their gazes, curiosity in their eyes. Noticing everyone's eyes on him, the staff member hesitated, not out of pretentiousness, but because the recorded data was too absurd. He handed over the statistics. "Referee Peng, see for yourself." Peng Yongxiu took the report with some confusion, inwardly complaining. Is it that serious? He had seen all sorts of outrageous exercise data over the years. Why the secrecy? But as soon as he opened it, he was stunned by the casualty figures. The Blue Force had lost 21 soldiers in this engagement, 20 of whom had perished when they were marked and shelled while failing to escape their camp during the earlier decoy maneuver. The other casualty was a soldier who, overzealous during the artillery strike on the Red Force's armor, stood too close and was judged by the staff to have been injured by the blast wave, later dying despite rescue. In other words, the Blue Force's losses were almost negligible in this bombardment. In stark contrast, looking at the Red Force's list of names in stark red, even Peng Yongxiu, seasoned by countless trials, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The report stated that the commander of the Red Force's tank regiment had been instantly eliminated in the bombardment. The battalion-level command structure was virtually wiped out. Company-level units were crippled. The entire heavy tank regiment's highest-ranking officer was now only a deputy battalion commander. The subordinate artillery units also suffered devastating losses. Not only were senior commanders killed, but heavy artillery and anti-aircraft guns were also destroyed. The artillerymen were effectively reduced to infantry. This engagement had completely shattered one of the Wolf Fong Heavy Combined Arms Brigade's fangs. The entire heavy tank and artillery regiment of 2,000 men and over 1,000 heavy weapons was reduced to around 800 men, with heavy weapons nearly all destroyed, leaving only about 100 light artillery pieces. The casualty rate reached a staggering 60, especially considering that an international norms a military unit is considered combat ineffective at 20 casualties. At 30, it's essentially a routed force, no longer just lacking combat effectiveness, but deemed a fleeing rabble. For the tank regiment to suffer 60 casualties meant it had effectively lost its unit designation in wartime. Seeing this terrifying loss ratio, even Peng Yongxiu let out a hiss and said sincerely, "This isn't a drill, this is a massacre." He set the report down weakly. While the Wolf Fong unit's complacency played a part, the greater reason was Lin Tian's drone. The close-quarters reconnaissance created a nearly transparent battlefield. Without it, the Blue Force could never have achieved such a brilliant result, unprecedented in any exercise. And this was just one of Lin Tian's several drones. Thinking of the other two that had yet to be deployed, even Peng Yongxiu couldn't help but worry for the Red Force's fate. Recalling his earlier declaration to increase the number of drones for the Blue Force, he let out a heavy sigh. "I hope Lei Li can withstand this blow." Hearing Peng Yongxiu's remark, Long Jiangwo snatched the report to read. Seeing the terrifying loss ratio inside, his eyes jumped. Is this a casualty ratio a human can achieve? A near 157 loss ratio, not even counting the Red Force's equipment. Including that the Red Force's losses were astronomical. It was worth noting that the Blue Force wasn't an elite unit, just a Marine brigade from the Navy. Yet they achieved such results against the Dragon country's strongest land combat force, which was truly astonishing. However, looking at it differently, recruiting Lin Tian into the military-industrial complex was undeniably the right choice. His weapons would be revolutionary in enhancing the Dragon country's future military capabilities. But for now, Lei Li's troops would have to bear the brunt of testing these weapons. As he watched the darkening sky on the surveillance feed, and the camel drone lying in wait in the grass, Long Jiangwo silently offered a prayer for them. Inside the Red Force command post, Lei Li stood beside a red exercise map as his subordinates at his gesture had already planted red flags on the Blue Force's forward positions. Gazing at the encirclement that had formed before him, a faint smirk of disdain crept into Lei Li's eyes. Gentlemen, it seems it won't be long before our armored forces push right up to the door of the Blue Force command post. This time I've deployed the most elite armored regiment of our Langia Combined Brigade. By now the Blue Forces must be utterly stunned. He then burst into hearty laughter. In his conception, given the Blue Force's equipment and personnel, they were absolutely incapable of resisting his armored firepower. Moreover, this unit was backed by a professional electronic warfare team. At this moment, the Blue Force's forward positions should be crying out to heaven without response, calling to earth without answer. Communications severed, electronic jamming persistent. That meant their artillery had no guidance and could provide no effective support. Meanwhile, their armored forces could seize the opportunity to deliver saturation strikes and surprise assaults on every Blue Force forward position. It wouldn't be long before news of the armored regiment's triumph reached his ears. With that thought, the corners of Lei Li's eyes crinkled with amusement. He waved his hand and grinned. At this rate of attack, pushing to the Blue Force command post before sunset is no dream. The officers nearby all nodded in agreement. Of course, when it comes to land warfare, we've never feared anyone. Just a Marine brigade. We'll take them down in no time. I bet the Blue Force commander still doesn't know what's happening on the front lines. Suppressed by our electronic radar, they're completely blind. When the battle report comes out, I reckon the Blue Forces won't even want to fight anymore. As they spoke, a smile spread across everyone's faces. As the elite land forces of the Dragon Kingdom, they had every reason to be confident. Not just against a Marine brigade, but even against other special operations brigades, they had more wins than losses. Such an ordinary Marine unit was in their eyes not even worthy of being a whetstone, merely a test target for weapons. Just as they were about to discuss the next steps, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Brigade Commander, bad news. Urgent report from the front. The 1st Heavy Armored Regiment is gone. Hearing this, everyone turned around, instantly staring at the messenger with bewildered looks. What did you say? Speak clearly. Whose armored regiment is gone? Lei Li demanded, his expression hardening. The eyes of the crowd bore into the messenger. The communications officer swallowed nervously, his face twisted with distress. Then lowering his head, he spoke in an extremely subdued tone. Gone. It's our heavy armored regiment that's gone. Not only gone, but the entire regiment has suffered a 60 casualty rate. Regiment Commander Zheng Yinglong was declared killed in action on the spot. Battalion-level commanders were nearly wiped out. Now the highest-ranking officer left in the regiment is only a deputy battalion commander. Moreover, the heavy equipment of the armored regiment, including tanks and self-propelled artillery, has been dealt a devastating blow. The adjudication department has ruled that 90 of the equipment is combat ineffective. After uttering these words, the communications officer hung his head in dejection. As an elite unit, when had they ever suffered such a heavy loss in land warfare? Even in previous exercises against other elite land forces, they had never incurred casualties like this. When he first saw the numbers, he had stood frozen for several seconds, then double-checked and confirmed them a dozen times before he could believe it was real. To him, it was utterly inconceivable. And now, hearing this news and the casualty figures, everyone present felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies rigid as puppets. Only the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the room. What did you say? Suddenly a fierce roar erupted. Lei Li lunged forward, snatched the report from the messenger's hand, and slammed it onto the table with a sharp crack. When he saw that nearly 90 of the heavy equipment was destroyed, his heart bled. And the casualty rate that followed made the veins on his forehead bulge. Damn it! What the hell was Zheng Yinglong doing? Hundreds of heavy vehicles, thousands of elite soldiers, all lost in a single battle. With so many men and machines, even a pig leading the charge wouldn't have produced such a result. Seeing the outcome of the engagement, Lei Li was truly enraged. Did he not know the Blue Force's equipment and the quality of their personnel? Yet what was the result? His own men had fought to this state, nearly complete annihilation. It was a disgrace to the Langia Heavy Armored Brigade. If Zheng Yinglong had been by his side at that moment, he might have shot him on the spot. The humiliation was unbearable. The officers around, seeing Lei Li in such a state, dared not utter a word. Having followed Lei Li for so long, this was the first time they had seen him lose his temper like this. Each of them carefully lowered their heads. Laley, gritting his teeth, glared with eyes blazing with fury. This battle outcome was entirely beyond his expectations, and it had even thrown numerous unforeseen obstacles in his path. The annihilation of an armored regiment would undoubtedly severely weaken their strength and greatly impact their subsequent operations. But that was just one point. What concerned him more was the method the Blue Force had used to accomplish this. Or more precisely, how they had managed to pinpoint the location of his armored forces and strike them with such precision despite his electronic jamming. How did they know their movement trajectory? The more he thought, the deeper Lay's frown became. But the immediate priority was to rescue the 800 men still trapped in the enemy's fire net. In the exercise, there were strict limits on the number of personnel for both Red and Blue. Having already lost over 1,000 men, there were gaps in the personnel deployment. These 800 men must be fought for at all costs, and he must also alert the other armed units to heighten their vigilance. Laley composed himself and said solemnly, "Immediately order the nearest unit to the tank regiment to provide support. Meanwhile, inform all soldiers in the brigade that in future engagements with the Blue Force, they must be on high alert and treat the enemy with the utmost seriousness." At this moment, Laley truly regarded the Blue Force as a worthy adversary. He didn't know how they had done it, but as one of the Dragon Kingdom's strongest land forces, they were not to be taken lightly. However, before that, he had to clarify one thing. Immediately deploy a reconnaissance company to monitor the Blue Force. I want to see exactly how they crippled our unit. In his understanding, the Blue Force's detection equipment seemed to have no system capable of evading their own jamming radar and remaining undetected. Even if such a system existed, they should have noticed it long ago. Could there be something else at play? Recalling what Peng Yongxiu had mentioned about those few drones, Lay's expression grew increasingly puzzled. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This couldn't have been accomplished by drones. Yet the doubt in his mind only grew. Was it really impossible? As dusk deepened and the last glimmer of light vanished from the sky, darkness enveloped everything around them. In the blackness, soldiers of the Red Tank Regiment sat back to back on the ground, their faces etched with exhaustion and desolation. Who would have thought before they came that they would one day be chased off by the enemy, and not by some elite special forces or ace unit, but by an ordinary Marine Corps? The fact that they were routed by a standard Marine unit was an affront none of them could stomach. The mere thought ignited a simmering fury within the ranks. Brothers, how the hell does this Blue Army keep finding our position? Didn't headquarters say they'd suppressed their radar positions hard? Then how can their artillery still fire with such deadly precision? Exactly weren't they supposed to be under our electronic jamming? And this is the result of that suppression. And that bastard surnamed Hong, didn't he win an award in the army-wide reconnaissance competition? And all he can do is this. Can't even call out a target properly. If I ever run into that Hong again, I'm going to punch him twice, and then make him scrub toilets for 3 months. Right, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this mess. But damn, those Blue Army bastards are ruthless too. Their shells had eyes on us today. The last speaker was a company commander lying on a stretcher playing the role of a wounded soldier. Under the exercise rules, he was classified as severely injured, his legs rendered immobile, forcing him to remain on the stretcher. Recalling the daytime bombardment, the commander was seething with rage. If they hadn't trusted Hongxing's intel, they would never have suffered such a devastating loss. Not only had they lost all their heavy weaponry, but their numbers had been drastically reduced. Thinking of the brothers who were eliminated in that hail of fire, the commander's face twisted with resentment. They had always been the ones to spot the enemy first and blanket them with firepower. Never had they imagined being on the receiving end of such an overwhelming barrage. And that firepower was even more accurate than their own. Remembering the shelling he had endured during the day, his heart trembled. If this had been a real battle, he would have been a crippled wreck by now. A wave of dejection swept through the group, and a heavy silence fell over them. Though they cursed the Blue Army for their shameless tricks and their own folly, defeat was defeat, an undeniable fact. Each man let out a weary sigh. Just then a passionate voice rang out from nowhere. "Comrades, don't be disheartened. This failure was merely an accident. If not for our reconnaissance unit's blunder, we would never have lost so badly. This is just a stroke of bad luck on the Blue Army's part. As long as we stay focused from here on out, victory will surely belong to us, the Wolf Fong Armed Brigade." As he spoke, Deputy Battalion Commander He Guang stepped forward, his left eye wrapped in a bandage, a mark of the minor head injury he had been assessed with during the exercise. Hearing the deputy commander's words, a flicker of determination reignited in the soldier's eyes. As an ace unit that had participated in countless international exercises, each of them carried a deep-seated pride. That pride was an unyielding refusal to accept defeat. None of them would ever admit to being inferior to anyone else, especially not to a Marine Corps unit. Who would willingly concede that? The thought alone reignited their fighting spirit. Right, let's take the fight to them. If we hadn't been tricked, would we be in this state? Luck won't stay on their side forever. Once I rejoin the main force, I'm going to crush them. Exactly, in all my years of fighting, I've never bowed to anyone. Let those blue bastards try to bomb us again. I bet they can't match their daytime accuracy. As they spoke, laughter erupted among the group. In their eyes, the Blue Army's daytime bombardment was nothing but a fluke. If they hadn't been caught off guard, who knew who would have wiped out whom? Unbeknownst to them, all of this was being transmitted in crystal-clear detail through the compound eyes of Dragonfly drones to the Blue Army's operational command platform. Watching the Red soldiers laughing and chatting, completely oblivious to the danger closing in, a cold gleam flickered in Chen Miao's eyes. So someone actually made such an absurd request. Fine. He'll grant it to you today. Order the camel drone operators to commence an uninterrupted bombardment of the Red Army's positions. As he observed the scattered clusters of Red soldiers on the map, a faint smile curved at the corners of Chen Miao's lips. Think splitting up will keep you safe from bombs. He then turned his gaze to the Red Army camps that had been detected and marked on the operational map. These were enemy camps located deep behind the lines by Dragonfly drones, including high-value targets like the Electronic Reconnaissance Battalion and the Electronic Warfare Battalion responsible for jamming operations. Laying eyes on all these critical targets laid bare before him, a fiery excitement surged within Chen Miao. Destroy these camps, and the true counteroffensive would begin. It was also time for the twin-tailed Scorpion drones to make their debut. He took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the main screen. Drones commenced the attack. In an instant, the camel drones that had been lurking silently in the sky swooped down upon the Red Army camps like sharks drawn to blood. The low droning hum sliced through the night like the scythe of death itself. The Red tank soldiers hidden in their trenches still had sparks of vengeance flickering in their eyes, their minds replaying fantasies of payback. Just as one soldier was about to echo the deputy commander's rallying cry, a piercing crackle split the air, followed by a plume of yellow smoke rising beside him. Sorry, you have been eliminated by a drone strike. Please leave the exercise area immediately. Hearing that voice, the soldier froze in shock. What the hell is going on? He looked up to see dark silhouettes buzzing toward them, followed by the sounds of more soldiers being eliminated. What's happening? I'm hiding in a tree hollow. How did the drone find me? Damn, we're this far from the Blue Army's base. How the hell do these drones have such insane range? Defensive positions. Take cover now. Chaos erupted across the scene. Meanwhile, in other Red Army camps, piercing alarms blared into the night. Some soldiers were struck by drones while still fast asleep. They had no idea what had hit them. By the time they came to their senses, they realized they had already been eliminated, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. How was I eliminated? He knew full well that his current position was deep within Red Army territory, far beyond the detection range of Blue Army radar. They shouldn't have been able to locate him at all. Setting aside how they found him, the method of this ambush was simply beyond comprehension. Drones of all things. They were in the heart of Red territory, not far from the front lines. Standard medium or small drones couldn't possibly carry munitions this far. They'd have to turn back halfway. Yet the drones appearing overhead defied every expectation he had. Gazing at the swarm of drones circling above the camp, the soldier swallowed hard. Damn, what kind of new gear did the Blue Army get their hands on? Their battery life is insane. It's like they're fueled by pure drugs. Inside the Red Command Center. After a full day of deployment and battle analysis, everyone, including Lei Li, was showing signs of fatigue. He took a final look at the battle map before him. The tank units had escaped to a safe zone, rescue teams were advancing towards their designated points, and the electronic warfare units maintained their suppression of the enemy. Seeing things gradually improve, Lei Li let out a long breath. I never imagined a mere marine unit could push me to this extent. He shook his head in lament as he surveyed the barely stabilized battlefront. Who would have thought that they, the elite of the Marine Corps, would be driven into such a tight spot by an ordinary army unit? They were forced to rely on superior equipment and manpower just to hold the line. Fortunately, although the brigade's strength was diminished, their main combat power and advantages remained intact, allowing them to sustain the battle. As long as they held on, there was still a chance. As the Dragon Kingdom's elite force, they had fought through many disadvantageous battles. As long as they stayed steady and seized the right opportunity, they could still turn the tide. Lei Li, as the commander, knew this well. The hunt is not over until the prey is caught. After a final scan of the operational map, confident there were no issues, Lei Li found a camp stool, lowered it, and laid down to rest his eyes. As a commander, he needed to ensure his own rest, for a clear mind was essential for commanding operations. Of course, as a military commander, he wouldn't allow himself to sleep for too long. An hour or two during wartime was sufficient. During this time, his deputy would handle the camp's security and command. With this thought, Lei Li slowly closed his eyes. But no sooner had his eyes shut than a voice came stumbling in urgently. Brigade Commander. Bad news. Another major problem on the front line. Hearing this, Lei Li sprang up from the chair with a start, instinctively asking, what happened? The deputy commander said urgently, our electronic warfare units were attacked by enemy drones. Losses are heavy, a large amount of equipment is damaged, and we're organizing repairs now. Also, the tank regiment was hit by a night raid. Even the support units weren't spared. All attacked with drones. Drones? Lei Li's heart skipped a beat at the word, his mind instantly sharpening. His expression darkened as he asked, are you sure it was drones? He could understand the tank units being attacked by drones, but the electronic warfare units were deep in their own territory. They had been positioned there specifically to avoid enemy drone attacks. The deployment was so thorough that ordinary small or medium drones couldn't possibly carry enough munitions to reach their camp. If a large drone had been used, their air defense systems would definitely have detected it. Hearing about the drone attack, Lei Li's first thought was that the enemy had deployed a large drone. But the deputy nodded and emphasized, "Yes, I'm sure. But it was a medium-sized drone fully loaded with munitions." As he finished speaking, the deputy couldn't help but swallow hard. Fully loaded and flying without any resupply points along the way, this medium drone had relied entirely on its own endurance to reach their camp. That kind of endurance was terrifying. Even some fighter jets couldn't match the flight range of this drone. Lei Li understood this all too well. Upon hearing the news, his brow furrowed deeply. After a long pause, he said, "Immediately set up an anti-aircraft defense network. And get all hands on deck to repair the electronic equipment." By the time he finished speaking, Lei Li's face was as dark as a storm cloud. This attack was clearly targeted. What surprised him wasn't just the use of drones, but how they had pinpointed the exact location of their electronic warfare camp. As far as he knew, the Blue Side's radar should have been blind by now. Who had given them the information? Or rather, what method had they used to obtain it? Could it really be drones? Thinking back to Peng Yangxia's words, and considering the unprecedented endurance of these drones, Lei Li's expression grew even more grim. But this was not the time for speculation. The immediate priority was to organize rescue efforts and defend against another surprise attack. With this in mind, Lei Li stood up and personally directed the troops in their defense. By the time he was done, it was already 2 a.m. Glancing at his military watch, Lei Li let out a deep sigh. Finally, it's over. What a bunch of cowards resorting to such underhanded tactics. He walked over to a chair and slowly lay down. Just as he thought things were settled and prepared for a brief rest, the alert sounded again. "Brigade Commander, enemy drones are back. Our radar positions are under attack." Hearing this, Lei Li's face twitched. Again, are these Blue Side bastards constipated? Do they have to attack in installments? But upon hearing the alert, he had no choice but to get up and take command once more. By 3 a.m., Lei Li was utterly exhausted. The prolonged mental strain and intense command duties were taking their toll, even on a man of iron like him. He braced himself against the table, his head drooping, heavy bags under his eyes, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. He mumbled vaguely, "Those blue bastards. Come at me again if you dare." 10 minutes later. "Brigade Commander, one of our ammunition depots has been hit by enemy drones." Hearing this, Lei Li jolted awake with a start. "What? Again? It's only been this long. Are those Blue Side maniacs out of their minds?" Seeing the time interval, Lei Li was genuinely furious. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. That's less time than it takes to take a dump. What the hell are those drones made of? Don't they need to refuel or recharge back at their base? Even their most advanced medium transport drones couldn't fly that far. A one-way trip would be pushing it, and certainly not with a full payload. Yet the Blue Side's drones could traverse 2 battlefields to deliver their gifts, coming back every hour as if range was a non-issue. As long as they couldn't shoot it down, this drone would be their nightmare for the rest of the night. Even Lei Li felt a chill run down his spine at the thought, but seeing the situation unfold before him, he had to force himself to stay upright and deal with it. The attacks finally ceased at daybreak. Looking at the faint glimmer of dawn outside, Lei Li felt a warmth well up in his eyes. It's over. The attacks all night are finally over. Praise the sun. For the first time, Lei Li felt the sun was truly beautiful. The commanders standing beside him, all with dark circles under their eyes, stared blankly at the sun and the sky. Finally, it's over. Remembering the air raids of the past night, their mouths twitched. The enemy drones hadn't stopped all night. Reports came in even when they went to the bathroom or took a sip of water. Even lying down for a moment was a luxury. It was pure torment. And to make it worse, they couldn't do anything about it. At night, the darkness was the perfect cover for low-flying drones. Seeing the sun now, they all felt a genuine warmth, both physically and mentally. The nightmare was finally over. But just then a voice sounded from outside. "Brigade Commander, we've found the reason. The reason why Blue Side has been able to pinpoint our location so precisely. We've finally found it."